afternoon, Southeast Asia, and welcome back, everybody, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. I am your host, Sophie, and we are on our third week and on our second day of the third week, so time is ticking for these teams. But I'm here with my panelists, Winter and John Expire. How you guys doing today?
I'm very good.
Very good. You know, we have new bread.
That is true,
Rainbow
new bread.
bread.
Want to display our bread? Is this a specialty or something, or is this just regular colored bread?
Colored bread.
It's colored.
But you have it in Philippines, right?
Yeah.
The colored bread.
Yeah, my sister used to love them. They have no difference with white bread. It's just a color. So it's fun. You could make kaiko.
There is a difference. More calories.
Yeah. Yeah, well, does that a little bit, sure, yeah. Not good for you, for sure.
But we are on our second day. Oh my gosh, what a blah, 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 blah. We're on our second day of week 3. So time is ticking for these teams. It's looking very slim. We have 2 secured slots for the major already.
Yeah.
Talon and SMG. I actually didn't realize that SMG qualified from last game.
Yeah, it's like no one else is likely to get 5 wins. Even if they do, it's like it's not going to force tiebreakers at 5 wins. What will force tiebreakers are 4 wins, I think. 4 wins, 3 losses, which is what can potentially happen with our series coming up today. Like Blacklist has a shot, Execration still in the pool, and so is ENG. So our top 4 to 5 now is starting to shape up to be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, that's actually, it was kind of a surprise, but huge W for SMG fans. Let's take a look at Monday's results to see how our teams did. We did have Army Geniuses play against SMG, where SMG went 2-0, followed by Polaris versus Bleed, where Polaris went 2-1. And lastly, to finish off the day, we had Blacklist Rivalry versus Geek Slate, where Blacklist won 2-1.
Yeah, and that's where the hope rallies for Blacklist, right? Like this is their climb up. They've still got a shot to the major. And I think the most surprising result was probably the 2-0 for SMG. Like AG didn't look like the surprising AG that we saw before. It looked like they might have been a little bit more lost there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, felt like that series, I expected the series to be much more competitive. I did give SMG like an edge over Team AG there, but I didn't expect the games to be so one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw Tinker for the first time, which was, it didn't do quite well. Didn't serve the hero justice.
First and last time.
First and last.
Yeah. Like this is a Yoa's special. I get why AG go into it. At the same time, it didn't really perform. And you allow SMG to pick up key heroes, like the Broodmother and the Morphling, I believe, in both games for Chidori. Like he had his comfort.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the series definitely exposed some of AG's weaknesses, you know. They are not very comfortable if In Your Dream is playing some sort of momentum carry, like not an actual carry. And they are leaving the mid laner to be much more greedy or the off lane. Mm-hmm. And you can tell, like, In Your Dream, he wasn't really comfortable with the Pudge in the first game.
Yeah, I feel like we keep seeing people do this, though. Like, they try to counter the Brood pick with a Pudge, but we've never really seen it work.
Yeah. It's just not something we've seen work really well in C. I think the Pudge games we have seen have just been pretty rough this tour.
Yeah, because if you think about it, do you actually win the lane with Pudge? You are just trying to kill the Brood with with the CM Frostbite into hook. You know, you're not actually winning the CS battle against the Brood. Eventually, Brood is just gonna out-trade you, out-efficiency you, and you're gonna lose the lane.
Mm-hmm. Now we have this series, which is Bleed versus Polaris. I think a lot of people were shocked that Polaris actually won the series.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Polaris is taking their first series earlier than Geek Slate, I think, is the most surprising thing. Especially, even if both of them are the bottom 2 teams. Like, you always think Geek Slate, having that major experience, having, like, an international coach might do better. But you know what? Polaris rallies. And they rally up against the veteran team of Bleed, which, again, it's a bit off for Bleed still. Like, they're definitely not in like this good spot just yet. They could still be down for tiebreakers for bottom.
Yeah, they could. 3
teams, right? Bleed, Polaris, and Geek Slate.
Yeah, but the one thing with Geek Slate is there's 0 everything, so they're likely just bottom, straight up. Like the last slot for relegation is potentially a tiebreaker.
Yeah, actually, I think there's a chance where Blacklist could even get relegated. If Bleed and Polaris both take 1, then they'll all be at 2 wins. And if, Blacklist, say, lose the rest, they'll all be at 2, so...
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Lots of ties.
Maybe the full 3-way tiebreaker.
You know what? If that actually happens, I feel like I might actually feel Polaris has better momentum going into the tiebreaks.
You think so?
Yeah, because they are starting to look a bit better, whereas Bleed, they look worse and worse and worse and worse.
Oh, no.
And for Geek Slate, they've pretty much been terrible, from the start to the end.
Let's just say Ice has eternal food poisoning.
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, maybe it's karma for trying to troll you. I saw one esports retweet.
I know!
That was, you can see Adam and I's reactions like, are you serious right now? But, taking a look at Geek Slate in that series up against Blacklist last time around, I mean, it looked like they had shining hope. It looked like they might have had a shot at least finding that series. They took the first game pretty well, but afterwards, Blacklist just manages to rally. They go for the scale, and we see Geek Slate again kind of struggle to push into the high ground to end the game, which feels like something that's happened to them multiple times when they've had this lead early on.
They're too greedy, I feel like, as a team. I don't feel like they have the right balance between their players. Everybody just wants to farm a lot. I feel like I talk about this quite a bit about their 3 and 4. Because Nico is a pretty greedy player by itself. He's a person that you want to put on the win condition. And then Narman is also someone that really likes to farm. In this game he was playing Earth Spirit, so maybe not as greedy as you would compare to his other heroes. But in general, I feel like they don't really synergize well with each other, with the way they like to play naturally. They're trying to help each other, but it's not their natural play style. That's why you see a lot of games where they just don't perform so well.
And I was just watching that one clip, that sniper hero. It's a very, very nice hero.
Yeah.
Just standing and hitting everyone.
Pew, pew.
Yeah.
All the quacks.
They had a perfect little sentry ward in that engagement as well. And I really like the end of the last game when they just solo Black Hole Schem, and he has nothing to do. All you can do at that point is just laugh.
I mean, even at the end, it was funny when Cuckoo said, you guys asked him, so what do you think about the Dawnbreaker? And it's like, I just need to mech and heal my my other cores.
Yeah, man, it's sad for Geek Slate because you have quite individually very skilled players, and the fact that they just went from the major all the way to possible relegation is kind of really sad.
Yeah, I mean, it shows that they might have actually fucked up the roster change. I mean, it might be too early to say, but at the same time, you look at the results. The results definitely does not reflect well on whatever roster change, whatever coaching change that they did, this season. It's not a good result for them for sure. And even if they win the last 2 games, they have to still play tiebreakers and hope that they get out. They might have to play tiebreakers to get out.
Well, those are fighting words, Winter. But let's take a look at our standings. We got Talon in first place, securing their spot to the major alongside SMG, followed by Army Geniuses, Execration, Blacklist, Bleed, Polaris, and Geek Slate. So these upcoming matches are extremely, extremely important for both Army Geniuses and Execration because they might have to face each other in a tie. So regardless of whatever happens, Execration need to win both games that they're playing.
Yes. If Execration lose, they can afford to lose against Blacklist. That just makes the series against AG a must-win to force the tiebreaker. So
that will keep things more interesting.
That will keep things more interesting. Whether or not Execration will lose the Blacklist is another question. Again, Blacklist did manage to rally. They managed to beat out Geek Slate, but at the same time, that is Geek Slate, our bottom team.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be entirely impossible for Blacklist to actually show up and beat Execration. Execration, they do not look as solid as last season, so the cracks are there. I feel like there's definitely a chance that it might happen.
I feel like Execration started this season off super duper strong though, but they kind of fell off towards the later end of the season.
Yeah, we had a couple of coaching changes, right? Abeng came in, then Abeng is confidentially doing confidential stuff. So we had Kimo, right? So maybe that little shift in the middle threw them off guard, but maybe they're back on track. Who knows?
Well, let's take a look at today's schedule to see what games we've got going, what hype matches we have. We have Execration versus Blacklist Rivalry to start off our day, followed by Polaris Esports versus Geek Slate. And to end our day, we have Bleed versus SMG. So a lot of very important games. I guess Bleed SMG, not as crucial because SMG secure their spot. But this Execration Blacklist and Polaris Geek Slate are both important in different ways.
In very different ways, in very different tiers.
They're on the opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah. Exa versus Blacklist, again, if Blacklist keeps winning, they can force tiebreakers. Execration don't want to be in that situation, so they need that hard win. Our second series, though, I'll say it a bit early. That's a bit of a dumpster fire. I mean, it's Polaris and Geek. It's our bottom two. And the funny thing is, I've already had that in Facebook. They've been talking between the teams. It's pretty funny.
That's quite based, John. But you know what is also very based, but in a good way, is we have a watch party on Friday. Yay! So this is what's going on. It's going to happen at Arcadia. It's a Dota 2 watch party for the last series on Friday, March 31st. And you can see me and John. You see this?
March
This us
13.
two.
Didn't know you can time travel.
No, 31st. But there's me and John. You gotta go scan the QR code, and it'll be a very fun time, right, John?
Should be. We've got a couple of guests coming in. I think Aurora's going to be there with a certain team.
Yeah.
So it should be fun. If you want to meet some people, head down. Maybe Winter drops by as well if it's not too late for him. It's not going to
Not
be
too
past
late
your
for the
bedtime, right?
old man. We gotta put him to bed.
Depends on the last series.
I see.
If I get like a 3-game series, every game is
But
60
It's
minutes.
Talon versus Bleed, so.
I mean, it could. You never know with talent.
Okay.
We like to do weird stuff at the end, so.
That is true. But yeah, that's gonna be very exciting. So you guys should all head on down. It's at what, Switch Barcade? That's what it's called?
Arcadia.
Yeah.
Arcadia, but like the bar is
Switch at
right?
Arcadia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
Yeah. But most importantly, we got a game coming up. So we got Execration versus Blacklist Rivalry. This is going to be a hype match, hopefully.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's the Philippine Showdown.
Yeah, the classic Rambulan.
Yeah.
Execration versus Blacklist. Two very storied Filipino org. Blacklist more storied in a different game. Execration really up and down, but much more consistent the past few years here in Dota 2 as well. So I'm looking forward to this one. I think individually you would still argue Blacklist might be better. I think we've been saying that about Blacklist for the entire tour, and individual skill, it's a team game. It's just not enough.
Okay, I feel like Blacklist is like what people would say the Filipino super team, but Execration is like kind of the pride of the Philippines right now because they're the ones actually qualifying.
Yeah, like I'd say
major.
Blacklist is the super team, Execration's the 5 guys in the internet cafe cursing all game, right? Like you can see Bob just kind of being happy when he's feeling it. He's a talky guy. For Blacklist, I mean, there's so much potential here. They just need to find it. Need to find a way to bring it out from each other.
Yeah, it's all about splitting the resources. I feel like that's their most important problem right now. They are trying to figure out how to split the shares of the company, who should get more farm. Raven wants farm. Bosco is like the person that's, okay, fine, I just need to buff my carry. The mech heal them, Carl wants to farm. The supports are pretty greedy as well, so they have to try to find the right balance to allow everybody to be happy, keep their money in check. Everybody looks at the amount, okay, all right, we can work with this, let's move forward.
They can't all be CEOs.
Nope.
No. You gotta split the responsibility. But on Execration, it seems like they started off the season really strong, but like towards the middle of the season, their games haven't been as convincing.
Yeah, it's again maybe down to this coaching change. We had March step away, and then we had Abeng step in, and then Abeng going into, I don't know, dealings with the FBI or something, going confidentiality. We get Kimo out. And it was a little bit rocky, but we still see the glimpses of this really strong Execration. I think it's just consistency is something they need to work on now.
Yeah, but it's pretty obvious that the drafts are not that good. I've been criticizing their inaccuracy at times. The first couple of picks, if you look at the first couple of picks that they've been doing, and some of the bans, they're not really good enough. When you do your homework the previous night, you think about your 2 opening picks, and then the next couple of bans has to reflect well on that. And especially in the series against Talon really exploited their lack of precision in the first couple of picks. And I feel like if it continues the same way, they might run into trouble from the drafts.
That's right. But I think if we take a look at their games, actually the only games that they've lost to is Talon and SMG. So I feel like we can kind of give them the benefit of the doubt, losing against the people who've already qualified.
I mean, sure, you can say that, but if you're going to the major, you're gonna need to improve a lot more, and this is just not gonna cut it.
That's true, very, very true. But we've got a content piece ready for you guys before we start this next game, so stay tuned and stick around.
a lot of the people that will be watching you, you represent something very special because you're a team that, I mean, I know it's not the case, but they see it a lot as they made it from nothing. They're a Division 2 team. They're a team of like true locals. Like they grew together. You guys stuck together after Division 2. It's a beautiful Cinderella story, right? What do you tell the people that are trying? Say you're talking to a Division 2 team that like also has hopes, but they just feel like they can't beat the Booms, the Fanatics, which you guys fucking destroyed and sent to Division 2. What do you tell them? How do you give them confidence? How did you give them hope? What would you say about yourselves that shows that you can do it?
I would say keep trying and do your best. Also, put hard work and discipline, and eventually the win will come along.
Feel that way. Maybe less brain, more heart.
Yeah. I think you need brain. Keep practicing and lower your egos.
You talk about that a lot. That was an important process for you.
I think so. Because almost all Filipino, do that. The ego thing. We fight a lot.
You feel like it's been lowered now?
Yeah.
How's that process for you?
They should respect each other and trust your teammates more. Yeah.
You guys feel like a real team now? No egos, not 5 players, like a unit?
We're still fighting.
But good fighting though?
No, it's still fighting. Especially when we're losing.
Right, okay.
It's normal.
But you communicate better?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I want to say something. What about your egos?
No, I don't have ego. I'm the best teammate in the world.
Would you say you're the most humble as well?
Yeah.
For you too, Shanks?
For me, they just need more time. They just start a team like only 2 weeks before the DPC. That's why maybe they lose.
You value the process
Yeah.
that you guys went through.
Yeah.
You think staying together was important?
Yeah.
What do you think that was?
Yeah, I think they just need to be more patient. If they think that they are with the right teammates, I think they should try to just stay and just listen to each other, just give more effort so that they can be stronger together.
Is that what you guys did?
Yeah.
Do you guys feel like a little bit of a family right now with how much you've been through?
I think so because we're full Filipino. I think when you go to foreign teams, usually some are like just they treat each other like colleagues, something like that. Unlike when you're full Filipino, you're like friends or more than friends, just best friends, something like that.
Ooh, the best friends. That really hit me. They're like a family. Gotta love that. No wonder their vibes are so good.
Yeah.
You guys think?
Yeah, that's something that Execration's always had. I think that vibe of being a family has been there for a while. I mean, Kimo's been there forever.
I mean, you know what happened to me when I played Dota with my best friends? We are no longer friends.
That is true. Or they stopped playing Dota. All my friends have stopped
See,
playing Dota.
then Execration are family because they stick together, you know, through the tough times. But what was it that you were saying about Mr. Shanks, John?
I've always had this opinion of Shanks, where he looks like a local celebrity in the Philippines. It's just that his hairstyle's always off. Like there was a time last year where he basically looked like Southeast Asian Jenkins.
He needs Tino's hairstyle.
Maybe. I don't know if that would work. But, you know, a haircut would work wonders and he'd be all over. He'd be a celebrity. You know, all the girls would be on him.
You think
sure.
so?
I think so. Pretty confident in that.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, we have a lot of Dota players in general who definitely could be celebrities. Like, just looking at them, they could be models.
In Southeast Asia, though? A lot?
I mean...
We had this discussion. We did not
We gotta
come up
give
with
out
good
love.
answers.
You know,
there.
we gotta give some love to Southeast Asia, okay? Yeah, I mean, everyone is Pogi. Everyone is super guapo. Yeah. How do you say that in Chinese? No, you're not gonna enable me? Okay, never mind. But let's talk about the game that we have coming up. Execration versus Blacklist. Winter's not gonna enable me, so let's talk about Dota. Who do you think has this game?
Tough one. I think I favor Execration because of how much of a family they are. And I think during clutch moments, it's probably the things that you have outside of the game that would be able to carry the team through.
That's right.
Yeah, but Blacklist is the family of Filipino OFWs who went to different countries for a while. They've been to different teams, they were split up, and now they're reunited.
True,
Right?
they're
Isn't that a stronger
OFW.
family throughout the years? Right? The power of family and
I
friendship.
prefer the ones that never left me.
Fair. Fair enough. Fair enough. Like, this is... Would you bet your dinner on it, though? Would you bet your dinner on Execration? Is it a safe bet?
No, it's not a safe bet. I would probably try to split and portion my dinner on both sides.
Hedge your bets there. Hedge your dinner.
Well, let's take a look at our draft. See if Winter has to give up his dinner.
Or
Whose
cheesy
draft is
tango.
better? Or cheesy tangos, that's right.
Cheesy wedges.
Cheesy wedges. Brood Pango ban.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. Disruptor. This is the best hero, man. Disruptor.
Why?
It's so strong. And the SEA teams do not believe in it. And I was playing a pub last couple of days. I took Glimpse at level 1.
Yes.
My offlaner was like pinging me. Ping, 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 ping. Where's your Thunder Strike? I'm like, are you even serious? Do you know Glimpse is 70 mana, 20-second cooldown, and it does like 100 damage if you use it properly? He's like, why are you? We are losing the lane because you don't have Thunder Strike. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Just mute.
Bye.
Mute and play the game. That's it. Southeast Asia. But yeah, I like this opening as well from Execration. Like the Beastmaster, pretty strong comfort for Tino. Gives you vision. That's something that Execration tends to play pretty well around and just have really good push. Whereas for Blacklist, they start with the NP. This could still be Cuckoo's hero on the off lane. I'm trying to think if they would really want to flex it that hard. They could if they wanted to, but I think you've got the Clockwork NP lane, so you could run it that way.
Yeah, but I would still prefer like a Bear Rider response to Nature's Prophet. I feel like this Nature's Prophet that's been first pick, like the enemy. Like, I feel like only one team did it. Probably it was Talon. I think Talon like responded with Bear Rider +1 against MP. I feel like that's probably one of the best response against MP. Because what always ends up happening is like this overall first pick MP, right? He gets into the game, and you don't really feel like there's many counters against him in the game, and then you wonder why it's a first pick hero,
Primal Beast pretty good against MP,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that too. We saw like some teams ban Primal Beast too. I think it was actually Execration that banned Primal Beast when they first picked MP.
Yeah. But since they have Beastmaster, that's probably on Tino, so their only option of having a Primal Beast would be on...
Yeah, it's a very different way of thinking of the game. Like I mentioned, like when your second phase, a second pick, you want to open up with your potential, either your 3 and 4. You go to your lanes, or you pick one support and one flex, like a tiny, like somebody who can be a core or can be a support. But Execration has chosen to just show their lanes, so it's going to be most likely a Beastmaster Disruptor lane, a pretty strong lane, I would say, against the MP. If the MP is a carry.
Yeah. Again, that flex is still there for Blacklist. And they did protect the NP with that Bat Rider ban, then just banning out cores the NP probably doesn't want to deal with. Execration, take the Warlock. Winter, that was what came up in your Dota hero kind of filter thing.
Yeah.
Good old Warlock.
Good old Warlock. I'm sure it came up. Upheaval.
I mean, Upheaval is a damn fun spell, but
Fun.
I don't know. Yeah, you stand
Fun.
a million units away when you drop your golem. You tell them, okay, go, and you just go there.
Right. So
That's the best.
no Terrorblade, but anti-mage. I mean, Blacklist decided to, go away from the Terrorblade Kotal that they've been doing in the first couple of series now. But AM being picked up so early here though, like gives Execration a lot of opportunities to counter pick the hero. I mean, sure, you know the lane because it's going to be a Beastmaster Disruptor lane, and I feel like Beastmaster against AM lane, all you need to do is maybe you just don't skill the X. You go for the ball and you own him in the lane, because if you skill the X, the AM is going to win the lane because he just burns all your mana.
Yeah, it's a really stable lane for Beastmaster, I feel like. Unless
it's a very big question mark.
Unless we see some hard flex. What if this is a Cuckoo AM offlane? And they throw things around, run the Raven, Slate lane NP. Or do something crazy, like maybe...
It was
mid AM.
Yeah,
that'd be crazy.
It was definitely a thing a while back where the AM, when you go Vanguard and then you just go, Echo Saber, you just fight. You don't really care about hitting creeps, you want to hit heroes. Okay, Conquer is definitely not a lane that you want to send AM to.
Oh.
that lane is not fun for him.
So that should take away mid Kunkka perhaps, mid AM perhaps from Blacklist if Bob will want to play that hero. We've seen Palace play it a couple of times. What's your take on this? I feel like Kunkka's best lane is still mid. I feel underwhelmed for the most part by safe lane Kunkka unless your hard carries mid.
I don't even really like it that much against people do it against Enigma mostly. I don't even really
Yeah.
like it so much. Sure, you can pick a carry hero in mid. You pick a TA, you pick a SF, you pick an Alchemist, sure, you know. But the game just doesn't feel as stable as when you have like a safe lane Terrorblade, safe lane Ursa, you know, those are the heroes that keep the game together, you know.
Yeah, it's a lot tougher to maintain, but I can see the angle here for Execration.
Yep.
Maybe they're just worried about the offlane NP and figure this is a way of dealing with it.
Surprised they didn't pick the TA instead of the Conquer, because TA is usually the hero that you use to deal with AM because your tempo is so quick. And generally AM you don't really want to fight as much, so you try to take the map, take Roshan. That's why TA is very, very strong against AM, and not to mention the minus armor.
Yeah, and they banned it out as well in Blacklist, so they had the same read. Seeing that open still for the side of Execration.
So what is it gonna be for Execration? Faces Void? Or some Doom carry, you know? Sometimes I kind of like some Doom carry against AM. Not sure if they're gonna do it. The other possible matchup is Monkey King. Monkey King has a pretty decent matchup as well against AM. Like the concept is pretty much the same as TA. You outpace the AM. You join fights. You deal a lot of physical damage on Monkey, so AM can't really fight you until the later stages of the game. And for Blacklist, they are going to most likely need a mid hero.
Oh, they heard you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I heard a Monkey King one. Would have been pretty good, right? Like outside of that 1v1 context, the fact that your team fight's really tight in for Exa, you've got Static Storm, Golem drop, Boat, and with Wukong's on top, it doesn't feel playable for Blacklist.
It's very, very nice with their heroes, with the Beast and the Disruptor, because Monkey's always scouting, giving extra vision. Then you get the glimpse with the Disruptor. It just allows you to play very aggressively, and then there's X-Mark. So once you are running away from the Execration lineup, you are not actually going to get away most of the time. I mean, they need something to hold down the map, like someone who anchor the map, some frontline tower defender for Blacklist right now. They need somebody to slow the game down. And when you talk about Cuckoo, everyone talks about his Cuckoo Mancer, you know, how he defends the base. But not sure if that hero is any good right now. I mean, and you're probably gonna see some. What do they need actually? I'm not doing know if Mars is actually good here.
Yeah,
Mars?
it could fit in.
But they don't have damage in the arena. They need somebody who deals, maybe a Centaur, I feel like, just to hold and defend. Because Centaur provides you with some damage with double edge, and then the lane's pretty solid with real big.
Yeah. I think they are looking for a mid though. Like I think they're looking for calls here.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Right? Like Cuckoo's probably running that NP or AM.
Yeah, yeah. I did not have my coffee.
Tusk, get in.
Oh, Tusk.
That should be our Carl hero mid. Maybe they're expecting a matchup against Kunkka. I think that's not something that you don't win. To be fair, Kunkka still pretty much wins most lane
He's
matchups.
very good against Disruptor and Warlock. Like, I feel like the idea here has not exactly so much to do with his lane matchup, but more about the kind of game they want to play, right? Because you have AM plus Nature's Prophet, so you're playing the map, you're split pushing, and the other hero doesn't have to be a lane holder anymore. He just needs to be a hero that can gank and kill people, because when you kill people, you buy a couple of minutes, and every couple of minutes you buy, AM's like, oh, ho, 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 ho. going to the shopping mall, buying everything he wants.
Yeah. Clearing shop, that guy. I don't know what you can get here for Execration that ties it in more. Like, again, they have their own little... Yeah, I was going to ask about the Meepo, because Bob plays it, but you're not laning into the AM, I don't think.
I mean, it's very good against AM and MP, but I don't know how good of the hero it is right now.
And it is the Cuckoo NP. I mean, it's an AM solution. I don't know if it was necessary to go for the Meepo here.
Meepo.
I don't know if it was like completely necessary to have to go into it.
Was the buff that big, this patch, on the hero? Like, I don't know what's the buff actually.
It was a change to his Ags, was it?
Let me see.
The poof, right? Something has to do with the poof. In theory, it's a very good hero against AM and Nature's Prophet. That's something Meepo has always been really good against those heroes. But I don't know how good is Meepo in the game itself. You know, how fast can he play? Because he needs to snowball from the lanes. Like you need to be having a very, very good early game, and then you get into the mid game. You keep catching them with your blink against the AM and the NP, and you just take the map that way.
Yeah, like this is one way for Execration to play really fast. To be fair, I think it does still tie in with your team fight, right? Like you've got Boat, you've got the Golem, you've got Static Storm. It's really easy for you to set up for the Meepo or follow through from the Meepo. Palace just needs to come out of these lanes not looking dead. You know, he absolutely has to have that strong start because Meepo tapers off very fast. And I'm a bit worried. But then again, you could argue Blacklist can take it slow with an AM NP as well.
Yeah, Execration have a Formula One racing draft, and Blacklist has like a whatever go kart you guys went to yesterday.
Bumper cars. But I don't think Meepo got any fixes in the most recent patch.
So he's the same.
Yeah, I think it's basically the same. But let's get the first game. Let's get it going on the road. It's going to be brought to you by Cap and SVG.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. We've got a Meepo on our hands. Palace Meepo for Execration. And this is a very important match, obviously, because the panel has already talked about it, but the currently sitting 3-2. They really need a win here to be able to contest Army Geniuses, which they still have a match later on this week to be able to play against. So this match and the next match will be determining factor for who is going to be going as the third representative for Southeast Asia to Berlin.
And I guess Berlin ticket it up, right? I don't know, going with Meepo. The bold strategy, almost as bold as the second phase blind anti-mage. I still don't understand why they just really wanted the AM pick versus Beast and 2 supports. It did not strike me as an AM pick. There's pretty much nothing to mana void in this game. Literally nothing. None of these heroes even have in-game. So I really am not sure if Raven has some special strategy with this hero, some itemization, or they just feel like the hero's really strong in the fights. I don't know. We've been seeing this hero crop up more, and maybe it's a pub thing. I'm interested in that, but obviously Meepo is a Meepo. Makes it a Meepo game. This is a pretty damn good Meepo game if I've ever seen one, to be honest. Like, you have tag team to burst 1, but that's pretty much it. Outside of maybe some Fury on AoE with Gleipnir Ags. That's their best AoE here. I mean, their best AoE spell is like Rocket Flare and Fade Bolt, so it's got to be a pretty good Meepo game. And this hero still dumpsters anti-mage. There's not a way around this matchup. It's just awful. It's just awful.
This is a classic counter to AM. But correct me if I'm not wrong, but I thought Beastmaster was a pretty good counter to AM as well.
He is.
Okay. So we were talking about the blind pick AM, and all he saw was Disruptor, Warlock, and Beastmaster, and I was fairly certain. I was looking at the Beastmaster, I was like, isn't that hero good versus AM? Like, has things changed that much from 2014 when Beastmaster was the counter pick to AM? Like, what's going on? All right, so you don't know
really. I don't know what the same pick is for, I'll just be honest. So we're gonna have to see. I think AM can win any lane really hard if his support is strong. Like in this Beast lane, for example, AM can do well versus Beast. He has an aggressive support, an Enchantress, or maybe like a Witch Doctor or something. Rubik does not strike me as that either, so I feel like Tino's just going to farm up here. And the level 3 to 5 boar is going to destroy Raven on this lane. I don't see you counteracting this if you're Blacklist here. So this is an AM game that's not that good for him, and I don't think his lane's going to be that free either. Or at least Beast is going to have a good time. Who then accelerates the game. That's why the matchup's kind of bad. Just does early Roshans and stuff, and the only way you can usually contest early objectives with anti-mage is if you have a good mana void target. But there isn't a good mana void target. There's no Storm or Lesh to blow up and win the fight. So it's a very curious pick. That said, the downside of Meepo is you have to play Meepo. And that's quite difficult. It's a very difficult hero to make work individually and as a team. So you always have that.
Palace has not had a professional match on Meepo since a year ago. Like literally a year and 2 weeks. It was back in 2022, March 16th, and he only has 8 games. And it's not like he's got a great win rate either. He is 4-4 on the hero. So
that's pretty good in my book. He's got some dubs with it. Damn. He's got a Meepo player.
Okay, all right.
If you're above 0, I consider that a success. I mean,
Avery is apparently easy to please.
I mean, there's a reason they gave this hero dig. It's so he can dig down to the trash where he belongs and rest there in peace.
Are you okay?
I'm certain that this dig ability is like potentially really good on Meepo, but I'm not a Meepo player, so you know I
do
know
think
that
it's good. On
the
paper,
Meepo players like
looks
Sheep
broken.
are just always complaining to me about this hero. So
I mean, his problem is in the teams where you have AoE to counter him for some good matchup. There's just not really a way around it outside of just playing Blink Hex Meepo and destroying the map, which you can do. That style is still very strong. It could be a route you go here. Just maybe some Wraith Bands into Dragonlands or something into early Blink Hex and just destroy the aim and figure out on the map. I wouldn't be opposed to that style of Meepo. You can also just go like the raw stats builds with Scotty and this type of deal and just play with the Beast.
Yeah.
Nets are going to be really annoying in this game for the Blacklist cores between the Anti-Mage and Tusk who want their mobility. So I do think this is a very good Meepo game. We're going to see what happens to him. Does he dig a hole, crawl it in and die? Does he dig the enemy graves? Does he not dig anything? Time will tell.
Maybe he does go, dig it all. No Aghanim Scepter. Speaking of Tusk, Carl is playing the Tusk this game up against Bob's Kunkka, and this matchup is actually going pretty well for Carl. 19-4. Once again, the Tusk just always seems to be able to do all right in lane, no matter what the matchup is. You harped this to me many a time at this point. It just seems like shard spamming and snowball rolling and water rune picking up kind of lets you do whatever you want in any lane.
He has too much armor. Too much armor, especially into the tower. He sits at like 8 to 10 for most of the early lane. Just brutal to try and trade with this hero. So yeah, he is doing quite well. It is the law of Tuskar. He shall never lose mid.
I feel like they're going to be very dependent on this hero as Blacklist because, well, we'll see what Bosco and how he builds his Nature's Prophet in this game, but you already have an Anti-Mage. Everybody knows Anti-Mage isn't going to do shit for the longest period of time. So it's gonna be Carl who has to pull double duty in this game when it comes to like the 15 to 25 minute mark. I feel like he's gonna have to kind of do everything.
That's a good mid should, that's the mid's job. You get the photo ops, the media attention, you got the big ego, well then you gotta deliver sometimes.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
But he does have to pick up some slack here. I think he also is their best answer to Meepo in terms of bursting one of them.
Yeah.
So if he gets a really, really farmed game here out of the gate and can go some Deso build or something, it'd be pretty nice. Though Meepo tends to be a high armor hero, so maybe that's also just not the build. The other thing about Meepo is in Meepo games, the only way you can just deal with this hero is kiting. Meepo's really bad versus Force Staff in BKB. Kind of just doesn't do much during those periods, which is why another reason the Blink Hex build on this hero is pretty good because you can kind of bypass that. There's Blink Hex a guy, you can't BKB and then you can kill him. But this hero does a lot of magic damage. So if you can just kite him out with Force Staffs, screw the initiation, and then just kill him with your carries, that's another route Blacklist can go here.
Which is where you have said over and over again, you think Force Staff is this crazy good item. And obviously the TI winners, Tundra, agree with that. And you quite liked Disruptor as just a hero right now because he does have an answer to some of that kite, right? Thanks to kinetic fields being able to block you out of Force Staff saves. So I feel like they do have a decent amount of control for this Meepo to work with.
They do. I mean, X is kind of another pseudo anti-Force Staff spell. Sure. Not 100%, but it kind of lets you buy the time and close the gap better. So it works in that sense. Shanks will go down the river. First blood to Carl. So that's pretty much what Blacklist want to see here. A quiet early game where they're doing well in all three lanes and their Tusk is snowballing. Pretty good start.
Or Shanks tried to go for the glimpse back, but a snowball stopped it, and he was just trying to secure power runes for his Kunkka. Not good enough. Palos. Now, he's got some stacks, and he was looking to do those stacks, and then he found a bigger creep. It's going to be AU who's going to die here. Maybe getting the suicide on the Ancients, not quite. So this is not a game where Beastmaster is going to be able to take an Ancient stack to get really far ahead, but I don't think he necessarily needs it because he's up against an AM. We already talked about how that matchup is pretty decent. So all of this sweet, sweet net worth that is sitting there is potentially the Meepos if he can ever get to it.
I'm surprised Paulus wanted to leave bottom lane this early. I know you get the earlier ult, and this hero's pretty good in the jungle. You can often make it more efficient. Warlock can use the solo XP, but it's just given a lot of space to Bosku down here. He's already level 6 on this Furion. And the jungle isn't that much faster than lane at this point in the game. If you're doing stacks, sure, but this kind of compresses their map, and I don't really think Carlo can stand down here either. He's just dead. This is really bad for Execration. Because you are accelerating Furion.
One down underneath the tower, and you're also accelerating Tim's, right? He's getting like he's leaving Bosku most of the experience, but being able to get the occasional kill off of this helps him accelerate into that level 6, maybe even level 7 with Tome sort of timing. And they're currently doing the stack. They're taking it away. Blacklist with a successful invasion.
And they're getting it all.
Weird. I mean, he went up there. I thought he was going to do this stack, but then maybe he felt like he was going to get ganked if he did try and do it.
And ended up being back bottom anyway. So I don't know. This map movement's a little weird for me. I feel like if you're going to leave the lane as Meepo, you're doing stacks or you're just perma-jungling, to kind of come back and do this back and forth. A little weird for me, but he's
I
doing
still
okay.
think you get it, though.
Yeah, this is a really big one.
Sprout's going to be able to separate them a little bit here. Tim's going to come into the rescue, trying to get the battery assault. A couple of poofs do go off. Bosku takes a healthy amount of damage, and Bob is here to make sure that they get the kill. Palos is going to be caught. His lure, Meepo, is going to go down as Carl cuts in from the side. Gets a little bit of revenge and might even be able to save. No, never mind. Tim's is very, very dead. They also have that neat combo we just saw there, which we'll probably see more of later on in the game. The X with Upheaval. It's going to be pretty nasty for all the heroes that are not anti-mage.
Plus Clemson Kinetic Field.
Oh, yeah.
Lineups are really good with Upheaval this game. That said, the Blacklist heroes are pretty good versus Clock, Tusk, Anti-Mage all just instigate out of it. Rubik's often not really in it anyway, and uphealing Rubik's, who cares? So it is a great upheaval game for Execration, but I'd be surprised if they get a lot of use out of it in the fights. And my biggest concern for them right now is this top lane just didn't go as well as I thought it would. I feel like Shanks he played this kind of sacrificially, where he stacked, they lost some of the stack, and he hasn't played on the lane. But I really feel like this Beast Disruptor could have just taken it to the AM lane. I don't think he had to go this early Blight Zone. I don't think he had to play too greedy. I think he could have just bought regen, played the lane with Glimpse into like the level 2 boar. There wasn't that good an answer for it. Instead, they've kind of deserted this lane, and now, just being away a level 6 Beast kill trying to get the Helm. This is a really good start for Raven.
Yeah, also, like, if they were going to hang the Beastmaster out to dry like that, they could have given him the stacks. Boy, what a fade pull from AU. That's a number of Ancients. Jeez. All right, so they took about half of the hard camp, if not more, and they took a decent chunk out of the Ancient stack as well. Meepo didn't get any of that, nor did the Beastmaster. So who benefited, really? I mean,
Blacklist.
if you're going to say Kunkka, I don't think I care about Kunkka's farm.
Blacklist benefited. I don't think these stacks did anything for Execration. I think they lost a lot of lane pressure doing them. And now your supports have a pretty slow game. I guess Warlock got a lot of levels bottom. It's maybe the one saving grace here, but can they... The problem with Warlock is he's only as good as the move you can make with Golem. And a lot of times that move is not that straightforward here. You pretty much have one option, go to the Beast, push the Beast in, force the fight with Golem and Helm of the Dominator, which is kind of happening top right now in terms of, just being too strong for Raven to go here. So the early game pretty nice for Blacklist. We're going to see what happens in the mid game though, as this Meepo and Beast accelerate. Does Blacklist want to fight them? Do they just want to rat the map? Carl seems like he wants to fight. Invis Rune, pretty nice setup here.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
He steps just a little bit too far forward here. They're going to go for the kill now with the TP coming in of the Clockwork as well. Bob should be dead. They're going to try and buy him some time here. The boat's going to go out, but ultimately Pino's just going to get caught right alongside Bob. Now this is a 2-for-1 special with Blacklist bringing their whole team up here to be able to defend their tower and get 1, 2, and now a third kill with Shanks getting run down by Carl as well.
I don't like this kind of push. I think you have to respect the global ability of the Furion and the fact that Blacklist aren't really pressured anywhere on the map, so they're happy to bring all 5 to kill this Beast and turn it around. I feel like they just kind of lazily walked in this push, especially with a Warlock lineup. This is like the one move you can make with the gold. That move's gone now. That was your 5-man fight where you can come in with the Bonds and the Rock and take that with Ghost Ship too. It's an unfortunate Invis Rune. I mean, obviously you can't do much about that, but still, this push feels a little like they're just there, hoping something's good going to happen, and I mean, hoping for things to happen in Dota is a folly, a fool's folly.
It seems like a little half-hearted. It seems like they're lacking some direction. I wonder how much of that is Palos playing Meepo. Like just the fact that Palos may not be able to contribute right now when it comes to making calls of where to be and, you know, those kind of moves. Or maybe they're just, you know, like, especially with the stacking and stuff, they're not sure what they're doing with this Meepo. Like, this might just, maybe not Palos' inexperience, but team's inexperience of playing around a Meepo.
Definitely possible. This hero is very weird. The way he accelerates with levels and magic resist and all this weird crap that no other heroes has can distort the game. Though that said, I still think this type of move is just... I mean, look at what they're doing now, right? They make this smoke move as the whole team, and now they do it properly. But this should have been the first time around. Yeah, they know this stuff. It was just a little too lazy in my opinion. But no game is perfect, and Palos is still farming.
And he is going to go Aghanim Scepter. He went the one Dragonlance, not a second one. He's going to go Aghanim Scepter as his next item. Sometimes Meepo, we say second Dragonlance. Sometimes Meepos, there's a big thing. Meepos would go multiple Dragonlances just because the stats were exactly what Meepo wants. But
I think you definitely go one on this hero. I have seen two, but generally I feel like you're only going two if you're going just the pure stats Scotty build. Like double Dragonlance, Blink Scotty is another route with this hero. If you're just going to go Ags, then you may as well go Ags. Because Ags is still a decent stat item. It's still a fine item on this hero. We're going to see how good this dig is. The other problem with the Ags and Shard on this hero, it adds another spell. And maybe it's clowny to say, but like... the button clicking with this hero can already be intense. And then sometimes you add another spell for all of them that you have to select the right Meepo out of. Then this Shard adds another spell if you ever end up with that off Rosha. It's a lot of buttons to click in a fight. And you got to make sure you're clicking them on the right ones, or you just die. So yeah, this hero is it's a very mentally intense hero, which is why a lot of Meepo players don't like playing this hero in high stakes matches, because they feel like it's too much of a strain. It's just a pressure cooker.
What do you think about Carlo? What do you think about if he went Shard on Warlock? AoE Shadow Word with a Meepo?
Yeah, that's not bad. The problem is this spell is... Does it work when you're dug in?
I don't know. So all I've gotten here so far, hold up, nice hookshot follow-up after a beautiful snowball in from Carl. I mean, they were just sitting kind of right next to the high ground there.
What are these pushes, man? They're so weird.
Yeah. Palos is going to pop out here and try and go for the Rubik kill with the Meepo. Gets one, but he's surrounded by heroes, so this is a little dicey. If he loses the Meepo here, it's going to be a really big setback. Tries to go for Bosku. Sprout is going to be able to separate the two. Bob does manage to hit the boat there and separate himself from the rest of the enemy team. Palos trying to clean up. Will be able to get Tim's as well. Glimpse? No glimpses. Looks like everybody else from Blacklist. The cores, the important people, do manage to get out.
Palos does get a kill off that, or two, I guess. So he's pretty happy with that fight in actuality, but it's still another fight. I feel like Execration is kind of giving it to Blacklist here. They're giving him the initiation off the smoke. They're showing under the tower. Pretty far up with some backline heroes. Furion old hookshot just decimates them there before the golem can do anything.
So it says that it stuns the caster for the duration and turns them invulnerable and hidden. Do you know if the hidden hookshot catches Shanks and turn around? Panic Storm, no follow-up whatsoever from Execration. Hidden and invulnerable, can you interact with that unit with like heals and stuff like that? I don't know.
No, I don't think you can interact with the Meepo once he's dug, but I think if you apply it before he digs, it should stay on him, because the dispel is only enemy dispel, I believe. But it could be.
It's a basic. It's a basic.
So
dispel.
I assume it'll keep healing him when he's dug, which could be pretty nice. I'm down.
I was trying to think about it for like imprisonment. Like if you get healed before imprisonment, are you getting that heal during that time? I didn't really think of that.
I don't think so. I don't think you exist in the Dota world.
I think hidden is the same as the mechanic that imprisonment has. So
I don't know. If we're gonna sit here questioning Meepo mechanics, we'll be here. We'll be here until season 3, man. Like who knows anything about this here? Honestly, it's so long.
Yule Scepter next, which is pretty interesting because you can use your own Meepo clones. Like the primary Meepo can use his clones.
Sure,
that actually does work.
But is this a Yule's game?
I don't know.
Like, what's he using?
Radiant are scanning.
Isn't that the point of Dig? It's the better save, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything you're... I mean, I guess. I just feel like this is a Hex game over Yules, right? You just blink Hex the AM or the Furion, deal the Deeps, or Scotty. And you kind of need the blink, too, at some point. I don't know what this Yules is basically providing you that those build-ups don't. I guess that's my question here. But this guy's a Meeple player. I'm not, so maybe he understands the technology better than I do. I guess between Dig and Yules, you got a lot of saves here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of as Yules. I think the only reason I can think of going Yules is because it's the same mechanism. Got the X before the hook shot, so Clockwork is not going to be pulled back in.
You got counter X.
Oh, nice play by AU.
Of course, the Grand Magus' X is the better X, and X is out the original X. What happens if you refresh and re-X him? I think it doesn't do anything, right?
I have no idea.
I think once you're re-X'd, it just fizzles every X on you.
All right, I'm asking obscure Meepo mechanics because it actually applies to the game here, Avery. I don't know what you're asking these weird refresh X mechanics for. Nobody has a refresher in this game. It is.
He might. It's a Kunk item. You never know. That could be the counter Rubik item.
Well, we can talk about it when he gets a refresher, even when he queues up a refresher.
The thing about Stolen X in this game actually is you can counter Glimpse with it. It's pretty nice.
Oh yeah, that is cool.
You can counter the X and the Glimpse with this Stolen X, so it's actually not a bad spell to have in this game if you think you're in that type of fight. This is Helm of the Overlord timing for Kino, though. This is a very important winner for Execration. They need to get some objectives done, accelerate Meepo's game, force the fights. That's what they're trying to do here. That their initiation is just not that good. They have rundown initiation with Disruptor, but they don't have a way to start the fight. So they just have to play around vision and hope Blacklist will run into them, which might mean just manning up in that Roche pit with the Kunkka BKB, whatever Meepo has, which he does have Yule's finish. And Palos has a pretty decent timing here, 2,000 HP. It's a lot to cut through.
And one of the most important things about Meepo is that it can do Roshan pretty early, and it can do it damn near solo. Execration are going to play around this idea, and we'll see whether or not Blacklist. Yeah, they're not going for it.
Well, you know what seems good? This upheaval in the late game with the attack speed talent for Meepo.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds so damn nice with Boat Rum on top. Honestly, they have the Beast Aura as well. This is a Meepo lineup.
Dude, AU did it to him again. He hit him with the counter X on the X. And he stole it again. He just refreshed He refreshed the spell steal, so he's going to have it for a long time at this point.
I'm telling you need the refreshed X here. The XX, the X. Triple X. You remember that movie? That was a good movie.
I remember a lot of movies with that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about your adolescence, Cap.
No, Vin Diesel's Triple X was my adolescence, actually. So.
Oh, true. That was your role model. You wanted to be just like him when you grew up. That's why you became a Dota caster.
Yeah, honestly, closest thing to Daredevil, skateboarder, secret agent. That's what Triple X was. Yeah?
It is a very action-packed life.
Yeah. Dota caster is pretty close to that, so.
I mean, honestly, it probably is. I feel like every time I go to LAN and I talk to all these Dota casters, they're all injured all the time. So they must be doing some crazy.
No. That is because they don't do any physical exercise. So when they do the bare minimum, they break their bodies because their bodies are weak and supple.
I see.
Yeah.
Triple F instead of Triple X here.
Well, Execration are AAA bulldozing down towers right now. Took the tier 2 mid, now top, and Blacklist are doing classic anime strategies here, which is
rat.
Anywhere, yes, be anywhere the enemy team is not triple rat. RRR. Rated R.
They do not want to fight this ball right now. With Helm of the Overlord, Mech on Warlock with Golem up, Boat Rum on top of it, Meepo with Aegis, and Dig. It's so much sustain, actually. I don't know how you fight through this right now. You need the late game damage items. So even though that early game was rough for Execration, this push lineup is just terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And the thing about Meepo is you can push with the hero and he can be setting up elsewhere. That's where the hero is really scary. When he's shutting down the split push and balling up, he kind of just kills your whole map very quickly. So that's what I want to see Polaris do. Keep pushing the lanes out with some of the Meepos, have your main one with the group, or, you know, other one, whatever you want to do. And then you can catch the rats in the trap while still being in the ball.
I mean, look at the rats right now. Literally on the corners of the map. Nature's Prophet at the top left. Raven on the bottom right. Raven actually is only going to throw his illusion out there to split push.
Carl gets caught on an outpost while it's happening. So all three cores feeling the Meepo pressure right now, even if it's not killing them. It is affecting where they're playing and what they're doing. And they're getting out farmed heavily right now. They don't have the answer to this. Too scared. They got to make a play soon. But the Aegis preventing that. Are you just going to wait this out for another 2 minutes?
I think so, because they really want their BKB timing as well. Raven and Bosku are both closing in on BKB. At that point in time, Meepo starts doing very little again in some of these team fights, so...
You know, the one thing about these fights, the one thing I like about the Yules is the way Blacklist can kill this Meepo is they go on one of them and single target physical burst it.
Yep.
If you get like stunned through a lift or a punch with that Meepo that they're bursting, you can't dig it. But you can use that Meepo, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
he saves the Meepo and then it comes back down and digs.
Yeah, exactly. I like that idea. Because I don't think Blacklist have another way to kill this Meepo. They have no way.
Man, you're a genius. Who else could have come up with that idea?
No, I'm just,
it's me and
I understand the mechanics. I'm saying that the concept of it makes more sense. We haven't seen it.
Okay.
We haven't seen any of this, to be honest, because there hasn't been a fight.
No.
Is there going to be a fight for this round?
No, it's an Animage game. Of course there's not going to be a fight. The only fight's after there's at least 2 lanes of barracks down. Look at them. They dug.
Dig. Oh, where are they?
Dug away.
They're back. The rat. Dude, he's the real rat.
I mean, it is a relatively long cooldown. It's 40 seconds.
All right, they're jumping one.
So he's going to lose his Aegis here. That's going to be Meepo life number 1. Tim's went forward, had the X, whether for good or for an ill.
Go run the Meepo.
The Meepo, they're going to go for it. The Static Storm trying to protect as much as possible, catching the AM with Rival War, and he's dead. They couldn't get him with a snowball save. That's what Carl was hoping to be able to pull off there, but not quite good enough. And now Execration might just end the game.
What are you doing versus Meepo right now? That was your AM BKB.
With a shard on Warlock. Amazing.
It's coming together.
The biggest brains here on Execration.
You can throw out as many Gleipners as you want, but this Meepo just heals. He doesn't care.
I don't want to take anything away from Execration, but I'll take a little bit away from Execration. I don't feel like this was a game that was a ton about execution. I feel that this sort of game says to me this is a clear outdraft. If it could just go like that.
I think it is. I think from theory standpoint, this game is almost unwinnable for Blacklist unless they destroy the lanes, because nobody fights Meepo in this game. It's too good of a Meepo game. I don't think you have a way to kill this hero. It's Anti-Mage's mortal enemy of all time.
He doesn't even have Scotty yet, which I feel like is where the Meepo kind of peaks. It's a huge stat item, and then you just cannot get away from this hero, even if you do have BKB. Because Ransack doesn't work through BKB, but Scotty does.
Where he peaks is when he gets shard and he starts flinging the Meepos in on you.
Oh my god! I actually forgot that was a shard. Yo, let's wait for second Roshan. I need to see that in action.
Fling. Found the Kunkka.
Okay, that's a good pick off. Very nice. Is that a? Yeah, no, that was their Static Storm.
Yeah, they're just gonna abandon the fight here. Palace is nowhere near this. Says, what were you guys doing there?
I don't know. Says
nobody knows.
The team.
Yes, Scotty finished. And there's a lot of backup for this Meepo, man. Tino did pipe on top of the extra magic resist for this Meepo.
Nice.
It's gonna be so tanky. I mean, they don't even really have magic AoE, but it just makes this hero so damn tanky. He's at 3,000 HP. He got a Van Brace too. Pretty nice neutral item on this hero. Man, I don't know how you kill this guy.
You know, in a way, that makes hype all the more effective. The less magic damage they have, Because then the shell just blocks out 100% of it.
Step lively now. Your
Well, that's kind of a two-way argument. What the hell is that even mean, dude?
I know. Listen, Avery, you got to give me something. I feel like Execration is
giving you
anything. All right, fine. Don't give the golem. Golem's going to give it to AU.
Yeah, the reverse X.
Oh, the stolen X again. I mean,
Where's your third?
AU, he can at least walk away with his head held high, you know? He's like, well, I countered the shit out of Bob. I outplayed him, guys. Maybe you guys didn't do anything, but I did something.
I mean, not really, because he died like 10 seconds later, but... Yeah, sure. You know, he probably feels great.
Yeah.
I feel like this game just ends next Roche, unless Blacklist gets something crazy going.
Yeah, I think Vernages can go end. And Blacklist will have their BKBs for that fight that we were talking about. Crystalist for Baku. Work on another game, but I don't think we're going to make that before. And it's not run.
Almost level 3 divided we stand as well. That's when this hero becomes bonkers.
Oh, he's not even. Oh, he's not even. Yeah,
No.
A whole nother Meepo still to go. And Scott.
Thing is, I don't even feel like Palos has had to do much, honestly. But there hasn't been any crazy fights he's had to micro his ass off to win, or just kind of head-on man fights. And here's another one. All the ults.
This is BKB going, and he tried to go for the kill on Tino, but it's not nearly good enough. Now we get roared up again. Alice doesn't care about that, though. He wanted to go for more. Went for Bosku. He BKB'd, TP'd out. AU is going to be caught. So they'll get the 2 supports out of that initiation. Another fight that Blacklist tries to jump in, but it's not good enough.
Bob just swinging the sword of destiny right there. Because I want your soul, I want your last hit. Right? This game is... This is not a game, man. I don't think you can win these fights. It's just an outdraft. Plain and simple. Kind of cool to see, because this Meepo hero... Yeah, maybe he's not the best, but he's still one of the ultimate cheese heroes. And in this type of game, he just punished the hell out of these 3 cores. They got nothing on this guy.
And Palos is going to go above a 50% win rate with Meepo. As long as they win this fight, which it's looking pretty good. Raven can't even do anything. He can't even go in. The Meepo is just too terrifying. And now they're both got him and Bosco. Raven mantas and managed to blink out, but now it's me.
I think they're doing negative damage to this guy.
Yeah.
By fighting him, they're healing him more than...
Yeah, his HP pool is actually pretty massive now, thanks to all the hits he's been doing with Ransack.
Yeah, that's it. That's the game. Golem are on top of it. I forgot about that one, but those people had like 3,500 HP at the end.
Yeah.
With multiple attack speed auras, multiple heals, multiple defensive auras. That is just a nasty Meepo game, man. On both sides of the coin. Their lineup's super good with it. The Blacklist lineup doing absolutely nothing to this guy. They're looking around like, somebody just dig into our apartment, man? Like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, he dug in and ransacked everything they had.
Stole their PCs. Raven's PC is gone. He doesn't know what happened. Got geo-struck from the old days. I mean, there's not much to say about this game, honestly. It's just a Meepo last pick. They're 5-man and they don't... I mean, you can't play Dota, so you go next. What else is there to say?
My only regret is that we didn't get to see Fling, because the game ended without a second Roshan even being needed for Execration, so...
Yeah. You know what Fling reminds me of? It's that scene from Lord of the Rings where they throw Gimli in.
Toss me.
Toss me. You're gonna have to toss me. That's me. That's what I think about when I see that spell, but I didn't even get a chance to use that meme because they won too fast. So shame on you. Shame on you for winning so fast.
We'll do our own Fling here, Avery, and that we're gonna toss it back to the panel.
That was really good. That was a good one, Cap. But I'm really honestly surprised that Execration were able to win that game after the atrocious start that they had. It was not good.
That was an abysmal laning start. Like the AM getting that Battle Fury timing up against a Beastmaster lane, which we figured was already a good answer to the AM, was pretty surprising. But then again, what are they going to do as 5? Like they did have these, like it's what you said, Winter, right? Like they can split push, they can hold these lanes, but when it came to connections, it didn't look like they did much.
Yeah, that's why I suggested like a Mars last pick, you know. I feel like they needed something that has some sort of presence in the team fight because none of the heroes have any presence, you know. Like Rubik, Clockwork, they are like gonna throw some small spells, but none of them really provide a lot in the team fight if you compare it to the Warlock and Disruptor on the Execration side where they just do so much in the team fight. So you end up in a situation with Execration. Sure, they kind of lost all 3 lanes, but they just group up together later and just take the whole map, you know, because Meepo is like the ultimate king of counter towards split push. You know? You can't ever split push against Meepo because he can just send one of the clones to find you with the team, and the rest are just, you know, catching all the rats. As you can see in the game, the Nature's Prophet and the AM, they're like just so scared of farming. And you can't play the way your draft is supposed to play, you know, with anti-mage and MP against a Meepo.
Yeah, but it's really difficult for Blacklist to kind of execute from there. Like, there were some fights where it felt like they could have done more. At this one, he did manage to pop his BKB, but
too much damage.
Like, there's so much control.
Yeah, imagine if there's something else compared to the Tusk, you know, like a team fight hero, like a Mars or whatever, you know, like you can feel like the AM blinking in. Okay, you feel more scared because something is gonna cover the AM in the team fight, but literally there's nothing, right? He blinks in after the Tusk initiates the fight, and he can't even right click anybody.
Yeah, I mean, too many connections coming out from Execration.
I'm just shocked that like Blacklist left Execration alone for so long just to let this Meepo farm, because I feel like during around the mid game there was like no fighting, and then Execration just took this super fast Roche.
They actually needed to try to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
You know? They were making some plays, but I felt like it wasn't really on the.
Can someone make that an emote? That's so good.
Someone clip that, please.
And you know, if you play Meepo, you have to get MVP. You know, you pick a hero like that and you win, you deserve it.
In that game specifically, I think because of how bad Execration start was, it was definitely deserving for Palace. I think in any other like super ideal Meepo game, if you pick Meepo and you win with Meepo, you should feel disgusted with yourself. And I've seen some games for Alacrity when he was still a player, when he used to pick some key last pick Meepos, I'd feel dirty afterwards. This one was fair because they had an absolutely abysmal laning phase. You know, like the first 12 minutes didn't feel like a game for Execration.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm still in shock that they actually won that. The Battle Fury timing was just so fast on AM. Like, how could you not have so much momentum off of that?
Yeah, it's just a classic Blacklist problem that you love to point out, Winter. They just go back to farming. They have a lead, want to build a bigger lead.
Yeah, and the draft also doesn't really allow them to do much. You know, being too greedy with the draft and no team fight heroes.
Yeah, but here's another special thing we've got. We've got a promo code for some ePulse 7-day free Prime. What is this for exactly? You go to their website, you put in DPC 23 Spring right over here, and you get Prime. So what is Prime? They have a tournament called Continent of Extreme. So it's like several tournaments. It's an event. They have 1v1s, they have 5v5s. It's really, really cool. And with Prime, you get no ads, you get free entries to some tournaments, and you get some extra prize pools. So you should go check it out. It's free, so nothing you can lose. You should go do it. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, so many exciting things today. Very exciting game we had to start us off. Meepo, who would have thought that we would see that, right?
Yeah, because it didn't feel like they needed to, because they had Beastmaster for potentially the AM lane, then it still worked out anyway.
Yeah, very, very good last pick from Execration.
Yeah, well, we've got another game coming up, but first we are gonna take a quick little break. I'm gonna fling you to the break too. Hello, everyone, and we are back for Game 2 of the Execration Blacklist Rivalry Series. The Rumble in the Jungle.
Yeah.
Rambulan?
Yes, the Rambulan, the Rumble in the Jungle.
Yeah.
It's good times. I mean, that was quite the game, though, right? Last pick, Meepo. Very interesting drafting from Blacklist, I think. Before we go on, they say Mike's on. I hope Mike is on in Blacklist as well, because that was a bit strange.
Wow, good one, John. That's a really good one.
He was definitely not on. Anti-mage. Anti-mage.
I mean,
He picked anti-mage blind without knowing the matchup.
Yeah, that is also very true. Yeah, I mean, we don't really typically see people pick anti-mage like that, right?
Nope.
There was no target to just kaboom on either, so it was a bit strange.
I was even saying, like, oh, why they're picking AM here? The enemy should be picking like some counters, but they didn't really pick any counters. They picked the Kunkka there, and then that's still because they had a Meepo.
Yeah.
In the back pocket, there's a Meepo coming up.
Yeah, that's true. I really wonder, though, like, who out of both the teams, because they're both Philippine teams, what the Philippine, country, what our people favor.
Who they favor?
Yeah, do you know?
I think I know.
Do you think you know?
I think I know when I've seen the unfortunate results of the Blacklist fans in chat. So I know probably Execration's a little bit being cheered on a little bit more, but I think overall the Filipinos are just, when it comes to our own teams, when we're doing bad, we just trash our team. So
That is
probably
very true.
chat's probably just trash talking each other.
But I think the fan
terrible.
base of Blacklist Rivalry might be bigger just because the players individually are
bigger, and they're
popular.
also, that also means there's a bigger amount of them disappointed.
That's true.
Bit rough.
That is so sad. But, it's still a win for the Philippines. Someone's got to win, right?
Sure.
Philippines will win today no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. So, Laban Pilipinas.
Yeah, we've got 2 series of that too. The next one is also going to be an interesting one with Polaris and Geek Slate. So,
true.
back to back Filipino Dota.
But you've got Narman on Geek Slate, who's,
He's honorary.
Yeah,
Indonesian / Filipino, it doesn't matter.
Is he Indo? I thought he was like from
He's Mongolian,
Mongolia.
but he's stayed with AG for like 2 years.
That's true. So he's like an honorary Indonesian, honorary
They need
Filipino.
a stand-in, a Filipino stand-in.
A Filipino
just for that game.
Yeah, just for that game.
Well, what do you guys think that Blacklist need to do to clean up, their playstyle? How do you think they can beat Execration in this upcoming game?
It's not so much about the playstyle, it's more about the draft, the last game. I feel like, they could have played certain scenarios a little bit better, but at the end of the day, if you win your lanes that hard and you cannot win the game, and the game is so hard, it means that your draft is no good.
Let's see if the draft is no good this time around. Thank you so much, Sven. He could probably walk a little faster.
No, he's gonna go there unless someone gives him a tip.
I see.
Just a good old stroll with a grab and draft on hand.
Tight Clockwork first phase ban?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. With the Marcian Brood taken out by Blacklist. I mean, they open up with the 2, I'm assuming 2 supports in Blacklist, although I think we have seen Cuckoo play off-lane ET, maybe not well in Blacklist, but certainly in, I think, T1, he used to do that rarely.
Slapping people with the staple gun.
Yeah, so you have that kind of opening you were talking about there, Winter, where support plus flex. And for Execration, it's also kind of the same, a flex tiny, although that should just be our support, but you can still throw it around.
I mean, overall heroes that both teams obtain in the first phase, I would definitely favor Execration. I think they've got like 2 of the arguably the best heroes in position 4 and position 1/3. I mean, MP is like a 1 no matter where you put him.
Yeah, pretty much. He just plays like 1, he farms like 1. And now they can protect it, take out the Bat Rider you mentioned. Problem Beast is still in the pool, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't like not picking Bat Rider when you see Nature's Prophet, because I'm not even sure what else can you pick right away that's good against MP, There's not many heroes, and Bat Rider is the first one that comes to my mind, and if you don't pick it, you're not gonna get it.
Yeah.
So for Blacklist, like you said, they have I'm pretty sure it's probably not gonna be some off-lane Elder Titans, probably just their 2 supports. I mean, I'm open to seeing some Elder Titan on the off-lane, but I'm not sure if you can win the game that way.
Yeah, it's not been that hot of a topic for a while.
He is pretty decent if the MP is the carry, and then you are the off-laner, you go to that lane because you always get the extra damage and armor from the Treants. I mean, sure, if you get into that lane.
No?
I mean, this hero needs, if you want to play him as a core, he needs such a good start to be effective. You need to be snowballing so hard.
Yeah, you need to play pretty aggressive on that. And for Blacklist, that's just it's not really what they do, right? Like, again, we saw it in the last game, Cuckoo on NP plus Raven on AM. They just kind of went for a farming game. And I don't know if you really go out of that style for Blacklist. We haven't really seen them split off from that style.
I mean, it's also because of their lineup. You know, you have AM, Nature's Prophet, and then you have a Tusk. You don't have a team fighting. You don't have a team fighting here.
Kimo. Good old Coach Kimo.
You don't see him on the camera very often.
Yeah, he was there a couple of times last time too.
He's the boss, you know.
I love it when these players are just so casual in their camps. Norman was awful at that. He would not give a care.
Why? What would he do?
He would just he would be using a certain device every single time. Like 24/7 felt like until he moved into AG and then it was okay. But while he was in Mongolia, it's pretty nonstop. Out of stock smoke.
Have we seen anyone pick Leshrat without IO in SEA? No, right?
I think there was a game.
Without IO?
So. Yeah. I think there was.
I think Lesh alone with Elder Titan is pretty strong. The aura is gonna make Lesh so much scarier in the team fights. And I feel like if you are picking Elder Titan for that specific reason, I feel like it's okay, you know?
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like ET, if you're picking a post 5, right, you just want to pick ET and whatever, you know, just use him to secure the lane. The draft has to somewhat abuse the aura.
Yeah, it's got to make use of it somehow.
Otherwise, otherwise it would be a waste, you know.
Yeah, like that's one very big part of the ET's toolkit. I think, like the base armor reduction tends to be really good against something like Terrorblade. I think that's one.
Waffling Terrorblade Slark. Oh, I mean Konka's okay too. You have some. I mean, not as great as Lesh, you know, in terms of magic damage, but Konka does give you some magic damage with the bolt, and then you have Catch.
Yeah, the game was Bleed. Corden played Lesh.
Oh, without an IO.
Yeah.
I see.
But they lost.
And they lost, right? I mean, it's not because of the IO's fault.
Yeah.
And for Execration, what are they going to do right now? So you'll probably pick. I mean, I hope they don't pick some AM again, you know, because that's where they pick the AM. Sorry, that was Blacklist.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Execration
is probably not going to do that. They're going to pick some POS 5 and. Do you pick your mid laner here?
I mean, you could.
Because you see the Conquer, right? So I think it makes more sense. You know it's Conquer mid, so it makes more sense that you pick the matchup right away because you know your lane. I
still like that Disruptor comes out for Exa. I mean, we were having a talk in the green room there, Winter. You feel like this year's in a really good spot. I agree.
Against Conquer again, X-Marks and Glimpse.
Yep. You've got ways to just drag them back and, you know, tie up your team fight, have really strong presence in lane. With a Tiny 4, it still feels pretty good.
Yeah, now you can see why they banned the DP. It's mostly because the Konka as well, because Konka doesn't really lane well against DP in the game. So for Execration, they have to decide right now. Like, are they going to pick I feel like picking a mid laner is just better.
Yeah, it's safe.
Because you don't see your lane, so it's a bit dangerous to pick the carry.
Yeah, and I think Bob can just kind of adjust anyway. He's someone that also knows the Conquer really well, so he should know what he wants to do against it if he is laning against it.
Somebody told me he's the best Ember Spirit around. Was it you, Sophie? Like what, 70% win rate or something?
No, I don't know.
Somebody told me he's the best Ember Spirit currently.
In this tour or like?
Yeah. I mean, in SEA. Okay, so it means Tiny is mid, right?
Okay, yeah. That should be our mid Tiny coming up. Tiny versus Conquer lane is, well, it's still Conquer favorite, but I think Tiny is all right. You know, it doesn't, you can play it.
You don't lose that lane.
Yeah.
For sure. And then why are they picking the Trian here? So they just wanted to have a support that, I mean, Trian has been picked a lot before with Nature's Prophet because of how much you buff up the range carries. You give them the armor, which is not as good as before, -2 armor now. And you lose your regen in the lane. There's a heal amp in the lane when you're standing in the tree. So he's not as strong in the lane itself, but he's still good in the team fights. And in the late game, Trian can be one of the best position 5 heroes because you scale so much.
Just need that blink to be online. I like the response from Blacklist and then Terrorblade. So that is pretty much your core matchup against NP. I think Terrorblade, as long as Metamorphosis is up, you kind of win that. Like you really don't worry about the NP too much.
Yeah, so they have to protect the TB with the last 2 bans. Darkseer, probably one of the bans. You need to make sure he gets a good lane. There's no Bat Rider, there's nothing else, I guess. Maybe just ban Darkseer and you can ban another hero. Yeah, Primal would have been actually also a very, very good ban.
They both have to protect their ones, right? Like we were talking about stuff on the NP. Prowling Beast is the big one.
I mean, we don't know what Execration is going to pick yet for their one. There's not many very good heroes remaining. There's still Morphling. There's Elder Titan. But I think that Palace doesn't really like to play Morphling because based on the previous series that we've watched, they don't really prioritize picking Morphling.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now Execration might run the NP one. Just get a nice match against a Terrorblade if there's any left, perhaps. Go Palos one, last pick for Tino, perhaps. Like I think we've seen this from Execration before, but like something like Tino Visage is still in the pool. Theoretically, you do a lot of damage to Terrorblade in lane and push him out.
Do they pick that without the Marcy?
Yes, they have a couple of times, yeah.
Visage against Terrorblade, but it means that Terrorblade will get a good lane. Because Visage is weak in the first couple of levels. You're only good later when you get your level 6. So that could be a concern, for Execration if they do that. You won't be able to pressure the Terrorblade as much. I mean, if you want to pressure, I feel like Centaur maybe against Terrorblade. But then I'm not sure if MP1 can out-carry the Terrorblade this game.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like it. It's a little bit
The
harder.
Morphling feels like the best pick here, but I feel like they're not going to pick it because I don't think they prioritize the hero. So if they don't prioritize the hero, that means that they might be thinking of other options like Slug or some... Okay. Slug. But Slug's not that... It's not even that good against the heroes that Blacklist have. It's not good against the Aura of the ET. It's not that good against the Conquer, the X-Mark. You cannot dispel the X-Mark, and you don't really do that well against Terrorblade late game. I mean, you're faster than him, so you have to abuse your early tempo. But overall, I wouldn't say it's like a great Slug game,
No. Like there's a lot of AoE as well, so even in your ult, you're not safe. Even in your shard, you're not safe. Depth Shroud's not going to save you too much.
Doom. I think they go Doom now against the Slug. And Scorch Earth with the Elder Titan Aura is very scary as well.
Yeah. It's going to be a bit rough for X if they do have to face up against that. It's also something Kuku's very familiar with over the years. Can kind of farm up fast. And plays nicely with your Tricore. Like, you're fairly durable with the boat on top as well.
Triple BKB timing.
Yeah, it's going to be really strong.
You think Tino's going to have to be like the pseudo carry of this game?
Yeah, the Slug alone is not enough, He has to do well in his lane, and he has so much to do. Do well in his lane, TP, and help the Tiny with his ganks, and then carry in the late game. Night Stalker. Interesting.
I love this hero.
Can make it annoying for the Slark. Like, you can't...
Silence.
Yeah, you can't just pounce out.
But his lane is weak, though.
Yeah, the lane is... It doesn't feel amazing. Like, you are going with what looks to be Tim's in lane, so it's like a Rubik Night Stalker lane instead. But it does feel like Paolo should be able to find that. However, I think the issues for X still stand. Like, even if that lane is a bit slow, like, Execration has to win the lanes and then, like, execute on top of that early timing.
Yeah, I'm worried for Blacklist, though. Like, this Slug plus Trian lane is going to be pretty annoying for the Rubik Night Stalker, and I feel like Night Stalker is one of those heroes where if you pick this hero and you don't get a good lane, you're going to be useless. The hero relies so much on winning his lane, or at least, 50-50, you have a game. You must have a game no matter what.
That's very true. Are you guys feeling anyone's draft in particular?
It's a little bit more even. I think coming out of lanes, Execration should be better, but if the game goes past, I want to say past 35, Blacklist starts to scale better, depending on how well Tino does. Like, I still feel like the Terrorblade's probably the toughest hero to deal with for Execration, and once that triple BKB timing comes out, when you can get aggressive over it, I think Blacklist has a solid shot to force a game 3.
I mean, before seeing the Night Stalker, I would say I favored their draft, but after seeing the Night Stalker, no.
No. Well, I believe in Execration, Exa shot, Pari. That's what I know, but the way it sounds in the voice line, it's like, Exa shot, Pari.
Yeah, true.
Bias casters.
All right, well, I'm going to send you guys over to Cap and SVG for game number 2.
Well, we are not biased casters here. I just want a good game of Dota, and everybody wants to see a game 3, right, Avery?
Yeah. Well, I mean, not everybody. Probably half the people. You know, it depends who you want to win for whatever reasons you may or may not have. But there's no meeple in this game, so you definitely got a better chance of going to game 3 than if it looked like last game, which was just a clear outdraft. This draft.
Chat, you want a drinking game? Take a shot every single time the caster in a, especially in LAN event, says, "Well, I just want to see a game 3." And it's just take a shot every single time the caster says that, including myself.
Relax lang.
Blasted
by the second day.
All right, Avery. There was some drafting turns, let's say, that I don't think that you were entirely comfortable with. I don't think you were super happy with either one of these last picks. Am I wrong?
I thought we were going to see Timbersaw come out because I thought Timber looked pretty good for Execration if they were playing Carry Furion. Because they were banning like they were going to play Carry Furion. They banned Primal Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's also for Slark too, but I was like, oh, they're going to play Carry Furion.
30 seconds
And then you get an
to
offlaner like Timber where I don't think Blacklist have the damage for him and he just destroys TB. I thought that looked pretty nice. And then when they didn't take it, I thought Blacklist were going to take it because I also feel like Execration lacked little damage to that hero. For me, that's kind of the story of these drafts. I feel like both of them have some damage problems, but then I guess if you're in a game where you both have some damage problems, you don't have damage problems. You know?
Okay.
And it just evens out. I
mean, surely there's got to be one carry that does better when it comes to a lack of damage from the other team, right?
I think Slark for sure. Like generally Slark thrives in low damage environments because he just builds the stacks. And if you're not killing him, he eventually will kill you. The thing is they have Elder Titan. She's like kind of the wild card this game. How much does Elder Titan do in the later fights? Because this hero can destroy Slark. Absolutely destroy him. It's not as bad as it used to be, obviously, without the Agi aura on your spirit, but if you try and man fight this Terrorblade and ET just mans up somehow, you get a good NS silence. I can definitely see Paulo's dying in these fights. And then it comes down to how good of a team, how good of a game that Tino and Bob have had here. They're even putting the tree bottom, so I guess that's okay here. You get Disruptor Tree, you kind of put him anywhere. But I thought they kind of wanted the heals for the Slark lane. So I think this lane is kind of hard for him to just man up if he doesn't have the extra sustain. I don't see you being too aggressive on this lane with Disruptor Slark versus NS Rubik. NS is pretty good in the lanes where you can kind of just sit there and punch you back.
Yeah, I thought, I could see a world where, like, as Slark Train Protector against Night Stalker, you just lead seat that guy and you hit him together. What is he possibly going to do in the first 5 minutes of the game?
I think the level 3 is very strong for that Slark tree lane, whereas for this one, it's okay, but not amazing. That said, you probably don't win that lane super hard regardless, so maybe it's just not worth it here. The tree's going to do better versus Elder Titan, for sure. It's pretty hard to play Elder Titan into the tree lane. He just sits there, leech seeds you during your spirit, and once more, it is another lane ET cannot trade into with a trade mechanism.
It does seem to be a bit of a trend with this hero, yeah.
I'm telling you, his level 1 is so bad now. It's just so bad.
I remember when he was like the strongest hero in that first 30 seconds of a lane. First blood goes to Tim's in the top lane as Shanks overextends himself a little bit. Got hit by a Void and a Fate Bolt, and it was just a little bit more damage than he was expecting, I think.
Daystalker. Night Talker.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen.
I'm just dying to NS level 2. That's a rough one. Because Bosku is having the early lane of his life on this hero. And it's a pretty good NS game in terms of if he gets the 2 or 3 items. It's not a lot that interacts with him during BKB ult outside of Overgrowth. That's it. And Overgrowth is really nice versus hero as well as the armor, because you don't really have any way to get through those spells, but there's a limit. You can only put so much on the Stream Protector here.
Yeah. What about this matchup of Night Stalker versus Slark? More so outside the laning phase, but more so game-wise. I feel like I'm not certain that Night Stalker is this huge counter to Slark. Am I wrong in that?
It definitely goes both ways. The night vision on Slark is super useful for playing the fights. If Slark gets the BKB, Scotty, this type of territory, then he can just man up with Ags and pounce the NS and start killing him, force an early BKB, and then get it on dodge with a BKB or Force Staff. In that type of fight, Slark, I think, is pretty happy, honestly, in this matchup, but without that, this AoE silence is really obnoxious in a lot of the early fights. And of course, NS is a cliff walker, and I think those types of heroes can be annoying for Slark. It's honestly kind of hard to pounce these like NS Bat Rider sometimes in the fights. Even though in theory you have good matchup, you can get on top of them. They're playing on the cliff and you pounce them and they walk down the cliff. It's like, so what? Yeah. Come fight me, bro. Oh, you can't? Oh, you used your pounce? Too bad, you know? So, I don't know. These matchups are really weird. I don't mind playing Slark into NS, but I also wouldn't mind using this AoE silence to get you into that late game. That's how I view it.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad you broke it down that way, because I was like, yeah, like the AoE silence is good and stuff, but I feel like most of the time Slark beats you in lane. Maybe not in this lane for whatever reason, but I feel like most of the time you lose lane against Slark, and he has nighttime vision, so it's not like you never have that team fight advantage that I think is so crucial to Night Stalker's darkness.
I mean, the night vision versus night vision is weird. It's really about who can use it for their initiation. So maybe if we look at it in that sense, like this game, you have Slark vision to set up glimpses and tiny jumps. You have NS vision to set up an X. But I feel like the night vision is doing more for Execration here in terms of setting the fight up, because they can just continually play around it, whereas Bosku, he kind of just has to run in and set the fight up for himself and start smacking people. He's also going Meteor Hammer, which I understand conceptually on this hero, but I very strongly despise this item and will despise it until it is thrown back into the trash can where it came from.
All right, so conceptually, it's a build-up item that allows Night Stalker to farm, so he'll have both regen and farming capabilities, and he'll have better tower pushing, which is something that Night Stalker does okay, but maybe not as good as some other heroes.
Yeah, which all sounds great. You're probably wondering, well, what's wrong about that? That sounds amazing. And you'd be horribly incorrect. Because it's on an item that effectively has no active in the fights.
Last hit comes in from Tino to get the first kill here in this game 2 for Execration. Once again, it does seem like Blacklist's lanes have gone pretty well at the start. I mean, Night Stalker got a kill when he probably shouldn't have, and the other two cores are top of the net worth, so
looks like
top of the CS and net worth. Yeah.
Glimpse on mid for the runes here. No action. Regen bottom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Carl's probably gonna have to go to base here. Feels bad to be the Admiral. But yeah, like you said, the lanes are going pretty nice for Blacklist. I feel like this looks like last game, only maybe they don't feel as pressured because the carry matchup isn't as abysmal as Anti-Mage versus Meepo. It's gotta be up there in the worst of all time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and take down Palos here if they can get the leap block.
Yeah, they tried to stay in front of him. Not quite enough, though. Palos does a good job of sneaking his way through. But right now, this lane is pretty difficult. He's just about to hit level 5. Doesn't have his ultimate. Pull back here onto Tino or Pickoff's Blacklist. They've reached a point, not only did they do pretty well in their lanes, but now their lanes are set up where they are kind of killers. Between the Kunkka moving around, the Night Stalker playing against Slark, who is a long ways away from level 6. This is a good time for Blacklist to set up a nice big advantage.
They also have greedy supports in terms of winning the levels, so if they can move the Kunkka around, kick the Slark out of lane, it's going to open up some space for this Rubik ET to get a lot of the levels they so desire. Another quick rotation back to mid from Carl here and looking for the 2-for-1.
Yeah. Gonna die again as the big hit comes out and actually didn't somehow snagged the last hit after the Tidebringer hit from Carl, so I'm sure he's a little bit disappointed at that. The supports are away. It does mean that Palos and Shanks can try and do something to Bosku, but it's just not enough. Palos' pounce and the kinetic field don't last long enough.
Early aggression just not there with how far behind the Slark is. He's just trying to get to 6, so you don't really want to play on this lane too much either if you're Shanks here, because you're just stealing XP.
Yeah.
I feel like he's been relegated to another sacrificial disruptor game, which is okay, but not amazing.
Radiant are scanning.
There's going to be some catch-up duty for Execration here. Maybe Tino is going to be the one to have to pull it back on this Furion with some early ult. He is level 6. gotta fight around your tiny combo and this ult. Get something going in these skirmishes because I think you're gonna give up too much map here. You just let the static quo continue. Carl making another rotation.
But this was just a bait. Bosku was playing pretty forward because Carl had the haste rune to make the counterplay here, and they'll get the kill on Disruptor, not the kill on Palos that they're hoping for. So props to Palos for, you know, I think it was maybe the nighttime vision that helped him out there, but either way, just having the awareness to not get overextended and caught.
There are some fates worse than death, though. And he is once again losing on a lot of XP here. This is just going to be a very slow 6 on the Slark. Very slow game for him in general, which is not exactly what you want to see for Execration. You are dependent on the fights.
Raven is going to go for the straight up TP out. Well, he didn't have Sunder. Better just TP away.
This will result in tier 1 kill for Tino, as he's going to ult and try and clear off the waves. Not even a fight happening. Other than Palos run down.
Needs these creeps to die so he can get his level 6. It's just not going to happen. Well played by Blacklist, making sure the Slark didn't get a free level 6 behind the tower. Good catch. And will even out the tower advantage that Execration worked so hard to get.
Just a result of how that lane went. Just playing this lane pretty well with the early kill. Debilitating Shanks. Riding with the extra XP. The hammer going to clinch this tower that probably would have been dead without the hammer. But I'm not going to say anything. And now you're just riding this game. You even have some triangle stacks off of Tim's. Man, Carl's leaving the Admiral's dream.
Seriously is. And now, a bunch of neutral items for the boys. Stack it up one more time. Why not?
Oh, yeah, he definitely stacked this right here. That's juicy.
Ooh, Genwood snagged away by Carlo, but of course he's giving up his life to get that small little win over Carl, and in exchange receives a big L.
Man, this Kunkka is getting out of control. 3-0 and 2 plus stacks. He's going to be so damn big. Very fast BKB. I'm almost wondering if in this meta, we might see some resurgence of the Radiance Kunkka build.
That's what I've been saying. Where's the Radiance? BKB Radiance.
I actually wouldn't have minded in this game with the start he's had and versus Execration's lineup. I feel like it's good versus Slark. Pretty good versus Furion in terms of the wave clear and the fights.
Yeah.
There's not, like I said, there's not a huge amount of high burst on Execration's side, so I feel like the fights are guaranteed to go long here if you're Carl. If you get bowed off, which you should. Yeah, I wouldn't have minded Radiance on the Kunkka this game. I think it could have been cool.
Well, we'll see what he accomplishes with the early BKB. Tino's going the early Gleipnir, which we've seen again. Bob next into, well, thought maybe a Stomp or maybe even an Earth Splitter. They've got a really good setup for Elder Titan's abilities in general.
It's a good ET game. I feel like there's not a lot of background jump to worry about. He's going to skew some of these matchups in a decent favor for his cores. He can throw the Spirit on a lot of the front line that they have between the Kunkka and the NS, so he has some protection factors. Yeah, it's a decent ET game, all things considered. And he has the levels, so Earth Splitter already out, lower cooldown. Smoke from Execration, trying to find Slane, but they don't have a blink on this Tiny or anything. You just have to run in. Gave up
completely missed Avalanche, and now the counter stomp with a beautiful Earth Splitter coming in. That hits on 3. Shanks is already dead. Carlo's probably going to get caught up in this. Anybody, any more disables? No, but they don't necessarily care that much. Get the tier 1 tower, another hammer kill. My God, this Meteor Hammer is just doing so much in this game.
He's slowly convincing me.
Yeah,
that was sarcasm.
Avery's humor is so dry that he has to actively say what is and is not sarcasm.
I just don't want to be confused for a hammer supporter. You know, that's a tough group if you join. It's hard to get out of. It's like it just gets sucked in like a meteor in a gravity well.
Watching that fight again. I mean, that was a kind of desperate. I mean, that tower was falling soon, so I understand the very direct path that Execration took, but just trying to run up an avalanche.
Maybe the big question is here, okay, you have an amazing start for Blacklist like you did before. What are you going to do with it? Can you use this Kunkka early BKB for anything? That's a big question. Or are you just going to get ratted? Because I could see a world where Execration rat you decently this game. Like, the catch is not amazing for Blacklist, right?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, Bosku, sure, he can ult and kill Furion once or twice, but it's not necessarily going to just stop Tino from doing what he's doing on the map. And Slark can kill your vision with his ult. I feel like it's just going to be another slow game from Blacklist, which is kind of what they're known for.
Yes, 100%.
So that leads me to believe that this start that looks really good for them right now might not end up meaning that much. As weird as that is to say, I just don't feel like this is the team with this type of lineup that's going to necessarily use it to close out the map, right? So
yeah, no, I get it. Blacklist has an MO for sure, and it's definitely not taking over your side of the map and closing it out. It's very much working towards a late game scenario where both Carl and Raven can have impact.
Is under attack.
They're just kind of farming up as if they have 3 carries, which is,
yeah,
I guess how they play and how they think about the game. That's why they play a lot of Terrorblade and Anthony's and stuff. It just feels like you're going to give Execration a lot of space here off of what was a really good start. You could have gone snowball items and just maybe go on for earlier aggressive zone control with sticking around your wards in the Ancients, because they warded deep and then they just lost all the wards. If you look at the map, just a bunch of red sentries that killed everything.
Tino didn't pull the X back in time for the Earth Splitter, but they still hit some other spells. And Tino, especially with Tim's, having still holding on to the Avalanche from, how long does it last? 3 minutes ago. It's going to fade away now, but a great spell to steal.
They did use Enisol, so they want to get some more map control off this. Here again, they're invading the Ancients. I would like to see them, if they're gonna plant vision here and not give it up, they don't have any actually, so just gonna steal some farm.
And if they're gonna play for kind of a greedier style, I'm surprised. I mean, you already have Meteor Hammer, so maybe it's a little bit too much, but like the Shard on Night Stalker.
Did he buy it, or are you saying you want to?
No, I'm surprised he didn't go for it just because.
He did go.
No. Waited.
Yeah, it's flying out. That's what I was asking.
Oh, well, okay. He went the Ogre Axe and then the Shard. Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's also weird. Do you want to fight? Do you want to farm and scale?
Uh-huh.
I mean, the Shard's not bad on this hero. It scales too. And I guess they're just grouping up the push. Oh, why not? Free little tower. Their lineup is very strong in the 5-on-5. I'd say it's stronger between ET and Kunkka, especially in these early fights. Execration kind of want to give it to him here. Lurking.
Taking around on the side, getting the pick off on Bosku would be a really nice start, but they don't quite have the damage. The overgrowth doesn't hit Bosku. Tino's going to try for it now by himself. Bosku going back in with the silence. That was crazy. Okay, well.
That was a Bosku play.
Was he glimpsed back?
Yeah, he did get glimpsed back.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he can live. And I mean, the funny thing about that fight is Tim stole Furion DP and just TP'd out.
Nice.
Later,
nice
boys.
One.
Good luck. I'm out of here. Peace. Time to go farm the other side of the map. That was Furion Ags. So that was like the first fight with Furion Ags as well. So you got some extra roots. Overall, not amazing, but you'll still take it. And of course, Tiny Blink, getting you a big core initiation. Pretty much what Execration are looking for. They get to regain their triangle control, push some lanes in. Double damage spawns for Raven. Can he do anything with it as Carl finds another soul to add to Davy Jones' locker up here? Man, he is having a very solid contest.
Yes.
Very solid.
He's going to go Heaven's Halberd next.
Pretty nice. Yeah. I mean, that's where you go the Radiant's Halberd. Think of how amazing that would be in these fights. The double evasion. Like, do you need BKB this game?
Must BKB. Yeah. And no, you really don't, actually. I mean, like, the one thing it stops is getting glimpse back. I think that's the biggest thing.
You can X that, though.
Static Storm.
I think Static Storm is the one reason here. I think that does give Execration an easy way. If he only had Radiance, you just combo Static Storm him into... You can't turn it around. But you have Sleep to bail that out. You have Rubik Shard you can pick up later. Like, you have Static Storm saves in this game. Could have been interesting. What could have been, you know? I'll never blame a core for going BKB. I will say that.
That's true. Never BKB shame your cores. Just be thankful they went the item at all.
Be thankful you have this moment with them in time.
Carlo is going to be caught with a spirit-giving vision. Carl gets close enough to hit the X, and Carlo will be brought low by the Night Stalker.
The night cometh with a hammer of justice.
It does kind of feel like Blacklist. Oh, nice grab there, Bob. With the high ground toss back onto Carl, that's going to force him to use his BKB, and he's actually going to go for the kill on a Bob here with the Axe Boat, and now the Night Stalker coming in. Bob is actually going to die, and Palos barely gets away. Fortunately, the Glimpse sent the Night Stalker back, and so the Crippling Fear ran out, and Palos was able to get off his Shadow Dance. Otherwise, that would have been 2 core pickoffs. Either way, just the Tiny Dead by itself is enough for Blacklist to head into the Roshan.
Pretty good fight. Exactly where you want to fight too. Around your vision with the, I mean, they set it up for you, but this is near the Roche pit. So you just get the transition off the back end of that meta. And NS ult. Super nice game flow for Blacklist here. And you kind of got to respect that BKB if you're Execration. You can't really overextend on this Kunkka on the jump. You're not going to ever burst it. And then you're just giving him the initiation instead of the other way around. I don't really like that play from Execration here if you're not really soft poking it. Another thing about the Elder Titan in this game is you have the extra wake damage now. So it is something that I think makes this hero a lot better in the fights, just in terms of his impact. Landing the stomps, it means you can get maybe an extra right click in before someone wakes up, an extra spell. It's significant.
250 wake up damage threshold.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think that Tidebringer hit didn't even wake the Slut Tiny there. That's pretty nice. You can buy a lot of time with this spell now.
Radiant's middle tower.
Dino teleporting out. Void's going to stop him. Crippling Silence is also there. I'm honestly... There's a whole host of abilities, and he's going to get meteor hammered in the corner. Damn. Meanwhile, though... AU gets low, but Palos Overgrowth goes out. Sure. Do they have the follow-up, though? They try the Savage Room. It's still not enough. The Living Armor is going to go down. Bob will finish him off with the Haste Rune that he's still rocking. He needs to use that Haste Rune to skedaddle, though. Doesn't have a TP out for another 8 seconds, so he's just going to hope, wait, and pray that Blacklist don't find him here in the corner.
It is daytime. He has that going for him. They definitely don't think he's still here, so he's Gucci. That was pretty nice Overgrowth. Not only you're getting 1 kill off this fight during daytime, I don't think it's enough here for your Execration. Especially if you lose the Slark.
He's stuck in the Crippling Fear. The Slark is dead. This is looking really bad. I mean, Blacklist, we talked about how, you know, they're not necessarily the team to choke you out, but they are kind of doing that. They're doing a pretty prolific job, mostly Carl, I would say. Moving around side to side, from side lane to side lane, catching heroes, killing them, and keeping the lane and the map just generally dark for Execration.
Carl is definitely carrying this game.
Yeah.
He is just putting the fights on his back, ganking with the power rooms, won his lane. Can't really ask more from a mid Kunkka here. And I think it's also why Blacklist just love this terribly. Because you end up in these games where you're kind of just farming into the late game with your multiple carries, and you just want to play that slower style. Terribly thrives because he can just go shove all the waves and just stalls out the game. He counteracts Furion's map presence a lot. On top of Raven, you know, he really likes this hero.
Did you mention Raven went to BKB?
I did not.
I think, this is a very early game item progression. This is kind of like, you know, ending the game now sort of play. Toss back onto the Rubik. That's a decent opening with the Avalanche over the top. It looks okay, but the double BKBs go out with the Overgrowth, allowing Execration to be able to reset a little bit, and they got the kill on Tims without losing anybody. Not bad. Can they get more? After all, it's daytime. Might as well go for it. It's the Avalanche, but still got the toss back onto the Terrorblade here. He has Aegis for 2 minutes, though. Was this really the target you were hoping for? Execration quickly realizing that this was not the hammer. And it got canceled. Oh, it got canceled. The X into hammer play doesn't work out, but still, it got the tiny. Only Execration could have found a better follow-up initiation than the Terrorblade, I guess.
Yeah, that was not the target to jump. Honestly, I feel like Execration are just they're not sure who they want to jump in these fights. Maybe just taking anybody they can get, assuming it's good. But I don't think that's true because if you don't jump the supports, these are really strong backline supports. They're gonna wreck you in the fight. You're clumping on a toss initiation. You're gonna get 3 or 4 man stomped. You're gonna get fade bolted with some stolen spell, an avalanche or something. These are the heroes that are gonna win Blacklist the fights if they're up. I think you have to find the backline here if you're Execration. You know, these overgrowths are super nice, but you don't have the Slark items to just stick in the man fight, at least yet.
No. Also, no Aghanim Scepter for Slark in this game. I understand he needs an early BKB, but he's not even queuing up the Ags at this point.
Well, maybe debating it. I think you do get it here at some point, but there's a lot he wants right now.
Yeah.
They do have ways to play around him not having Ags between Glimpse and Tossback, even some Sprout later on, but it does just kind of feel weird to play this hero without it. And feel a bit clunky. You got the one little pounce and that's it.
If he doesn't go Axe, I would like to see, I think, Scotty straight up, right?
Yeah, Scotty's nice. The problem here is you're facing triple BKB from Blacklist, and you can just go Butterfly on Terrorblade and end the game, which is what Raven's eyeing. Like, you're talking about the fast progression here from Terrorblade. This is the ultimate fast progression for him. Early BKB into early Butterfly before enemy carries me to MKB. What are you going to do to this hero? I don't think you have the magic burst to deal with him. You have a single tiny combo. That's it. Everything else is right click here. So are you going to be able to combat this Butterfly Terrorblade with BKB?
Oh, they got him.
Actually, second Aegis.
They got him just before the blinks. The X-Pac pull on to Bob is guaranteed kill. And now it's nighttime once again with no Tiny. You're talking about going and, you know, doing what you can with the Butterfly. This nighttime is going to set them up for that, I think.
It is non-contestable here. You just don't have the net worth here. Your Tiny's too far behind. So now you got to rat the map, which is, that's a prayer. That's a prayer here. Because this push is coming fast. Maybe next 3 or 4 minutes here, you're looking at a high ground if you're Blacklist. Especially if you could finish AC on Carl. At that point, you're just invincible from the physical. Maybe Execration looking to stall out that timing and try and take some engagement here. Just no damage.
Raven, but yeah, there is no damage whatsoever. And they're just going to get caught by the X. Execration. Tino gonna be saved by the shard that was picked up by Palos, but they're gonna pull him out of it with that tidal wave. Static Storm looked okay, but there's just golden heroes everywhere. 3 BKBs going off the hammer on Shank. That'll show him. Bob, he tried to go in from behind to be able to catch some of the supports, but just gets spotted by the Night Stalker with Dark Ascension. And okay, let's go high ground. Apparently no need for a Butterfly.
Yeah, I said 3 or 4 minutes. This is more like 3 or 4 seconds. I just gave him the fight here in a triple BKB, and they are getting Omega punished. He got slept on this as well.
Yeah, he's going to have to use BKB and pounce away, I think.
Ooh, yeah, okay. That's pretty much Eric's here.
Yeah.
You know, any way to fight this without Slark BKB, I think. Man, this early lineup is causing problems for Execration based off the start the Kunkka and Terrorblade have. They just lack the damage. I mean, Boss Q's pile driving your disruptor with hammer. That's rough.
He's having way too much fun with this X marks the spot setup. All right, the melee barracks survives.
I mean, they have
not expected.
Double damage.
Gonna heal. It's gonna heal faster than normal.
Well, either way, I guess the more important thing for a Blacklist is that they don't overextend, lose a fight, and then maybe it's a really fast Roshan. It's not. It ends up being a long 3-minute long Roshan, so we'll check in on that Roshan in a little while.
I actually agree. Not overextending there is very important. This Rax does not matter in this game. The next Roshan matters, and taking fights with your BKBs up is what matters, because you start feeding away kills, suddenly this Glimpse is going to punish you really hard, especially with Fury on teleport and tossbacks.
Yeah, tossback forcing the BKB, and then they don't get out in time, then you get Glimpse back. Oh.
it gets really weird. You lose a lot of map. That Roche can spawn. So I agree. There's no reason to risk the game for a mana burst. I mean, it's just unnecessary. So that's gonna finish up the AC on Carl. That's just huge, man. It's gonna be brutal in these fights to try and punch through that. Butterfly coming out soon for Raven. I mean, it's basically here. 400 gold. You got an MKB sitting anywhere, Paul? So I don't see, because you're gonna need it, son.
Well, they got the Aghanim Scepter on Bob. That works. Not that it really works without any damage behind it. He doesn't have a Crystallis yet, but
are you sure it works?
I mean, at least it goes through evasion. Yeah, there's that.
Straight into the 50 armor this Terrorblade's got.
Yeah. Oh, it's so hot. Well, at least Bob knows that they're gonna have to pull this one up long gone. And we'll see whether or not Blacklist are actually able to close out the game, which they're looking very likely they can with this Butterfly and second Roche.
Radiant structures are
anything's
fortified.
possible.
Radiant's
But what is with carry players and just never throwing away items? What is this mentality? You're telling me, Raven, that you need this single charge raindrop, bro? you're gonna use this later. Really? You're gonna sell it for the 5 gold it's worth or something? Just kill it, man. Just free up the slot. This is what happens. You go in some fight later, you're like, I gotta pick up Aegis. Suddenly you can't pick it up because your slot's full. You got a 1 charge raindrop that you block. Give me a break. Just throw it in the ground, throw it in the trash, get rid of this. What is this mentality? Everybody's this ultimate hoarder, man. It's hoarders, that's what it is.
Step lively now. Your
Dota players hoard everything. They don't want to give it up. They're carries, they're greedy. Like, I can sell this for 7 gold.
Well, I mean, every carry gets, they get highlighted for their efficiency. Oh man, his farming patterns are so good. Oh, look at his GPM. It's so high. Highest net worth in 20 minutes in history. That's just incredible. Like when you start getting into that mindset, that's what success is, then,
Okay, but then sell it. Why are you carrying it around?
Well, he hasn't been to a shop yet, and if he goes out of his way to go,
courier.
If he goes out of a way to go to his shop, then he'll miss out on DS efficiency.
I can't believe you're defending this right now. You're the problem. You're part of the problem. You're enabling this behavior.
Because you just want to throw things away. We have way too much of that in our society nowadays.
No, I'm freeing up inventory space. There's a use here. There's a use argument. I'm not telling him that to roll this raindrop in the ocean or it's gonna kill some animals. I'm saying.
All right, he dropped it. You happy now? You happy now? He dropped it. He dropped it, and Tino killed it with his
good. Good. You know what? I kill those items too when they're on the ground. My teammate drops it, I kill that. Prevent this scandalous type of behavior.
So when your team tries to grief, you're ahead of them.
Exactly. Always 2 steps ahead. The number
You're not griefing me. I'm griefing you. Toss back.
Pretty good toss.
Okay. On to Carl.
Maybe an overgrowth for BKB.
This is the guy with the AC of the BKB, but he doesn't want to use it. Now he uses it, but he's still stuck inside the Sprout. Finally gets through. Raven is still the big bad boss of this push, though, and they haven't dealt with him yet. Shanks, another 5 seconds, another toss back. This time out of chance. They're going to pop the Dark Ascension. No fight for this one. Telekinesis onto the Tree and Protector. They go for the kill. They get that one. Palo
bashed him.
Needs to reset a little bit here. Another glimpse back, and the Night Stalker caught by the overgrowth. Immediate BKBs go out from Blacklist, though. Oh, and a Sunder, a beautiful one. His bomb tried to go for yet another toss back. Time and time he was getting it, but that time didn't work out, and he just gave Raven full health.
Man, if they could have kept Kunkka deeper in that base off that initial toss with some Sprout or anything and forces BKB and overgrowth, they might have been able to win this fight. They're still going to try and clean it up here. Getting some stacks on Palos. Still has BKB.
Yeah, no meta. They can't let him go. Even if he has Aegis, they cannot afford for Blacklist to be able to reset for free out for this one.
I mean, there's no Edisult and no BKBs here.
No BKB, no meta. Hold him in place. Kinetic Field, just play it slow. Execration can win this if they just play it slow. Palos needs to be careful not to die. Nice toss back Avalanche. That's a pretty good combo. Raven, he does have a Thunder, but he doesn't have it even targeted except for an ally. He does use it to be able to go back up to full health.
Oh, no way.
No way! They just TP right in front of Execration's bases. And
How
is
the
all
hell
of
does he get out?
Blacklist going to get away? Almost all of them. Tim's. Oh no, he's teleporting. Okay, he's got.
He's not getting out of that.
Radiant's top tower
Only
is
so
under
many
attack.
Houdinis in the world. We can't all escape from the chest. I can't believe it's out of there, man. I thought for sure he's dead because you just keep glimpsing him over and over and over.
Dire are scared.
But just overlap the stuns and big Sunder save. Thank you, medic. I'll call you again soon.
Yeah, hey, you, the one who got sundered, was able to just run out of the team fight too. You didn't even die for it. Aghanim Scepter now done on Palos, so the next time that happens, Palos will have more disables to stop these things, but...
Also start stealing more Agi. Because he needs better stacks in this game. He's having issues getting stacks in the fight. He can't really man up too easily, and there's a bunch of evasion he still has to deal with. It's tough. You need the stacks on Slark to start winning these fights if you're Execration. There's just no way around it. The other two cores are not carrying. They don't have enough damage to pierce the armor that Blacklist still have. And this likely means next Roshan is going to Blacklist because they can just save Dark Ascension for it. And I don't see you contesting this Dark Ascension.
Radiant are scanning.
Bosco is pretty strong between Basher and a Hyperstone.
Yeah.
Scotty finished for Raven now, and Radiance for Carl.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Nice,
under
there it
attack.
Sounds like he was listening to the cast. You know what I'm saying?
Radiant's bottom tower
10 minutes
is
ago, Carl's like, you know what? Avery said I should have gone Radiance.
I'm not
You're building
accusing
now,
him of
guys.
anything, just for the record. Great players just think alike, you know? And he's got Elven Tunic on top of it, so he has a lot of evasion here. Even harder to get the stacks. Who do you hit here to get stacks if you're Pauls? Start hitting your team. No.
That was Raven's idea with the Sunder anyway. Tino gonna be blasted. Didn't have, oh, no, they do have detection. There's a gem up there. Thanks to Bosco, but they couldn't really target the Nature's Prophet quite as well as they want. Right now, Palos is in pretty deep here, trying to go for Tim, but stalled up again by the stomp. Not only hitting the backline heroes, but it stopped the Slark as well. So Slark's not even getting anything done while the team is being dove. He comes in through now, but he gets blocked out by the bounce, and that is just game over. Blacklist. I mean, they got meepoed in game one, but we both kind of agree that was a drafting win for Execration. When it came to execution, definitely feels like Blacklist, at least right now in this series, is ahead of Execration.
I feel like that's how they wanted game one to go. They had some split push carry that they were confident going late with, play a slower game with multiple cores coming online off like some early lane win, that they're not transitioning the early lane win into huge map control. They're just kind of transitioning into the slow build-up of getting to the Raven late game, which if that's how they want to play, all right, sure. I can buy into that. It makes their draft one make more sense. But you have to watch out for some of these cheese picks. You have to watch out for getting early 5-man push. If you look at this type of game, Execration don't really have any of that, right? They have some... I feel like their lineup is kind of trying to do similar things to what Blacklist is, but then you're kind of playing into how they want to play the game. So it's a much better setup for Blacklist, regardless of the draft, or regardless of the position they're in the draft relative to how they want to play. That made no sense, but you get what I mean. You're not listening anyway. Just throw it. Just
okay. We'll throw it. We'll throw it. There. Maybe panel will make some sense of what you just said.
There's still plenty of hope left for Blacklist Rivalry as they take game two quite convincingly. We at the start of the game, Winter already was like, "There's no way they lose this game."
GG.
GG.
Yeah.
I didn't expect the lanes. I thought it was a 3 plus slug lane, but they swapped the lane. I didn't really like that lane swap. They have a disruptor and slug against the Night Stalker. I feel like that lane is not that great for the slug. Like if it's a Trion and slug, I feel like the Night Stalker shouldn't be able to play that lane at all. Like in the end, the slug kind of got dumpstered in that lane, and the disruptor the Nature's Prophet plus Trion bot, they also lost their lane, So, I mean, I get it. You want to have a melee range combination in both your side lanes, but I feel like you want Disruptor against ET, because when ET gets all the damage in the lane, he's running at you, he's punching you. You want to be Disruptor, so you glimpse him away, woohoo, send him out. And then on the other hand, you want the Trion at top punching the Night Stalker. So it doesn't really make much sense when they swap the lanes around, for me at least.
Yeah, and that slower start really just hurt X. Like it's almost similar to what happened in game one, where they really didn't win any of their lanes, except this time it was amplified up, and their lineup on Blacklist this time could do something. They had early momentum, they had Raven on strong comfort that they could push with, 2 fighting heroes for Cuckoo and Carl, so they just connected a lot better, and for Execration, it wasn't there. Like, they needed that strong start.
You know what? Raven was in a smoke at 11 minutes, 12 minutes smoking to mid. I was like, oh, what the hell? Raven is in a smoke, going to the mid lane, ganking and taking the tower. What the hell? Times are different right now for Blacklist.
Yeah, this is looking new. But for me, Execration's draft really looked like it was kind of lacking damage in team fights. Like, you have on Blacklist, Night Stalker with Dark Ascension. It's very pain. You have Earth Splitter, you have Kunkka's Boat and everything. But every time you watch these team fights, it's just like Execration couldn't output any damage. And then with Tiny getting this, like, early-ish Ags, it's like, with what,
Yeah.
You don't have Daedalus. You just throw in trees.
Yeah, I think there was some pressure on Bob to try and carry. He saw that damage issue and figured, at this point, a Blink Avalanche toss isn't going to kill anyone, so you have to scale for right click, but they couldn't stall to reach that point where tiny right click is just insane. And I think for Execration, it's their turn to kind of look back at the draft and kind of correct and go from there. Like, the Slark pickup is something you called out, Winter, but again, once the Terrorblade came out, it didn't feel like you had matchup for a waste.
I didn't even like the Slug.
I know that.
I was like, okay, shit, they're gonna pick Slug because they don't want to pick Morphling, Morphling would have been the more ideal pick there, for sure, for them. But yeah, Carl is just God mode that game. 9-0, 14.
Yep, that's why he's our match MVP. He's just, like you said, God mode.
Yeah, and he's showing us why Kunkka's so annoying. Like, with a shard, we didn't even have the Ags there, but down the line you get the Ags as well.
Yeah.
Kunkka is such an annoying hero to play into, even if his damage tapers off. His ability to just leave you up in the air or drag you back is always.
I mean, especially for Slug, you're running in, you don't have BKB, you're running into the water park, good luck.
Yeah, well, did you see that the last team fight, the Slark was just at the back trying to get that Rubik?
Yeah, that's why I felt like it wasn't really that great of a Slug game, I look at the heroes, why are they picking Slug here? Like, Slug doesn't feel like he's going to accomplish a lot in the game, but it's more about like comfort, but sometimes comfort is not enough.
That's true. It really looked like Execration were just getting pressured into their corner of the map. Their Dorito was coming smaller.
Yeah, and on top of things, they lost their lanes pretty badly at the start as well, so they have a lot of problems. The last game, they lost their lanes, but they had a better draft. But this game, they didn't have a better draft.
That is true. Well, what's exciting though? We're going to go for a game 3 of our first series today. So we are going to watch the 3rd game right after a short little break. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. We are back for the Blacklist Rivalry Execration Series, now tied at a 1-1. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm here with Winter and John X Fire. Are you guys excited for this next game?
Yeah. I think
classic Rambulan.
the classic Rambulan, this
Game
time,
3.
Yeah, game 2, Mike was on. Production was right, Mike is on.
Yeah.
So they come online, and who knows if, well, they should be able to ride through game 3, but it should be more competitive. I want to see Execration.
Take a side. Take a side.
Take a side.
John, take a side.
The Filipinos will win either way.
Yeah. What's it, Shanks going? No,
Carlo.
Palos.
Yeah, it was Carlo.
Was it Carlo?
Yeah, it's like,
yeah.
he was good cat in game 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was good. But yeah, I'm really hoping to see a more competitive game because I felt like the first game was like, okay, the lane was obviously lost by Execration, but then they just ended up steamrolling, the rest of the game. And then this one was like Blacklists, this last one. But
Yeah.
I want to see a real rumble.
Both games are like kind of determined by the draft a little bit, like especially even the first game that's more affected by the draft. Second game is not so much, but still, there's some parts of it that definitely made it really difficult for the players to play. And hopefully in the game 3, we will see a 50-50 draft and an actual game.
Yes, that would be very, very, very exciting. But I feel like that's just kind of hard to get in Southeast Asia sometimes.
Let's pray. DMA.
Let's pray.
Last game of Rambulan, good game.
Well, it's not really. We still have Geek Slate versus Polaris. And,
Okay, this is the actual Rambulan because it's actually 10 players.
Yeah. I still say that 9 is good enough, but yeah, this is the pure
This is like
Rambulan.
a real boxing match. It's like Manny Pacquiao and I don't know, someone else. But the next
Pac-Man.
game,
Pac-Man.
Pac-Man and Manny Pacquiao. But then the next game is like a chicken fighting, like this chicken fighting thing.
Yeah, you would be surprised. That used to be. I had a friend from Japan talk to me about it. I don't know why. They were very interested, but don't support that.
Yeah, no,
Chickens are
definitely
great.
do not.
Just get some fish from winter.
That's true.
That's exactly it. I know how that's
Beta
related,
Yes,
but
thank you so much.
Are there beta fish battles? Is that a thing?
No,
No?
please
You shouldn't do
No,
that.
we don't do that. We love our animals here in
play Dota
Southeast Asia.
instead.
Yes,
Play with those
Dota.
animals.
Exactly.
We love
Play
the
with them.
draft more.
Yes. So let's get a draft going. Oh God. Oh well. Nice bands, Broodmother and Pango, and Beast and Marcy.
Yeah, surprising. NP does get picked up first.
So the bands keep changing in every game.
Surely you just take Bad Rider now for Execration, right? Like they've skipped it in the first phase multiple times after seeing the NP go with the Tiny first.
Yeah, that's what Talon did. Tiny Bat Rider.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, we will see Bruce Wayne here. Oh no. Okay, Keeper of the Light. It's a thing against NP. Who started it? Was it? I think it was Blacklist that started it. They always pick Keeper of the Light against MP. So basically, the idea is MP is like taking the whole map. So you have a hero that can push out the waves and deal with the waves, and at the same time, you're kind of buying all the team items, the greaves, and whatever your team needs, and you buff like either a Terrorblade or you buff like some Ember hero and make them imba in the team fights.
Why do you think these teams haven't been picking the Bat Rider against the Nature's Prophet? Because you've been harping on that.
In precision. Draft
Elaborate.
in precision.
Oh, okay.
Well, there are certain things in draft where you see this hero and you have to. The best course of action would be to pick in a certain way to make sure that the meta pick doesn't function as well. I mean, sure, you cannot ban everything, but when you give away the strong hero, you have to be able to respond in a way where it weakens that pick. But these two picks, I wouldn't say they actually weaken the MP pick. I would say that the Tiny is kind of like, okay, Tiny is a very contested hero, one of the best position 4 heroes. I can be okay with that. But the Kotal, I feel like it's not a very accurate selection against the MP. I mean, I understand why they are doing it, but I feel like Barrider is just better.
Yeah. It just straight up gives you a clear answer, gives you a way of handling that here down the line. I like what Blacklist goes for next, back into the Kunkka as well. So if you're expecting something like, say, the mid Kotal for Bob, Kunkka can still play that lane. It's really not the worst. You might not harass him out as much if he plays really far back with Illuminate. At the same time, if you have a forward ward or just high ground vision, you shouldn't get hit at all.
Yeah, Kunkka is just very good against Kotal. And I mean, it's not just in the lane, in the lane it might not be so evident because Kotal can just farm, but you can catch him all the time with X-Mark. So you're going to be very useful against Kotal. Like, I feel like the primary way to play against Kotal, you always have to pick heroes that can get to him in the back lines, you know, like Clockwork, Storm, Konka. You need some ways of jumping him. If you cannot jump him, he's just gonna be so annoying in the team fights, and eventually you're just gonna lose the team fight.
Oh, look at that. The Terrorblade and the Meepo.
They banned Meepo and they banned Air.
Yeah, I mean, the AM was banned by accident, and they banned the Meepo in response. I'm interested in that one.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a fan of picking anti-mage at this corner here. You know, that's what Blacklist did in the first game, and it didn't end very well for them. Because I feel like you don't have enough information to pick the anti-mage at this phase. You know, like I feel like right now they are probably Execration has to pick one first, so they have to decide what kind of position 5 hero they're gonna pick. I am usually a big fan of Undying, but I know they're probably not gonna pick Undying here. They are gonna pick something else, and then for Blacklist, you're gonna need to keep everything open. So I feel like you're gonna pick your 2 supports right away and keep the carry to last.
If you're Execration, why would you ban the AM if it's not a clearly good pick for Blacklist? Like, maybe they have something in mind where they want to protect their Kotl more?
I mean, it's Kotl kind of like a mana void target, but I agree, I wouldn't actually ban anti-mage.
It's not a priority, yeah.
I would only ban anti-mage, I feel, in the current meta if I open my draft with IO Lash. Then I feel like banning anti-mage makes a lot more sense. Or I have a Death Prophet, you know. But overall, I'm not so sure about the idea, because maybe they just know that Blacklist really likes to play anti-mage Terrorblade, split the map, play late game. And Mirana is one of his comfort picks, the hero he likes playing a lot. And Blacklist goes back again for their Clockwork Rubik duel, which they picked in the first game.
Yeah. Still feels okay. I mean, you've got a little bit more aggression with the Kunkka, so you can run around with that. Lane partner, either one with NP is all right as well.
Yeah. So both sides having solid drafts. Good start for your good ending of your Rumble 50-50 game. Everyone wants a 50-50 last game.
That is true. We do want a 50-50. And this game is just like equally important for both of these teams.
Yep. Like, this is make or break for Blacklist to get into the major. They've got to win this and hope Execration can beat AG next.
Yeah.
If that falls apart, then AG's just in. So, yeah, I mean, this is their last shot, but it also depends on one other series that they have no control over.
Just try your best, win the games that you can win.
That's true.
Yep.
And hope that everything else goes your way. It sucks to be in this kind of position, but what can you do?
Yeah, Execration, it's more in their hands, while Blacklist, they still have to rely on external factors.
Like, for Blacklist as well, like, didn't the same thing happened to them last year where they had to play tiebreakers.
Oh, yeah.
So I think at the least they'd want to reach that same front and, you know, change the results. Throw it back, as they do go into the Naga here for Execration. So now you've got an interesting lane, like Naga plus, I think, the Mirana, and they run this tiny 4 for Shanks. Carlo's very comfy in the Mirana anyway. I don't think I've seen this lane a couple of times. You don't tend to emphasize net into arrow.
No,
but you
not as
can,
much.
at least by level 3 or 4, you can play around that.
It's the net is like Metamorphosis. You take it just to kill, but it doesn't help you farm later in the jungle. But it makes a lot of sense here. Like, Naga is really good against MP. That's why most of the time you see Blacklist, when you pick MP, you have to ban Naga in general. But because you want to ban the Meepo, then you have to give way to one other hero that's going to be good against MP. And they don't really have many good illusion clear heroes right now, apart from the Kunkka. And Kunkka isn't like that great against illusions. So you're going to need like the last pick that can deal with the Naga. Which again, I still think Morphling's great, you know, but I don't know if any of the carry players here is gonna pick the hero. I mean, if you don't want Morphling, then there's Lash to deal with. It's not a very conventional carry hero to deal with the illusions.
That can work.
Because you have MP off lane, which is a carry as well. So I feel like the Lash safe lane can actually work.
Can still fit in. I think for Exe, does feel like once you have maybe like a pipe and a pipe on your offlane, then a heart in your Naga, it's not as scary to the Lash, but that early timing is still key.
Yeah, they want a hero that can combo with the Chakra. So Blacklist already banned out the Ember, so that would have been actually really nice with the Kotl. The other heroes that can combo well with the chakra is not as abusable as Slide Chains. Slide Chains is, I would say, that probably the best one.
Ember's Band.
Yeah, so for Blacklist right now, they have to figure out what kind of carry do they want to go. Can they go for a carry that's a very timing specific, like a pushing hero, like Lone Druid with MP or Leshrac with MP? You don't really try to go too late, but you try to play faster. I know that's not a Blacklist thing. They usually like to play really slow, but that's something that I would definitely consider. With MP, I feel like I can try to play a very fast game.
The tempo has to come out here for Blacklist. What tempo heroes are left?
I mean, Lycan, Lone Druid. If you don't want to go with those heroes, then you maybe consider like something like late game, like the Ursa, Spectre heroes.
I think the Ursa could feel alright. It's just that it feels like you have enough kiting on Execration to make that mildly painful.
Yeah, having a Roshan hero would be nice for their lineup, so you can play fast with that, because once the MP takes the towers, which is always what happens when you have an NP. Okay, Drow is also a pretty fast hero that they really like to play with MP, and we have a Drow plus Clockwork lane, which is also really solid. Like overall, they are very solid lanes. We'll see whether Execration can find a good answer to this. Like you need like a Storm kind of hero, like that gap closer.
I think Storm's actually not too bad for Exe. Again, not the best with Chakra, but at the same time, more mana is always nice for the hero.
Ooh.
They'll go with the Timber Saw instead, so that should be our Bob, Kotal, and then like the offlane Timb. Oh, Bob's running the mid.
Oh.
Timber Saw, all right.
Yeah, I mean, not a very big fan of the hero. I feel like even if Timber's picked in a very good Timber game, I just feel like the hero doesn't really win games as much as before.
Yeah. It's a little bit underwhelming, but I can see a timing for Bob if he works his mid lane matchup somehow. You know, takes control there, keeps the creeps onto him.
Because nobody can really kill him, right? Once he's put, they don't really have the heroes to kill him until later. Their heroes don't really like 10, 15, 20 minutes. I feel like the Timber's going to be invincible. But after that, then if he doesn't build up a very substantial lead, then the hero can easily fall off.
Yeah, it certainly can. I think the key thing is that Bob will create space for Palos. That's the one thing you can always rely on the Timber Saw, that it will cause havoc across the map, force a response, clear up space for your actual scaling heroes to get stuff done. And even with a Kotal, you can connect. Like Timber Saw, Kotal is pretty good spam.
Yeah, and talk about scaling. The Kunkka against Naga, you can go Radiance, so that it provides you with that illusion wave clear later in the game, which could be very useful against the Naga later.
So do you guys think we're finally going to get our 50-50?
Yeah, I guess so. I think this is the closest draft we've gotten so far in all the 3 games.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Pretty close.
Well, let's get this show on the road with Cap and SVG.
That's right, Avery, you wanted to see a Timber Saw in Game 2, and we're getting in here in Game 3, even if Winter is a little bit hesitant about this hero's performance in the current meta. Is it a good Timber Saw game? Let's just start with that.
Well, the fact the winner is hesitant makes me more confident that this hero is about to pop the hell off. It's about to go Super Saiyan out here, Goblin mode. You know what I'm talking about. I think there was a reason I wanted to see it last game, because they had similar cores between the Kunkka Furion and kind of low damage supports. I think it's the same setup. Drow does demolish this hero in the late game with hypo stacks and just killing you with long duration silence, but it's not that bad. Like if you get the 5 or 6 slot on Timber, you kind of don't care about anything, especially if you go Ags or Hex, this type of build. You're just a damage dealer. You just play this hero for damage, and I think Execration wanted the damage. They didn't want to be stuck in a game where Naga has to try and fight through Drow to win the game. And so I still feel like Drow is the queen of this game in terms of scale, but there's a lot of tempo on the Execration side with this offlane Kotal powering up the Timber and the Tiny with Chakra and Auras. You can just take over this map here for Execration.
Yeah, that is pretty powerful. I could see definitely if Shanks manages to have a better laning phase than he did last time. And actually get ahead with Tino and, get an early Blink Dagger and actually use that Chakra Magic like you're talking about. Got a little bit of weird stuff going on mid right now. They're trying to scout whether or not there is a ward and where it's at on this river area. Just some classic shenanigans. But Tino did take a couple of shots already from the tower. And that'll
The battle
Another
begins.
factor is when you pick this Timber, you get rid of this Kunkka Tiny matchup that we saw last game where Carl just went off. Like he destroyed that game. And so you're putting a hero versus him, and in theory, you're confident, okay, Bob is not going to get punished. Carl's not just going to run away with this game on Kunkka like he did last time. And if the Kunkka tries to rotate, the Timber can always match him. You can just shove in mid, burn his regen. It's not an easy match for Kunkka in terms of his moves become very obvious because Timber is never scared. He's never forced a fountain or losing runes or something like this. So in this sense, it could be a pick that also is just designed to make sure Carl does not 1v5 like he did last time, and then maybe Execration just aren't scared of anything else if that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I could definitely see a world there. Hey, Winter did bring up something. He said he didn't feel confident about a hero and its impact in winning games right now. That did make me curious because I've been playing some Timbersaw lately, and I have struggled to put wins on the board there, even though I feel like I've done pretty well. So I looked up the win rates of Timbersaw across the regions, and it's actually 50% or better in all of the regions except for one of them, which he's been picked 5 times and has won 0 of those games.
That's definitely North America.
It is indeed North America. Good job. That's exactly what I was going to add. Why did you know it was North America?
What do you mean, why do I know, dude? That is a guaranteed North American stat. Like, I instantly knew it, dude. Hero performing well elsewhere that is going to get... Because NA is going to pick Timber in the games where like, oh, this is a free Timber game, and it's going to get destroyed on lane and not be able to do it. That's such an NA classic, right?
Tino, the final shot comes in from Raven. Tino, I mean, I feel like that just shouldn't happen. At least not this early into the laning phase.
No, Coddle is a very fast hero with Windlace. I guess Clock's only 10 MS behind him, but that should just not be a play here, especially level 1. Getting up a lot of extra gold to Raven here. Happy to clean it up on this Drow, who, remember, is still going to scale the hardest in this game for sure. She'll clean everything up in the late game if they get there on even footing or slightly ahead. This is not the hero you want to give a start to. What are you doing, old man?
Yeah, especially since Naga Siren, this matchup, one of the things about it, right, is the fact that there's just a ton of base armor on Naga. Very similar to the TB. And the fact they're both illusion heroes with very high base armor.
Yeah, you just get shredded. I believe more and more in this Drow versus Naga the more I see it. It was talked about at TI. AUI talked about it. And the stats. It makes sense. I believe it.
That being said, what are the good things that Naga can do in this matchup? Because there's got to be some good things, right? Like you have the Song as an initiation tool to get on top of the Drow Ranger. They do have Song into Arrow, Song into Chakram, Song into Blast. Like there's a lot of setup if you get the right kind of initiation from Palos.
You just don't want to take the fight head on. Like you want to play the fight in a way where Naga's controlling the map, forcing Blacklist to kind of split up, and then the second you get a pick off with Tiny Mirana, you can take the fight. And that's what this lineup's designed to do. We talked about before, but Naga Mirana is really nice in the fights and securing kills. Naga Tiny is also really strong because you can just send the illusions in, people are getting hit, and then you get a toss back. And the second you get a toss back, the enemy has to commit into your Naga illusions, into the Timbersaw damage. There's some blast with Coddle Auras. That type of fight setup is really nice for Execration. There's not a lot of counter initiation with Blacklist. Someone gets tossed in, they're just in, man. Like, it's rough. So I really feel like Shanks is the biggest factor in these fights for Execration, playing off the vision, and that's the best thing Paulus can do. Set the fights up for his Mirana, for his Tiny, to displace heroes, get the long duration stuns, and give them a numbers advantage. That's always the game plan you can have with Naga.
Bob actually was suffering a little bit there, which was a bit surprising to see. Should be fine now, but now that he's got the bottle refill, but he did go down to like 100 health at some point.
He's getting chunked. I mean, the early waves are not always that amazing for Timber. More of 5 to 6 he starts to power up. Is he gonna die here?
Especially with the change of reactive armor. He's gonna try and get him with the Fade Bolt finisher from Tim's. Not quite enough with the telekinesis toss back. Maybe that'll be enough. Got him away from the Kunkka though. Doesn't have Timber Chain to be able to really get out of here expediently, but will be able to just slowly walk it off, I guess. Threatening the Torrent, doesn't actually throw it out.
The man in the witch's hat skirts away. Had to take level 3 reactive there to live. So maybe not ideally what I want to do in terms of getting an early chain point, and then you can use your ult aggressively. And he's going to miss a lot of XP here if he doesn't get back soon.
Yeah, seriously, that is a gigantic wave. I mean, at bare minimum, Carl's going to do some hefty damage to this tower.
Well, I said maybe they can stalwart Carl's Kunkka ownage, but it doesn't look like it's going much better, to be honest.
And top is not going super well either. Shanks is going to get picked off as the battery assault runs him down. It's just not how things are supposed to go, I feel like. If you're Execration, Blacklist, all 3 games have won the laning phase.
Dominant performance. Either they're showing up or Execration showing down, or a combination of the two. But this is just lane domination in an entire series. It's rare you have that happen. Like, I feel like all 3 games, all 3 lanes went better than expected for them. This bottom Furion Naga lane is pretty hard for Furion, but even so, Bosku's still finding some decent farm. And they're still getting stacks off Tim's. It's just back in the triangle. He's top, big room.
Execration, I'm not sure if they've stacked their triangle since that game 1 where they had all their stacks taken away. Nice guarding of the power rune there. Haste rune is given over to Bob. Even if they couldn't get the kill on the Tiny, this haste rune might be able to facilitate a different kill around the map.
There's no teleport scroll though, so he's not really going anywhere. He's just staying mid. Had to use all of it to get back to lane. Another downside of just how bad this early lane went for the Timber. You're gonna try and pressure Carl. Kunkka's tanky though. Everybody mid for this push.
And as long as you can, it doesn't necessarily need the kill, right? As long as you can zone him out, keep getting damage onto this tower, that'll feel pretty good. Axe marks the spot, pull back into the boat. And Shanks is probably going to die here, but they might be able to get a return kill as AU's going to drop pretty low. Both the supports do fall. Now for the second part of the team fight. Let's see where Bob goes with his haste rune now.
Gonna go steal their stacks.
Okay.
You steal mine? No, son, I steal yours.
Trout Ranger's gonna run into Tino. That's not good. Oh, missed the timber chain too there for Bob. Tino's definitely gonna die here. Bob doing what damage he can, but the Kunkka is just not that squishy and just TPs away as soon as the damage starts to cut a little bit. They do have the avalanche in from Shank, so at least they'll pick up the support, but Tino continues to have a bit of a rough one.
His early lane phase has just not been good today. He's still level 5 on this Coddle with no stacks. It just feels bad, man. This is a hero that you kind of want accelerating out of the lane and getting those auras up really fast. That's where his strength is. At least you recovered a lot of momentum on your mid timber. Bob is now 400 ahead of Carl here, 300 after that cleave. He's getting power rune control. This is how you want this matchup to be going. You want the timber dictating where the Kunkka can go and what he can do with it, and him not being able to really show up in lane once you have that ult. So I do like the fact that Execration are playing around this power point and using it to pressure. That is the big upside here. You can always go to the timber and just start throwing his ult around. I'm gonna try and boat him here, but I don't think they have the damage.
To dodge it didn't quite work. A hefty amount of magic damage, not quite enough for the kill though. Turnaround Chakram. That's not enough to kill Tim's, and in fact it's Shanks who dies first here. Bob, the regen kicked in there from the reactive armor, healed a decent amount. And they don't have the best magic damage to deal with him right now, so he probably is fine to head back to lane.
It's a lot of space. Space on the side lanes here for Execration. Tino catches up a full level. Paulos continues to free farm and pushes to highest net worth in this game on Naga. Which is pretty much where you always want Naga to be. Is ahead of the enemy by items, so she can exert better pressure on the map and snowball it harder.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And is this the Carl Radiance game? No, it is still the Carl BKB game. He just loves the consistency here, which I don't blame him.
Well, at least, this game, BKB has a lot.
It is a lot better.
Right, Execration do have a lot more magic damage and chain stunts.
It's definitely a worse Radiance game than the last one. Still, you're playing versus Naga. It's maybe not too bad.
Yeah.
I just want to see this build going on.
He does also have in this game Drow Ranger and Nature's Prophet, so he's kind of already got enough greed from his side lanes.
That is also true, yeah.
Your admiral is on board.
Though, I mean, has greed ever stopped people from greeding it up more?
It's true. The only thing better than 1 minus is 2.
Oh, he missed the combo.
He did miss the combo. Carlo, he gets away because of it. The Chakram is going to slow... It did not slow down Carl at all.
He's greased up.
All right.
That boat grease.
Yeah, I guess so.
Sliding in the river. Natural habitat.
Well, they're going to try again for pressuring this mid-tower. What?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Coming up with some wild stuff today.
It's Davy Jones. That's he's slow on land. He's fast in water. That's just, brother, I don't know what to tell you.
Drow Ranger is going to try and help defeat this push that's coming in from Execration. Bob's going for the kill onto Raven. Raven pushed him back with the Gust. Tim still has telekinesis as well, so it should be fine. But they haven't quite yet stopped the Siege Wagon as Bob goes back to tanking for it. So this mid tower is going to dive.
Denied.
And he gets denied by Carl. So at least they get that much from him.
Sea legs for what? Carl still making the plays. And he's got the Radiance queued up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Back on the menu, boys.
Radiant.
It's back on the menu. I knew it was coming at some point. Like, you know, it's just too juicy. Pass up.
They do need as many answers to Naga as possible in this game because it really does all right on Palos, right?
To some degree, yes. In the ultralight, this Coddle will fall off and damage.
Does he have Song? He has a level. He can queue it up, but I don't think he's going to have a chance to cast it here. Just too many stuns from Blacklist.
And this is the type of gameplay I kind of want to see this team do more in general. Like make some more early moves, get some vision out, play around some aggressive supports, because I feel like Carl is honestly not that bad at playing the style. Like, sure, he can play the greedier mids and the Dooms and the farming Kunkka and whatever, but this guy can make moves and he's a playmaker. And I feel like if you play your supports around him and you free up space for Bosku and Raven, who are generally playing a lot of greedy cores on this team at least. I mean, Bosku is pretty flexible, but on this team, he's just been farming. Then I feel like somebody has to step up and make the plays. So if you play through your mid, I feel like it makes Blacklist games feel a lot smoother. But sometimes it just becomes too clunky.
Bob, gonna try and stop Bosku and his split pushing. Drow Ranger is just around the corner, and they won't have a disable once again. Just teleports right in front of Bob's face. They'll get the Tim's kill, but they're missing out on the cores.
And somebody's stunned for this guy. That's all he needs.
Seriously.
That's why.
Where's the arrow?
That's why Earthshaker Timber's nice. Remember, OG wanted a major off that. There's a reason.
Yeah, that's true. Stay at Amar, though.
Well, everybody needs an Amar. Some guy to...
Not OG, apparently.
Yeah, that's true. I guess that's true, yeah. They don't need him. Well, I don't know. They're not doing too high. You know, maybe they do need him.
Maybe they do need him back.
Send the letter.
Blink Dagger, Shanks is about 700 gold away from that. So looks like they're going to give him a little bit of farming time here in bottom. And Tino and Carlo will play a bit more around Bob. Who, they are going to go for this kill, and he is not a tanky Timbersaw in this game. He went Arcane Boots Kaya. He doesn't have any defense against all of this kind of damage, and they pretty easily burst him down.
That Drow was chunking him. Just nasty. I mean, maybe you get the Timber Chain out there, but he missed it, so definitely just dead off that. A little too cocky, man. You're tanky, but you're not that tanky. And there's a lot of interrupt before he has a Dispel. You have the long duration Gust, you have Rubik Lift that can cancel a chain, you have all of the Clockwork mini stuns that can cancel a chain. You can't just overextend in these early fights unless you have the team behind you. Because you have Greaves on Coddle right now. He has ult up. You could take 5-on-5 or 4-on-5s if you're Execration. You just don't want to get caught out. Because you're going to lose a lot of map space as well. Bosku's going to clean up waves. He's going to clean up side lanes. You're going to lose Triangle to Drow. And then Blacklist can collapse again, which is what they're doing here. They still have Hookshot up. Bob's going back in.
Well, imagine if Bob dies again, though.
They don't have both, though. That's a huge amount of damage. The stun is there this time.
They find the Kunkka trying to TP out right next to the tower. That was a curious one. They were kind of setting up for the push, and then Carl realized he was a bit out of position. Goes for a TP, gets spotted, and a big kill there for Execration. So they keep the net worth lead and keep the tower advantage that they hold, as they've taken all the tier 1 towers, and Blacklist have yet to pick up a single one.
He didn't get the phone call. Nail bailed. He was left holding the bag, man.
Got bad service down there.
Can you hear me now? Huh? You know, talking about team dynamics, man.
Yeah.
I feel like every team. I'm not saying this about any player in specific. All right, I'm not naming names. I feel like every Dota team does need a psychopath. Like one guy is just potentially a serial killer, potentially involved in some nefarious activity. You wake up every day, you don't know if he's just staring over you with a machete. You know, I'm not naming any names. I think
not naming names, but
I think it actually
a machete is very specific weaponry.
It keeps people on edge, you know. And then when you're on edge, I think you. I'm not gonna say you play better, but I think it makes you think about how you play. You know what I'm saying? Like you're like, I don't want to lose this game because I don't know what this guy's gonna do if we lose. That's a motivation factor.
So you're saying 2-time TI winner OG and their whole concept of friendship, love, and magic is
bullshit.
And that's bullshit.
Absolutely bullshit. I guarantee you there's a hidden psychopath on the team. I don't know who it was, but it would not surprise me if it was one of the dudes. Like, you know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, Ana, Jirak, pretty quiet. Just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just asking the questions. You know?
What if No Tail's got like a Jekyll and Hyde dynamic? You know, it's just...
It could be said. There's a lot of unreleased footage from these documentaries. Someone needs to piece it together.
That's true. I mean, when they write these things, they do need a hero and villain. They do, you know, OG. They've only won TI. They've never been in those documentaries getting second. So
yeah, and I mean, we see these speeches, but what happens after the speech, right? It's a great set speech. It's motivational, and then if you don't win, I'm gonna kill your family. It's like they edit that part out.
If you don't win, beep. Carlo gonna get pulled back into the boat of death. And washed up indeed. 4-8. Execration still holding a very slight net worth lead, but again, they have the tower advantage, and they also have a Naga Siren, which your implication was this hero, it's like a pseudo Doom Alchemist type hero, right? You need to be ahead to win.
I think usually you want to be ahead with Naga, unless you're Tundra, apparently. But in this game, I just don't think you feel good trading, because I think the Drow Furion will out-carry you in this game. I don't think you're feeling great. You kind of want to play behind the Timber and the Coddle tempo. You know, most of the success I had in Dota was when I was on a team with a psychopath.
Wait, who was your psychopath?
It was snaking, bro, back in the day. No, I'm just kidding. We're done with that conversation. I'm going to start naming names and get in trouble. I'm just saying, he won a TI, though.
He did. And those other Tundra boys seem quite nice.
Well, people don't know what AUI gets up to.
That is true. There's a man who's got a mean streak.
I mean, he's Canadian. That pretty much tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, true.
They're all psychos. All right, 3-man smoke. Tim's has Starfall. Hook shot up. Boat coming up in 10. Radiance still a ways away. Counter smoke by Execration here. Blink for Shanks. Time to get jumping.
They're going to go right past each other. They've got a deep ward on the Dro Ranger. That's why they're smoking up right now.
Raven, there's a birdie coming for you, son.
Yeah, he thinks it's all clear because his entire team is in front of him in lane. Little did he know that Execration snuck right past that smoke, either known or unknown, and manages to go straight for the throat of Raven, killing him. But it looks like Blacklist still want to fight this one. They're going to hit the hook shot onto the Tiny here. 4-staff. Is that the 4-staff you wanted, though? I think that was intended to save the Tiny, but it gets the Clockwork killed instead.
Bosky
and now the Timbersaw. Yeah, he just showed up and it was like, wait a minute.
Later, boys. Good luck.
I'm gonna do a 360 and get the hell out of here.
He showed up. This is not the party I thought it was. Oh, wrong room. Sorry. Got back in the elevator.
You see this floating chakram that's happening right now?
Yeah, it's quite disturbing. It's like a UFO. Cue the X-Files music.
Dire's top tower.
Went to X-Files
this
week.
This is crazy, bro. I've never seen this one. Got the shadow.
So they're not called UFOs anymore now.
Oh, what are they called? Navy aircraft?
No, UAPs.
Oh, what's that mean?
Unidentified aerial phenomenon or something.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
That sounds reasonable. You're the military man. I trust you on this.
Got the clockwork. Tossed up, arrowed. All right, well, now we're cooking. We talked about early on, we said, okay, this Coddle has some nice combos with the Chakram of both Timbersaw and Tiny running around, getting multiple spells off in these fights, these skirmishes, and it is beginning to come to fruition now.
Tower is under attack.
They are getting there. And this Naga is starting to pull ahead with the map control. Hard done. And they're just getting the pick off.
Straight up, Carl TP's in, and half a second later, he's dead.
What was cute?
Cute ah.
Cute ah.
Oh, Execration's feeling themselves a little bit now. I mean,
and why not?
They did kind of get stomped in game 2, but they're winning this game 3.
I don't feel like Blacklist has done anything in 10 minutes. So you gotta be feeling yourself by default. Like, you're just getting free pickoffs off the Naga pressure. You're building a net worth lead. Your Naga's pulling ahead of Drow, stealing your Ancients. Bosku is gonna TP in and instantly have to BKB off a net. What is happening in this game as he walks under the ceiling fan here? Cool him off. Man's overheated.
Top tower is under attack.
Well, I think Blacklist has cooled off enough. As you said, they haven't been making any plays. I'm not even sure if they've warmed up.
They're all in their base. Are they this
They're all inside. I mean, like, Execration isn't even close to their base, but Blacklist just seemed I'm terrified.
I don't really know what's happening in this game, honestly. I don't think Blacklist are that weak. I don't think they need to play this scared. Even if you're scared, you're like, all right, you got to worry about the pickoffs. Let's just 5-man. You can't 5-man your base in 20 minutes. You got to just 5-man some jungle, deboard the areas, get some vision up. They're just losing way too much on them. I think something 8k gold. Like, nothing happened, and there's 8k gold. And 4k of it is on Palace compared to Raven. That's a full item ahead for this Naga.
How do you stay? So we talked about how the Drow Ranger versus Naga Siren is a pretty good answer. When you're ahead, like the Naga Siren is here, how do you play against the Drow Ranger? Is there an itemization that helps? Like, what should Palace be looking for to like complete the dub here against Raven?
I mean, you can go Butterfly, but I don't think it's too good. You can go AC versus Drow, which is in theory pretty good value. I've seen some Nagas do this. But it kind of depends on how far ahead you are. You could still just go normal Naga items and just rely on the net worth in your team. I don't think that's a bad route either.
Sure.
This is a weird game because he's gonna have to fight through long BKB durations, and I feel like whatever makes his illusions as tanky as possible is what's good. So that probably means Scotty, Lincoln's Hex type Ultior buildups sound pretty nice.
Yeah.
I mean, Hex is decent if you think you can just go in and Hex to start a fight. Otherwise, I think Scotty's
going the Orchid route.
I don't know if
oh my God, what a hook shot. 3 people inside of the cogs with the bow coming in soon. Now they're tanky, but Raven's on the high ground and he's beginning to shred these heroes. Now there is going to be the song going out from the Naga. Bosku activated his BKB, got the Sprout out.
We got out.
Oh, mirror image outside of the Sprout. A lot of damage from the high ground, though, still, though, from Carlo and Tino. They're delivering some magic damage. Toss up. Cogs push him over the cliff, and Bob is going to run interference here. Pullback on the Chakram isn't quite enough to get the kill on Bosku, but they can't. Oh, Tim's, never mind.
Go to sleep.
It's gonna say he may still die, actually. He's pretty slow.
Yeah, that looked a lot better than it actually was.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not winning that fight off that initiation, this game's looking rough. I think the Coddle heals are causing a lot of problems because they have damage in this multi-shot and both, but then it's not that great here. if you're not finding Tino in the fight, I feel like they really have to find this Coddle, and they have no backline jump. They have a clock hook. That's it. He just has a force staff. So there's pretty much no way to get on top of this Coddle. He's just healing up the entire fight. You have this heart running. We saw that Orchid fly out for Palos. I'm not sure I like the Orchid here because I feel like, as we saw in this fight, the fight's kind of won or lost in the BKB duration. So I feel like you should just tank up for that or just build survivability. I mean, hell, even BKB on Nage doesn't seem that bad. You can just survive their BKBs, play through the Coddle heals, and take the fight afterwards.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. Anything that kind of guarantees you get off song and survive.
Because I feel like once you're out of BKBs on Blacklist, if the fight's even, you've lost. Because Timber and Coddle are going to take that fight over. They just have way better.
And it looks like Palos. The hook shot late, but the push out. That was sad. Tino hit him with a blind light.
Blind lighted him.
Yeah.
Well, it was a good try. Your sacrifice is noted.
When you're in a desperate situation, he's probably looking back at that last hook shot. He's like, yo, if that hook shot wasn't good enough to win us a fight, then I'm going to have to steal Aegis. Which, it was pretty close. But now Palos is going high ground. By the way, he is going to go AC, or at least has it queued up for now.
Yeah, I like that. It's definitely the best value item in this game. Force Staff's probably going to bail out.
Gets him away. Bob is pretty far forward here, and he may lose his Aegis for free, mostly. I mean, Blacklist, you can push him back in. Now, he does have BKB, so we won't have to worry about that silence or the X.
It's just a failed high ground, though.
Yeah.
They're getting all of them back, but it's pretty hard for their lineup to go high ground. They have no building hitter. They don't really have great Aegis users. It's just kind of a whatever. You're just going to have to keep playing the map and building that net worth so you can choke this game out. Maybe gives Blacklist some hope. You can keep ratting here.
Certainly.
It's pretty hard to make it end.
You get to play for late game. That's what they like.
You know, I hope they like it because it seems like what happens every game. You know, if you're going to go really late every game, you better enjoy that kind of Dota.
Did you enjoy it? I feel like position 5s don't enjoy that.
Not really, because I feel like the late games are kind of out. They're more and more out of support's control, barring some really powerful heroes like Enigma or something. It becomes more about your shot calling core. I think that's the most important thing in the late game, is if you have a strong shot calling core, because he kind of has the best feel of the win conditions, the pace of the game, and how the fight should go. You can do that as a support, but I do generally think it's harder. I think there's few supports, like even these super strong captains like Puppy and Kuro, who are probably the best at it. I feel like it's rare they just understand 100% how to win the game compared to like a really good shot calling core. Like I think that was Matamo Man's strength, for example. Or,
exactly.
Or like these miracles in the late game. Even players like Sumail will talk a lot more in the late game as compared to the early game because they're just in the most dominant position and they know how the fight wants to go because they're all the network. So I kind of never like. I mean, I like late games are fun, but it feels a little out of your control as a 5. You're just like trying to get the best reward for the fight. Maybe call 1 or 2 really good smokes, but the actual fight and stuff, it was weird for me. Maybe I'm just bad. I don't know. That's all. No,
I think most of the content I've heard, whenever I've maybe watched a Team Scrim or something like that, has been like, if a support does make those kind of calls, it's not actually a call, it's more of a question. It's like, hey, can we fight?
Yes.
They're asking their carry, are you strong enough? Do you feel good about fighting in this situation or that situation?
I mean, I guess the way I would phrase it now that I think about it is, I think supports still make a lot of calls in the late game, but the team that has the more confident shot calling core usually feels better in those late game situations because it pushes them over the edge, right? Like, when Matoma Man tells you this is how we're going to win the game, you probably believe that guy.
You sure? Yeah, it helps that he's won a TI.
That's why I also mentioned Puppy and Curl, because I think if you have a very veteran respected captain like that and he makes that type of call, people will also believe him. But if you're kind of one of these captains that is new, trying to prove yourself, and you make one of those late game calls, the team's going to think about it. It might not just be some like blind fate thing. So there's just a difference there. You know, my team never listened to me, and that's why I didn't like it.
Well, it seems like you didn't have the charisma to help them buy into it, you know?
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Why are you a caster?
I don't know. I ask myself that every day, but they keep hiring me, so I must do something right.
I think you're doing a good job. I would have listened.
Of course,
to
you
you.
think that.
I would have listened to
on
you
me now.
if you were my captain.
Oh, thanks. It means a lot now that you're dependent on me.
Dependent on you. I don't think that's how this dynamic.
Okay, well, that's not what I've heard from TOs, but we'll leave it at that. I mean, who do you think's the strongest late game shot caller in this game? I have my pick, but I want to hear yours.
Player or hero? Wow.
Well, you could do both.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. I'm gonna say Raven because I've watched a lot of Raven late game. I think he is a game-winning carry at the end of the day.
Fair choice.
As far as, I mean, I also think the game is simpler in a way for Dro and like how you want fights to look. I think it's a lot harder for Palos to say like how he wants fights to look in that regard. Maybe pickoffs like this are pretty easy. He's gonna run into a clockwork, exploring the jungle, quickly gets an orchid net, and he's dead.
You're all washed up.
I'll think about that for a minute.
I thought you already had an answer.
Well, I'm thinking about your answer. I'm giving it a grade. I'll give it like a C+.
Well, you know what? I passed. All right. C's get degrees.
That's true. I could have flunked you and sent you to summer school. Missed opportunity.
What was an A answer?
I don't know. That's a fine answer. I mean, nobody knows, right? We don't know what these cons are like in this game. Just an interesting theory crap. I feel like I actually think it's opposite. I think Raven's concept of how to set the fights up are more difficult than Paulos's. Because if I'm Palos in this game, I feel like my idea is pretty simple. I'm just going to make my hero as tanky as possible and just send illusions in and play like semi-aggressive to bait the fight or set stuff up with net to force BKBs. And the second we get like an arrow or a toss connection, the fight just breaks, right? And I feel like you just keep playing for that. You send lanes in, you send illusions at the enemy heroes. It's pretty straightforward. For Raven, he needs like, they don't have a good way to displace the hero. They don't have a good way to like necessarily lock heroes down in a chain stun. So they have to slowly find a core and get a really good multi-shot. In this type of scenario, right? Like Paul's is just sending illusions in, AU is getting poked. There's no clear counterplay here. It's awkward for Raven. Now you're getting
there's the opener. Got the pick off. There was the toss back from on Tim's. They do have a really nice Will-O-Wisp. BKB immediately has to go out. Raven's going to try and deal with the Will-O-Wisp for his team, but his BKB is going to be worn out. That's why he has to force snap up to the high ground. The rest of Blacklist are now going to try and retreat. Another multi-shot. Didn't get the toss back this time. Carl uses his BKB. Hook shot a little bit off the mark from AU. And Blacklist are now going to be pushed back as Palos sees his opportunity to start sieging the high ground.
And this is the issue. You're just getting all your BKBs poked. Bosku gets his poked off a sleep arrow. Raven has to use his early in the fight. Deals with a Will-O-Wisp. Carl ends up having to use his off. Just not when you have a toss. And then you can't fight. And that's what I'm saying. What's the clear initiation here for Blacklist that lets them commit those BKBs to get a kill? To me, it's not very clear. And that's why I feel like Paul's game is more straightforward than Raven's here, regardless of the shot calling.
Yeah, I guess I see that. It's just kind of like do Naga things and wait for an opportunity.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's Naga gameplay, you know?
Which in that way, and when you put it like that, then it just sounds like it's not actually Palos at all, but it sounds like it's more like his Tiny or, you know, like Carlo or Shank seeing the opportunity in the first place to get that pick off.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I thought Shanks is kind of the fight factor for Execration as this game goes later and later. Because you're just looking for the toss back, you're looking for that clean initiation. That's why Tiny's so powerful. I feel like Tiny just makes team fighting so simple. It's so simple. You just get vision and this guy just jumps and throws a dude into you and like 99% of scenarios, that's advantageous. Like right off the bat.
Complete, guys. We did it.
I mean, the team fight complete, right? It's just so easy. Like I feel like worst case scenario, your Tiny trades for whoever he tossed in. That's like worst case scenario, and it's not even that easy to do. I feel like this hero's a first base hero still for a reason, and I feel like there's a reason Tiny always overperforms the TI. Because he makes team fighting straightforward. There's always a clear route to team fight victory when you have this hero. That's just incredibly powerful. It simplifies a lot of situations.
When you're as tanky as he is, if he tosses back as support, and the idea is you're trading, well, you're going to kill the support he tossed in way faster than the Tiny dies, in which case you have time to play while he's dying. Or if he tosses in a core, you know, then okay, great. You traded in support for a core. Great team fight.
Also, the moment of initiation is in his favor. Like you smoke, you plant a ward on the high ground, Tiny jumps. Your team is instantly ready for that guy floating back to you to hex him or grip him or whatever. The enemy team is not necessarily ready to insta-lift your Tiny, right? And so a lot of times Tiny gets a 4-step off, he gets a Yules off, he gets something else off. So these like tiny interactions, we see a lot at TI that make a big difference. If you remember back to that LGD Spirit Grand Final, where it's like the Magnus Rubik interaction, right? It's a similar concept because Mag was doing the same thing. This Rubik lift was good, but like the Rubik lift is only good versus Mag if you can kind of see the Mag going in, or you're ready for it and you're in an advantageous position. On the back foot, it's pretty rough. I feel like Tiny is a similar concept. And in this game, Blacklist don't have anything to stop it regardless. Every Tiny jump in this game is just guaranteed. Unless you BKB it and just take the fight. I don't know, I'm a big Tiny fan, you know?
Dire's top
I know.
tower
You've
is under
infected
attack.
my brain with it.
I just, the more and more I've played this game over years, the more this hero seems so broken to me. The more I realize every team that won TI just abused Tiny. It's disgusting. They should just remove this hero from the game.
It's like I like the stacks of papers that Seb brought, you know, to TI.
1,000 Tinys.
Just tiny.
I mean, are you telling me Jerax didn't spam play that hero at all those TIs?
Another attempt. Honestly, not bad timing again by AU. He's just like really a second off each time.
But a second off is a second too late. And that is Aegis into the hands of Bob here. Shard as well. Man, there's just too much net worth on this Execration side. Ooh, there's that Tiny jump. Didn't even get it, and there's still no punish. It's too easy.
Hit him with the X-Torrent, but nobody else was around. Raven was too busy farming up triangle area. He's trying to get a Shadow Blade.
You got a
another attempted toss back. Telekinesis throw back. Oh no, but the arrow! Oh, Raven. They had an opportunity to be able to get their kill, but Raven runs into an arrow. Unlucky.
What can you do? Sometimes
just didn't see it coming, I guess, because he has BKB.
Sometimes you farm for 40 minutes just to take an arrow to the knee. I used to be a carry.
He used to be a major contender until he took an arrow to the knee, and now Blacklist. I mean, reminder, this is the position that they're in. They win this series, they're in contention for being able to go to the major. They lose it, they're in contention for going down to Div 2. And is a possibility. On. Another toss back.
Got the lift.
It's going to be used immediately. They do have the lift and also a hook shot going in. A lot of stuns, but not a lot of damage. Raven is now going to show up here, but he's targeting Bob, who still has that Aegis of Bloodstone to work with.
Double buy.
The supports who went in and got their stuns off are going to die like AU. He immediately buys back where he can.
Palos. Damage, though.
There is no damage.
It has to be Drow right-clicking people, and she still hasn't used... Raven has not popped his BKB yet. They have not committed to the fight. Another toss back.
Okay, Shanks finally going to die, and they actually got a really good Frostbite explosion onto the heroes of Execration. Bob and Carlo took a decent amount of damage, but again, the Will-O-Wisp goes out. Blacklist have to reset around it. Four staff, trying to get Bosku back.
Really deep.
Oh, Bob. Oh, we got it with the double chakram, though.
Sliding away. That's just Mega? No, it's not Megas. They have Rax top. Sorry, I thought we went the whole gambit here, but...
Not quite.
Looking like Megas.
But soon.
Okay, guys, that was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
You don't have the answer. You just don't. You're looking at relegation.
Go on, Bosku again. Four staff, but it's still not enough. The Orchid Pop was able to get it. Now they got the toss back underneath the Will-O-Wisp. Perfect move for Shanks, and that's it. GG is called, and Blacklist. Well, they're certainly not going to Berlin, and now they're in a nasty situation. It scored 2 and 4. A possibility that they could end up in a tiebreaker for the lower division.
It's just a rough way to go, too, because you just feel like they didn't have any traction in Game 3. There weren't any fights they could have won. There weren't any big moves. Just kind of waiting and getting out far on the map, and I feel like Palos takes that map over before Raven has a chance to... I don't know. It just felt very passive. I hate seeing this Blacklist team when they're that passive. I don't feel like you can really go deep in group stages or lands, or even if maybe you win the DPC, like, so what, right? I don't feel like this type of playstyle is going to get you very far. I feel like we've seen it. It feels a little outdated to me, which may sound harsh, but if you play it really clean, in theory you can win. I just think you're giving so much space and time in all these games in that mid game, regardless of your good laning stage, which they had great laning stages all the games. I didn't have fault with that. But then what did they get turned into? Outside of game 2, where Carl just went ballistic on Kunkka and destroyed the map, it didn't feel like they were combining the supports with the cores to find pickoffs or pressure areas or play around deep wards or take space away from Palos in any of these games. I feel like none of that stuff was there, and that's the stuff that's like the meat of winning a Dota game, you know? You can still lose if you do all that, but that is the meat that sets you up to get that victory dinner, because now it is a sad dinner for them. But hey, Execration in the running to go to Berlin still.
Yep, they are actually in a perfect position because now it is entirely up to their own play in their upcoming series against Army Geniuses. They are both tied at a score of 4-2, one slot between those two teams, and they've got one series to determine who will be the third team to represent Southeast Asia heading to Berlin. But that closes out this series. We still have 2 more series to go, of course, so we're going to go ahead and check in with the panel again.
That's right, Cap. The road to the major is very much alive for Execration, but unfortunately for Blacklist rival fans, the dream is getting crushed. It's over for them.
Yeah, very sad dinner, yeah.
Yeah,
Very sad
Hopefully
dinner
not
indeed.
some pizzas at the dinner.
Oh, not the pizza
Not
party.
to the Southeast Asian
Not the
tradition of pizza, no.
pizzas. But Execration pretty convincingly took this game. I did not feel like we got that 50-50 that we wanted.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's almost like game 1 where Execration kind of lost their lanes once more. Like, their laning phase has just not looked good in the series, but Bob really popped off. Like, all those rotations onto Bob and he wouldn't die, it just got worse and worse. And he just kept punishing. Like, Kunkka is just so susceptible to that loss of strength when he does get his Q off. And we just saw that Whirling Death do too much work. Like, Carl was frontlining. Carl had to start these fights, but he would just melt.
I mean, I don't like it when they put Cuckoo on MP and then they are so passive, you know. The games when he's playing the other heroes like Kotal or Dawnbreaker, they are like much more active on the map, they're getting shit done together. But when he's MP, I feel like maybe there's a lack of a voice in the game when he's farming a lot and people just tend to like go back to farming, you know. Like, I feel like they have a very good timing with the BKB and Kunkka. Carl was pretty farm early game. And they should have used that timing, you know, just go around the map, pressure. You have an MP ult, he can TP in, and he can push out the waves easily. So you should always be able to find ways, you know, to use a smoke and to get back some areas of the map. Because I feel like the Naga is like just uncontested, you know. He took every part of the map wherever he went, and he's just left to his own device, you know. They did nothing to stop the Naga.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of true. I felt like this game did give me flashbacks a bit of the first game of our series because it kind of felt like, you know, Cuckoo had this Nature's Prophet hero and they just AFK'd for a bit, farmed, nothing really happened.
Yeah.
They just revert back to this more passive style when they have that hero, and we can see how active the side of Execration were, like Shanks. On that Tiny, he made a lot of pretty big plays and just getting the tosses out. He was just really helpful in these fights. Like, they played aggressive off the back of almost everyone on Execration. They were just willing to fight. Even our Naga was joining in earlier to bail out with a song once Manta was up. Like, she didn't need much.
Yeah, I mean, right now I can understand why, you know, in their previous series where Blacklist, they really prioritized getting the Kotal for Cuckoo. And in this game, I feel like it's pretty evident why they wanted to always put him on those heroes. You know, whenever they put him on MP, I feel like the team just becomes autopilot mode, you know. Everybody's just like a farmer.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's our match MVP. We have Shanks on the Tiny, hitting some really great tosses that game, just throwing people everywhere. Even ended up buying an Aether Lens. Just a fun little item for Tiny. Yeah.
I mean, they felt like they were winning, you know, maybe just a little bit more reach to the back. It just helps a little bit. It's not ideal. I don't think it's something you normally build
Yeah, that's
on a Tiny, but it can have its uses.
Yeah.
Normally you go Axe into crits, right?
Yeah.
Just damage.
Crystals. throwing all the trees. But yeah, I mean, the dream is alive for Execration. All they have left is a game against Army Geniuses, and if they win that, that's sure major, right?
Yeah, no tiebreakers. Like, that is literally the tiebreaker between AG
Yeah,
and
that is the
XF.
tiebreaker.
So
That
that
is
series
true.
for them it closes out the season very nicely. That's going to be an interesting one because AG's been on the downtrend for the last week and a half, it feels like, or last week. So going to be keen to see how those
Yeah,
two teams
they're
face off.
running out of gas a little
Yeah.
bit, you know.
That's true. They're
They
like,
started really well in the season, but last week they had some games where I feel like the drafts were not that great. You know, the play was not that great. They definitely have to fix the issues quickly before they play their last game.
that is very true. Yeah. What about Execration? Would you say they're kind of one of those teams? Because I feel like they started off really strong, and then in the middle of the season, maybe they dipped a little bit. But I feel like now they're kind of back into it. Am I coping?
Not fully. Like, again, their laning phase has been really consistently off the mark in this series.
Bad.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad. Like, they've lost, like, to Blacklist, right? They've been losing every lane in every game. So I think if you're up against a team like AG, that's not a team you can afford to lose lane and hope they mess up down the line. You know, it's a little bit
Yeah,
strong
they're not
for
going
AG.
to sit and farm.
Yeah, exactly.
So do you think the odds are pretty even for that matchup? The real 50-50?
Probably, but if both teams if you disregard all their previous results, I would say that AG is still a little bit stronger for me.
Oh.
But based on what we've seen so far, it's probably closer to even.
Oh, I see. Well, we have an interview with Bob from Execration. Very exciting, our mid
Hello,
laner.
guys.
Hi, Bob.
Hello. Hi, Sophie. Uy, where's my pants?
Congratulations on your win. How do you feel now that the road to the major is still alive?
We're so happy because we win against Blacklist. Yeah.
Is
But
there any
it's not-
rivalry?
No.
No.
We're all friends.
Good friends?
Yeah.
I see.
We just want to type. That's all.
I see. To trash talk.
Yeah.
You guys?
Yeah, so first and foremost, congratulations for winning today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I just want to ask you guys about your next match against AG. It's going to be a pretty important match, and what are your thoughts about that match, and how do you feel AG has grown as a team this season?
I think we're pretty confident against AG because we watch them a lot, and I think we can easily win against them.
Ooh.
Wow.
All right. Okay, Bob. That's pretty confident, Bob. I have a question for you. It's been a while, buddy, since we met. We had fun in Japan. I missed that time. But for you guys in Execration, you know, it's been the uptrend for you guys since Tour 1. I want to ask you here in Tour 2, it's been a little bit more topsy-turvy. What do you think happened last week that the performance wasn't quite what we expected coming out? And do you think you guys have managed to solve some of those issues?
I think our first problem is the drop. It's kind of messy because Abeng is not there and there's some changes and Merch left us. That's why I think we kind of lost a bit. But this time I think we're pretty confident against anyone in the world.
Wow.
Whoa, all right. That's what we need, Bob. Yeah.
Bob. I have
Like
a
that.
question. So you guys were saying in your interview that you guys are really close, you're like family basically. So if, Bob, you were to say someone is mom, someone's dad, you have 3 kids, or you have 2 kids and 1 dog, who is who?
What? Sorry.
If you guys are like family, if you assign someone to be mom, dad, 2 kids and 1 dog, who is who out of the team?
I think mom is Tino. And
Okay,
then
that seems
that
right.
is VDC. And then Palos is the dog for sure. And me and Jumbo is the brothers.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh my God, yes.
Since you're feeling so confident today, one last question for me. How do you rate all the mid laners, you know, in the SEA DPC? Where do you rate yourself among all the mid laners here?
Maybe top
I mean,
2.
give me your top 3, you know.
Okay. No. I think I'm top 1. Bob, Carl, Cox.
Oh, wow.
All right. No Mikoto? Really?
No.
Oh,
I'm haters. No, I'm just kidding.
Do you guys have any last questions?
Good work, Bob. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, we're all good. Well, thank you so much, Bob. This was such a great interview. It's nice to see you guys again.
Thank you.
Congrats on your win.
Bye, Bob.
Bye, Bob. Oh my gosh, the confidence exuding from that guy.
I love Bob. I love Bob. He's such a jolly. I've never seen him that confident, though. Like, he was so confident. I've never seen that, but it's very good.
I mean, he's your mid laner.
Yes,
If your
yes.
mid laner is confident, you feel good as a team. You know?
He called us Carry the dog.
That's also what mid laners do, you know? They win the game, it's because this guy couldn't farm. I had to make the plays. That's how it is.
All right, well, that ends our Execration Blacklist rivalry match. Up next, we have Polaris versus Geek Slate. So that is going to be on the opposite side of the spectrum of the Div 1 standings. But stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. We've got an interesting game cooking up next. We've got Polaris versus Geek Slate, and hosting that game will be me, Sophie, and I've got my panelists next to me. We've got Adam, who's new here, well, for today, and John.
Hello, I'm new.
Yes.
You're new, yeah. Where are we diving? Where are we diving, Adam?
To the dumpster of the game. We're about to get right at the bottom of CDPC.
Oh boy.
That is big.
Yeah.
I just want to say I didn't think of that when I put the shirt on, but I
gave
came
you
in
the
the
idea.
studio and John's like, dumpster diving.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's been rough for Geek Slate. It's been rough for Polaris. But I will say this. Boomy and Nico have been having fun with this. Boomy and Force have been posting on each other's Facebooks talking about being reunited in
Division
Div 2.
2.
And they're joining their friend Alphon, the manager of Boom, in Div 2, although they're not staying there probably.
I
Who
don't-
knows?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Hopefully, if not, well, hey,
I don't know.
they're all in the bin, I guess.
What
they're
a
gonna
place
have to fix it
to
up.
be, though. Geek Slate are currently 0-5. Polaris are 1-4. They did take a game on Monday, so that was kind of a shocker. Do you think that'll give them some kind of momentum into this upcoming series?
I think both Polaris and Geek Slate have looked better than they did in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Polaris looks better, and like their increase has been better than Geek Slate's, though.
I agree, but I feel like both. I think Polaris looks good in games they're winning, but they still have tendency to kind of throw and overextend.
That's true.
I feel like Geek Slate has kind of kept games even for a bit of the most part. I feel like they're a bit, what's the word, disconnected, but they're still in the game, you know, for most of it. I feel like the Polaris games tend to be more volatile.
Yeah, and that makes them maybe a little bit more exciting or frustrating to watch, depending on your opinion on that. So this kind of clash with two teams is going to be interesting for me, and that's why this dumpster dive is actually pretty fun. I think I'm just looking forward to Force and Boomy trash talking each other or all chatting.
The tips.
Or like basically everyone in Polaris tipping
Yeah.
Force because that's
yeah,
what
that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen Force use his chat wheel that much this season.
Yeah.
Is that what's happening? He's holding back.
Maybe he's saving it all for this moment.
He's unbinded it.
Unbound.
Yeah,
Someone had to do it. Oh, it was Amar.
Yeah.
So after every OG series, they'll pause at the start because Amar is unbinding his GG
yeah, he
well
still has
played.
to all chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, because you
It
used to
kind of pops
spamming
it up in scripts, yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's funny. But Geek Slate are currently on 0-5. So if they lose this series, it's over.
It's over.
Straight to the bottom.
Yep.
Down to Div 2.
So there's a couple of things that happens from this series. If Geek Slate wins, there's potentially a three-way tie for the bottom, right?
That's
so there will
right.
be like three-way tiebreaker for who gets to save themselves. If Polaris wins, then they can drag Blacklist down with them because there'll be like two, right? The two
Yes.
wins along with Blacklist.
Yep,
So there's
they will
a
both be
chance
2 and
for that
4.
there's a chance for Blacklist to go down still.
That is true. Well, let's take a look at the draft. Will this be a game-deciding draft or will it just be another 50-50? We'll have to see. Yeah, Clock as our first pick.
I feel like it's so weird that this hero has gone up in stocks because I feel like it's only the bottom half of Div 2 that's picking this hero.
That is true. But I think they just look at it and you combine with your range core and lane, feels good. You jump softer backline targets. You get information with Flare. Like it kind of gives you everything you want without leaving too many weaknesses. So I think that's why the Clockwork is like really popular right now. Polaris going for the early Pangolier is a bit interesting. Then again, it's not something that cares for the Clockwork too much. So I think they just want like a team fight hero up front. And something that we've been missing all day, finally the Undying comes out as well, which for some reason a few teams have been avoiding.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in a while.
I feel like this hero is low-key OP.
Yep.
Low-key. All right, so this makes more sense with the Clockwork right now. They just wanted they probably planned for his Darkseer because there's absolutely no reason to pick Darkseer when you see Pango Undying.
Yeah.
It's not a counter or anything, but I guess it's just the style of play they want to go. You know, recently they've been drafting Narman a bit more go-in heroes, the Spirits, the Clockworks. They're putting him back on his, I would say, more OG role, which I really like. Force on this team fight. Iron Bayard is a strong lane. They also can ban for a Darkseer right now, which I kind of like.
Yeah, and just try to get as much as they can from this combination. I do have to say, we have seen Clockwork Darkseer struggle sometimes. Like I feel like honestly the first two levels in that lane up against a range core is pretty bad. Like in like a pretty long range core that can stand back. Level 1 to 2, maybe even 3 sometimes can feel really awkward for Darkseer Clock. So it's like after that, that's where you really have to pressure in. And I think Polaris still has enough leeway to kind of get themselves a good time because like Undying in that lane is already pretty damn good, right? And you take a range core on top, then I don't know if you really threaten with Darkseer Clockwork.
Yeah, I agree. There's also still the Monkey King that Akashi loves.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this Darkseer Clockwork, you're right. Undying is really good against both of them because he keeps them low. Because Darkseer Clockwork, they play for level 2.
Yeah.
Level 2, shove the wave in, and then shell Battery Assault under a tower. That's their strongest point in the lane. And Undying kind of says no.
No. Yeah,
No.
just no. And then even then, like, you could get the value Tombstone here, like a 2-0 build. They don't do anything to the Tombstone. They just die.
That is correct, but
Disruptor.
I saw Polaris maxing on team fight a lot. Disruptor is one of the better heroes against Darkseer and Clockwork. You know, obviously Glimpse, you can get him out of the cogs. Darkseer cannot run away from this. I like to see Geek Slate double down on team fight right now. I feel like Polaris has a ton of team fight, and you don't want to be running away from Disruptor.
True.
I'm wondering how they tie it in though. Like, I'm not seeing a lot of picks left. Like the Monkey King you mentioned, they banned it out themselves. SF's been taken out. Maybe you could go with, I don't know, you could go for a Leshrac versus Pango matchup. That's not too bad if I recall right. Like that tends to be very player dependent. Maybe a slight advantage for Lesh from the last time I saw it. Then again, maybe the players I saw were just better in Lesh.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate the Lesh here. There's AM and Morph, well, two of the more common cards have been removed. There's also a Death Prophet, which Polaris can counter Lesh with, kinda. It's great with their lineup as well. Big Mag hero. And so we see a Mirana. I'll probably see a Spirit here instead then. Just a kill combo, maybe a Storm against the Pango and Dying. It's kind of nice.
Would be one way to get the ball rolling. And that's the one thing with Disruptor and Dying. Their hold isn't the best. Like Static Storm is pretty much your only hold outside of roll. So a slippery hero would be pretty damn good for Cox to play with. But they'll go with the Doom pickup instead. So are we looking at safely in Doom Scam?
I guess it's a flex for them. That's kind of the only reason I think they would pick it. It doesn't look like a great hero against what Polaris has right now. I'm not sure how the lane is against Pango too. I think it's not that easy.
Yeah. I think I've seen that mid Doom versus Pango. Like you farm.
Yeah, but Pango bullies you once he gets corrosion. And I'm kind of worried for Geek Slate right now because Polaris have 2 picks to kind of match this Doom. So you probably see like Ursa here, for example, or I don't know about TA. I think Polaris do like their TA as well.
Yeah.
I like the Ursa a lot just because it gives you Roche against the Doom.
Yeah.
They also have mass team fight to fight Roche right now, which is very nice for Polaris.
Yeah, I don't think you have the best to kite around in Ursa here as well from Geek Slate. I mean, you can surge away, but again, the Disruptor still stands. So escaping from Ursa is a lot harder, and keeping him back is a lot harder as well. I'm still a bit surprised by the Doom. I'm trying to think of other ways. I'm trying to think if Avatar mode played it mid, if they really do want to force like the Pango matchup.
They have done it before. I just don't think it's a great matchup.
Yeah.
It's not something that I would see Darkseer, Clock, Mirana, and you know, Doom is not the hero I'm thinking about.
I'm trying to think if Cox has played something weird, but I don't think you tried to flex a Darkseer. Like I used to see Darkseer mid only from Mamang Daya. I don't think you do that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Polaris taking some time here. Go for a lifestealer, so they just want to play in the lane.
Yeah.
Win their lane. I think that's alright. It's not a bad hero against Doom as well. You know, you get to pop Rage most likely before he dooms you. You can just man up.
Yeah. Don't really care. In the lane, like Rage honestly isn't really a big answer in lane for the Clockwork Darkseer because of its damn long cooldown, but you just stand the lane anyway. You know, you just, with your Undying on hand, you should be pretty happy in that lane. So I like that coming out. You have an Infest on the Pangolier if you need be, although that's not a combination you tend to see too much. And now you can protect that Lifestealer pick. For Geek Slate, I'm just trying to figure out, because you were looking for more team fight with the Darkseer pick. I guess AoE Doom can be that, but it's not like you rush Axe.
That's cap.
Yeah.
Let's go,
You don't rush the Axe for that.
I just feel like the Clock Darkseer gameplay is not being enabled right now because of this Doom Mirana. I feel like Mirana +1 is kind of a skirmish, you know, I want to use my spell, arrow, kill you. Darkseer Clock is kind of like, it's go time. But that being said, Geek Slate does have like a very mid-late game lineup right now with their team fight items coming out. They have a very strong mid-game timing. I just need to see this last hero that brings it together.
Yeah. What options are left? So, I'm trying to think if Skem can bring something special on safe matchup against Lifestealer, but I don't know. Do you just
Ursa's
double
still in the
down?
pool. It's good for Geek Slate as well. Search to Ursa. It's a really good Ursa game.
That's true.
Yeah, that looks decent enough. Again, like the one thing your hold is still kind of lacking on Polaris. So Ursa should be able to dance around. It's not like you can glimpse everyone back when they're chasing you up.
Yeah, they have a Mirana, so I'm thinking if they want to pick a stun like some CK Swen kind of hero, Wraith King even, it's enabled by the shell frontline against what Polaris have. It's kind of okay. Also wouldn't hate to see some just high burst damage hero against the Pango, some Juggernaut,
Yeah, like I think the Jug tries
Jug.
to be pretty nice.
We haven't seen. Have we? Have we ever seen Jug?
No.
No.
That's what I was thinking.
The hero's kind of dead right
Dumpster
now.
hero, right?
When the patch first broke out, we saw a lot of Radiant's Juggernaut.
Yep.
And I think Scam was one of the players playing it. I'm not sure if this is the game for it, but I feel like Polaris, their heroes right now, they can't really touch the Jug. Like there's no way of ganking him. He's enabled with Shell. They have a very split push out lane skill kind of lineup with this Doom coming out, so I wouldn't mind seeing it. I like it against Pango a lot too, because Omni against Roll,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah.
Just follow him. It's a free target.
Bat Rider band. What do you think their last ban could be? What are they looking to make sure they don't get to play?
Just need a ban anti-lifestealer heroes. Ursa's a good ban.
Yeah, I don't think I mind that. I'm wondering what they pick up for Bach now. If we are assuming a Mac Pangolier, they could still switch things around. They have last pick overall, so it's pretty safe for them to flex.
How is TA this game?
I was thinking of Tia as well, but I think it's so hard with Polaris having the last because Viper's still in the pool. It's kind of the same problem with Ursa.
right.
I mean, I don't think it's like unplayable, but it's very annoying for the draft. Geek Slate do need that kind of hero though. A hero that like plays the game without really winning his lane too much. Bloodseeker.
Oh, for the roll.
I don't know if I like that. It stops the Pango, but I don't know if that's the best solution. Like there is scaling. Like your damage with shards theoretically allows you to fight the lifestealer to an extent. And I guess it does tie in with your Vac wall with Bloodright in a way, but I don't know. I'm really not feeling the core Bloodseeker. I haven't felt it for a while. In certain matchups, it can feel great. I don't know if this is the one where it shines.
Wonder what Bog is gonna play here.
It's a great Lincoln's game.
Enigma?
Looking.
Oh yeah, it does look like it.
What's a big Bog hero?
Enigma's the big one. If you're really
It's so hard to
worried.
play against Doom Clock.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not hard, but it's not fun, And Mirana Bloodseeker is a pretty decent lane against you as well.
Still have Viper if you wanted.
Brew, Viper. I just feel like it's not really him,
Yeah, Brew is.
I think of
he
Bok,
plays-
I think of like a... I only think of Brew, honestly.
Don't
I
say
think
the
of
Brew.
Bok.
How about Centaur?
It's been troubling.
I think that Centaur was good against the Doom Darkseer, but
Actually,
with his Bloodseeker coming out, I'm not sure.
I remember
Beast.
Bach played a lot of his Viper with TNC. Like when they won, he was making the kind of spitting sounds in a video. And the Beastmats are coming out. I mean, that's still solid enough of a lane. Like I don't think Bloodseeker beats you out, so you can just play that lane.
I wonder if they'll put the Bloodseeker mid now, because Doom against... Okay, they're not going to do it, but Doom against Beastmaster is super free lane,
Yes.
and you get the Vanguard super early, and you can never be kicked out, so Beastmaster cannot play the game. And then, because of the nature of your aggressive side lane, Scam's just... The Bloodseeker is just going to dumpster mid lane.
Yeah. I mean, they could still put Skim mid, honestly. I don't think that's going to be too surprising. Skim literally plays every lane. So
That's true, but I don't think they'll do it.
Yeah,
I feel like
probably
Scam
not.
would just say, give me Doom if you wanted to do it. I think he tends to favor playing the plus 1.5 heroes over the actual hard carries.
yeah.
So which draft are you guys liking better?
Kind of 50-50 for me.
It is 50-50. I would maybe lean towards Polaris just a little bit more. I think they can execute on this draft. This looked like an old Polaris draft before they tossed out Force to Geek Slate. And, well, who knows? Maybe Boomy's here to school his potential classmate and good old Force. And they've been throwing a lot of shade. All the Cebuanos, actually, even Alphon from Boom is on it. Just everyone's in despair.
Everyone's diving.
Yeah, it's not a good time.
Well, we've got our second Philippine showdown. This is the second game of today. I mean, it's kind of crazy. The first game is like 10 Pinoys, and now it's 9. So this is going to be very interesting. And I'm going to send this showdown over to Avo and Richie.
Thank you, Soph. Indeed, we have another Filipino showdown somewhat.
Showdown.
Showdown?
Yes.
It's a showdown. A showdown. It took me so long to learn this word. Don't do this to me again. It is somewhat of a Filipino showdown. I mean, you are ignoring the fact that Geek Slate, that they do reside in KL, so that makes them Malaysian.
That's right.
That makes them completely Malaysian, regardless of what their country of origin is. And also, Skem only eats rice or noodles, which is the most Malaysian thing I've heard of.
Is that true?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He eats things with the rice and noodles, but if there's no rice and noodles,
it's not a meal for him.
And if you're Filipino, you only eat the rice. The rice is the big part.
You know, it's kind of funny, right? Because there tends to be a lot of countries and cultures that are like that. Like when we went to Peru, I was very surprised.
That's rice and potatoes.
If it doesn't have rice and potatoes, it's not a meal then, right? For some people here, rice and noodles, or maybe like a soup, doesn't count.
Yeah.
For Americans, French, everything. If the plate isn't, ginormous, doesn't count as a meal.
I miss bread.
Bread.
I miss bread. Yeah,
Oh,
Spain, that's the thing. When you have bread, right? In Spain, actually, this is a class thing as well. You only eat bread with your meals if you're poor.
Like in school. Oh, I see.
Yes, because if you're poor, when the juices of the plate are left, right? You go and you like, the bread is an important part of being poor because you want to take advantage of the whole meal. Whereas if you're rich, you can leave the juice on the plate and nobody cares because your servant will lick it off for you or whatever. I don't really know what the rich do. But that's why I miss bread. It's a class act in two ways.
Is that why you walk home and you go through the restaurant district so that you can help them with their dishes by just licking everything off for them?
Well, that's why I have the loaf of bread. But unfortunately here, bread is mostly sweet. And this is something I've never figured out.
Did you see the rainbow bread we have on panel now?
We have a rainbow bread?
Yes, I highly encourage you to look at it.
Can I try it? Is it edible? When did we buy it?
Why is that always your first? It's on the set.
Yeah,
usually things on sets are not edible,
Yeah, what is the most common thing that you'd find in a rainbow bread is someone taking a bite off it. So if I eat it, it becomes more realistic and part of the set. Don't take Dota away when I say that. Please put it back on. In fact, can you put it full screen? Blue! Oh, they defied me this time.
I think in live production albums, you got to give them a countdown.
Oh, right,
it's like
next time, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, well, like it's a little slower than that, but and then I guarantee you it will be done.
Okay, I got you, producer. Next time we're doing it together. All right, thumbs up, thumbs up.
There it is. Ought to be an interesting game though, as we have not said a single thing about the game that is about to be before us.
Do you think Skem will wipe the juices of his enemies with bread, or do you think he'll use rice?
I think he's going to use rice because, much like Dark Seer's Ion Shell, they are very small. And individual, the quantity is big, but it fills you up over the duration of the meal.
I would also say he's going to use rice because he's going to use Bach to feed thousands of populations in this game.
I was also going to say he needs to put himself in rice because this Geek Slate roster has been looking broken.
Wait, like a phone.
Like a phone.
That was good.
Yes.
That was good.
Yes.
I think that's an insult though because then you can't eat that rice. Well, Winter would, but like in general, you should.
I mean, yes, that's true. You should not.
Okay,
Idol. I mean, you should not do that, but this Geek Slate roster, I think Winter was talking about it in the pre-show. He used some pretty serious adult words that I would not utter.
Okay.
But he said that perhaps they have gotten it wrong, the roster change. And that's always stinging, right? A team of this caliber, second in the last DPC tour.
That feels really bad.
Well, I agree. They're at the very bottom of the table, and this is an absolute must-win for them. I mean,
Can a single person really have that much of an impact? No offense to Raji, but it's like, if you kick someone, I would be surprised to have that much of major contention too. I think there's more internal problems than just that.
I mean, there could be, but it does really feel like it has impacted more. I'm not sure if it's super accurate. For me, it would be well, we have 5 limbs, Abo, right? If you lose one of them, can that really impact that much?
Limbs?
Limbs.
Oh, I thought you were saying the last name.
No, limbs.
Like limb, like
Limbs.
I have 4.
Your head is a limb.
Oh, my head's a limb?
Yeah.
I have 6 then.
Your warts on your toe does not count.
Okay, thank you. That's exactly what I meant.
And I feel like what's kind of happened here is that they've replaced Raji, obviously, right? And
they try to get themselves a bio arm, right?
Well, that to me, it's a little bit more would it be an arm or a leg? Do you think a carry's more like an arm or a leg?
I think it supports the head.
Interesting. I was going to say the mid laner is the head, because to me, they kind of dictate a lot of the game.
Oh, right, yeah.
Well, the ego can kind of be it, but they kind of decide and can dictate from the early game what a lot happens, right? They determine, let's just call the supports the arms or something. They decide when the arms come into action and, you know, what they need to do, what part of the map they need to be in, right?
Okay, sure.
And for that reason, perhaps we can call the off laner, you know, like, you know, your legs or something like that. For me, it's like, they've kind of like replaced one of their legs here, and as a result, the other leg, which is Skem, that has stayed the same, isn't able to operate as it normally has. It's taken them too long of a period to adjust here, which is absolutely killing them. Skem, he's one of my favorite parts about him ever since the Neon days, of course, is he's one of the most unorthodox carry players I have ever seen. That has to take a certain kind of support to play well with you.
Yeah. He was also lauded last season as like the best carrier up there, maybe with Savage, of course.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, Savage proved himself much more in the major, but they were up there. It was Palos, Skem, and Savage that were like the three people. Not just because they were the best teams, because carries were lacking last season, right? I think this season is a little bit different. I think Polaris, for example, Akashi's having a really good showing.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a little bit sad that it's not a pool of players that you can lose and see. Because you really, this region desperately needs really solid carries.
Interesting.
And they haven't had some in a while.
I would say, actually, contrasting that and taking the conversation over to the mid lane, I would say this carry has a plethora of pretty strong mid laners in general.
This season, you mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, this region.
This region, yeah.
I agree. I think mid is the strongest position.
And I think something that's always kind of impressed me has been Cox. Again, very similar to Skem, which is why I think changing one of these players is actually kind of a deal. Does play a lot of these not super traditional, like Underlord mid, right, a lot last season. This is the second time now we've seen him on this Doombringer, right? Not super standard mid laners, right?
It's very weird, dude. I mean, this was the guy that used to build, I used to mention this all the time because it's one of my favorite stats, but he used to just build as later on anything he played in the mid lane, including Embers, including obviously the TAs, which he used to play a lot, right? But he's played Desolator Pucks, he's seen Desolator Void Spirit, like this is the level that he likes that item, right? He used to be one of those mid laners that can kind of carry this game solo, and his deviation into this more of a space creation mid laner, like the Pangos, the Dooms, etc. that they've been playing, I love it. I think his career particularly is looking really good, even if Geek Slate as a whole is not, right? Same as I would say for Akashi here in Polaris, he's had a good enough showing.
Yeah, seriously.
Even if it's not the best season for Polaris, he's proving himself as a valuable asset for this region.
Akashi reminds me a lot of the carries of old days, where like, yeah, you know, we need to do a little bit of work to get him to that mid to late game where the carries really truly get online. But like this guy for Polaris almost at times, right, makes me want to be like, pick a Medusa, pick some 1v5 hero for him. Like, what can we make happen on this kind of a hero? Lifestealer, though, is going to be a bit of a faster hero. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, I like the Lifestealer because I think an aspect that makes him that kind of carry is that his laning is pretty solid. He might not always win or destroy the lane, but he puts a fair amount of pressure into the offlaner. I think that's why also they prioritize this matchup.
Yeah.
Because they give him Lifestealer for the Darkseer mainly, right? There's not much other reason.
And that's what I was going to get into as well here, is they do end up skirmishing a bit. Careful with that double ion shell. It is level 2, so that's plenty of damage. That will force back Akashi. Big play by Force, who overall, I think he's been a very consistent laner, a very consistent kind of, no pun intended here, force for Geek Slate as a whole, especially and still in Lima, as Skem's going to use that additional move speed to get out of that tricky situation. Zhao should have a leap.
Yeah, he has 2 leaps.
Yeah, he's just baiting them.
And in fact, Boomy is just going to die. Drop Tombstone as well.
Not sure what.
Here's a present for you.
Yeah. Does he have the golden one as well? He does have the golden tombstone.
Why?
Just wanted to show it off a bit.
Okay.
Not a good play, unfortunately, that one.
Nothing about that play was good.
No.
He didn't have to die. He also didn't have to do the tombstone thing.
Yeah,
he just gave a lot of gold.
That's just a weird one. Chasing a Mirana, like, Mirana is one of the heroes that generally is played as a 4 against a general Undying 5.
Oh, he wanted to die so he could TP mid.
And so that's what I was looking at. Is this is a difficult lane for him, right? Because he was pretty much out of regeneration. And Potom is one of the most annoying heroes for you to lane into. It's everything that you kind of hate as a support Undying. I do think that's changed a liting bit now that Undyings take more points into the decay, and they're not so much about I'm going to be the Viper of supports. Like, I'm going to kick ass in the laning stage, and then, you know, kind of be a little bit more around Tombstone. Now he scales, right? So maybe it's not that big of a deal, which is why this death is not that big, but Cox in the mid lane needs some support.
Yeah, he's fine for now, it seems like. Got a big healing off the Magic Wand. He still has the Doom available. In comes Narman. They're going to get a counter kill onto Boomy, or trying so. Boomy, you can go out this way, but not that way, as he hits the cogs on his way out and dies to him.
Okay, this is a pretty big win here if Geek Slate, now rotating both supports to the mid lane, can secure the power rune. Top lane, though, they will have to try and fight through CML. We'll see what the Dota gods decide. It's top, and a haste rune as well for the Pango. That is an action rune for him. That's a big one.
To add to your point, so the Undying matchup, one thing that really becomes annoying in the mid game with this hero against Mirana is that now that you're not just a lane winner, your Tombstone is always a nuisance for that stupid arrow.
Yep.
Right, so then that becomes a big issue later on. As a top lane, Akashi is forced to activate Rage. He wants to go for Force, but he knows Force has a surge. There's no point in committing here too hard. However, glimpsing him back, and no commitment needed. Just a simple glimpse will do the trick.
Boomy as well to secure the kill. I wanted to make sure he got his assist gold. Yeah, one thing I'll just say a little about that Undying matchup, because again, it is one of the more annoying ones to play in my opinion, is yes, you're right about the zombie points. However, it does kind of go both ways. I actually thought you were going to say Leap destroys Tombstone, because it kind of does, if you can get vision right on the Tombstone. So that is the counterplay that Undying has. It's a pretty
I think Mirana's a good pick into the Undying, but I don't think it's as bad as it used to be.
It comes with its problems, but we'll see how they can deal with it. The Mirana's just a good pick this game in general because, of course, of the Beastmaster, who is slowly but surely getting there on his helm. I think this is a pretty good adjustment, Avo. He's actually decided to go for the Arcane Boots first, rather than just straight naked rush the helm, as I hear.
Oh, he's bleeding out? No. Oh, he's bleeding out. Okay. He decides to die to the Rupture, which is an interesting choice. Yeah. But I guess he was going to die anyway, but you might as well have annoyed the Bloodseeker so he misses a last hit. But okay, whatever. It's Buck. Yeah. On the note with Force, I will say that...
Oh, hold on. Sorry, there's a Doom mid.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm apologizing to you. It's not my fault.
No, it is your fault. Look at this Undying dying because of you, Richie. Look at him. Look at him. Watch his eyes as they lose the last remnants of his HP. And Cox gets pushed out of his own... Oh, no, he doesn't. He gets pushed to the edge of the kinetic field, not to the edge of his life. Reinforcements are here. They get rid of the Disruptor, who does glimpse Cox before he dies. If that didn't help him at all, Mac is now stuck in the Cogs, can't swashbuckle. Perfect arrow timing. Just the swashbuckle is coming off cooldown.
Yeah. Really nice tag team there between really a trio team. I don't know. I guess you can be triple tag team. That's brutal, but that's basically what happened there as well. Too.
Tag team just means that you're tagging each other.
I know, but I've always considered a tag team to be a duo. You know.
Not at my.
not when you get punched.
No. Usually it's like at least 4 to 5 men.
4 to 5 Scotsmen at that.
Also, one Englishman always gets in the mix somehow.
Oi, why are you asking to kiss my girlfriend?
It's the Spanish thing. It's 2 kisses. It's on the cheek, I swear.
I'll give you 2 on the cheek.
Yeah, it was a tough time. Lots of black guys.
I like this. Cox is rotating just on this Invis rune. Doesn't have Doom, though, so this is a bit of a tricky build.
I love this build. I can't believe Alpha Wolf is his first choice just so he can last a little bit better. Buck is getting hurt a lot here, and he's going to go down quite quickly. Can't avoid the arrow either. And now they've just nullified this poor
kind of rotation top from Mac.
Yeah, Akashi is trying to fight back here, and he is going to succeed for now as he gets rid of the illusion as well, surviving thanks to the Rolling Thunder. They kill off Force, and they should be able to kill off Narman as well. Phase boots immediately. Oh! He chose to turn away. He's a little bit too afraid.
He's away. Sorry, I love people running in straight lines, trying to juke in straight lines against anything in Dota. It's just makes me laugh. Just trying to run away from that Rolling Thunder like that surge was going to last forever, but is eventually caught up to and killed by Mac.
That's a tough one, right? Because when you have surge, when you are surged or you're shapeshifted, your mind, you're used to actually only going in the same direction, because when you turn, you lose speed, right? Because your turn rate stays the same.
Yes, very much
actually
like
better to turn as little as possible.
It's like playing Bloodseeker, actually.
Yeah, actually. Yeah. The best Bloodseekers don't turn very much, right? Same with Lycan.
Unless you can drift in your Bugatti, then maybe you can do it.
Sure. Oh, talking about Bloodseeker, he found Boomy. He's like, hey, here you go, free Tombstone.
That's 250 gold already for Scam, just to boost him up a bit more.
Scary.
You know, it does make a big difference on a hero like this, right? Tell me about, I've been holding you off, you know. You've been asking me to talk about Bloodseeker all game. I can see it in your eyes. They're blood red.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Why
attack.
is it scary to give this hero such an early Maelstrom? Why is this a problem?
Because he's gonna kill Bach again. Let's watch the glory of this Bloodseeker. Oh, he's actually forced with TP. He should just walk off. All right, that works perfectly.
He's gonna walk away.
Just walk away from the Pango TP.
That's why Boomy kept giving him tombstones. Like, no, I gave you the tombstone. Let him go.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hostage negotiation here. I mean, Bloodseeker is the fastest. I would say, as in the top lane, they're killing off the Lifestealer. This carry can be the fastest farming carry in the game if he gets a really good Maelstrom timing because of Blood Rage, obviously. He hasn't gone for the super maxed farming build because he actually put 4 points in Thirst because he needed to. Not a mistake by Skem, sometimes you don't need to in the game.
Yeah, sorry.
Usually the build is you max Thirst, you put 3 points in Thirst, you max Blood Rage first, and you put the single point in Blood Rage. So he's close to optimal.
Right.
And once you get Maelstrom, you just farm the whole map because you have movement speed, you have attack speed, is the perfect combination to farm. And at 15 minutes with BKB, you're probably the strongest hero in the game.
Shut down bottom.
It's for Bach, who has from Aurora. He's trying to use it against Naren, but unfortunately, the Batter Assault will stop from doing so. Not that it would have helped too much, honestly. Probably would have died anyway.
And you know what's interesting is that his first item, take a look at this. I thought this Ring of Bazzi, actually at the time, it was just the Wraith Band was going to be going into that, I don't know, either Flats. He's going mech. The builds of Bach, huh? He's going for the mech, Guardian Greaves presumably, and I can see a reason why. You're up against an Arrow, you're up against a Doom who eventually can devour even your ancient creeps. I mean, it seems to make a good amount of sense, but the biggest question for me, Albo, is what's this going to be doing to his team as a result of the lack of pushing presence? Of like, what's he going to do on this Beastmaster now that he can't as effectively take over a part of the map?
I mean, I think you're up against Doom and Mirana, and he lost his lane, so he was thinking, there's no way I can handle the Overlord before minute, like, 20.
Right.
And my creep is going to be free gold for the Doom and the Mirana.
Right. Cox, by the way, who gets that talent at 15, right?
But, the Doom, that's true. Then yeah, that's GG. Against the Doom, it's pointless. Yeah, I guess he would go Doom Devours Ancients. Yeah. So I think he's just trying to diversify himself a little bit more. But they picked the Beastmaster into the Doom, though. Right? Wasn't it the last pick, Beastmaster? Am I crazy? What that?
I'll have to double check. I'm sorry.
Are there subtitles on there?
What?
Sorry, it's a podcast reference. There.
A podcast reference.
Yeah. Leaf Eater really enjoyed that.
Leaf Eater? What?
Oh yeah, sorry. That's you're supposed to pronounce his name.
What is this?
It's a story. I'll tell you later. It's fine. But anyway, the point is, I am very surprised by this because it was at least on the latter end. So either Mirana or Doom picked or both. And I'm not really sure what the plan was. If it was always to go for Greaves, it's not that bad of a build. Do you go Drums of Slom? Is this a Drums of Slom game? I mean, it seems bad. But I mean, it always seems bad. So.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some pretty long duration stuns for you.
Yeah, but who do you catch? Like, Darkseer, Bloodseeker, you're not going to catch with the Drums of Slom. Doom, neither. They all have movement speed.
Yeah, look, I mean, you got Disruptor. You do have a Pangolier. Like, I could see a little bit of perma-catch going in. It's more of the fact that I'm scared of, like, Vacuum into Mirana Arrow, and then you can't bang your Drums of Slom.
Nope, hookshot misses. Maybe. We'll see. Vacuum into Clockwork. And Sonic Field to Kinetic Field. Both useless here. They're going for Narman trying to kill him. At least they catch up to Force though thanks to the Rolling Thunder. That's going to be a dead Force. And the healing will not keep Narman alive either. So it's going to be a pretty big win for Polaris, who punished this pretty aggressive dive.
Yeah, I mean, they've got pretty good catch on the side of Polaris. Like that's what I was getting at. Between Rolling Thunder, Glimpse as well. I didn't even think, but it is, part of me, not the worst setup in the world for like a Rolling Thunder stun, although that's a bit of a problem. Cox.
Yeah, I heard a Doom for the Lifestealer. Bloodseeker's behind him.
Arrow
will actually hit. What an arrow.
He's so close and he's dead.
As a matter of Bloodseeker actually kills him. He did use the Rupture though, so he can't catch up to Mac that way. As the Undying tries to push away this Bloodseeker. Ooh. Well, really low on HP, really low on mana, since one last blood. Right, Scam will dive to the decay here, but Cox is still ready to fight. However, Cox lacks the damage and needs something else. It's going to be a Darkseer for now. Who comes with a wall replica. They're going for Bach first, thanks to the Battery Assault and the Vacuum. He's going to go down as they target the next one. It's going to be a simple support in the Undying. Not as valuable, but one more kill surely, unless Cox. No, he's just being harassed a little. Mac realizes he has nothing more to shoot at.
I don't know about that one. He's feeling pretty strong. Does have this Diffusal Blade. Got delivered mid-fight. Might want to try and keep this fight going. Do they have another glimpse? They do. It's max, but 7 more seconds. They won't be able to catch anyone in the downtime. So, at the end of the day, tower defended. Geek Slate do fight back a little bit there with a nice kill onto the carry Akashi. Lifestealer, he's back into the jungle. Does get caught off guard by that Doom. he's going to continue progressing up towards his itemization. Next item for the Desolator for him. So super standard stuff from him. And that's kind of why I made that comment earlier about Akashi being this very standard, like, I'm a consistent carry. Get me to this stage of the game, and I will play for the team. Nothing ever super flashy, in my opinion. It's just, like, solid carry play.
Armin is stuck because of the glimpse, saved by the Garden Greaves, now going for Boomy. Falling thunder from Mac, he jumps over the cogs, succeeds, Boomy's still alive. They got rid of the tombstone at least, and Mac still going at it, leaps. They're just kiting Mac at this point. No Doom though available for Cox, so they can't really continue this fight.
You think?
It's crazy. You just committed suicide. Sorry, they shouldn't continue this fight because now they just committed suicide on one. Cox is BKB. That's going to work for him, and Bach will die as well. In comes the Bloodseeker. Oh, he gets glimpsed so far. That was 5 seconds of Skem's time.
He was like, to be honest, I'm surprised how far he got glued back.
He TP'd to the
tower. He TP'd and then he sprinted in. But I'm sure he's like, guys, I'm on the other side of the river. There's no way it's been 5 seconds and I could move that far. But he was
bottom lane. Cox is in trouble. He has a Doom though. Invested the creep. What is he gonna do?
Doom, the Ogre Bruiser.
Oh no, Doom! He's finally gonna suffer the wrath of the creep skier, as the creep is dead and he's way too far ahead. Akashi, can Dharma toggle with a Doom? The arrow will miss. Where's the Bloodseeker? He's still farming up top. He got a toggle off somehow. He's actually still alive. Oh, it was the mech. It was the mech that healed him. He's gonna die regardless to the Doom procs, as Zhao Noel dies to the rest of the team. Narmin gets a nice little hookshot onto 3. Where is the Bloodseeker during this whole fight? They got rid of Mac. They're actually killing out Bach as well. They got rid of Boomy on top of this. CML is the last target, but they're concentrating on the Tombstone instead. And this whole time, Skem just using the movement speed to farm fast.
Yeah, Skem was like rebounding off these camps like a little pinball. But, you know, when you get it stuck in the bumpers on Space Cadet, you know, Windows XP, when they get stuck up in there and the points are just going up. That's what he was experiencing. He's like, man, after I got glimpsed back, I was a changed man. I will never approach these fights again without a BKB. I mean,
okay, so I was not toggle. The mech confused me there.
The mech comes here.
Yeah, it was the mech here.
Yep.
Yeah, it was okay. But wild. I don't know. That Akashi's positioning in that fight was so odd. Like, once the Ogre Bruiser starts to go to half HP, the fact that he still stays in the front line.
I thought he was going to go for an Ogre Bruise, honestly. I thought we were going to see a Disruptor glimpse into 2.5 second stun.
I mean, he did try, but it was without the glimpse.
This is like this is a wild game, Abo.
Oh,
shot again.
Cogs pushback, perhaps? Or setup Cogs? Nope.
That sucks. I mean, it is a really good Disruptor game. Winter was going on a tangent at the start of the day about how he thinks Disruptor is one of the better heroes, and that he was fighting his safe laner because he didn't max Thunderstrike, which, by the way, Winter, good job. You gotta fight back.
He was fighting his safe laner?
Yes, because his safe laner said, you lost us this team fight because you only have level 1 Thunderstrike. And he said, you're stupid.
I mean, he's right.
Yeah, I agree.
Then Winter's, like, top level immortal. So the trench never ends, huh?
The trench
it's
literally
endless.
It's an endless. It's a Mariana trench, you know.
That's
full of marinara.
It's the Grand Canyon of stupidity, truly. That is what Dota is.
You could fit a Mount Everest of TI winning talents up in there, and it's still underwater in the trench.
That's how
deep the marinara trench is.
That's why I keep telling people you don't have to worry about Smurfs, because they're equally as stupid as people at your level.
That's a good point, actually.
Today I played against one, and he didn't look like one. Disruptor?
But he wasn't like blue?
What? He didn't look like one?
He wasn't blue?
I don't understand. Like Blue's Clues?
Like a blue Smurf?
Oh, no. Oh, no, he didn't have a name that told me his profession.
Right.
That's what confused me.
Like yours, like Avo Plus.
Right, my profession being math.
Are you a Smurf?
Darvin? Okay, Balk is going to die here. Skep is flabbergasted by how easy this is being. Hookshot misses Akashi, actually really nice. Juking in the trees as opposed to in a straight line. Rolling Thunder coming in, the counter initiation for Skep.
There's a Doom ready.
Blade, but he does get stuck in the staircase. Really difficult to hit him from there. Mack instead will decide to go for Cox, who's way too tanky and preserves his BKB, so he'll have to respect this big-ass Doom and let him go.
Man, I hate to really focus up on these things because I do feel like they're relatively small mistakes, but it's kind of a big deal when you play a hero like this Pangolier, when your Rolling Thunders are just kind of you rolling around for fun in the fights and they don't really do much else. That's the second or third time I've seen that happen so far in this game. And as a direct result of this one, Avo, Geek Slate can do Roche. You know,
yeah, but
they're gonna keep this. And I know that it's not his fault. Like they're not losing the game because he's missing like.
No, but I don't agree. I feel like the stress of playing Pango versus Doom and Darkseer, dude, and Clockwork even.
No, I mean, look, I get it. He has to roll in from further away, but the fights that Polaris take have to be with this in mind. They have to set him up for this.
Sure.
And the fact that he just ends up rolling around in these fights on a hero who's like, this is his big moment. Like against Doom, you know, he gets an early BKB. What are you gonna do, right? Like you're not gonna perma-stun him. But it does keep like Bloodseeker out of the fights. It does kind of keep this Clockwork Mirana from, you know, going in as deep. Like it has been really punishing kind of Polaris here. Perhaps as well, maybe this is me hyper-focusing because it does feel like Bach without his creep is not, not having the impact I'm typically used to seeing on a Beastmaster.
No.
So,
and this build that he went for, while interesting, has not had the successes he was hoping for either. Because these builds are usually done on heroes that have a lot of useful skills to begin with, like Broodmother, and then you can just be useful besides them. But in this case, he doesn't have any useful skills because Axes don't do anything. It's really just from Aurora.
And perhaps one of my biggest surprises is considering that Axes don't do much, he doesn't have maxed Inner Beast. Like he's still maxed the Boars, which is like, I guess you need it for vision, but he still maxes Axes, which I guess you need for farming.
Yeah,
but then
it's tough. It's too many. You need too many points.
But if you're gonna be Aura Man and go for Pipe of Insight, go for Mech, go for Greaves, like I would want to buff up Akashi here. Like if you're gonna play this for Protect 1, play it for Protect 1. Give him that attack speed. This is a hero that does very well with it.
Yeah, I see your point. I just think he's very counter this game, so it's really difficult to do anything.
I agree. Look,
but he
agree.
was not picked in the first phase, right? So I just want to remind people of that. Rupture the Undying over the Pango.
They glimpsed him back, though.
They did glimpse him back. Now from Aurora for the Clockwork. They try to use an arrow, and it does hit Bach somehow. Narman has no cogs here, but he survived Mac's attack, and Mac is instead going to be Infernal Bladed. He's burning up. Someone hit him. The vacuum will kill him. And the Bloodseeker is going to run from the top part of the map. He got lost, but now he's found. He's farming the Tombstone. Oh, he got distracted. Too much gold around the map. CML instead is going to be chased down by John
leading
Will.
the fight again, by the way.
He's going back to farming. Makes perfect sense. Infernal Blade cancels Box's TP, and Bach will die once again as CML tries to TP himself. Do we have an arrow? There's creeps along the way, so John Will cannot use it. I think it's blocked by a creep, actually.
Scam's going mid. I believe they glimpsed him out of the fight a second time there, which is why, you know, I'm not gonna lie, the disruptor, the support urge to glimpse a carry away from the fight, even when sometimes it's the wrong move, like it's so hard to resist that, you know? Like, you know, it's the meme, the masculine urge to do XYZ, you know? It's the meme, the disruptor urge to glimpse a carry out of the fight, even when it's the wrong play, because of the satisfaction that you personally feel about removing them from the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to do it, I think. What is he building by this guy? Is that
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Scythe?
It is. Where the heck is his courier?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, there it is. It was inside.
Lincoln.
It is Lincoln's. I saw a courier in the secret shop, and it wasn't his, but his was inside.
Is he tired of the glimpse? Oh, promo Lord, right, sure. I have a feeling it might be for the glimpse, partially.
Yeah.
Static Storm already used. It's only for the Clockwork, though, and Narman is surprisingly tanky. And he has a 4-stuff as well. He gets glimpsed back, and here comes Scam. He's not going to let his Clockwork die. Activates the BKB himself. Now they're all stuck in the high ground. He gets promo Lord. Scam, though, still has the Aegis. Doesn't really care too much right now. Narman has, however, died, and now the Pango wants to punish him. Finally gets ruptured. The Aegis, though, now popped as Doom hits Akashi. Doom is chasing after Akashi with the Infernal Blade.
So fast.
Deals so much damage right now. It's going to be Cox alone that kills off Akashi as Buck is being chased down by Scam, who's hyper fast right now. And Cox to still jump in and go for CML, but they don't have the vision nor the confidence to do so. It is diving in tier 3. No point in doing that.
Did you see how, by the way, I didn't quite catch it. Did you see how Narman got outside of the kinetic field? Because it couldn't have been his 4-staff.
No, the kinetic field ended.
Did it? It was
just the Static Storm that was remaining.
Oh, okay. I got confused by the particles. Pardon me. Good fight though by Geek Slate, who are just going to continue pressing their advantage. This Doom into this Lifestealer, man. It is so punishing, and it's kind of crazy that I'm going to say this, but this is something that is like not going to get better with time.
No,
because you take a look, like even new Doom Ags is still a pretty strong counter against this hero. I would say
it's such a good axe.
But like the fact that Doom in particular now can break at 25, and you know you've got a built-in Midas, and all these fights are already going your way. As soon as you Doom break even a singular Doom onto Lifestealer, a man with 2 passives, like he is nothing. He is worthless in the fights.
That's true.
He is less than a creep.
I mean, Cox is doing so well. Like, I think the option as well to go for the early shard and preserving this whole time the critical strike on the Doom has allowed him to just be this force of nature that nobody can deal with.
This Doom hero is doing a lot of work here against, in general, I think
against everyone, honestly.
He's pretty good against these heroes with multiple passives as well in a funny way. Isn't he? Not because of the break necessarily, but I'm trying to think, like, against a Bristle, you doom a Bristle, I mean, I guess he can still be tanky in the fight.
Okay, so the point...
Spectre.
I see your point. I think what you mean, though, there is not so much that they have multiple passes, that all these heroes depend on one very precise spell timing.
Yeah, I guess that's
TA, the Life Stealer, right? Like, they all, like, if you don't get the right rage, you can't just rage into the fight and beat them.
That's a good, yeah. Yeah,
for example, Doom sucks against, right?
That's a good point.
But she's not a hero that depends on that. I mean, yes, Stone Gaze is important, right? But not the same thing.
No. You're right.
Spectral Dagger, Phantom.
Wraith King, quite well. I guess how many passives does he have these days, right? But
yeah, but Wraith King, for example, doesn't care about Doom.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like he's another hero that doesn't.
Yeah. So I think it's more about the right timings that Doom really punishes, because Doom puts you on a timer in the team fights where you go, oh, throw everything. Oh, Doom's coming.
Yeah, the only other hero that really does that in the entire game is basically Disruptor once he gets that Ags up.
Yes, it's true.
And speaking of that, for CML, go ahead.
Sometimes Silencer, especially in the early game, when you have no dispels and you're like, I just need to get my spells out before he silences me and ruins my game.
Yeah, actually, I could kind of see that. I suppose the same could be said of like movement-based heroes against a Bloodseeker, right? Like I need to do like for a Void Spirit, right?
It's true.
I need to use my Astral Steps, initiate the fight before I get,
My favorite part is when they don't know this. You're playing Bloodseeker, they're playing Void Spirit. They go, I have one last Astral Step. What's going to happen to me? And all of a sudden, you see his entrails. It gets me hungry.
I didn't know they added a new Red River right here. Oh, it's Void Spirit.
Oh, it even ends in a corpse. Oh, so detailed.
Very nice. Another gift for the master.
Actually, the oldest corpse in the history of Dota, because Void Spirit's the oldest hero.
Really?
This is the light of creation in Dota.
Oh. It's not like Wisp?
No. There's the four forces of creation, and Void Spirits before them, before time existed.
Interesting. Can't Weaver technically exist before that, though?
Yes, but he chooses not to, because he chooses to just be a spider thing, and he's just like cool.
He's an ant. He's a Weaver ant.
Oh right, yeah, he's an ant spider thing. He's a thing with a lot of legs.
How could you be so precise? Actually, no. Pugna is 8 years old, but mentally he is a genius.
Yeah.
And then when I talk about an ant, something physical, you go, no, spider.
Because I have seen many ants, and Weaver does not crawl into my bathroom, does not eat my food like here in Malaysia. It's not followed by 60,000 of his brethren.
Well, come on now. I mean, you got to be nice about the family gatherings.
That's true. Yeah, every time I see a trail of ants in my house, I think Shukuchi, right? Just Shukuchi into my toothpaste.
Well, I was making the joke about puns about like an aunt at your family gathering.
Oh, I thought you meant because there's just so many of them.
I mean, look.
Because I'm Hispanic, that's how big my family is, of course.
Yes, that's also the same thing here. Right now, though, I think game looking much more difficult for Polaris. They haven't. What the heck is this item on Boomy? You win an Ag Scepter? That's fascinating.
My off-laner's not off-laning. Let me get.
I guess so. Like, this could work.
We have Rupture still, right? We do, but he's not using it. They do the Pango instead. That's going to work well as he Rupture Skem. As he Rupture Akashi, who's desperately struggling to find some HP. And instead he's being forced up and lose all of it. No feasting for this man as Boomy, thanks to his Ags, is surprisingly tanky.
He's big.
Yeah, but he did nothing this fight.
I don't know, man. You're missing 24 strength on Bloodseeker.
Cox.
He has got no BKB here.
Buck. What Cox does not know is the real carry is Boomy right now, not Buck.
It kind of is. Give this man a shard. Give him an Echo Saber.
Yeah, I'm with this. Blink Dagger.
Okay.
Blink, Echo, shard.
Yeah. The only problem is once you get this Blood Rage shard up for Skem, I think that fun very quickly comes to an end.
Also,
and
Inferno Blade is ouchie.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. And then Level Death, not to mention, right? Yeah, I mean, this is going to work for now, but as soon as they have...
Jao has 4-step. Oh, plus.
Oh, free gem?
I heard a hookshot. I don't know what he hookshot.
Free gem?
Free gem unless they kill Boomy. This task is a little bit difficult, though. Skem, don't get distracted. Is the gem. Skem. Oh, he got distracted.
He did, yeah. He should have gone for that kill, I think. But it's fine because they're still setting themselves, they being Geek Slate, setting themselves up for a very nice Roche take here. Roche on number 2, forcing out a lot of the objectives. This is, I think, going to be a pretty important one for them as well.
Yeah, Shard Bloodseeker.
For now, Polaris has not been doing the best job, in my opinion, starting off these team fights. Because Geek Slate, they've had the luxury of using BKBs halfway through the fight and not using BKBs as an initiation technique, right? That becomes much more difficult to do for Geek Slate once Polaris have a couple more items online and they are a little bit scarier. Because when the BKB durations are shortened, when you're kind of you're kiting around Doom in these fights, and his BKB duration's up, you set him up for a static storm, yada yada yada. Your team fight actually is not that weak. There's this really weird slump with them, like kind of an inverse bell curve, a Dunning-Kruger curve. I'm trying to picture that, where like their team fight does get a lot better as soon as BKBs wear off, and Lifestealer once again becomes a hero. It's just about surviving that middle period, and for now that's proved to be just about impossible. If they can get through it, I don't believe they can reasonably contest this Roche. Maybe they have to, but because if they can't get through this next period with LaRoche, which is really strong, then they lose the game, obviously. But if they can get through this period, they might have themselves a foothold back in this game. I don't think they're completely out of it yet here, Polaris.
They are contesting this one. They're trying to. It's going to be just Norman initiating for now, as Doom with the axe surprised the Pango to start, and Pango just can't get away. Now finally rolling himself to safety, back into the Doom he goes, as Lifestealer gets out of the Pango. Trying to save him was impossible. He also got ruptured, so Akashi the target next, who's just going to die to the rupture damage. He ran way too far. An Infernal Blade plus the Blood Right catches up to this poor Disruptor, and now it's time to deal with a big meaty tank that is Boomy. Bach will die as collateral, and they realize Boomy is tanky, but he's also irrelevant.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a lot of HP here.
Oh, they're going for it now with Infernal Blade? Maybe. Yeah, Bloodseeker has no shard yet. Doesn't matter. They even got a courier to boot. They ignored the Roche. They can just go for tier 3s at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, a lineup now after that fight where you really don't need to go back for Roche. You have all 5 of your heroes alive. Just keep pushing. You're going to have Guardian Greaves as well. Well, you would have had it in a second. Why didn't you use Guardian Greaves before you left, Force? It still gives you the same amount of mana and HP and supports your team.
Because they don't deserve it.
Doesn't matter. You're right.
They don't deserve it.
They don't deserve it. You know why?
Because they were mean to Force?
Because they don't have pointy heads.
That's true. That is part of his lore.
I know. I was setting you up for that.
Yeah. Does Doom? I think Doom is... He has horns. I don't think horns count.
No.
It has to be the shape of your head. He's very obsessed with that idea. That's why he's friends with Leshrac.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Leshrac has horns.
But he also has pointy head. So it's a combination of both. So Quinn plays him.
That makes a lot of sense.
Marana has Lincolns, by the way, in case we needed any more protection against the one use Bach has this game. They also go up to the Lifestealer.
Wow.
They don't silence him in time. He infests the creep. They should be fine for now. Primal Roar for the Bloodseeker. There's the vacuum. No follow-up.
Oh
Caught
no,
the follow-up
shard.
apparently. Narmim tries to fly away to safety. Stack Storm won't catch him, and the Tombstone's already been destroyed. Akashi next target. Cox Doom's in an area here, making sure to catch up to Akashi, burning him up. Starts the Infernal Blade, gets stuck in the kinetic field though, unfortunately, so he's not going to be able to get the kill onto the enemy carry. I love the sound effect.
I love the sound with the creep wave. They're hyping themselves up, boys. All right, come on, guys, for the Dire. Let's go. Immediately spawn into a Doom.
Literally, oh no, it's Satan. That's what it is every time.
This game's looking real rough for Polaris. I don't believe there's a way back in for him.
No, now with a shard on Bloodseeker,
nope.
it's over. Because this is actually a huge shard for him against the Lifestealer, because now he has the equivalent Feast. He just has Feast on Bloodseeker level.
Yeah, and unless Bloodseeker has a Basher, which we're very far away from, and is not currently in the quick buy.
Oh, it's better damage, but worse healing.
Yeah. Now that this could change, right? If there's a basher on someone, like if Mac had one or if Akashi had one. Also, a really bad thing there for Mac was he ends up getting caught inside of Cogs, and I think his first shield crash didn't get him outside of Cogs either. Really difficult, obviously, when you're bouncing back and forth like a million times. It's really easy to mistime that. So that was a really good play there by Geek Slate in that fight, even if they did miss the initial stun combo onto the Lifestealer. Obviously, the fight's still pretty easy for them there with the net worth advantage that they have. Polaris, basically, it's difficult. I think with Disruptors, your best bet is normally trying to hold the high ground and then killing people when they try and retreat, but they're just going in.
No Doom. We have Rupture, though. Okay. And now maybe killing the Doom as well. Oh, no, he went invisible, and they have no detection. So the one thing that beats them is Moonlight Shadow of all things. Narman will survive. Oh, sorry, will die. At least they get the 1 kill they were looking for as John Noel tries to get away. 4-7 seconds. He's going to be fine. Even if Zombie chase after him. And of course, Geek Slate wants to re-engage. They have a Swift Blink already on Skem, who's chasing after Zombie Man. Goes for Tombstone first. There's the Vacuum Wall replica. Boomy's the only target for now, keeping him stunned. They Lincolns him. That's not going to help against the Bloodseeker. Skem will activate the BKB just to get the Undying. Apparently not. The target instead is Bach, and Mac is trying to TP. TP immediately cancelled by Area Doom. Boomy can get up to the high ground now with his Doom. They even catch up to Akashi. The Infernal Blade's too annoying. Where's Skem? He's gone out to the sidelines, killing off the Couriers instead. Skem, the greedy boy, does not go for the right target.
Into this.
And Cox to get punished for this as Cox gets sent back, being saved by that glimpse. And CML dies instead. Boomy joining him in the grave. Polaris will lose the Undying twice. They'll lose Disruptor. They'll lose the game, Richie. GG is called. Geek Slate will win game number 1. And they might actually look at Narman's like, guys, I think we can win a series. Happiness. Cox, he wasn't even playing with he wasn't even listening to his teammates. He has one headset completely out. He's just playing his own game. And it showed. What a good game by Geek Slate. Questionable draft by Polaris.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was just thinking of. Yeah,
the Beastmaster, dude.
This game looks, I mean, from the gates, about impossible for the Beastmaster to play. The build, I think, was a good idea to try and, salvage what was otherwise an unplayable game for him.
Right.
Didn't really feel like Akashi or Mac, though, got a lot of support in terms of like people then connecting and playing off the strengths of their spells, which is why I did make that comment regarding the Rolling Thunders. So that seemed a little bit too difficult there for them. Ultimately, Geek Slate, I mean, it's another one of these like really cool drafts from Geek Slate, right? Where Cox plays a bit of an unorthodox pick.
Played really well.
And you really see it play out. I mean, it really just exacerbated all the problems that Polaris had, right? Like, their heroes don't work. They work even less when they're doomed.
Yep. Really love that Cox picking his performance in general. I think he was a really, really solid this game. Let's see if our panel agrees with that comment as we go over to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a high expectations for Cox to perform well, especially after that Bob interview where he was saying one of the best mid laners in C, right?
Yep, number 2.
Number 2.
We did have
totally not biased.
Totally not biased.
No, tree Filipino top.
He wasn't making content, no.
No, absolutely not.
But what did you guys think of the game?
It's one thing to have a team that makes Geek Slate look really good. I think that was great showing from Geek Slate, not taking away from them, but Polaris looked somehow even weaker than they did previously. I think that's very concerning, and it's a rough time for them right now.
I feel like Polaris kind of shot themselves in the knee changing the support lanes. I feel like what was, at least in my head, how that game would work is the Undying's going to have like free reign top with the Lifestealer.
Exactly.
And then it's going to link onto mid, so he will skew the mid matchup. But this Disruptor at top lane, he didn't really achieve much. He was so under level. You see on Polaris collapse mid was like a level 3 Undying and level 2 Disruptor, I think.
Yeah.
And that resulted in Cox, who is our MVP, taking over.
Cox 13-0 and 21 on Daddy Doom.
Daddy Doom.
Showing everyone who's boss.
You and your daddy comments.
No, okay, I wasn't the one that started it. Who was it that started it? It was Avery. He kept calling, who was it?
Jackie.
Yeah, Daddy Jackie. That's the one that he kept saying. That was not me. But yeah, I mean, I'm quite shocked that, Geek Slate there wasn't really a question about whose game it was. It was pretty obvious that it was Geek Slate through and through.
Yeah, like there were no...
Polaris had a draft where they had to do well in lanes.
Yes,
but they picked this Beastmaster into the Bloodseeker, then he got wrecked.
Yeah.
So I thought they would pick the Beastmaster to help the Pango fight the Bloodseeker. So what, I think this is a big throwback. What Topson and Seb did is this Pango will go like Power Treads, Diffusal, BKB, and fight with the Beastmaster Aura, And Beast, he'll buy this, back in the day offering. Even the Helm now, right, like with the Aura, Lifesteal, you just kind of stand your ground, big Aura. They have the Lifestealer Infest on top. So I thought it was like our draft is to play around Mac this way, but it didn't. Yeah, I guess it wasn't in the plan for them.
That was not in the plan indeed. But we've got Game 2 coming up. But before we go to Game 2, we've got a quick content piece with Geek Slate.
Let's talk about your skill then. Do you find yourself to be, right now, obviously as a carry, the best carry in C?
Not really. I think even people say sometimes that I'm the best or something. I still don't really. I don't really think too much about it because if you always think that you're the best, you will not improve.
Right. Do you think it's fair to compare, like you have a unique play style, for example, as a carry. You bring certain things to the table other carries don't. Do you think that carries are actually ranked like 1, 2, 3? Or do you think they all have different play styles that work differently for different teams?
I think it depends on the team's play style, like the carry. Because there's some carry that is only semi-carry and sometimes it's like they need farm type of carry.
Have you ever had to adapt to a team to fit the playstyle as a carry or support?
Yeah, I think I'm quite flexible. It's like I adjust fast, I think.
Is that one of your strengths as a player?
Yeah, I think it's one of my strengths.
Why is desire to learn? Everything I hear in this interview, you're flexible, you're always curious, you're new horizons. Where does that come from? Why do you care so much about improving and becoming better?
Maybe because I want to win.
You want to win? You think that's the way?
Yeah, I think sometimes even like it's really uncomfortable, but you need to do it just to win. Then you just do it.
Have you had any moment that you remember that was like that you felt uncomfortable doing something, but you had to do it to win without describing what it was?
Yeah.
Like tough decisions that you've done?
Yeah, and like every day, I think because every day, at first you are not used to it, like to work a lot, like 16 hours, or like wake up in the morning so early, just to like to what you can do better, or something like you ban your teammates or you watch replay for extra hours. Yeah, most of the players doesn't do it or don't like it. So for me at first it's uncomfortable, but that's the way to win.
Why do you care so much about winning? What drives you to compete?
I think I'm just a competitive person and I just want to win. Like in everything, not in only in Dota. Example, if I have other things to do, I think I want to be on top.
When you clean the house, do you try to clean better than everyone else?
Maybe.
Did you do any sports before you played Dota? Or any other competitive activities?
I play football and swimming when I was grade school and high school.
Were you good or?
In football, not really. Maybe in swimming, but my parents stopped me that time. Because my home and like the practice pool is far, so I cannot practice.
And Dota was closer to home?
Yeah, it's just because of the computer.
But what did your parents say when you started becoming a pro player?
Of course, they don't really like it because they want me to finish my studies. Then I keep like forcing. I get kicked out in the school, like 2 schools, because I always don't go to school.
You're playing Dota instead? Were you at the cyber cafe then?
Yeah, I'm in cyber cafe, or sometimes I cutting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they come around when you started getting a salary as a pro player? Your parents, I mean.
My mom, because I tell my parents that they should give me 1 year at least to like try to be professional. Then my mom is okay, but my dad really don't want at first. He still want to finish my studies. I think he only starts supporting me when after a few years, I think.
When you finally like become tier 1 pro?
Yeah, or I think when the teams like pay me a bit high, because at first my professional, like because last time the salary is really low, right, for the players. Then when the salary is a bit increased, and I think my dad thinks also it's like I never stop in professional, so my salary is like I never like stop, so I just help them also. So maybe he just support it also.
Oh, so you help your parents with their salary as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's nice. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yeah, I'm the youngest. I have 1 sister, 1 brother.
Do they think it's cool that you're a pro player? Do they ever go like, wow, my brother is playing this tournament?
I'm not sure, but they support me.
That's nice. Did you bring him to tournaments then?
My brother, I bring him to TI.
Oh, did he like that? What did he enjoy? When you beat Spirit?
Yeah, I think he quite enjoy because it's his first time to go to the tournament.
Yeah. Are you happy with the choices you made, becoming a pro player, sacrificing as much as you did, cutting classes, all to be it right now? Yeah?
I think I'm happy because I don't really wanna go to school.
That's the reason. But you also like being a pro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No school plus pro is
Yeah.
good. Okay. Finally, because our DPC is themed around food. I hear you only eat rice and noodles, Scum. Why only rice and noodles?
I don't eat veggies and I can eat bread but I don't really like it because when I was young, I just always eat bread. Yeah.
And now you don't like it anymore.
Yeah.
Did you also always eat veggies or you never ate veggies?
No, I never. I really don't like veggies.
You know, you shouldn't buy tangos if you don't like veggies. I think that would be more consistent. You should only salve.
But maybe I need to eat soon. I think I will force myself.
What a heartwarming interview. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm here with John and Adam. Don't you guys just love it when you hear about the family support of Dota players?
You know, my uncle and my grandma, they watched me play Dota for like 4 years. And,
Really?
And one day, because like I came home, right, and I'm playing Dota, and my uncle walks in, and he goes and he's like, I always thought you played on like first-person view. Because he saw me playing Dota, and it looks exactly the same as when you watch it, right?
Oh.
So for the 4 years that I was playing Dota, he actually didn't know that he's seeing the same thing as me.
Oh!
They thought it's like a first-person view.
Yeah. He thought you're like first-person controlling the character.
Oh my god.
That'd be intense.
Let's get this draft going. That's actually really funny. So what, like he just thought it was like a top-down view, like a spectator view?
Yeah,
oh,
correct.
that's
exactly.
So he thought it was like Counter-Strike.
Yeah, pretty much.
God, would
Pretty
be.
much.
Can you imagine?
I mean, I
that?
understand why. Like,
That would be so
it's not
fun.
wrong to assume if you never played the game before. Like, I
Exactly.
kind of get it, but I never thought about it. You know.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me because they've been watching Dota for so long. My grandma, she's Christian, so every time I play, she like lights candles at home.
Aww.
And it was until the point that I think my mom bought her a electric plastic candle, the one you just turn on, because she's worried she burns the house down.
That's so cute.
That is so nice.
Aw.
Yeah.
So wait, they understand what's going on in the game?
No, my grandma looks at the score. The score goes up. It's like, yes.
Oh, well, on to more important matters. We got Geek Slate versus Polaris. We got a draft going.
Monkey King. I like it. Give Akashi the Monkey King.
Yeah.
This man is really good when he gets his heroes. He's arguably probably the best player in Polaris.
Yeah, and this should be a decent enough matchup into the same offlane for Geek, Slate, Clockwork, plus the Darkseer once more was really effective last game. But again, Polaris kind of did something weird with putting the Undying offlane instead. I don't think it's actually wrong for them to go back for Undying. Like, you're not going to ban it out. It felt weird in game one. You run it top with Monkey King. Surely that's a winning lane now for Polaris.
I want him to pick a hero that wins the lane for the Monkey King, because this Monkey is going to 1v2 at some point, and you need to help him get there, because early levels, this Clock Darkseer is better. It's just stronger. You know, Monkey's kind of shitty against magic damage.
Yeah. We'll see if that's something Polaris will dip into. They're really banning out of a lot of supports in Geek Slate, not something you see. Like, Oracle being gone.
Yeah, I mean, they understand that this Monkey's carry, so they need to ban the +5 that like helps him play the lane. I like the Oracle ban a lot. This is, again, back to OG. They play this Oracle Monkey, because back then Monkey was scared of, I think Bad Rider, Venal were the main two, and Oracle kind of dealt with that. It's also just mass heal, right? Oracle out on you with the Jingu. It's actually kind of crazy. You just never die.
I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Clockworks today. Like a lot.
Yeah, it's the bottom 4 hero.
Yeah.
That's it. It's good to see Boomy still in high spirits, you know, feeling the music, beating along.
He's booming.
Yeah, booming.
Got him.
Vibing to the fact that he's maybe reuniting with Force. Polaris all together again. One big, I don't know if happy family is the word I'd use, but one big family.
But even if Geek Slate win this game, there would be a possible
Three-way tie.
Yeah.
Assuming Bleed, well, it's a safe assumption, a likely assumption of Bleed not beating SMG or Talon.
Yeah.
I guess I can see both of those teams kind of throwing though. trying something different before going to Berlin.
They need to play with their left hand to lose.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on, man. It's not that bad.
SMG and Talon look really good, right?
Yeah.
It's not an easy game.
There's a handicap they could try. Play in showcase view.
That's how my uncle pictured it.
You're basically playing, a different game, like a certain MOBA.
You're playing
that's
Dota
not
3.
that alive.
Dota 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
That would be
that number
so bad.
can't come out.
Please, no.
We're going from Dota 1, Dota 2. Certain episodes of Dota, like Counter-Strike went through Counter-Strike Source, then there was a bunch of others I forget, then Global Offensive. And now, since the release of Counter-Strike, it's been almost 20 plus years, they're finally getting Counter-Strike 2. For Dota 2, it will take 20 plus years.
So it's 9 more years?
Yeah.
No, wait, it's 8 more years.
Maybe.
Not too long.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe you'll get a new patch by then.
Oh, God, help us.
All right, Geek Slate, back to Mirana. So I was thinking a lot about why they picked like this Mirana and Doom and stuff, and like the strategy didn't look very clear to me, but I feel like it's Geek Slate saying like, we're good at these heroes.
Yep.
Zhao plays a sick Mirana. Cox obviously was very comfortable on the Doom just now. So I think they're just going for approach like, let's play what we're good at. It doesn't have to come together as a whole as much. And I like that approach, give your players confidence, make them feel good.
Yeah. Worked out in game 1. Everyone looked pretty sharp. Like just be on comfort heroes and connect, and you'll figure out how to connect later on. I like a response from Polaris now. A bit of a shake-up. They go with a Bach Tide along with a Hoodwink coming out here for Boomy. It's like your CML. Like Monkey Rubik is probably not the lane I was expecting to be winning, right? Like you wanted something to enable Monkey. I don't know if Rubik does that in the
He
same
kind of
way.
keeps you away from the Monkey. So it's different in the sense that he protects the Monkey King. You can't like dive because he lifts you away. But there's also Surge to kind of counteract that. It's Vacuum, so... gonna be a skill-based lane, I guess. Ursa. I was thinking about Slark here. It's good against both the Tide and the Monkey, but I can see why the Ursa is picked up. Gives Roche, you have a Surge to Ursa with team items running in. You can fight Monkey in the Wukongs, which is kind of nice as well.
Yeah. I actually like this way more than their game 1 draft. This is the point where they picked up that Doom. So I like the Ursa a little bit more coming in, because your core-to-core matchup at the very least in the off lane and the safe lane. And now you can just kind of give something more playmaky for Cox. Like he did do a lot of work on the Doom, to be fair. I don't think he held back too much in farming. But now he can like take activity, depending on how he feels. Like his Spirit Brothers will
take a moment to look at Force. There's some
He's always leaned so back.
He is always like that.
It's so far down, dude. That scares me. After a certain point, you just
right?
it
doesn't
it's just
feel
scary.
good.
That's a lot of trust in the chair.
It is.
You need that same trust in your teammates too.
It's true.
But I think in team fights later in the game, Surged and Ion Shelled Ursa is actually gonna be very scary.
Yes, it's hard to stop. Like you have some stuns. He's really so comfy on those chairs. I mean, you have some stuns to stop the Ursa, but you don't have like the disruptor wall now to at least have a way to stop Surge. And
I will say this Ursa is gonna play from behind. This tidal wing lane is really strong. The Blightstone plus Gasha and Mirana doesn't really counteract that much. So I think Scam's gonna be on the back foot here instead.
Yeah, this should be much more straightforward for Polaris, and hopefully we see a bit of a stronger start for Bach, who had a really rough game. Like it was so rough that we saw Boomy kind of go Ags on Undying, because he probably just felt like he needed to scale to compensate.
They had a really rough lane, went for the mech, so had like no recovery path. It's very all in on the let's fight now, but they couldn't fight because Cox Doom had some like super early BKB, and it was just kind of hard from there, I think. Tide does feel much more like a Bok hero though.
Yeah, it's more in line with how he likes to play the offlane. Like, I don't know, like every time I think of Bach, I still think of, where were they? They were in maybe Animator? I forget the last time I saw him on the land, but he was doing a spit animation because he played a Viper. And he was very happy about that.
I like Invoker for Mac here.
Invoker. How come we haven't seen much Invoker in general?
It's Doggo.
Doggo? Sag.
Big Doggo. It's also hard to lane and make work, I think. I think in SEA especially, our games are a bit more skirmishy, and Invoker kind of wants to farm, even if he goes for his hammer.
Give a Storm.
I like that, coming out from Polaris. Like, you don't have the hardest lockdown from Geek Slate. most of your mid matchups that are pretty bad are also banned out. Like DP's gone.
DK looks good.
DK is stable and can still play pretty nice with Geek Slate's draft, right?
Yeah,
like
with the
third,
Mirana.
forward. Yeah, arrow combination, push.
But I feel like Geek Slate needs a hero to kind of kill the Tide. Because no one can kill the Tide right now. It's just Clockwork with the shell, but there's a lift, so it's really annoying. What hero is that? Lesh? What's a big Cox hero? TA, Lesh.
TA, Lesh, they are probably the biggest Cox heroes here. I think. I mean, he had a big performance last time too. That's some big Cox plays. So, I think I like the Lesh a little bit more. I think the TA can work too. Like, you don't have the best ways to burn through Refraction from Polaris, but I think the Lesh rack gets off to a faster start for the tempo that I'd look for in Geek Slate. They go with the Tiny instead. So
There's an old school counter Storm.
Yeah.
But I think the Storms now, they build Falcon Blade and have Raindrop, so they are like 1.4k HP. It's not that easy for Tiny, but there is a Mirana and a Shell, so I like this pick a lot.
Yeah, there's some aggression Geek Slate can pull out. Like, I think if they just play as aggressive as we saw them in Game 1, then not much changes here for Polaris. Unless Akashi does get himself a stable lane, you know, CML does his job, keeps forcing Narman away enough that the Monkey can kind of self-sustain, then that's where your shining light is at. Like, the stronger comfort for Akashi and Mac not getting shut out. Like, you prevent Zhao from rotating mid, Mac should have a decent time.
I really like Geek Slate's draft. I think if Scam doesn't get owned in lane, they won.
Yeah, it's much easier to pull off the Geek Slate draft in comparison. Like, for Polaris, like, these conditions have to come in, and considering Game 1, I think Geek Slate are in better form.
It's hard to say. I feel like... Sorry?
I like Polaris' team fight though.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like in Game 1, Geek Slate just got way too much from the laning phase. The game was like super easy for them. I'm not sure if we'll see the same thing now.
True.
Yeah. Well, we shall find out if Geek Slate can finally take their first series. This will be it.
Yep.
Yeah.
The three-way race to the bottom.
Three-way race to the bottom indeed. But we're going to find out with Avo and Richie.
See the pain in his eyes, you know, for John, because he knows that no matter what happens, one Filipino team, in fact, two Filipino teams are going to be down to Div 2 again.
Oh, I thought you meant John Well.
No, I mean John, like John X.
John X Fire.
The resident Filipino in the... Well, Sophis as well, I guess. Oh, wow. We really just made a paint panel, huh? Winter would have been much better, so he loves this.
He would have had a good time with this one.
Every day he eats pork sisig, right? Because he does love the food. And he goes, Polaris is so trash as he eats it.
Well, I think he's a little bit disappointed because
you can always DM him at Winter Dota.
At Winter Dota. I mean, it's been rough for him, right? Because he always puts his dinner on Polaris as well. So he's been for a while.
He has not been able to eat in weeks.
Now there is. As for Geek Slate, I mean,
is Akashi just gonna die to a Clockwork?
No way. Monkeys can't die to
way.
See? It wasn't even close.
He didn't actually avoid the damage, by the way. He just turned into a tree, and Narmon's like, yeah, this first blood thing, not for me.
I told you he wasn't going to die.
I've paid too much to Greenpeace to kill a monkey now.
I'm never wrong, Avo. Skem is standing underneath the ward. Once again, never wrong.
Does he know the wards? He was way too precise.
No, I think he's cutting trees down here, though, just to be able to annoy the Hoodwink a little bit. I'm surprised they're not making a play down here, by the way, but this is going to take a lot of wind out from what could otherwise be a quite aggressive lane. Like they were saying, I think it was Adam, well, the panel was saying in general, as long as Geek Slate can make sure Skem gets out of this lane with farm, you know, doesn't need to be the easiest game for him. Or like, you know, like he's just constantly killing and making the game easy for himself. As long as he gets out of here and he can transition to the jungle and start farming, I do think Geek Slate, especially for how last game went and for how similar of a draft they've given themselves as well, should fall into place quite naturally. Avo, my favorite interaction in all of Dota 2. We might see it yet again as Geek Slate have done something pretty nasty up top lane. Ooh, yep, all right, they've cut basically the entire wave. Kanashi's not going to be a fan of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a melee hero, high armor. I don't think he suffers that much. Interesting Fate Bolt, too, actually. The Fate Bolt so that the monkey can tank this creep better, huh?
Yeah, I think what this means, though, is that Geek Slate are just going to pull this next wave, though, as I think what this means. Akashi's not going to be able to contest it. CML already kind of being forced out.
Wait, I think pull or
Skip, sorry, yeah. We'll see.
What is this called? There's drag, right? This is what they call it.
Well, no. When Force uses the taunt, he's actually skip roping.
Is that skip roping?
Yeah.
Not jump roping?
Skip rope.
What's the difference?
In Dota, we call it skip rope because of the Church of Babayev. I'm baptized in that church.
Okay.
And there was this period of time where he would play a song called Skip Rope for 10 hours a day and not say a single word until he ended the stream and said, "Thanks, guys." And then 10,000 people would watch it.
So the difference between skip rope and jump rope is that you can speak during jump rope?
Yes, and in skip rope, it's just a Dota thing, okay?
Okay. I don't fully understand any of the words.
You never watched our TZ streams?
No.
Really?
It's there in my time zone.
I guess that's a good point.
Also, I go outside, Richie.
You touch Grace?
Well, okay, to be honest, I'm playing Planet Zoo. That's what I'm doing.
You touch virtual grass?
I touch virtual grass.
Yes, I see. And reading anime and whatnot.
You can't read anime, okay?
Anyway,
subtitles are thinking.
You didn't let me explain, which do exist, by the way, in anime, right? That's the only way you can read them.
Yeah, of course. How other... Would you read the dubbed version?
But non-existent subtitles.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, yeah.
In any case, my favorite interaction of the game, Alvaro, it's in this game. It has to do with the Storm Spirit. What is it?
Oh, you can vacuum the Storm Spirit of Ball Lightning.
Yes,
I can't believe you got to say that this game.
Yes, you can vacuum the Storm Spirit out of Ball, and it's extremely
Can you vacuum... Oh, okay. I was going to say, can you vacuum the Clocker out of the Storm Spirit? But I guess...
What?
Well, because he's just desisting, huh? And Armin is just... He's really giving up. He's like in his early 20s. He's tried 2 careers. It's not really working out for him. He just constantly just leaves everything. His dad's very disappointed, but he has hopes that someday he'll actually accomplish a kill.
Mm-hmm.
He could have just stayed there and hit the storm more.
It's okay, Alvaro. You can go on. This is the second session. Go ahead.
The second what?
By the way, you're no longer in your early 20s. You're 26 now. I think we need to acknowledge that.
I'm young. As long as my girlfriend's older than me, I'm young. That's how it works.
What do you have, reverse Leonardo DiCaprio syndrome here?
Yeah, exactly. 30 or nothing.
This top lane, though, I think the entire point of cutting this first wave and just these shenanigans is just to get your levels in. Level 3 now for Force, so he has that second point in the Ion Shell. Can expect him to get a little bit aggressive. Also, with all these creep wave shenanigans, does make it really easy for Force, and Narman especially, to be able to rotate away from the lane and still have a good amount of presence in that mid lane. Make a bit of a difference there. Nice job interrupting the would-be pull to stop the skip. Rope.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Akashi is struggling with the Elastics, right? So I don't think it's that effective. I mean, I see the point of this, and ultimately it's good because Darkseer can't lane against the Monkey King.
Yes.
But it's not like you're destroying Monkey King either.
No, you're not. But what you are doing is you're making sure that Force is getting farm, right? That's really, really important for a hero like a Darkseer. For me, Darkseer is a hero that, I mean, look, it's kind of dumb when I say this because every hero caster needs to farm in items, but I'd say Darkseer is one of those heroes that definitely needs items. Like, playing this hero without any items when you have a rough laning stage and trying to find any impact in the early game feels just about impossible.
Okay, there's the arrow that hits to get a little toss. Nice little combo. Narman comes by. This time he's going to commit to it. He has the cogs, Richie. He's graduating this time, and he'll graduate with another notch, on his belt. Or a tear, I guess it's a tear tattoo in his eye.
Well, I don't know if Clockwork is exiting the game with tears tattooed to his face.
Yeah, that's what you do.
What I was gonna do with him is you know how like on war machines, you know, especially in World War II, they would like paint another like boat, whatever, or something.
I don't know that, and nobody that's listening knows.
I think that's what he does. He
nobody
probably
listens to as many World War II podcasts as
It's not even. It's just a piece of pop culture, honestly.
Sure. Yeah. Kilroy, huh?
Isn't that why your car has like a bunch of like people inscribed onto it?
Richie, both you and I know I do not know how to drive.
Which is why it has so many people inscribed onto it.
It's mostly children. They keep me young. All right, well, besides this shenanigans that's happening at the top lane, there hasn't really been much action. That bottom lane, because of the early tree cuts,
right.
Scam was completely able to avoid this matchup against the Hoodwink, which is the hard part of this matchup for him. Obviously, him versus Tide is pretty easy. So he's just been farming away. It's gonna be a pretty fair fight. My question, though, to you, I guess, is how does this core-to-core matchup fare in the mid game? Because Monkey King has a lot of armor in the Wukong's command. Does he beat the Ursa with that?
I don't really think it's going to be that easy for him, unfortunately. I think it's going to be more or less Ursa running away with this one. More so because of the way I see the mid game playing out. Because of the, honestly, they just have a ton of control. Even for Monkey King inside of his Wukong's command, you have like two maybe 3 excellent ways of still stunning him and just making sure that he's not getting any attacks off. Because yes, it is about that armor, but when you think about the Monkey King, it's I think a little bit more about that Jingu mastery, right? The bonus armor just lets you get off Jingu to turn in these fights. And I don't believe you're going to have an easy time doing that against a Tiny Avatos, against a Darkseer Vacuum, into Wall, into Hookshot, into Cogs, into Arrow. Like, they just have so much setup here that is not good against, well, it's good against all the cores, to be honest. Less so against Tidehunter, but it's so good against Monkey King, because you can annoy him from outside of his Wukongs. In fact, you have 2, technically 3, but 2 very likely abilities that can push him outside of his Wukong's command.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking that too, actually, as you were mentioning. So.
I mean, it's rough. So I think, you know, Dota's not just a 1v1 game. I think Ursa eventually, if it's strictly a 1v1, you know, if you're those YouTube videos that's like, I gave Monkey King and Ursa both a basher, who wins? And do they just A-click each other? Right. I think Monkey King probably does a bit better by the end of the day.
Okay.
But considering the drafts that they've given against Akashi, like, sure, it looks fine in the laning stage, but as soon as they start comboing onto him, man, this is going to look really difficult.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was thinking about this because I don't think the Ursa can deal with the Storm.
Nice combo there. Did you see that?
They back him into the Cogs?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think the Ursa can deal with the Storm unless they're set up for him, so I think a lot of the setup, especially early mid-game, is going to be for the Storm to make sure they can actually 100-0 him, because they do lack a couple of consistent stuns. Like, neither of the support have any consistent stuns, really. I mean, you can consider Cogs, but I don't think say that. And, but on to the point that you were saying on Jingle Mastery, a really, really important point is if you can't deal damage, you don't lifesteal, and then Rage prevents that, right? So there is actually a strong point to be made that Monkey King wants to get back in.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Rage immediately, all of a sudden, he's not back to full
That's
HP.
a really good point, yeah, because I'm semantics here, but specifically the interaction you're referring to. Oh, hold on, top lane. Mac.
Force. Has the Surge. No time to use it.
That's actually kind of the scary thing. I was just thinking about this Polaris draft, and then I'll get back to your points on the damage resist as they get a counter kill onto the Hoodwink into the mid lane. They're going to contest over this rune. It's a DD. Norman doing a great job to secure it for Cox. But Polaris have a lot of really good long-range poke and harass. Like between this Hoodwink, Rubik as well, Storm as well, to jump in and, like, you know, deal the Kiss of Death, and Akashi, who could scout around the map. Like, he's kind of the vision and can be the initiation. That's rough for Bach.
Scam. I don't know sure about this one, Scam. I mean, you have the Enrage, does 20 Magic Wand charges.
Radiant's courier
No need to do that. You're still farming your Battle Fury, honestly. You don't need to get kills, and you're alone. And the enemy team has a TP point. That was such a weird play, that Scam.
Yes, I agree. But on that Enrage, you only lifesteal damage that you deal, right? Which is, I guess, the converse way of saying you need damage to do lifesteal. And that Ursa does give you that damage resist, right? Which is why it can be very troublesome. I didn't even think about that, but you're completely correct. I did not think about that.
But even though his damage resist is not damage immunity, which is why diving a tier 1 this early is not...
Yeah, inadvisable.
Inadvisable.
A bit of a rough...
Sir, we do not advise your own death this game.
Yes.
It would be rather unfortunate if you chose to do that.
Hi, Scam. Just calling you from the Dota risk department, letting you know that we're going to have to raise your insurance rates here. You're a very risky carry player, and normally we do really like that about you, and that's why we cherish your business here at the Dota 2 insurance department. But these rates, it's the inflation. Really, it's inflation. It's not you. It's the market.
Also, we heard you don't eat vegetables, and your health must be atrocious. There's no way you're lasting past 30 like that.
Cox, making sure that this Rubik doesn't live past 30.
Yeah, he's not going to live past 4, this Rubik.
No.
Such a young age, this young soul torn from this world.
Bach, though, having a pretty decent time in this lane, even if they weren't able to get aggressive mid lane.
They caught up to Cox now. Cox needs to perform well, much like last game on his Doom, so killing him is very valuable, but he is a tiny, and level 1 Girl already gives you all the armor you need to survive this onslaught.
So the game's really frustrating for Mac because they actually kind of have a little bit of a lack of catch against him. It's not the worst Storm game. If he does get comboed once, they easily kill him. That's the risky part. But that's not really too big of a concern if you have lots of mana to play with and you're just constantly zipping around and basically ignoring everything Geek Slate have to kill you with. But he does need to get there first, and that does require a bit of farming on his behalf. It has this occult bracelet, though. It's a phenomenal find. 4 clarities in the quick buy. Count them, folks, alongside the power treads and now the Falcon Blade coming his way. Could be a big moment for him here. However, Geek Slate are looking to undercut this timing a bit here as Cox is going to smoke.
Yeah, he has a sharpshooter as well, all full force. And
nice.
With the jump from the Monkey King, maxed out the Primal Spring as well.
Yeah, they even prevented him from getting off the mech, and that's huge. because with this smoke incoming, I think this could have been a little bit more punishing. Geek Slate, though, still looking to connect on the smoke, and they see a Storm without mana.
But Cox has no Blink Daggers, so to settle for the Hoodwink, which is the closest objective,
no.
they actually missed the arrow as well. So they're going to have to settle for nothing.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good. Narman does have a hook shot, but there's no follow-up here, so he's not going to be able to get much, if anything, at all. Down bottom, Bach is, like I was saying earlier, he did actually farm a pretty big stack for himself. So he's doing just fine, just dandy here when it comes to net worth. And he's able to sustain just fine against this Ursa Warrior. You were talking about this Jenkins offlane SF build, about managing the stacks, in that case of Shadow Rays. Here it's all about managing the stacks of the Fury Swipes, right? And Bach, you know, he's been doing a good job of that this laning stage, and he's still finding lots of farm. Might even be able to start pressuring this tower a little bit, especially if Geek Slate are going to rotate more supports and try and kick Akashi out of lane.
And Akashi was tagging the trees. He already got the Battle Fury. Of course, you rushed it compared to the Ursa, but still a fantastic timing, honestly, on this Monkey King. And because he went for Primal Spring, this is actually the optimal build for farming. It's rarely done by Monkey Kings these days because you want to be able to be better in lane. But single point Jingle Mastery, not the case.
Yeah.
But it's going to help him a lot scale against an Ursa who's not really scaling for now, as Skem fights against Bach head on. Bach still has the Ravage, and Rage has already been used, and he knows if he goes any further, he gets Ravaged and killed. However, Narman, he's thirsty for blood, some Tidehunter blood specifically. Here comes the help of the Monkey King, the Ravage to counter-initiate, Batter Assault, not gonna kill Bach, as he gets slightly body blocked by the Monkey King, who's just trying to get to the Mirana. Akashi doesn't have the mana for the Primal Spring, which is why he can't catch up to John well. He will have to just run around in the trees and hopefully get off. Is the Hoodwink who kills Zhao instead.
Yeah, really questionable fight there from Geek Slate. That was Skem showing, you know...
Skem made the good call of leading.
No, exactly. He matured, much like the interest rate on his insurance. But everything else just didn't really come together there for them. I'm surprised that there wasn't a stronger call. I think, yeah, it was an easy hook shot to connect to, but that was basically a full HP Tidehunter who has a passive that dispels him. I mean, just a really, really questionable call there. A full Hooded Defiance as well. Like, you're just not killing him. Compared to last game, where this max Starstorm build for Zhao allowed him to be a huge impact in the early game, as it does for many Marana 5s these days. It's just not going to do the same amount of work here. They will be able to defend the tower, and Cox is approaching for a counter kill. This is just fine. CML, still an Avalanche. Not going to do much here. Boomy.
Oh, Cox can't die here. He's so close to the Blink Dagger. This would be a really crucial kill, but they do have vision around the area. Sharpshooters being charged, but they don't have any desire to continue this because they see Force TPing in. Vacuuming the Monkey King off the trees, into the wall replica. Now the Avalanche as well, setting up for the arrow. The arrow hits. The damage is prevented, but not the stun, and that means Akashi will fall. And that kill should give the Blink Dagger here to Cox. Just one more last hit. Oh, Cox is online, Richie.
Yeah, and that's the biggest deal. I think I was a little bit afraid for this Geeks-like lineup if it wasn't for, especially because Skem was having a bit of a rough time in lane. I say that as he gets a free kill now onto Bach up top.
Yeah, Bach will help Skem gather those premiums a little bit better, pay for those premiums a little bit better, as he got his Battle Fury as well off this. Really good time for Battle Fury too. In fact, really good times for both carries who haven't been harassed that much in the early. These kills, or these deaths from Akashi though, or failed attempts at the kills, have really ruined his growth though, as the Monkey King.
Exactly. We have two eventually enraged animals. It's just a matter of which substance that they're going to consume in order to get there. As Skem is figuring out bears don't do so good against lightning.
It's true, it's true. Bears on average are killed by thunder strikes more than any other animal.
Especially because bears, they love climbing up to trees.
Yes.
And then
at the top of the tree.
That's just where they get struck by lightning.
Yep. Bears are also made of metal.
Right.
But their internal organs are still flesh, which is why it conducts right into them. That's why they're so vulnerable during lightning storms.
It's very true.
That's why you have to put your belongings when the bear comes by up in the
you have to string him up.
Because he's too heavy to climb up it.
That's still a little bit of a problem because there have been some very adventurous yogi bears that have, learned how to use helicopters, and they will steal them.
But as long as it's not a picnic basket, it's all good.
Okay. A small kill there for Cox. That is going to be the blink reveal out from him. He was hoping, of course, to catch the storm, but proper positioning from CML does allow his mid laner to get back. This is a little bit of a scary timing here for Cox because he does not have a whole lot of survivability right now, not until he gets his BKB online, and he can join for these really aggressive dives, but he doesn't really have enough time, especially with level 1 ball lightning, to be able to get out safely. Nice kill there as they connect. So it does really right now feel like it's Geek Slate's time to get as much as they can on this map before this BKB Storm Spirit can come online, which is his next item here after he completes Switchblade. Until then, I do believe we should start seeing Bach rotate on over. His TV's actually on cooldown, so he's running from the bottom lane. Geek Slate, they know he's going to be here soon, and he is now showing on the mini-map. But he can actually make a lot of space here. He is, you know, the Timber is actually it's not his role anymore, right? We saw that one Timber game earlier where he's just like pure damage. He's much more about being this objective delay. Unfortunately, the objective that's being taken is not mid-tier 1 tower. It's actually Geek Slate taking down Roche. Cox takes this first Aegis. This is going to enable them to do a lot more here in this big window before Storm has BKB.
Cox taking first Aegis allows him to be as aggressive as needed.
Yeah.
Kind of unstoppable. He's actually going for Echo Saber, I want to say. Oh, he goes for the Tidehunter first. They stole the Avalanche, however, no, they stole the Toss. So you can still save Bach here, but you're not going to be able to get anything off it.
Yeah.
And he is going for Echo Saber. Okay, very interesting. Against Tidehunter.
Oh, okay.
Surprised by it. It's not a build we see these days on Tinies, and very odd to do this against specifically the one hero that reduces your attack damage.
Scam's also gone for the Blink, so he is going to be looking to get involved rather quickly on some of these kills as well. I could see this being really punishing, actually. This physical damage can be very, very overwhelming, especially when you consider the fact that there's a vacuum in this game, which Force does tend to max first. I've noticed that. I think this ability's gotten a lot better. Surprisingly, it's gotten buffs, which is crazy because it has one of the longest cooldowns at level 1. Top lane, huh? Quick kill onto Narman.
Oh, shot. Oh, okay. Actually safe, and they can get to Storm instead. Surprise around. Really, really well played here. He even enrages the Ravage, which means doesn't affect him too much. The Clogger's still alive. Narman gets away by the skin of his teeth right now. Gets bushwhacked, and now that's going to kill him as they all walk into a bunch of monkeys. Cox does not like this. Throws stones to the monkeys, but he's only more enraged, and they throw stones back at him, but they already retreated. Polaris did not communicate, or CML did not communicate. They could have killed the Tiny there. Perhaps the Aegis also deterred the aggression there.
Yeah, I don't think that's a kill you're super happy to take. But the double blink here, that 1-2 punch, we were expecting the aggression from Cox. He's really shown it basically for the last 2 tours, I have to say. But that second blink dagger there on the Ursa Warrior being that last little bit of overwhelming physical damage, especially to augment and very well complement the Tiny's kind of lack of damage, you know, when Avatos is no longer enough for a simple kill. That's a Yule Scepter, by the way, on Bach. They are looking to try and defend a little bit up onto the high ground. Nice hook shot there, but in comes the Storm.
I don't know if Norman can survive this. Nope, certainly not with a sharpshooter. But their concentration is to go for the Storm, kill him in time. Mac has the ball line in though. Yeah. And he's able to get away just barely as Mac continues instead, Cox continues instead, trying to kill off the Bach. And Tidehunter not that tanky against an Ursa.
So something that Soap actually pointed out, which is a very good point here, is that Polaris have good team fight, but they used all their team fight in that last little skirmish under that tier 2 top lane, and they didn't remove the Aegis. So, you know, Geek Slate are going to be looking to put their foot on the gas, pedal to the metal, in this really, really crucial downtimes for these big ultis being Akashi's Wukong's command and that Ravage, of course. Perhaps for Polaris, it was a little bit of a miscalculated risk there, you know, to try and defend that tower without your big ultis, especially without this Storm BKB. I think they've recognized that now, and they are going to cede a little bit more map control. Akashi, as always, though, I can't really fault him. He's been doing a great job still as he continues farming waves down bottom. They are hunting, though. They are hunting. You got to be careful. A vacuum does break a number of trees.
Yeah, but it's going to catch you as well, right? So, like, if it breaks the trees, it's caught you too. So you've already gone down from the tree, so it's never going to stun you.
That's the point.
It's one of the issues with Force Movement. There's another spell that does that too, but I forget what it was. That also moves you and breaks trees.
Is it Skewer?
That was it. Wow, that was on point. We sure share one brain cell. As playing Mangas versus Monkey King, I realized, why can't I never cut a tree with Skewer? Oh, because I always skewer right through.
You can borrow it now.
I can have the brain cell?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm done. I'm spent.
Spent. Cox is hunting, Richie. That's what the brain cell's been used for.
Yeah, he is. And he still has another minute left on this Aegis. Map control here, wise, they've been doing a good job. They've even actually managed to plant a nice ward deep into the enemy triangle. But for now, they're hunting. Mac, though, he's setting up shot. He's absconded here. Him and Boomy.
Cox gonna walk into a bunch of remnants.
They're preparing for a winter, you know?
Unfortunately, he's not on panel.
Oh, okay, there he goes.
He's just gonna TP.
Yeah, he's TP'd.
Okay,
oh, but he's going in.
Yeah, they're going for tie. Toss back into the Clockwork. They have Cogs. Underneath the tower he goes. Bach does they use the Yule Scepter to get himself a little bit of space, but the battery assault's not stopped by that Yule, so he's just gonna die regardless.
Cox has another blink, toss, and 3, but CML surrounded by creeps. Oh,
yes, search. Ooh. There goes Cox. Toss back again.
Leap
Run and leap so the toss back is further away. Another kill for Cox.
Yeah,
this team better stay in Div 1 because otherwise Cox is getting poached. Like, this guy is... He is literally the tempo of the team. He's not like determining tempo. He is it. It's incredible how good he's performing both games coming into it.
You know, on this Tiny, especially who he reminds me a little bit of, with maybe a little bit more tempered. Oh, wow, okay. He reminds me a little bit of Dark Mago on this Tiny. Like, just going for it, the team buffs him up. Right?
Less crazy, but yeah.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Toss into Arrow.
Nice.
Once again, this combo succeeds. And cool guys don't look at their own kills. He lets Zhao take it.
Well, he knew that they stole rocks, as you call them. So they need to be careful. Rubik has...
What's Avalanche? What's Avalanche if it's not rocks? Minerals? Quarry?
Oh, they double smoked there.
They did?
Yeah. I mean, it's just these small things. They don't really.
Who was the second smoke? Name and shame.
Name and shame. Name and shame them. Come on, Reddit investigators. Let's figure it out.
Dire's bottom tower.
Who's next to leave?
Who's next?
And also find a new Bilsaya speaking player, because that's also a requirement for Polaris.
Oh, Scam is going to be able to get out of the way of this one here. They don't see him on this ward. Just out of range.
Back against the trees. Like
that's right. That's right. Still looking and finding strange packages in the woods that have fallen out of the plane.
Okay, the Rubik is going to die to Cox. That is the sign to leave and retreat. Rubik at least tanks again.
Have you seen that movie yet?
Which, Bear Cocaine?
Yeah.
No. Have you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Where? I looked for times and there's none.
Oh, I've watched it.
Oh, you?
On the internet.
Right. Legally, of course.
Of course, yes.
Right, okay.
Not a good movie.
No?
No.
Even with character actress from Margot Margindale?
No, I have to say, she is the high point of that movie.
She's very good.
She's very good. However,
Top tower
not a good movie.
Attack.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Is it better or worse than Morbius?
Yeah. Oh, worse, actually. And to bring it back into Dota terms, unlike this game and series for Geek Slate, it's been like their previous games where it's just like 4 people walking around in the woods. You know? Not really doing much.
I mean,
and then a bear comes out every now and then just... That's it.
This series for Polaris has actually been... I feel like we've been casting Blacklist for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Because it does feel that way. I mean, look, I understand this is not their choice.
Well,
like, they have a draft for this?
Yeah, but they need BKB on Mac. I have to go up to bat for them a little bit.
That's why. I don't think they choose to do this. Like, they have a Storm and a Monkey King. They take forever. Or last game, they were like, oh, we play Beastmaster Life to do. We play fast tempo. Doesn't work. And now we play slow tempo. Maybe this works.
Oh, but
at least you don't have offlaner on Nature's Prophet.
Cox with this BKB. Look at Narman. Narman, what is this item? An Orchid Malevolence?
Oh, wow. That's how they deal with Storm.
And Tidehunter.
Yeah, because it doesn't deal damage. You just do that and ignore him.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty... I mean, he has Yule, so maybe not, but...
Oh, I see. Cox is a multi-echo for BKB, so that was the route.
Yep.
Rocket Flare catches a Tiny, send him back into the bear. Yules, that's why he bought it.
There's
he
a
didn't rage,
Ravage.
though, which means I have no way to deal with him once he enrages. But maybe he doesn't get to, because there's too much damage, perhaps. Skev activates it, he's out.
Yeah, Skev holding onto his BKB as well. They might go back in on that back wall.
I don't know. They want to at least control the high ground for now. Narman will be the target. He's already used his Orchid, but he's just crazy tanky.
There they go.
In comes Cox, and the Avalanche seems stronger than the Ravage. He gets rid of Bot. He's getting sent back into the Wukong's command. Wiltic Vortex, the Bushwhack, though, will keep him tied to a tree, and the Force Staff saves him. As in the backline, Scam just eats CML for dinner. A Monkey King jumps away as Geek Slate takes over this top area of the map.
Yes, that's a Ravage committed. That is going to be as well the first BKB charge for Akashi, as well as the Wukong's command. BKB charges were committed as well out from Geek Slate in response. Actually, no, they didn't use this Cox BKB, and there's the Orchid! He has no Dispel!
Okay, no way Monkey King dies to a solo Clockwork. Okay, at least it was the vacuum that helped. Or at least he has that to justify it.
That was ridiculous. And now Cox chasing for more.
He has haste as well, so there's no way they run... Oh, sorry, Surge. There's no way they run away from him. Pumi will die to the tree.
It's haste. He was hasted.
Thank you for covering, but I lost the brain cell privileges. Here you go.
Get it back now. Hooray! And Geek Slate fighting very well with this. I mean, this is not going to be Polaris' time to try and defend this. It sucks because you really don't want to lose this tier 2 tower, especially when Roche is up. And in fact, speaking of Roche, I think that's just going to be the go-to move now for Geek Slate. Not enough follow-up here. If there's a Wukong's command off the back of that Ravage when Skem's underneath tower, I think you actually have that.
At all, honestly. Like, he's not there.
Yeah. Oh, and this basically Ravage, this Rubble Ravage, we'll call it. You like that?
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. It's a good one. Now you can have the brain cell back.
Yeah, okay. The Ravage to the core, yeah. That force was also really impressive. I don't know if Bushwhack was the right choice there.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Didn't it stop with the Vortex as well? Like, it wasn't, like, changed properly?
I don't know. I didn't see it on the timing. I think my issue with it was that it got Storm closer while he was stunned.
It got Tiny closer to the...
Yes, sorry, my bad. It got, Tiny closer to the outside of the Wukong's command, which is eventually going to happen, but you want to maximize the time that he's in. Yeah.
But in case people don't know, Bushwhack always picks the nearest tree. Doesn't matter where. Oh, they vacuum it off the tree. And now they bashed him. I think Monkey Gates is going to die like this with a double damage. Useless.
Oh, no.
She's done. They just need to bash the Storm or hookshot, and that's going to work too. And CML, at least he TPs, but he's just support.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if he survives. They just killed her 2 cores in front of your eyes.
Yeah, and that's going to be that friggin' clockwork, man. I mean, the 2 fights now don't go in your favor. Storm Spirit's still trying to find farm anywhere he can on the map, but you can see without that BKB, he's incredibly vulnerable to this casual little Orchid Malevolence that Clockwork's picked up. What a devious little guy, this Narman Clockwork, huh?
It isn't a hero I would think of. Is that who's... Oh, that's Mac.
That is a heat map for Mac.
Heat Max.
Heat Mac.
I wouldn't consider Clockwork before one of Norman's like go-to heroes. Like, I would say Brubeck or Spirit are definitely the ones. But after these few performances, I think he's up there now. Like, he's actually performing so well on this hero. The most impressive part of a good Clockwork is knowing how to play life on the edge, right? Not just surviving each fight. He's doing so well at that.
I'd still like to highlight that this, to me, is still a really big team effort. I think this is a draft that a Clockwork excels in, right? He has a lot of roles in... Well, actually, no, I wouldn't say so. I think he's actually got very few roles, but in very crucial timings in the game, right? In the early lane, in the laning stage, I combined the two. He's got a very key role, which is help Darkseer, like, and they both synergize very well. In the mid game, he's going to be Vision, and that never changes from here on out. And he's going to be first one in or counter initiation to lock down the Storm Spirit as well, you know? As he is going to miss on that hook shot, just a bit wide.
Yeah, he didn't know where he was because he rocket flared, saw him walking to the right.
Now that he's got Orchid, you know, it's very similar, right? Like, I think it's a beautiful draft. Like, he is excelling here.
Yeah.
But I have to give Geek Slate a lot of credit on this draft. They have built him like a beautiful foundation for him to excel, and he's doing just that. So it's exactly what you want in your supports, right? Much like a carry, where all right, guys, you know, all right, man, we won you the lane, and then you've had to do nothing for 25, 30 minutes. It's time to show up and fight. They've done this for Narman, and he's been excelling from lane until now. So I agree. Impressive.
Hoodwink. I would say for Polaris, when it comes to their drafts, I wouldn't actually say their drafts have been that bad, but they do have a certain weakness in where they're drafting for their offlane, where Vox seems to never have a good matchup or impact, to be honest. Even this Tidehunter, which is an okay in the early game, just you're up against an Ursa, a Darkseer, a Clockwork.
Yeah.
None of these heroes are particularly weak against you.
I wouldn't necessarily say like Bach is having even too poorly of a game. I really do.
The picks they give him are just meh. They're not even good meta picks.
I even think, I mean, sure, this is not a meta pick. I want to argue that, right? But I'm not super pleased with the way that Polaris are still playing around the Ravages here. I think that they've had one good Ravage in that top lane, but they really needed some more follow-up on that pretty good Ravage underneath that tier 2 tower top. Like, you caught Ursa, you caught Tiny. Like, where's the follow-up?
Oh, Vacuum is telekinesis. Okay, meaning good Cox. He does have Aegis, though, and BK when he comes back, but it's a kill.
It's a kill, and you've only committed one ultimate here. It's not the worst thing. No BKBs either.
BKB's back. Oh, he doesn't actually BKB. Cox, you courageous man. And now they come back in with a wall replica and the vacuum. The Ravage is ignored immediately as Bach is being mauled by a bear right now. They're not going to commit to him, though. Instead, they're going to try to go for the Monkey King. BKB immediately from both Cox and Akashi. Akashi chasing after Cox, but realizing he's just not as fast as the Tiny. They do know where Box is, but they don't really care because he doesn't have Ravage. He's just a creep right now.
This is a little spicy here for Geek Slate, to be honest. There's still a BKB, actually, a fresh one on Mac.
And I respect him.
The issue is they're low on ultis, right? And they don't respect them. They say, you have no Ravage, you have no Wukong's command. We're going to sit around our wall a little bit awkwardly. Oh, okay, it's time to go home. And that's what Geek Slate will do.
Since Skem has an Ags as well, which he just bought.
Oh, wow.
The Ravage is back wide.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
he got it for the last team fight.
Right, he got the shard for free, of course, with second rush. We didn't bring that up.
So you're dealing against an Ursa that has like a way to dispel your stun and then BKB right afterwards. How are you supposed to catch him? Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, Avalanche as well. Toss back. No, not in range. Instead, Skem is going to push the bottom lane and take a tower instead, making sure you can push all 3 lanes and put pressure on Polaris, choke him out this way.
Yeah, what is the plan? You know, I'm once again going to draw more comparisons to famed 2023 cinematic released on the silver screen movie Cocaine Bear. Like, okay, there's a very scary bear. We've established that. He's picked up substances off of the ground in the jungle, being this Ag Shard. Okay, understood. What's the plan from here? What are we going to do? Much like the movie, I don't know if Polaris have any idea.
That was a harsh review of Polaris and the movie.
Dude, it was a bad movie. And again, I don't know what Polaris can do. Oh, okay.
He doesn't care. He doesn't have BKB. I mean, the Yules will annoy.
There wasn't a Ravage, though. I
don't know what that was. Mac? Okay, they're actually retreating here because they don't want to. They're afraid of force dying here for no reason. Doesn't even get Greaves off, and the Ursa's not going to commit. They don't have the Clocker nearby. They're a little bit afraid.
I think he might commit here, especially if that arrow hits. Ooh, I thought it was going to hit someone.
They needed the Clockwork with them, which is why they don't overcommit there. They just lose force. It's not that bad of a trade, all things considered, for Polaris.
No, it's pretty good, and in fact, they're going hunting Akashi. Once again, always impresses me with his... oh, they've scanned him perfectly, though. Boy, and he's jumped down from the trees, actually. Can they catch him? Clockwork with a hook shot. Narman, he'd have to guess here.
Oh, the creeps just died, huh? They just let the creeps die against the tower. I think Coxley just tanked that instead of trying to go back against the Monk.
Another rocket flare at the ready.
There is a range creep coming in, so that could be used to push. Where's Skem? Skem is nowhere to be seen. The creep dies for nothing. Monkey King effectively cut this push.
Yes.
Because Geek Slate refuses to let the creeps that are still alive stay alive.
And that buys very valuable time here for Polaris. That can be the plan for them that they now found, unlike that movie I brought up before. BKB on Mac, it's a must. He's going to absolutely need that. He almost has enough now for the Sanj and Kaya, which is going to help a lot against the control that they're throwing at him, especially, of course, that very annoying Orc and Malevolence. He needs some way to still fight without BKB, without being completely useless. Careful, though, Cox.
And they found Bok because of this. Scam doesn't quite hit.
Oh, good blink.
Bok gets hookshotted now, still can Cox back, and that's going to be another kill onto the Tidehunter.
Cogs back into Cox, who's going to collect the kill. Skem as well, farms another wave. Thought about going in there off the vision of Rocket Flare. Thinks better of it. That's top lane. Force is going to live. Out of mana and force a TP away. It's going to be the Storm Akashi. They're not going to TP back for him as they are going to get the rest of the towers. 24K, the net worth lead here for Geek Slate in a must-win game for the Mabo. 0-5 prior to the start of this series. If they want a chance at staying in Div 1 for the Summer Tour, this match is a must-win. Same could be said, though, of Polaris, who are sitting at 1-4, I believe.
Yes, so if they want this match to actually be out of the darkest of weeds, because Bleed would then have to do a miracle win against SMG?
No, sorry, I'm giving you that face because sometimes, Avo, it's the light weeds which are the most annoying. No, Poison Ivy's particularly bright.
No, because the darkest is how deep it goes.
Ah.
The Monkey King.
He's just killed.
Somebody killed, yeah.
He's just killed. I mean, there's that Abyssal Blade now that Scam's picked up.
They're very deep weeds.
Yes. Are you thinking of, like, do you compare it to, like, in Pokemon where the tall grass is always darker?
No, I'm thinking of, like, marshes. Like, when it's dark, it's because there's a hole there.
Like Marshall Mathers, the biggest white rapper?
No. Are you Winter? Why did you preface it with white? What was that? I meant like a swamp.
A swamp?
Yeah. Like Florida.
Again, not that dark.
Yeah, swamps get dark.
At night?
Yeah, well, there's holes there. I'll show you the swamp later. It doesn't matter. You've clearly never been to a swamp. You clearly have never been to Florida.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Oblivion. You know, it honestly would make a lot of sense if your real backstory is you're from Florida.
Yeah, lots of sea people will not get that joke.
Oh, you're right. We're the wrong region for that. Cheeky little play here. I think, yeah.
It's like I don't know, being born in Langkawi. The equivalent.
I don't know. Really. Florida's got a different reputation. I don't know if I could say the same thing about Langkawi, honestly.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that. It'd be like being born in Genting Highlands combined with Langkawi.
I guess. Oh, goodness gracious.
Anyway, I don't know Florida. I'm just making random.
This nullifier is almost ready, actually, for Akashi. It is now.
It's on 26K in the lead, Richard. 26 scantily.
Look,
What are you going to nullify?
Look at this. Here it goes.
Oh, look, silenced immediately. Oh, there's a Ravage, only for the Tidehunter, and from behind, Boomy's already dead. Cox is somehow alive, despite you throwing everything. They threw the kitchen sink at him, and he just walked it off like it was nothing. Scam has been nullified by thousands of Enraged. They're just ignoring the monkey in his own Wukong's command as they come back into initiate at the end of it, now killing off Akashi. Look at that, Richie. Look at that. The chances they had were non-existent there.
Oh my
Patay
god.
kung patay.
The voice lines coming out. Geek Slate spamming them back here for Polaris. Oh no, this cannot be. The Force special here as Geek Slate, level 25 now on their Fuzzy Wuzzy. He is, oh my goodness,
Was
a
it-
Scythe of Ice, yes.
Wasn't the coincidence, I think, not line from Polaris?
Was it? I don't remember. I only remember
You think
Force
maybe
using
when
it.
that line got taken away from Dota, Force became 10 times worse at Dota? Like that line gave him power?
It could have been.
That would explain why they're 0-5 this season.
It's pretty sweet though how now that they're playing against Polaris, who use the voice line, they powered themselves up as they're going to go ahead and lift up the bear arrow, protect him. Oh no.
They silenced the Storm.
No? Okay.
Well, I mean, they might kill Narman here. Not that big a deal, to be honest, with the 4. Oh, not if Force fights back. Hook shot. Look at that. Bears in the Cog. So is the Tiny. 2 dead. A 3rd one in the Rubik.
Oh, they tossed
like
him back.
for them.
No way. The toss. Oh, it's too good, man. It's like
GG.
That's it. Polaris. Unfortunately, they will fall. I believe they equalize now, both at 1-5. So Geek Slate able to find their first win down, but not yet out here of Division 1 for Geek Slate, who can breathe a little bit easier on with their last match. Not very easy versus Talon Esports. Already booked their tickets to the Berlin Major earlier this week. Now,
SMG.
It's up for Geek Slate to book their own destiny into Division 1 for the summer tour.
Yeah, their manager was hovering over the, the booking tickets away from the boot camp, back to your own houses where Div 2 teams play. But no, for now they will stay here, and Geek Slate still has some solid chances. Frankly, this game also looked good for them. A lot of their problems that we're having, which is Force not rotating before minute 55, was fixed. The Cox popping off, and they had much clearer ideas for drafts, so they're looking
Honestly,
good. Polaris is still facing some of the same issues they had in the beginning of the season, though, unfortunately.
They did look really good. And I think with a Darkseer, you tend to play a little bit more around a Darkseer, right?
Yes.
And maybe that's something they needed to do here, because they did look like they fixed a lot of their seemingly problems that they've had earlier in the season. They were able to find the first win. We'll see what some smarter people have to say about it, though. Our one brain cell being split between us is not doing a whole lot. We'll send
they share 2.
They share 2. We'll send it over to the panel and see who currently is holding the brain cells.
I don't know about smarter people, but what I do know is that Geek Slate have finally taken their first series this season. Huge win for them, but not big enough, as they still could possibly be getting relegated to Division 2. Adam, John, thoughts given me?
I feel like Geek Slate got away with a lot in the laning phase. I think especially the mid rotations. We saw the runes being emphasized for Cox on the Tiny, or I think 2, 4, 6. And Boomy was stacking. He was never at the rune on time. And then CML didn't rotate at all. Yeah. Darkseer was also not punished for it. So I think that kind of gave Cox a pretty good game.
Yeah, like he just took control of that game, got the activity out for Geek Slate. And Polaris, I mean, they had a decent start for Akashi this time around, I feel like, but I don't know. Like, there's something up with Bach, right? Like, he's just... We know what kind of player he is. We know what he can accomplish. I don't think we've seen peak Bach at all this tour.
I feel like it was his item builds are maybe outdated, or maybe that's the team, how the team wants to play. Like, I think he was so farm this game, but he went for Hood into use, and it didn't feel impactful at all. The tier 1 tower at bottom took so long to fall, even though they had this tide. And the Tiny was not ready to kind of defend the tower in a way. I think I would have liked to see the meter hammer, just scale more, see the eggs later on. I also feel like coming from the draft, Geek Slate had this Ursa, right? And this Ursa is gonna kind of kill everything during his BKB. Like, his Monkey can't fight him, his Tide can't fight him, his Storm can't fight him. It's difficult to kite him, I think. So they need to start the fight with a Hex or something. But then what kind of changed things for me was the Roche. I actually think Geek Slate made a big mistake not giving the first Aegis to Scam, who bought Blink Dagger after his Belfry, by the way. But he did play very far behind and played really well in the end. Didn't really feed or anything. They give them opportunity.
Yeah.
I think in comparison, like the coordination out from Polaris was also a big issue. Like in that fight in particular, the fight started with a Ravage and a Lift at the same time. Like things like that, you know, you miss out this window to just try to hold down Cox, try to find that kill, maybe turn things around, and then it just collapses off the back of it. Like it just doesn't feel like this time around that Polaris is a team at all, which is funny because when we saw them take that one win, their first series win, they looked okay. So it's just kind of degraded once more.
Here's our MVP, Cox, 9-0-15 on Tiny. Played really well, but I mean, it's so sad because, I mean, Polaris, you see it in the team fight, they're expending all their ults, not even killing a single hero.
You mentioned the mid fight, top fight, there was like this lineup for Akashi Boundless Strike, he stuns too, and then the Rubik lives at the same time. Like, what the hell? That's not acceptable. It's honestly not acceptable.
Yeah, the coordination wasn't there, but last time we had big Cox plays, this time we have tiny Cox plays, and it all pans out. Cox is just great.
He's just performing.
Yeah, he's performing big or tiny.
Yeah.
He's just great.
So the standings, though, I see now we've got Geek, Slate, Polaris, and Bleed all having their own win.
Yes.
So you've got like a little triangle there.
Yes.
Polaris still has one more series against Blacklist to kind of determine where they stand, though. So that's going to be really huge for them. I think, who's the other team?
Bleed?
Bleed does have 2 more games, but unfortunately they are against SMG and Talon, and I wouldn't rate their chances very high.
Yeah.
Well, we do have an interview with Skem, our winner of this series. Hello, Skem. Congratulations on your win. How do you feel?
Hello, thank you. Feel good at least, like we win series.
Yeah, you guys aren't out of it yet, though. You're not, you know, there's no relegation just yet, so you guys still have a chance.
Yeah.
I have a question then. Where did Sheep go? How come you guys got a new coach?
I think he was busy, like he don't wanna really coach us already. He have other things to do.
All right. I'm curious about one thing, Dre. It's been a while. I am curious, do you feel like your team was extra motivated to find this win? Like, you know, outside of the context of this being a very important match, I saw Nico and Marvin having a good chat on Facebook about the current DPC. It's been a bit rough.
Yeah. What's the question again?
Was Nico extra motivated to play? Like, did he seem like he really wanted to beat Boomy today?
I'm not really sure, but maybe because it's his ex-teammates.
It's fair. And I am curious about one thing. Like, we've all been wondering, you know, while with the coaching change, like what's the difference that Immortal Faith does bring to you guys? Like, are you guys able to adapt? How do you think that process is like having this new coach from Western Europe?
I think he's really a good coach for me, especially like in game wise. Maybe we just don't absorb fast like what he teach us. Like we are struggling to absorb, but I think we will get there soon. We just need time.
Do you think that's what's been happening this whole season? You guys are still trying to learn his ideas, and it's not really your Dota that you're playing right now?
Yeah, but I think for me, his idea is good, but we just cannot really like
adjust,
make it or like perform it. Yeah.
That's fair. Or I have maybe a bit of a sensitive question. Why'd you guys kick Roger?
I think I cannot answer that one.
That's fair.
Okay,
that's fine.
I've got a question. With the, unfortunate results of the season, is there anything that you guys are doing to, keep the PMA up and keep the spirits alive, or anything you guys do together?
I think, we always like walk together at morning. Then we always talk about like the journey is still long. Even we go Division 2 or we will stay Division 1, it doesn't matter because the goal is still like in TI.
All right. I'm curious about one thing as well. Like, you guys did manage to go to the major, granted a little bit rougher in the group stage. Do you feel like you guys had a lot to take back as well? Like, not only with the new coach, but what you learned from the major was kind of piling on for you guys to adjust?
Yeah, I think especially to my teammates, like they are not really so much experience. It's like the thing we learn is too many, then it's like we are confused.
It's fair.
I feel like you as a player, Scam, like watching your history, especially as a carry player, I feel like you always do things that are out of the meta, and like, you know, you bring new ideas to the game, and I feel like this has always been how teams play around you when you're the carry. But with your new coach coming in, I think you guys are kind of leaning away from that. Is that something that you want to do, or?
I think I still have some heroes that are weird that we played in scrims, but I think we just never have a chance to pick it because I think for now, like, we are struggling and we never win a series yet. So yeah, we just do the normal things first.
Okay, thank you.
John?
I am curious about one thing. This is, you know, it's been a while since you and John Yuel have been together. What's it like to play with good old Zhao again from old Neon days?
I think it's still same. He's still same.
How do you like his hair? Do you like his hair better now?
Yeah, but he's fatter now.
Damn, Scam. All right.
Not
That's
fatter,
fair.
just more farmed.
Just more farmed.
Yeah, just more farmed. I have one last question for you. Because you guys are 4 Pinoys on the team and then you have Narman as your fifth, do you guys communicate in Tagalog a lot or mostly in English?
No. Mostly in English because our coach
Right.
will get angry.
Oh, really? Oh, my. Oh, God, that's
I like that.
Okay, well, I mean, that's all the questions I have. If you guys have any questions?
Good, man. I'm really happy to see that you guys are still on a very positive path and that you guys are very focused forward. I hope you guys make it to the tiebreakers and things go well.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Thank you, Scam.
Scam. Take care. Oh man, I wonder what the coach does. I wonder what he says when they start speaking Tagalog. They say one word. And
He's holding the
whip.
the goddamn stick beside him.
It's chinelas
Better
for
watch
shoe.
what you say.
he has a stale piece of bread ready to toss.
No.
You know, to be fair, I think Scam should be used to like a stricter coach, right? Like he was with Mushi, who can be like a
He was playing
disciplinarian.
5 though, so I think it's
Yeah, but you know, it's still like the team, like they would do push-ups and stuff if they weren't doing well in scrims, I think. That was a boom thing.
Oh yeah, I
So,
remember seeing those.
You know, I think
Twitter
he's
posts.
used to it, yeah. I think the others, I think that's where the focus is. Like the newer players, maybe Cox is not too used to, although he was with Chuan. So
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It's probably similar.
just adjustments. Like
I'm
it
not
takes
sure.
a while.
I did a lot of push-ups when I was playing with Mushi.
Sheesh, nice flex, bro. Show them guns.
No guns.
No guns.
Can't do them anymore.
You're washed.
I'm washed.
But I'm really happy to see that. Yeah, like, you know what you said, Scam's still this positive guy and they're still, you know, very PMA despite the results of the season.
I think it's a really... Actually, I'm very impressed that they have
Yeah.
that kind of mentality. I think if you look back, it's like maybe you have nothing that you can really do about it, but it's
Yeah.
one thing to be very real and like, you know, things are going well. We need time, you know, we're gonna look forward. That's very mature to me.
Yeah, I think Scam's used to having rough spots as well. Like there were times when Neon's up and down, right? And it also helps that, for the most part, John Yuel, I think, is a very positive influence to every team he goes to. Like he's one of the most chill guys. Like he understands you're losing, but it's level-headed. You know, it's like very realistic, and it's like, well, we'll have some other time to rise up, and when we do, it's gonna be good.
Part of the process.
Yep.
Better to not pick now, pick at TI.
That is very true. And I mean, even if they do, you know, hope they don't go to Div 2, but even if they do, like, there's still a chance, there's still qualifiers. Yeah. And it's good that they're just keeping those spirits up and hoping for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. You really have to have a good, like, you have to have strong mental as a Dota player. I feel like a lot of people overlook that.
I agree.
Yeah. But next game, we have Bleed versus SMG. So that's going to be a very exciting one. But before that game, we have a content piece with SMG's very own Afu.
Malaysia used to be the kingdom of Dota during the early days of C, but not every Malaysian player was part of this golden generation. Some came a bit later, rising through the ranks and playing in lesser stacks, gaining notoriety and recognition when the first generation retired. One of these such players was Afu, the current 4 for Team SMG. Let's take a look at his rise and grind by checking out his competitive history. Afu, like X-Nova, 343, and Ajit, would be one of the many players that would first get their opportunity through Nara. There are no images of Nara, but through witnesses we know Nara was a sociable player back in the early Dota 2 days who created a team with more players than EG CSGO roster, Nara Stacks. This stack would constantly swap players and participate mostly in smaller tournaments in the region. Through his experience in Nara Stacks, Afu would find some small stand-in performances in Orange Esports and MVP Hot 6. At MVP Hot 6, he would meet Raji, another Malaysian player who was playing carry at the time, and he would later play with him officially when Afu would temporarily join Meneski. Though at first Afu was simply an afterthought that allowed Meneski to continue playing in LANs, he would quickly become a mainstay of the team and earn his first notable position in online tournaments, second in Dota Thailand Championship and fourth in OK Dota Cup. Despite solid performances as an offlaner, early 2015, Afu would be replaced. A couple months later, he would change positions, now playing 5, and make his own stack called Sabun Warrior. Sabun Warrior would once again include Raji as a carry, and Afu would play with Nana for the first time. Even if the team did not achieve major results, their strength was recognized. Raji would be snagged by DK Renaissance, and Nana and Afu would go along to create Warriors Gaming Unity. Warriors Gaming Unity would be one of the first strong teams to be composed solely of Malaysia's second generation of players. In their first qualifier, ESO 1 Manila C qualifier, they earned a second place before getting destroyed by Fnatic. Unfortunately, their results from then on started being shaky. Not only did they struggle against the Malaysian Golden Generation in Fnatic and Orange Taring, they also found themselves unable to beat the new Filipino teams of Rave and TNC consistently. During the TI6 SCA qualifiers, they were once again defeated by Fnatic and eliminated by Execration. It was impressive for them to be among the top 4 teams in C, but it was not enough. After TI6, they started making some changes and started seeing better online results, winning the first 2 editions of Pro Dota Cup C and the 10th edition of JDL. With the inclusion of X-Nova, Afu would move to his emblematic forward role, and together they would captain the team to their biggest success, the Boston Major. They managed to make it through open qualifiers and finally beat the Golden Generation to qualify over them to a tournament, despite coming in as the underdogs.
Meneski in a heartbreaker have been knocked out, and Warriors Gaming are going to the Boston Major.
In the Boston Major, they upgraded and became the biggest underdogs. They were a bunch of unknowns from what was considered one of the weakest regions at the moment, but they managed to prove everyone wrong. Afu stood out for his skill on the melee 4s, his Earth Spirit and Elder Titan particularly, which would later become part of his signature playstyle. After an impressive top 8 finish at Boston Major, Warriors Gaming Unity would stay together and continue getting impressive online results. LAN still seemed to escape them, as they would earn a last place at Genting and fail to qualify to both the DAC and the Kyiv Major. Afu would be the first to eventually leave the team, together with Ajit, as he would be offered a position in LGD's new sister team, LGD FY. Or LGD Forever Young. This would be Afu's first claim to fame, as LGD FY seemed to be the stronger team in the lead up to TI7, beating LGD in the Epicenter and Mars Dota 2 League Chinese qualifiers. Internationally, they would also prove their worth, earning a top 4 at Epicenter 2017, cementing themselves as one of the best teams in the world and sparking the debate as to who was better, LGD or LGD FY. As TI approached, Chinese fans were confident in their powerhouses and were looking to see who the stronger LGD team was. At TI, LGD FY and LGD both made it to the upper bracket, but it would be the Forever Young squad that would manage to stay in the upper bracket for longer. LGD and Liquid both boasted an incredible lower bracket run that year, but Liquid would eventually prevail, beating both LGD squads back to back. LGD FY would manage to at least take one game off of Liquid, whereas LGD could not. Afu would be widely recognized as one of the most important reasons for LGDFY's success during TI7, as he became one of the best Melee 4 players during that tournament. Immediately after TI7, LGDFY made no changes. They would eventually move players around and loan players, but the only significant change made that year would be their support, DDC, who would be replaced by Yao. Afu stayed on the team the whole season. During this time, it seemed that LGDFY lost their fire. They were no longer neck and neck with LGD, a team that now regularly beat them in qualifiers, and they were not even the top 2 Chinese teams around, as Vici Gaming and VGJ Storm would easily win series against LGDFY. This was further emphasized by their loss in open qualifiers to Echo Gaming, their constant defeats to Meneski, and their constant losses to Rising Star Keen Gaming. That season ended with LGDFY failing to qualify for TI8 and disbanding the sister team altogether. Afu, however, would stay in China after the roster shuffle, joining fellow Malaysian 343 and Team RNG, an organization that was well known in League of Legends that had recently joined the Dota 2 scene. RNG would improve on LGDFY's results, now managing to settle themselves as one of the top 6 teams in China. 343 would leave the team after a couple months, being replaced by September, and eventually replaced by LANM. They would manage to qualify to multiple minors, but they always earned last place. The first minor were prompt a position change that would put LANM into the 4 position and Afu into the 5 position. This did not change their results. Afu took a while adjusting to his new position of 5, but eventually results started improving. Their qualification to Epicenter Major and subsequent top 12 placement would show it. At first, his more aggressive and impactful heroes became perfected, as Afu abused Jakiro and Witch Doctor to destroy lanes. But during TI9, it seemed like he had finally found his footing. That footing would be Shadow Demon, his best hero during the tournament and a hero that once again made Afu look more like a 4 than a 5. When his team needed him to take the backseat or Shadow Demon was banned, Afu would excel in healers like Warlock or Oracle. TI9 was a very strong year for China, and people were expecting big things from Vici Gaming and LGD in addition to the dark horse Keen Gaming. This helped RNG fly under the radar and manage some incredible feats at TI, like 2-0ing one of the favorites, Virtus Pro. They ended the tournament with a respectable top 8 and beat out Keen Gaming.
Ramses really wanted to be able to lock down that last strike, but can't actually get him, and he may just fall here. It's Monet challenging with bash after bash. Gets another one! Gets the Beyond Godlike to be able to finish up Ramses. Gets Roger as well. He loses the Aegis, but he's got a second life. No one can finish up. Setsu is all. Is that it? Are we seeing the last of Virtus Pro at the International?
They just
and
don't kill
perhaps
anybody.
the last of this roster.
They can't kill anyone, Cap. They hard commit. So demoralizing watching fly by running.
Virtus Pro call it. The curse strikes again, and RNG.
During the early roster shuffle post TI9, Afu was replaced by Fenrir. It was unclear if that was an organization's decision or Afu had decided to leave the team. Previously that month, Old 11 had announced that he was working hard to make a new team, Revive. In early October, Revive announced their new roster that included Afu and would allow him to continue playing in China. This would be at the start of the COVID era, where tournaments were few and far in between, especially for China, where the restrictions were getting stronger and stronger. Revive would unfortunately not be able to crown themselves as a top team within the region, and Afu would leave after 6 months. He would then join Keen Gaming, but only for 20 days. The restrictions would be particularly brutal on Chinese teams, and maintaining rosters that weren't winning the few online leagues available seemed impossible. Keen Gaming attempted to survive by using talent from KG Luminous, but they disbanded a month after Afu left. After this, Afu could no longer stay in China, so he returned to his hometown in Malaysia. After a long 7-month break, he would get his chance to play with a stack called Team Dog for BTS Pro Series. This stack was composed of players that were already playing for other teams, but couldn't due to COVID restrictions. They had a great result, but no long-term plans. Following, he would join Team IO for the Huya Winter Invitational. This team was owned by IO Esports owner Kenshi and the current owner of SMG. Logically, this team would be rebranded as SMG in preparation for the DPC, but the rebranding didn't help them get into the DPC. The first close qualifier proved too tough, and they only made it through in the second season when they added Mid1 as their carry and replaced the VT Faded. In their first season of DPC, they managed to promote themselves to Div 1 for the next year. During the 2022 DPC, Team SMG was regarded as a dark horse. They were not considered one of the best teams, but were considered strong enough to upset any of them. That was a little bit too hopeful, as SMG started out the season as the 4th best team in C, with little chances of upsetting a dominating Boom and a growing Fnatic. As the second and third seasons rolled over, other teams would solidify their playstyle as SMG lagged behind, unable to perform at the level of the top C teams. They only managed to hold on to their Div 1 slot with a top 6 position both times. Team SMG promised an incredible roster change in the inclusion of Ice, but they forgot to register their team in time, so they cannot participate in the TI Close qualifiers. Theoretically, they were a fantastic team, but we will never know. Now, this year, Afu went back to his roots, with an almost fully Malaysian squad in SMG and the inclusion of the veteran captain, Bumi, from the Philippines. The first season was rough for SMG, but the end of the season showed a strong team with clear ideas. Their change of Bumi for Poloson is also promising. Will Awful reforge his own path like he did with Warriors Gaming Unity and prove that the second generation of Malaysian players can reach the same heights as the golden generation? Will we see his Earth Spirit back? Only time will tell as Awful readies himself to body a whole new season with renewed hopes and expectations.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of week number 3, day number 2. As only 2 more days of full league play remain. My name's Tsunami, and I'm going to be bringing you Bleed versus SMG in just a moment, and I'm going to be doing it with the help of Winter and Adam. Congratulations, friends. You have been invited to my Kopitiam for only 2 more days. We'll probably have a different design for tour number 3.
We're here now to watch some.
What is this? What is this?
Shellacking.
A shellacking. Yes, it is most likely going to be a fairly one-sided affair. At least that's what we're suspecting. But SEA has a history of being a little bit unpredictable because SMG already qualified to the major. Life's good for them, but every single point matters. And since this is Tour 2, the points escalate every single time. So if you're looking for a lot of points, then you really want to get first. It's 400 points. Second place is 240 points. And if you really want to see Bleed, well, then maybe you should give them your own support in person. Not for this series. You can do it online for this series. But if you want to do it IRL, well, I've got just the thing for you. This Friday, we are hosting a watch party. It's going to be local in Kuala Lumpur. So if you live around here and you want to watch some Dota live in person, well, not with the players, but you can watch it with John and Sophie, then you can scan that QR code in the corner. It will take you to a Google form. Tickets are free, but seats are limited, so be sure to do it. It's only in a day and a half. We've been advertising this since Monday, and clock is ticking. So if you are looking like you have a free weekend, or a free evening rather, then come on down and we'll entertain you. I think Aurora is going to be there also. It's going to be a grand old time. So show on up to our watch party if you're interested. And if you're just here to support SMG because this is their final series, well, then you're also in the right place. It is a difference of 160 points between second place and first place, which SMG really need because they did not go to the major previously. And if they want to qualify to TI directly, they need to start racking them up. And seeing as how Talon has kind of maintained consistency, you think SMG goes to the major Winter, they go to Berlin, how do you think they'll do? Because the last time our SEA teams didn't do great. Talon did amazing, but Geek, Slate, and Execration got eliminated.
I feel like they're gonna do okay. Like I predicted, Talent would do like top 8 at least during Peru. But for SMG, I feel like they have very good foundations of understanding of the game, and I feel like they play like a team very well, and they look like they have a lot of potential. Top 8.
Top 8?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm encouraged because, yeah, you were right on your Talon read. As Tour 1 was ending, you were very encouraged by Talon, not so hot on Geek, Slate, and Execration, and that was the accurate read. And I'm happy to hear that from SMG because, like we had mentioned, this is a brand that has been around in Dota for around 2 years and not shown up to a single international event. And were you ever on an SMG, Adam, or no?
No.
Okay. But it's been a long time coming for these guys, these players also.
Yeah, I have played with some of them.
Sure.
Played with Moon, played with Afu, Polaris.
Mm-hmm.
What am I missing?
Mid one,
yes.
CDR?
It's only CDR that
Okay.
I played with. So just the Malaysian guys, I guess, and Polaris obviously from
and Polaris.
Which is what most of the teams do. That's what this team is. It's 4 Malaysians and Paulson. He's along for the ride, and he's been doing good. I remember week number 1, every single time he won a game, he was just like, okay, Paulson's on the team for one more series because he did cut this game. They're not going to kick him. But he's been performing consistently. Were you expecting that, Winter, or has he exceeded your expectations?
I think he's pretty comfortable with this team because they kick him a couple of times,
Sure.
but he knows the players in the team. He knows what to expect for him, and he's thanking Boomy. You know.
Yes, that is true, and he's cooperating with Afu quite well also because we keep asking this every single time that they're kind of hybrid 4s and 5s. They're not consistent in each game, in each series. It changes.
Yeah.
The farm priority.
Remember the interview? Afu, or was it you or Sophie? I don't remember.
It was Afu with Sophie, but
yeah, we were asking him, and then you're like, "What's the difference?" Somebody asked, "What's the difference between having Boomy and Paulson?" Oh, I get more creeps to hit, so I'm happy now. That's what he actually said.
That's so odd to me because I feel like compared to Boomy, Paulson's like the more clear 4. I feel like with Boomy and Afu was more mixed. Like they changed their heroes and they play around. I feel like with Paulson, he's kind of always the 4. It's very rare that I see Afu.
Yeah, the roles are more defined this time. So it's weird that he actually says that. Maybe it's because Boomy takes more farm in some ways.
Or maybe it's just the heroes. Maybe it was Boomy playing more traditional 4 or 5 positions in terms of his heroes. And, you know, the amount of creeps that you hit, that's secondary, but the way that the draft goes, especially for the way that SMG is playing this tour, seems to be...
Also just because he's winning much more.
Maybe.
Yeah, when you're winning, there's a lot more creeps to hit.
Yeah, which is why Bleed has not been hitting very many creeps. Bleed has not been winning very much. They've only picked up 1 series of victory out of all 3 of these weeks so far. And there are no easy opponents. They're playing SMG for this series, already qualified to the major. And if you come to the watch party on Friday, they're going to be playing against Talon. Again, not an easy opponent. And so I was happy for Bleed that they were able to get their win versus Geek Slate. But, you know, all these, the Geek Slate, Polaris, Bleed, all sitting around with 1 win.
You know, they all beat each other. It's a circle.
Yeah, it's a triangle. It's not a circle.
Okay, it's a triangle. Fine, triangle.
Premonition for the tiebreakers that are about to come.
It could go infinite. I would not be surprised. Although, if Bleed are able to pick up a 2nd win here, that would be shocking. I think in previous versions of the DPC, I would be like, okay, SMG can take it easy now. But with the way that the points work, 160 points is a big difference. There was, I will bring it up until the end of time. There was 1 point between Fnatic and Outsiders making it to the last TI. So every single thing matters, especially if you consider doing roster changes later on, because you'll take a penalty, you'll lose some points, and then these weird fractional points come into play. And so SMG are gunning for top slot against Talon. So we're talking about tiebreakers for the bottom slot. There may even be tiebreakers for the top slot.
If Talon lose.
If Talon lose, that is true. Because SMG already have 1 loss against Talon, and Talon is currently undefeated. So it could go that Talon gets a 6-0, or no, 7-0. 6-0.
7. You're
7.
Right, 7. Yeah,
There are 8
you're right,
teams.
you're right, correct.
There will be 7-0. SMG could be 6-1. And then Army Geniuses or Execration would be 5-2.
Now you have to ask our friend Hoodwing.
Yeah, I'm not as critical of her as I am for... Well, you're saying if Talon pick it.
Yeah, if they decide not to play, or kind of play but not play the last game.
I feel like they do it for like one
game.
One
in a
game,
series.
yes.
They never do it like the whole series, you know.
Yeah.
Which I think is understandable considering their position.
Mm-hmm. What are you looking for from Bleed? Is there anything, Winter, that you've seen from Bleed that you're like, okay, this is a shining spot for them amongst a great deal of darkness?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Like
not even Corden from back in the day?
I feel like he doesn't know how to play anymore in this team.
I don't get it though. He was so good in Tour 1.
It happens a lot to the new players when they're put in a position where, okay, the first couple of months they did really well.
Yeah.
And then you have some roster changes and you have bigger names coming in. And a lot of the dynamics in the team change, and maybe there's a lot of extra external pressure that's going on to him. And 1 bad game, 2 bad games, gone.
Yeah.
Your mindset is gone. Everything is gone. You have to go back somewhere and hide and recuperate. But unfortunately, with the schedule that we have, you have no time.
I think it's a lot about mentality and preparation as well. Like a newer player would not have experienced this before. Like I know when I played bad some days, like I need to take a break from Dota. That was like me, how I dealt with it. I think for Corden, he's very new to this. And that being said, we had an interview with Scam earlier where he felt like his whole team was trying to absorb too many things at once. And I think the same thing might be happening for Corden right now.
That's true. It's hard, especially when you're in the presence of the greats like Ice and DJ, but they're not looking so great in this tour number 2. As we start our draft for game number 1, SMG ban out the Lycan. They take out the one good thing, Adam. They take out the one good thing, and they ban the Doom. First pick Coddle, Monkey King, and Undying Band.
I mean, are they trying some stuff?
No, okay, so DK is good against Coddle in lane. My problem with the pick though is that I know for a fact, we all know that this Coddle is mid one. And again, this hits me like how Polaris hit Bleed with the Max Slark first 2, and Bleed was like, it's not Slark mid.
Okay, he's not playing the Kotal. I think Kotal is the CEO.
Are you sure? But they see the DK. Then it's just
I mean,
I guess they can.
Don't you feel like Kotal mid is good? If DK is mid, Kotal mid is good against DK mid.
No, it's not. Because you free farm.
Yeah, but he free farms, you free farm. He can't really push us out.
Doesn't free farm. Coddle gets denied because DK walks up to you, stuns, and then goes back and denies the creep.
Oh, so he cancels your illuminates?
Yeah, he does. And he doesn't care that he takes damage, and then he takes your tower because he can tank through.
So how would the matchup be? Like 6-4 at least for DK?
Colo relies on stacks to come back. Because
So 6-4 DK or more?
For, I think 7-3.
That sounds like a 7-3.
Yeah.
7-3 is horrible.
Yeah.
Then why haven't we seen this yet? This is because Coddle mid has been extremely popular for like almost 6 months now.
But I feel like the Coddle we see mid is always like overall last pick.
Yeah, I
I
suppose.
feel like we've not really seen a 9-pick Coddle mid. At least this season or this Tour 2, we've only seen the Coddle offlane, I think. The Cox played early, maybe. But that was about it. I feel like most of it has been this Greaves offlane Coddle.
Yeah, Cox played it once, mid one has played it the 4 other times that SMG has picked it.
So the bans are rather different as well. Like in the first phase, they decided to ban out Doom and Lycan for SMG. And you guys were talking about how Lycan, you feel like Lycan's kind of bleeds best strat in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Doom was the other hero that they won with. Right. Yeah, they did.
They won.
And they also opened with these 2 heroes.
Yeah,
so
like Brood is totally ignored. Everything is ignored.
Really nice from SMG. Just banning what Bleed banned, right? Bleed played or won with.
Yeah, so both games against Geek, Slate, Bleed, first phase Lycan. It was Rubik Lycan in game 1, and it was Lycan Snapfire in game 2.
SMG also don't play these 2 heroes.
Yeah.
So it's nice bans. The Monkey King ban from Bleed was kinda interesting though. So I wonder if this DK was actually a response to Coddle or it was just Bleed's plan all along. Because if you look at their first 2 bans, it does make sense to ban both Undying and Monkey King for Dragon Knight.
Would you say they're banning Monkey King is because SMG like to pick all these counter matchups? You know, they always do it when opponent pick Ember Spirit and then they pick some Monkey or Slug mid. So they want to pick DK, so they decided to ban Monkey. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I'm just trying to rationalize what they're doing.
It could be. I feel like they just think this... I think they are ignoring the Coddle and just picking DK as a neutral flex hero.
Wait, also, what the hell is going on? Where's Broodmother? How's Broodmother completely ignored?
What I just said.
Oh. I thought you said the Monkey King ban.
Yeah, I feel like for Bleed, I'm not too sure, but I think SMG are very like in their own bubble of heroes right now.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Like if I think of, imagine their drafter screen, I see like 18 heroes. And that's all they're going to pick from.
Yeah, it feels like it's very tailored specific to Bleed, what they're doing now.
Yeah.
Like, it's very different from normally how they would be drafting. You know, it's like they're looking at this game, okay, look at Bleed. This team, they can only win with these specific heroes. All we need to do is ban all these heroes. That's what the feeling I'm getting right now.
That could be it.
If they pick TB on SMG, though, that's very SMG.
That's such a Dubu post 5
I feel
hero.
like they definitely will pick TB because TA is not really that good right now, and they also want this TB Coddle.
Yeah.
But then Bleed can pick Darkseer, so there'll be that too.
What's your grief with Jakiro?
Nothing, I don't want to go into it.
But we, but we want you to go into it.
No,
pro game.
No, I'm just going. I mean, it definitely has its purpose here, you know, against the Nature's Prophet. If Nature's Prophet is off lane.
But it's not off lane, Chidor, is it?
It's probably.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. I mean,
well,
they might just send the Jakiro to wherever the MP is laning, you know. And that's what I'm assuming that would happen.
You know, good NP players can split up their trees. So
yeah, but you no matter what, you still be useful against that hero.
Is that true? Somewhat, I guess.
I mean, you can deal with the speed push. Like against MP, I feel like it's nice to have like a support that can always
wave
clear and deal with his pressure, the speed pressure. And Jakiro is perfect for that.
I mean, can Bleed pick Broodmother now?
I mean, if they wanted Broodmother, they would have already picked it 1,000 years ago.
There's the carry version of Broodmother. I like this a bit more because they have Ice Puff setup as well.
Yeah, Song into Ice Puff, and Naga's also really good against the MP in the lane.
Oh, but Naga against Coddle lane sounds...
So would you change your lanes right now, change your idea? So you want to put the Coddle to the off lane and then you don't put the MP there, you put the MP mid in the safe lane?
Correct. And this Coddle's gonna kind of grief you in the lane at least.
Is there anything you can do as a Naga? None, right? Nothing you can do, right?
You can move your 2 illusions to the side. And after the first blast, you...
Damn it.
No, because the way...
No, can you like
I think
steal and snare and try to kill him?
No,
in
no,
the lane?
the way you play a lane is you actually... At least my idea is you buy Orb of Venom on the Naga. So you send one illusion by one illusion on the Coddle. Because Coddle and Tiny don't clear the illusion well. So this Jakiro plus this Orb of Venom illusion will actually bully you.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan.
It's some Mizu technology.
Damn it, that guy always has some...
It works though.
Interesting. I mean, he's the
He's
best.
the Naga
He is
authority.
he's the Naga player. Then he buys Radiance. It's probably better this patch actually.
That's true.
I mean, is there a game that you would buy Radiance or Naga right now?
I think you can buy Radiance if you can get away with it.
What would be the specific situation that you would want to buy
You're
Radiance?
playing against daggers. It's good against. It's good at annoying supports. But I think like right now a lot of team items and close ball exist. You buy Radiance to like drag out the game, so you have like more map. You clear waves super fast. You know, you're kind of annoying in fights. You poke a lot more.
But in general, you don't really want to do that.
I feel like right now the Nagas, they like buy Manta and then they don't fight, they farm hard. And then they come out with this hard and suddenly you don't have damage for the Naga anymore.
Either way, the Naga illusion's going to clear the wave either with Riptide or a Radiance.
And then he has Mage Slayer.
Yeah.
With the
Just
Orchid.
it's just so tanky.
He does a lot of damage and you can't kill him, so it becomes so annoying.
Will we see a Zeus ban? I believe Moon will be asking for Zeus right now.
You think he'll play Lash without Io? Against
Yes,
Naga?
he will. It's good with their hero.
Oh yeah, that's another.
It's a big. That's a nice ban. The Timbersaw. It's a big DK killer.
I kind of feel like I might like Lash more than the Zeus. Yeah.
I can see it. Helps you take map as well. Big ball. I like the Lash more too, actually.
Do you feel like you need Io to pick Lash nowadays, or it's okay to pick Lash on his own?
I think if you want to pick Lash early, you need Io. If you want to pick Lash at the back of the draft, I think you're fine.
In a good game.
Yeah.
SMG last ban the Broodmother, so they're still concerned that Ice might whip it out. Final phase.
It's a good ban because right now they kind of have to address the Naga. And I think the way at least Ice likes to play it is he likes to be another problem on the map for you. Either chase me or chase my carry.
I mean, there's nothing much you need to ban, you know, like not any heroes that has a very big threat during the draft, you know. I feel like if there's nothing better to ban, just ban out
I
the...
think Darkseer is also possible for SMG. It's good against Naga because early on when Naga doesn't have HP on illusions, your wave, you outpush with Shell. Enables your tiny wall against DK is stupid. It's actually stupid.
Yeah.
You get a dragon, it's crazy strong.
Radiance Juggernaut. This is a Radiance Juggernaut.
It is a Radiance Juggernaut.
New hero.
Mid Coddle.
So, Koto mid?
Yeah, I think so.
Offlane NP support duo Mirana and Tiny.
I mean, so this is the first game that they are trying out something.
Yeah, which again, they're qualified for the major.
So this is the Navi, what TI was it? TI3?
Oh yeah, I can definitely see it.
He saw he's coming in and then Chidori's like, I can spin.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, Jug is actually pretty good against the Naga in the team fights. You
Puppy
don't
talked about the Naga counter.
He did. It was
It's
Juggernaut
mid one with the Jug.
in 2023.
So then do Bleed still go for Darkseer? Aw.
Oh,
DK
DK offlane.
Is it? It looks like a free Storm game.
You think so? I think it's really hard to play Storm here.
But there's no catch except Tiny. The rest of the heroes don't really do anything. to
I
stop.
think it's more like his team doesn't have damage for him. Like you go in and pull something and like, then what?
If you're owning hard enough from the start, like you don't really need
Yeah, I
much.
guess so. You
And
have a free lane too.
Jakiro can just throw a lot of damage into your initiation. Nice pick, but Corden's playing Storm. No faith in Corden, so yeah.
What hero would they have picked there?
Yeah.
that you would have had faith in? Dragon Knight?
No, like if he played something like the ones that he played well last time, Ember, Pango, and
They're
Gun,
banned.
they're all
They know.
We've heard Bleed's only wins were with Corden Storm, I think, when Ice played the Lycan.
Yeah, but he has to carry hard this game. He has to do so much. I always worry about like when he's presented in a situation and he has to do a lot in that particular game, he always tends to struggle a lot more. But if you put him in a game where he's just going to be there to create some space and enable someone else, he does really well, even if it's the same hero. So it's not about the hero, it's more about his mindset or something else that's going on.
Well, let's hope that he can start resetting it, because clock is ticking if they want to avoid relegation. Meanwhile, SMG doing some fun experimentation, bringing out Juggernaut for the very first time here in the SCA DPC. And now it's time for our most objective casters. It's Avo and Seek.
What does that mean? That's supposed to be ironic? Are we usually subjective?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm going to have to talk to Neil about this later. I'm going to have to talk to him about this later.
Objective.
Yeah, like objective based? Oh, because I like towers. I like towering over people because of my height.
Is that what you're going to do to Neil later?
There we go. We're back. You know what I'm excited about, Richie? I'm very excited about this thing, which I've seen in my C-pubs. I don't know if this is something that everyone's experiencing, but Radiant's Juggernaut. I think someone made a video on YouTube about this, and it's just become the build. At least from what I've been watching. I have not seen this hero at all in any sort of like important games. I can only speak from like really low-level pubs, but everyone's building Radiant's Juggernaut in C. So I don't know if mid one's also doing it.
Spin to win. I wonder if we're going to see Radiant's Naga Siren or Meteor Hammer Naga Siren.
None of that garbage. That's bad. The Radiant's Juggernaut is more like a, guys, I think this hero is so bad. I need to find something so out of left bound to make him work.
Out of left field, I'm sure.
Left field, yes. Sorry, in Europe it's bounds. Much like you guys call it soccer.
No, it's actually called the touch line, actually.
No, this is a baseball reference.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I got it. I was watching the national game, the World Cup the other day.
Uh-huh.
It's pretty fun.
Of which sport?
Baseball. Yeah.
The World Series is in October, Abo.
No, not the World Series, the World Cup.
The World Cup of Baseball? Oh,
Yeah.
right. I forgot they have that.
Yeah. Wow. Really showing your colors, huh? Don't consider other nations worthy of your sport. I see.
Well,
I
you
see.
know,
the Japanese are really good.
Yeah, I'm aware. They beat Mexico. Usually plays quite a bit as well in that cup.
Yes. Puerto Rico does too, but in America.
You should see the youth leagues as well.
I
Those are
want
always
to.
crazy.
Are they fun?
Yeah, the Little League World Series is crazy. It's actually a World Series as well.
I mostly read anime about the youth leagues.
All right. And you got the literary reference wrong, huh?
Oh shit! I got it from you. It meant manga.
What a shame. What a shame. Yeah.
Hey,
one
Butter in the
of
game,
left
Richie.
field.
I'm tired of talking about nonsense.
You know, actually, no, it's okay. We'll bring that up for another day. But the origin of Out from Left Field is actually a really interesting story as well. In any case.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's quite fascinating. But again, Abo, listen, for next time, okay?
Okay.
It's gone.
Okay. I'm surprised also that SMG picked Coddle mid. Right? Usually they do this off-lane Coddle thing. Mid one didn't want to play Coddle again, I suppose. This series does not matter for SMG because it's already in the major, so it's
No,
really
but it does matter. You weren't paying attention. Neil brought up an excellent point. Fnatic didn't make it to TI last year by 1 point.
Oh, because of the...
Yes, it does matter. We can no longer start speaking like this. We're in the region now where it actually did end up mattering, especially for teams that may or may not make a couple of roster changes later down the line. This iteration of SMG certainly seems to be working, but you know,
That's a irrelevant, very relevant point for them.
I mean, you know, it's the points matter. You know, you'd much rather lose 20% of a bigger number and then have a bigger number left over.
That is how rounding works. Yes.
That's going to be the name of the game here. I think this mid lane Coddle is basically just to make sure Corden has an absolutely terrible time in lane. Gets Coddle off to an amazing start, and it's a hero that's going to be able to rotate much more effectively than the Storm Spirit. Like I just think this hero, Storm, right? He struggles to rotate away from the lane unless he gets like a haste rune, but which hero doesn't rotate well with a haste rune? And Coddle's going to have like 7-minute BOTs, especially on Radiant side. We've seen some mid lane Coddles, I think a handful this season, already will pop off with the early BOTs, but it's always been on Dire, I feel, or at least the ones we saw recently.
So why is he better on Radiant, or what's the...
Oh, you can just stack the camps way easier. You can triple stack camps much easier, and it's much less of a travel time for you as a Coddle. So you're away from the lane less, which means that you can contest creeps a little bit more, which means harassing Corden and nuking him down and removing his playmaking potential.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
All these things kind of compound into you, again, because you're so not dependent, but because you can get a lot of work done in your first couple of rotations, right? It's important for you to make as many as these small victories in the early game, so that by the time that you are rotating with BOTs 12 minutes in, and Storm eventually starts coming in, you've done the most that you can for your team. Not to mention SMG, they're still playing this, not with the Coddle off lane for mid one, but with the NP, right? So you'll have two heroes that can TP not quite anywhere on the map, but almost anywhere on the map. And what, 7 minutes in? That's kind of crazy. If that can't get a carry jug to be good in current year, then this hero is truly lost.
I mean, this hero is very lost. I was just in the Reigns build, I like Desperation, because I don't think this hero's very good. Mid one's gonna die in the top lane, by the way, as they also killed Poloson. They were concentrating on both, they just got him with the area damage.
Yeah, Dubu. One kill for each head.
That's what you pick the MP though in the offlane with the Jug, because you're not sure if Jug can carry, so you pick a secondary carry potentially to do the deed instead, right? I think that's the strategy anyway.
I wonder what the strat is supposed to be here. I guess this is
a Chakra Magic. This Radiant's Blade Fury thing is actually kind of bonkers.
Who was the
perpetual Blade Fury?
Was it Chidori? Who was doing this? Wasn't it Mid One who was doing this really weird Juggernaut?
Midas Radiant.
Right.
Sorry,
Midas Shard, Blink, right?
Oh no, yeah, Midas Shard, Blink, or Swift Blink, right? That's what he would go for.
I wonder if we're going to see remnants of that come through, as Chidori's not really winning this 1v1 versus Ice's DK.
Oh, you think that's how it works? Mid one was like, guys, I swear Jug is good again. Mid one, we've talked about this.
Are you telling me that Mid One does not have a decisive voice in this team? Is that what you're implying?
Not in drafting, from what he told me.
Interesting.
Or not? He's not the only one in drafting. Drafting is more of a team effort, and the coach as well. Whereas it's more of the game where he has a decisive role, because he's a tempo setter of the game, right? Again, this is from what he told me. He might have lied to me in the interview. I think we actually showed that interview last season as well. Like that segment.
Last series?
No, last season.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the interview where he told me about the roles. It might have changed now that it's not Boomy any longer.
Yeah.
But I don't think so.
Well, we'll see.
Because Paulson went into the team, replaced the 5, and was like, guys, I'm 4 now.
Maybe Afu felt like he wanted to play 5 again. He's doing, I mean, look, if Mirana's a 5 right now, then 4s are certainly going to be playing it. Playing into DJ here and fighting into DJ, actually. I don't believe this is a trade he's going to win. Something that Pottoms are not very accustomed to with leap charges, but it's going to be Paulson, who does die a second time now up top playing. Dude was on a kill streak already, 3-0-0.
I will say, if you watch the competitive history video, I don't think in the history of Afu's career, he's actually ever been like, yeah, I want to go 5. Essentially, he would be in China, someone would go, oh, I have this player, he's great for Afu, you mind changing? Yeah, sure, whatever. And then eventually they would swap again. And
I think Mid One's dead here.
He is. This lane is going atrociously. So, that's a thing. I am surprised, I mean not surprised by this, because Naga destroys the MP, and Jakira's a really strong laner. In fact, Jakira's been the, what is it, the stonk support of late? People are saying he's actually much stronger than they give him credit for.
Oh, did you say stonks?
Stonks. That's what Zoomers say, right?
Oh, correct. They're saying this hero eats up, I believe is what they say.
Eats up? That's what they say?
It eats, he leaves no crumbs, I believe.
No way, that's no way that's a saying.
It
You're
is.
fucking with me.
No, it is. He leaves no crumbs. And he's about to leave no crumbs. Like, ooh,
I thought this was a replay for a second because the exact same thing happened earlier.
No, SMG are learning. They tried to TP 2 heroes. Only one of them is actually going to complete the TP. Oh, what the heck? Moon is not going BOTs.
What is he building? Oh, Greaves. Moon, I swear to... I saw you go Greaves on Storm. If you don't go Greaves on Coddle...
This is fascinating.
Mid One is actually playing away from his computer. He's playing by voice, and he's just hovering over Moon's computer.
I wonder how this works, then. Do you think... I guess maybe if Mid One is the win condition now, are they going to, like, TP to Moon's lane, and then Moon is going to be able to heal everyone in this fight? Because normally, like, with BOTs, the Coddle is normally the one who, like, for example... Mid One or the offlane MP is just like right-clicking you down as he tends to do, and then all of a sudden he sprouts you and you're like, okay, and then you get hit from Fog of War by a max Illuminate and then you die, right? Like, but I guess the opposite could also apply here if they're looking to really up the pressure in this mid lane. Corden, though, will rotate top.
Paulson dies once again with a level 1 Ice Path, by the way. The fact that he's max dual breath and he's still dominating is really, really good. Yeah. Usually this hero suffers from the fact that, like, do I play lane? Do I play push? Do I play like an actual real support? And the choices tends to be the real support, and you max ice path. But getting away with dual breath so your lane goes well and still getting the kills you're looking for.
Yeah, and most importantly, I think he's able to get away with it because it's also making sure mid one does not have a good lane. Between the ensnare, which is already up to just level 1, pardon me, and his area damage, he's been doing a phenomenal job of keeping mid one less than efficient in terms of farm, shall we say. He's actually CSing far poorer than Chidori is on the Juggernaut, whose lane is not that difficult, we should say, as he is going to be able to get a spin away in time. But there's the first TP to the mid lane.
Yes, and there's the Rubik, which is an easier method than the Storm for sure. Chidori will die down bottom as they used the ultimate on Ice 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 and Corden rotates like he used to a lot. Ice Ice, which by the way is going for Meteor Hammer build. This is the popular build on Dragon Knight.
I love it. I love it.
I don't know this. I thought this was a pub build, but Ice Ice has always been a pub player. They also get the kill onto Dubu, who will really regret this rotation because the Jakiro can't really lose momentum with this build.
No. Yeah, I mean, at least he can continue to farm and scale for sure, but a big reason you go for this build, and the big reason why SMG commit 4 heroes into this mid lane, is because they desperately needed some map control. They couldn't allow Corden to keep getting runes here. Ice 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 may be in some trouble. Oh, arrow easily juked. Unlucky Chidori. It's probably statistically just averagely lucky there, honestly. He'd be very lucky.
Yeah, statistically it's kind of normal. Not even, like, actually, I want to say lucky, right? Because that would imply a good outcome.
Dire's bottom tower
Just Joe about it, you know? Average Joe.
Yes.
Right in the middle of the curve. He's going for Maelstrom, by the way.
He did leave crumbs there.
Yeah, I don't understand how you're supposed to use that.
Look, I just also don't quite understand it, if I'm being honest with you. But another rotation from Corden. He's a zoomer, he knows.
And Paulson will be zoomed into his death.
Funnily enough, when you kill Tiny, he does leave crumbs.
I think crumbs are bread, not stones. Unless you eat stones like bread.
I could see it. There's some porous stone out there, much like bread.
There's also some bread that's really hard out there.
Yeah, that's right.
You ever left a French bread 2 days out? Or those weirdos that leave it in the freezer?
Oh, I didn't know people did that.
I really hate those people.
Wow. Alvaro, if we were still, roommates, and I put your French bread in the freezer, would you
middle tower is under attack.
move out?
I'd get very
Dire's
angry.
top tower is
I
under
think you would.
attack.
Is that why you wanted to get a second fridge?
My previous roommate did that, and I had to stop sharing the freezer with him.
Okay.
I bought my own mini fridge. It's pretty disgusting behavior, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Put another
There's someone in the chat saying, and I know they're going, it lasts longer. Science proves against you. Anyway, Dubu has been cut in the trees again. He did drop the macro fire, but is helping them push out this way. Is he actually getting out? Well done, Dubu. That was a really, really high play.
You are a zoomer. You're clapping on every syllable.
Is that what zoomers do?
Yes.
That's just Spanish thing. Are zoomers just Hispanic? Is that what you're telling me?
They leave no crumbs of the paella.
Okay, that is rice. It's the one dish we have that actually doesn't have bread. Migas. We have to literally have a dish which is called crumbs.
Oh, really?
Yes, migas. Why?
Wow, so you guys have been saying you didn't leave any crumbs.
I don't know what this means.
Wow. It means
all this conversation has shown me is that you have no riz. Absolutely no. Constant non sequitur after non sequitur.
Actually, you're probably right, unfortunately, because I think the average age of Dota watchers are people who don't know these sayings either.
Yeah, they're the age of my dad.
That's right. Another zip down bottom, Corden.
Afu's gonna die like this very easily. Ice 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 has accomplished what no other offlaner in this DPC has accomplished, which is staying in his lane long and still being useful.
What a build, huh? Meteor Hammer and then Midas.
Okay, the Midas is a little bit of a troll. He's gonna die for this. Dragon Tail,
he's out of here.
He's out.
Who thought?
The Midas, okay, you have a Storm and a Naga Siren, right? The two most farm-heavy cores on the other two farm-heavy cores, and you choose, I'll also farm. After going Meteor Hammer.
Wasn't this the Midas DK used to be a build invented by, was it Talon, I believe, not T1. When they were doing it hard carry, whoa, that damage was pretty crazy on the DJ.
Yeah, but to be fair, that was a copy of Gunner who used to do it a lot as well.
Oh, that's right. Corden, another zip down bottom.
Is it to catch Moon with this? Electric Vortex. They're actually going to get away with a Greed for now. Ice is literally only hitting mid one. Sprouts Ice. They have the damage from the Avalanche as well with the Solar Bind. Fair amount for Ice, but he's tanking through it. Mid one's going to die. And the Naga Siren is going to rotate to the off-laner's lane.
Save
this is truly the most C Dota game in the world because the off-laner's become a carry.
I think that's important because alongside the new vernacular that I've been sharing with you, or while that's been happening, SMG have been tearing it up around the map. I mean, mid one has had a pretty horrendous laning stage. He's still I think he's the poorest core. Yeah, he is by quite a margin.
Yes. But he's taking a lot of Ls. Right?
They're very, very good. That's correct. Yes. Man needs a W. But right now, instead of hitting the Hopium and the Copium, and then just trying to still continue to farm in triangle uselessly and steal farm away from your core Juggernaut who desperately needs it, he's been...
I don't know what he can do with a farm, though. He is a Juggernaut.
Look, I mean, that's still to be determined. We'll get to that in a second, right? But what he has been doing is applying pressure in the mid lane. He rotated when he was level 4, and he rotated back top lane to finish off his tower, and did just that, right? Next, down bottom, he does force rotations out from Bleed. I don't know if it's necessarily a move that they mind making, especially with how well Jackie is farming. And let me tell you, Jackie loves his farm-heavy cores. But for now, I think he's performing quite well, despite a pretty terrible laning stage.
DJ's nearby, has stolen the Blade Fury, so he actually has some damage here, but he's not going to catch Jug with this.
Okay, second time Moon has built Guardian Greaves on a mid laner.
Funny enough, this one is a normal one.
On a ranged mid-int laner.
Okay, that's not fair. Last one was a Storm. You're setting people up for failure. Gordon now gets caught. Talk about the other ranged mid laner, but he does have a ball lightning that allows him to zip to safety.
Yes, he does. I thought for a second there DJ was able to steal Chakra Magic. That's actually quite a value steal here this game if he can get his hands on it.
Oh, Ice changed his build. He's going for Blink Dagger.
Okay, this is far
so
more...
much better.
Yeah, this is far more normal.
I was waiting for the mid game where all of a sudden Bleed is leading by 4K and they have no playmakers at all.
What was this? I wonder if, by the way, Ice is going to still go for Fireball. We don't see this anymore. Okay, so they did a couple, they fixed 2 things with this, right?
Right.
It used to deal basically double damage on the first instance because like you would get hit by the 75, or it used to be like 90 damage, and then immediately would do 90 damage. So it was like the Lesh trick, you know, where you would toggle post Nova. That would basically happen. So it used to be a lot more burst as mid one is attempting to go for a kill.
Yeah, and they're gonna get him. Thanks to the Avalanche, he cancels his TP, he macropires. This play might seem like a troll, but it's not. He's just trying to cut the wave as soon as possible. Jakiro's
top.
Oh, Corden.
Stolen arrow, nice.
Jakiro's struggle in the mid game because you're such a slow and lumbering hero. You don't really respond well unless they're like fighting into a tower.
Right.
So what you have to do instead is you cut lanes like he does, and you use Macropire for that. You're not using it to get kills because it doesn't really matter.
Right.
You'll be a late game monster no matter what because this hero scales really well in terms of usability. But you just need to be able to do something now, which shoving waves is definitely something.
Do you think do you think Ogre or Jakiro uses more brain power?
Like per head?
Yeah.
I don't think it's shared. I think they just have double the brain power of the average person.
I think they're definitely shared. Jakiro, they always finish each other's sentences.
Yes, I definitely think Jakiro is smarter overall. His dragons are also smart.
It's true.
And ogres are like the magical lore is that ogres are dumb.
Jackie is going to be able to TP away here. Yeah, I like this build, by the way, anyway, on the DK. He's about to get Blink Dagger. He can be look to be a lot more active. I do think they need someone to play around the map a little bit more, or it could behoove them in case this game does start getting difficult. For now, though, they're making aggressive plays as Corden looks for his 5th kill. Will get it. He's having a great game.
I will say I do like your Fireball suggested, by the way, eventually, because you have so much stun, which Fireball is just maximized here.
Yeah.
And because Dragon Tail's such a long stun, it's kind of easy to hit Meteor Hammer. So what you do is you... Oh, wait, as DJ is going to die here to the Nature's Prophet, but Nature's Prophet dies in turn.
Wow.
Pretty good. I hear a Storm zipping in too, and the zip was a little bit too far. The drive-by won't work because I'm going to get caught by the stun either. Instead, they settle for a tower. You like Dragon Tail, Fireball, Meteor, and there's so much damage.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Connell can dispel the whole thing, which seems stupid, but still.
Connell can what now?
Can just dispel the meteor. Yeah, it doesn't feel that strong.
No, you're right. But I wonder if that's like, what's the Slark interaction with Viper, where because you try and dispel the corrosive skin, I think, it applies the damage if you're also hitting him with Dark Pact?
Yeah.
Does that happen as well with Fireball? Do you take that second immediate damage of Fireball?
Oh, when you dispel it?
Yeah.
Doesn't work. It's because it only works the Viper Ags specifically, right? Because the Viper Ags, it changes the interaction so that it hits you every single time that you, like it's an instant damage, right?
Yeah.
Like for example, Acid Spray, that's a good example. Acid Spray, they changed it so now that when you apply it, it's instant, right? And it applies 1 tick of damage, which is great for canceling blinks. Offlane Alchemist, coming to a neighborhood near you.
Right,
and
coming to an offlane near you.
Yeah, and if you, like, say, choose to try to dispel a debuff or whatever it is, which you can't technically dispel for like a microsecond, it won't do that because it counts like an aura, much like Fireball.
Wonder.
So it doesn't work that way because they're actually technically both damaging auras somewhat. It's a weird way that's coded.
So I've created as much space as I can for Chidori here, and as has his team, but okay, nice reaction time. I mean, I guess that's why you pick this kind of a hero, right? But, well, they're fighting, actually. They're looking to turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they'll kill
They just stole teleport.
I have not seen this ever, actually.
Really?
In a rule book.
Moon does manage to avoid the Meteor Hammer.
It's not a common spell to steal, but I can imagine it being kind of useful, actually. Like, out of the MP spells, is definitely the best one.
I think we saw it one game. I don't remember who was playing, but they like TP'd back onto the high ground and then actually
he's gonna lose it.
Managed to make a play. Yeah, he will lose it.
Oh, no. He just reveals the smoke, and they're like none the wiser. Something just walked by us, Mirana. That's it?
Is that the lore of the 3rd season of the Dota anime?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, that's what Tiny was saying to Mirana. And then Mirana they just ignored it. They just ignored the fact that...
You know what I can't ignore anymore? What is Juggernaut going to do this game?
Nothing. He's not building Radiance. It's pointless.
He's going for a very standard, basically almost like a Naga Siren-like build, minus the heart. It's picking up that heart. Jackie almost has it. It's already got the Reaver. What? So farmed.
Yeah, very, very farmed. The DK has been caught. He can survive a fair amount of this damage. In fact, the Jakiro counter-initiate even. They threw everything at the Juggernaut, but he does have magic immunity, which will save him for now as Corden fights back. Here comes Jackie as well, rooting down the poor Caudle. Ice Path, and Moon walks right into it to guarantee the skill. The Omnis has just pretty much ignored at this rate. He's out of mana as well. Blade Fury will be available and has a magic stick, so I don't know if this is going to work. In fact, they don't even set up the Ice Path.
Meteor Hammer him, Ice. Come on.
Nah, it's too difficult.
Yeah, I agree.
He doesn't Blink Dagger in 9 seconds, but Chidori will retreat in time.
You actually don't have enough time. It's only Dragon Tail level 3, interestingly enough. He's gone for a nice little mix here.
You still have enough time.
No, right? Because it's 2-second channel time now and half a second for the meteor to fall.
2.5.
For the meteor to hit. Yeah.
So there's 2.75 on the Dragon Tail.
Is there no backswing though when you're in ranged form on the Dragon's Tail?
You can avoid it.
That'd be kind of cool then. We'll see if he ever goes for it here. It's like stunning him a little bit.
As mid one dies, by the way.
Yeah.
Have you not seen the Centaur Meteor Hammer build?
No.
Yeah, people are getting so. I mean, Meteor Hammer is just what people do these days.
Yes.
And they're just figuring out what can I combo. Look at this. He comboed with Dragon Tail.
It is.
So if you, it's very easy to cancel backswing for Meteor Hammer.
Oh, nice little leap away, Paulson, and he'll be killed after the Avalanche is stolen. That's right, actually, you should have enough time, especially if you're in range form. It's like when Nyx Assassins used to build Meteor Hammer. Remember that build for like a week?
But that was even tighter. Like, this one's honestly very
no.
Well, like, I've tried this thing. If I can do it, I did it without even practice.
That one wasn't even that bad, actually, on Nyx. You just needed to hit him on the second half of your Impale, because Impale had a travel time, much like ranged Dragon Tail does.
Oh, it really works as you Pango Meteor Hammer.
Pango Meteor Hammer. I like that. Ice is just... He's just finding these ice paths, man.
You mean Dubu?
No, Ice mid one, sorry, is finding them. That's
all right, he's walking into them.
Yeah. But he's found Jackie as well.
But he has a dispel. He has a second one as well.
And he has a heart. I don't know how you get through this guy, honestly.
You don't. He has Song soon.
Here comes.
The Meteor Hammer will hit, and the Jug has no time to spin. And they also catch up to a Mirana. That's the easiest ensnare. They don't have that much damage, but it's enough for a support for sure. As Moon just
Ice has Blinking 2. Don't think he quite reaches this Coddle, though. Very fast here, especially when he turns into a pig.
I mean, this is huge for Fleet, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Well, losing Corden definitely hurts. Paulson able to jump from behind. 800 gold now for the Sport Tiny. Even if it will cost him his life, it's a trade well worth it. Likely doesn't save their tier 1 tower. However, Jackie will get to work on that. So despite SMG's best efforts, it will be Bleed kind of taking a little bit over here on the map. Capturing the off-lane tier 1 tower first. Not first in their order, but compared to SMG, of course.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Opens up the triangle, opens up for more kills onto Chidori here, who, again, what is this hero? A jack of all trades? Master of literally nothing?
No, I don't think he's in a jack of all trades anymore.
Ooh, good force on from Moon. Guardian Greaves, but they still have a plethora of lockdown for him. And the stolen Illuminate as well to kill them all.
I think these days Jug is more like it's like the Jug that peaked in high school. Like his laning is really good, you know, the Blade Fury is amazing, you do so well. And then all the time you're like, guys, man, remember when I got that Blade Fury kill, bro? Like it was tight. And everyone's like, bro, nobody talks like this anymore.
Right.
It's a huge fat L for you, Jug.
He shows up to the fights, he's wearing his Letterman jacket.
Yeah, exactly. Man, I used to be varsity, you know?
Right.
That's what he tells everyone.
First year varsity, boys.
Man, my spin was so rad and nobody cares.
I walked into the team. My picture's still in the locker room.
Did you actually know Jug's first name is actually Chad? It's Chad the Juggernaut.
Right.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah.
What else did Chad do to you in high school?
No, my guy it was a Spanish name, so it's Jose. Jose, el capitán del equipo del fútbol.
Hold on, Corden? Wait, Corden, he should have known there was something invisible here.
Yeah, he did not know, apparently. He got caught by it. There's no Meteor Hammer, though. I decided it's better to just auto-attack at this point. As a stolen Illuminate gets rid of Afu. Mid one's the next target. He's charging the Meteor Hammer, and they canceled with a song. So the TPs are now ripe for the taken. And they set up for the Ice Path. Really good double. Another Illuminate working better for DJ than it did for Moon the whole game. Mid one falls yet again.
Yeah.
And still, you have this Naga to worry about that you have nothing against.
That was the correct move to make 10 out of 10 times because Jackie, of course, actually canceled 2 TPs there. Meteor Hammer, even if it had hit, only canceling the 1. And also, you get to piss off Ice a little bit, which is probably always really good for the team comms. 2 dead as Bleed now with Aegis in hand here for Jackie are going to move again even more confidently around the map. Juggernaut again. Chad, the Juggernaut, continues to farm. Has Sanjin Yasha now, SNY, and it's going to go back here into the Mjolnir, so it just seems to be good stats and attack speed for the ultimate. Again, it's not really that great a game for the Omni Slash, though, you know? Jackie has a bunch of illusions to tank it now with Heart.
At least you no longer ignore the Omni Slash when you mirror the joy.
I mean, that is true. That used to be a...
That was the stupidest thing.
Yeah, that's bad, but there's already a butterfly now, so...
It was like, yeah, Juggernaut is the best late game hero. If nobody builds 4-staff Glimmer Cape, Lotus Orb, they don't have an illusion hero, they have Manta.
Right. Aeon Disc, a Yule Scepter.
Yeah, it's like, but besides that, yeah, so many things actually when you think about it. Naga might die here. Manta styles finally the extra auto damage, but mid one comes from behind. He's just eating that Markiplier for breakfast, huh?
Yeah.
Really cooking up mid one. He's not 23 Savage, so letting him cook is not going to help. Afu now in trouble, also falls. They finally get rid of the Jakiro as Chidori has been ignored in the backlines. Gets Omni Slash onto Corden, who can't dispel it. Too short to jump the first one, figures out the second one. Chidori is now trying to spin to win, and instead gets rocks thrown at his face and dies.
Nice though, he's gone a bit deep, or has he?
No, he has a Meteor Hammer, he's fine. He's fine, Meteor Hammer regen really keeping him in place.
Really
There's the lucky he's in his shard as well.
Meteor Hammer region.
Yeah, ignore the Dragon Blood. It's all the Meteor Hammer region.
Definitely not Dragon's Blood or the Bracer and the Acceptor bonus strength.
No, it's 8 to all attributes.
It's true.
And plus 6.5 HP.
I was going to say, give some respect to that 6.5 HP regen.
Ring of health, Richie.
Yeah. Ice already with Ags is about to be Dragon, actually, because he is going to get that 4th secret level on the Black Dragon, which is going to do a lot of work here for him. I don't always bring this part up about the Acceptor, but it does give you that good amount of damage resist. Sorry, magic damage resist, which is, I think, the only way they kill him this game, honestly, on that Elder Dragon form. Free pathing's always going to be really nice. I believe that means you could no longer be sprouted, even though mid one is only level 14.
You can be leashed inside of it.
You can be leashed still. Right, because you need to destroy the trees, right?
Yes,
that's the gimmick?
exactly.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for the correction.
But you can't be sprouted, you're right. Like, I mean, the spread is useless. Jackie's sitting up, by the way, for initiation with his Ice Path. The only catches the Mirana. Moon does die, though, but that was not because of the Jakiro. And because of Meteor Hammer, Poloson will also be stunned to death. In fact, Afu is left alone, and he can live. I didn't have vision of him when he was TPing. Not that big a kill, though, anyway. Doesn't really matter.
Nice. Looking for another kill. Doesn't have Meteor Hammer, though.
No, he can't elongate this fight. He at least does have the virtual Scotty, but doesn't appear magic immunity. Corden comes in, but Blade Fury TP saves Chidori's life.
The virtual Scotty. I like how you called it the Blue Dragon. Do you remember when Ice Frog was very keen to give Lich a Scotty at level 25?
Yes, and then MD was like, this is the best thing in the game. Highlight die, here you go, Lich for the 15th time.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. That was a good time. Oh, the Envy Pylite die stories here. It's a classic bleed though. Oh, hold on, they're in.
Your hammer?
Oh, good cancel.
Yeah, but the Ice Path still hit him and she died. First and dead. No chance.
That was a lot of damage. Rubik did 920 damage in 1 second. That
I think
was
the
incredible.
best steal this game has actually been Illuminate for some reason.
He's gotten rid of it though, now for Arrow, because it was about to time out, of course.
And Arrow is also really good for Rubik.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the best spell to steal is Avalanche here, but they're winning by so much, you don't even need this extra stuff. They just need the damage. I mean, Jackie has Basher.
Yeah.
Just to cancel the jump TP.
I actually think Chakra Magic is a pretty sick steal if you can get it for your team.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But you're winning by so much, you don't really need these kinds
No,
of
I mean, look, I agree. This one is... oh, there goes
Tiny.
Corden.
Okay. Force Staff is not going to help this Tiny. Corden can just go anywhere. So that's dead Tiny.
Didn't waste a lot of his mana. It's got buyback, but that was Greaves on the first life. Second lane of Barracks going down. Now, SMG, they don't need to, go all out for this because there's still a tier 2 in the top lane.
You tried to go for a toss back, didn't work out. Arrow and Ice Path misses though.
And that was your buyback for that as well. And like I was saying, you had a tier 2 in the top lane, so Bleed, the only opportunity for them to close out the game here and now is only if you bought back and kind of made mistakes. And unfortunately, I think you've just done that now for yourself. Then again, this is already a pretty dire game for SMG, so they may be just kind of looking for the Hail Mary kind of plays. And to be fair, that is a Hail Mary play. You buy back, you kill a carry, well worth the, it's a low risk, high reward, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, yeah, I guess the low risk is... There's not much importance to the risk because you're losing by so much.
Exactly.
This game, naturally, you lose no matter what.
I guess the risk is more or less irrelevant, right?
Yes, exactly. It's more of a shame thing, right?
Shame?
Yeah, shame. Like you make that mistake on Tiny and someone goes and calls you out and you feel bad about it. I'm not even joking about that. That's like actual part of human psyche. We don't do things that bring us shame.
Alvaro, you didn't say your daily support affirmations.
No, I don't mean this. Look, I mean it. Like most players will not do things that, well, obviously this is more like a tier 2 thing. But they won't do things that seem like bad plays. They rather lose by inaction than by making a mistake. What? Yeah, that's not how it works, by the way. You can literally not stop a Blade Fury or BKB.
You can bash him, though, through the TP.
Yes, you can bash him through the TP. That's why Naga bought him. That's why he's dead. But you cannot.
Oh my god, Ice is big.
Meteor Hammer. Oh, wow. Big One actually got the BKB off because I thought he would be greedy and he would attack him twice before he actually used the Meteor Hammer.
I think part of Ice's MO, though, is that he's actually quite happy with that trade. He's fine, you BKB, I don't care.
Ice is
I'll kill you later.
happy, I think. I think this man is a man who has a lot of fun. That's for sure.
I think that's important.
Yeah.
Unlike feeling shame about playing the game.
My favorite quote when they asked him when he would ever stop playing Dota from Ice, when he said, "Well, for me, Dota's like eating. Would you stop eating?" To which he waits for an answer from the interviewer, and he goes, "I guess not." Because there you go. I'm not going to stop playing Dota.
And Albro, he went, "No, Ice, I won't."
I was screaming at the screen. Apparently, he's a big foodie as well.
Yeah, I've heard.
That's what everyone wants to be in a team with Ice because he brings people to good teams.
I really, that was my favorite thing about the Ice stream after the SMG news broke, which was he was doing a stream and people kept asking him about Singapore. And he went, "Okay, guys, I'll answer questions about Singapore. Where's the best place to eat in Singapore?" And he said verbatim, this is one of the funny, I mean, his delivery is so good, right? And he went, "What you want to do is you drive in your car and you drive to JB and you eat there."
JB?
Johor.
Oh.
Drive to Malaysia. That's the best place to eat in Singapore.
That's how you know this guy actually.
It was like such a, yeah, I agree, right? It was such a good answer. It's a great story to tell here. Mid one is one with the trees.
I bet he does that actually.
Oh, he's been scouted by the courier. Oh, okay, very good.
Imagine being border control there between the Johor Bahru border, and you see thousands of Malaysians coming back from work in Singapore.
Across the causeway.
And then Ice says the one Singaporean who's going there for dinner.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, would you do it too?
I would 100%.
Yeah, of course.
I actually considered doing this during TI.
Yeah, I could tell.
You
those are all personal claims.
I asked a lot of people to do this with me. Okay, this Ice Path will work. There we go. You have to end the Song of the Siren first. And it was a little bit late, Dumu. He got left alone. He's going to die, but in comes the Storm finally to get Afu and Poloson. Then he gets avalanched. Omni Slash, he has to jump. He does. The ball lightning saves him. Omni Slash is ignored completely by the Naga, who does not have the Abyssal Blade. And Omni is stolen by Ruben.
Get him!
He did. Dumu settles this game as the GG is called by SMG. Bleed will look good in game number 1, and if they win this series,
that's a smile right
they
there.
will put themselves in a better position to avoid relegation.
Yes, of course.
Still a difficult one, but they need to win this series to not have to 100% win against Talon, which is their final match of this DPC.
Right. I just noticed, by the way, that Ice's sponsor tag, which is the thing that appears after your pro name, is eating.
That's what he does after each game. That's actually his main expense. People don't know this, but he doesn't get a salary. He just gets a food budget, but it's just humongous.
A food stipend.
A food stipend. It's just the biggest.
Right.
The biggest. Yeah. I hear his food stipend costs more than Execration's house. That's what or team house. That's what I've heard.
Maybe, right? Maybe it could be for him.
Yeah. For real news.
I mean, that's a pretty crazy grant. And you know what? Full circle. Guess what, Ava?
Something about bears?
No.
Oh, okay.
It leaves no crumbs.
Oh, there we go.
And this game, Bleed did not leave any crumbs either. I mean,
no, it was a rather uninteresting game because the draft from SMG was not that great, to be honest.
Yes.
I mean, Jug is just bad. And when I saw the Jug, I thought, oh, they're going to go Radiance. I don't think Radiance Jug is good. It's just that PPD said a long time ago.
Okay.
He says, every hero in Dota is a tool, right? And there's no bad tools, it's just bad users of these tools. And while that's kind of true, that was real before Dota heroes became so expansive and so incredibly diverse that they can do a bunch of roles. And now there's like direct comparisons to heroes, like in the case of Jug, where you can directly compare him to other carries, and you can go, oh, he just doesn't do anything better than any other carry, right?
Yes.
That's actually one of the reasons why there's a couple of heroes that are at that position. I forget there was an example of a hero that I was thinking about that was an offlaner that was just like outclassed completely by everyone else.
Tide Hunter.
That wasn't Tide Hunter.
Underlord.
I think it was Centaur, right? There was, for example, the example I always used was Centaur versus Pango, but when Pango got introduced, because Centaur was really well known back then for being I blink stun and I push out waves back then, right? That was before Retaliate. That was just a normal return. And then Pango comes in, he can do the same thing. He also has magic immunity and he has a disengage that's better than yours. And you go, why would I ever pick Centaur? Pango's better. And this is the period of heroes they have to beat. And Jug has been in this position for like 2 years.
Yeah, I think my thing with Jug is like, if you're going to pick the hero, you're already breaking the meta. Like, really break the meta. Don't buy stats. Don't buy Maelstrom. Like, do something weird.
That's just life stealer. It really is just life stealer.
Like, do something different on this hero. Try and play something a little bit more unorthodox and make your enemies respond to something. Right now, didn't really feel like Bleed needed to respond to anything all game. Credit to them. Corden played an amazing early game, and as did Isam, and looking forward to how they're going to do in game 2.
Yeah, now we're going to go to the most objective panel of the DPC. It's Tsunami. Take it away.
Only hardcore real analysis here. Don't worry, I won't give any opinions. Dude, I hate Juggernaut personally. Terrible hero. And this game did not change my opinion at all. Although we were surprised that he goes for the Maelstrom build, because it seems that the in vogue build is Radiance. No, I guess it's not that good against Naga Siren, but then the question is, why are you picking Jug against Naga Siren in the first place? Or are you slow blinking at me, Winter? Am I a cat?
I'd rather be a Lesh.
You'd rather be a Lesh. I'd rather be like 1,000 different heroes.
I feel like because like they maybe want someone to do the roles, you know, like group up and push that kind of hero. But I don't think Jug does well in this meta because like he's really, really fragile, and right now you need a carry hero that like can do a lot without needing too many items, right? And Naga is already that hero. So like for Juggernaut to be able to like match the pace of Naga, even though Naga is a little bit slow in the early, it's like really, really difficult because Jug really needs a lot of items to work. And I think like even if he like has Radiance or whatever, he's like still not, you know, like making his presence strong enough. I feel like he really needs the Manta. Don't you think? Like if he has no Manta, he's just gonna be forced to use his body to farm, and then he's just gonna die every single time the DK don't show.
Yeah, but I feel like maybe the early game was the problem because MP, I felt like he had a very disastrous laning phase, and if the MP is a lot better, I feel like healing ward Kotal Mech with the heal from Illuminate, then maybe I can see that strategy working. But with MP having such a disastrous game, I don't see how they can actually win with the Jug.
Yeah, it feels like they already know the NP is not gonna have a good time, and then they pick another hero that gonna need a lot of attention and some time to be able to do damage. So all in all, like the whole lineup just
to work, everything needs to line up well. You know, you have to win the lane, you have to be able to play together and group up and take towers.
Ice getting our MVP for game number 1. Although Corden had a pretty good scoreline. I know you thought he did well in the laning phase, but then you were a little bit skeptical about how he was playing the mid game. But Corden ended the game 13, 2, and 12. So nothing to scoff at. But Ice was probably, like you said, the biggest factor in making sure that this Jug could just not start his game.
Yeah, the Meteor Hammer actually made this hero so strong. Like, I feel a lot of the offlane heroes where you can actually just buy Meteor Hammer early, it snowballs your game so hard. The stats is very, very good, helps you farm a lot faster. Not that DK needs it because you can get it from the shard. But yeah, it really makes the hero a lot stronger when you have such a good start.
yeah, it's like when you don't have your dragon, you can still use Meteor Hammer and pressure the map.
And plus the Fireball has gotten nerfed a fair amount, which is why I think DK in general is not particularly popular. That's why this is one of the first times that we've ever seen it be picked up against, like we said, the Coddle, because in theory, I can see the potential if you put the DK mid, which maybe they were considering, but whatever the case, it worked out quite well. And also, I didn't get to formally welcome you, Aurora. What a pleasure to have your analysis here. Any closing thoughts on game number 1?
Try not to pick Jug this meta. Okay. It doesn't work, yeah.
Winter, any closing thoughts for game number 1?
I second that.
Okay, that works for me. Well, we will be back with game number 2, but if you want to watch more live Dota, you can do it in person. This Friday, we will be having, oh no, sorry, different thing. If you want to be playing Dota, you've done watching online, you've done watching in person, but if you want to play it competitively, well, I've got just the thing for you. You can go to epulse.com, and we are having a promotion right now. Put in DPC 23 Spring, and you get 7 free days of Prime. What is Prime? It does not ship games to you in 2 days or less. No, it's in fact a way to bypass some of the buy-in fees for the tournaments, because if you really want to prove how good you are at Dota, don't do it in pubs, don't do it in Battle Cup, do it when there's something on the line. There's stakes on the line. These players are doing it for DPC points and TI, and you got to get your start somewhere too. And if you're interested in doing that in a lower stakes environment, but still something a little bit more exciting than Battle Cups, then go to epulse.com and participate in those tournaments. And if you want to watch the rest of this series, well, I'll also get you covered, because we need to see if Bleed are going to be able to escape tiebreaker relegation. Maybe they'll be able to pick up a second win and take down SMG, already qualified for Lima. Only one way to find out, and that's game number 2. An exciting way to get to the near end of tour number 2, week number 3. Meepo was picked at the beginning of the day, Jug getting picked up. All these uncontested heroes are making appearances, although in the case of the Meepo pick, it actually won. In the case of the Jug pick, not so much. Perhaps that one should remain uncontested for the foreseeable future.
By Radiance.
I don't even think that would have helped that much.
I know, but by Radiance.
But
Radiance.
maybe you buy the Radiance and then the Manta. Then you send the Manta to, push a lane.
Yes, but even against a Naga Siren, I just don't feel like Jug is the hero anymore. Because you get the Radiance, how are you clearing Naga illusions now?
No, you're right. They picked Jug because of a specific idea in mind. How they are gonna pull the whole draft together with the healing ward, the Kotal and everything. It just...
And a hero to deal with sleep, I guess. But at this point, I'm still favoring Naga Siren in that matchup.
But then I feel like maybe they could have tried something even more risky, but then you might get something bigger, which is trying to pressure the Roche. Because Naga needs time,
It
right?
doesn't matter, they could have first picked Brood, and the fact they didn't pick the Brood when they won with all their Brood games tells a lot.
Test water.
Yeah, test water, sure,
Everyone is winning with Brood. Well, actually, okay, so it is...
I know who you're gonna say.
I won't bring up any specifics, but I'll just put it this way. Brood has 100% contest rate still in the DPC because it ended up getting banned in that last phase, or at least our DPC. It has only been picked 7 times, 57% win rate. But it has been banned 48 times, only picked 7 times. That's crazy to me.
That's all you need to know.
That's all you need to know. No need to filter those numbers. Let's see who is going to be getting their hands on what hero in our draft number 2. Lycan, yet again banned out by SMG, as well as the Doom. And Bleed this time.
That tells a lot. That tells a lot.
They're like, okay, you were playing with us for game number 1, but game number 2, we really want to win now.
But I mean, Bad Rider.
Awaken the dragon.
They have.
Bad Rider and Furen out there. Though. Maybe SMG can.
I feel like I would actually, at this junction, I would probably feel like picking Bat more. Because if I pick Furen and I don't pick the Bat, they're just going to pick Bad Rider next against my Furen. So I would actually feel like I would pick Bat unless I'm picking Bat and Furen, which doesn't...
shows too much.
Yeah, doesn't sound too good. Okay, never mind. They go Furen. And let's see. Because I feel like no matter what they pick next, if they're not going to pick the Bat, they're going to pick one of the supports, like say Tiny.
Yep.
I'm picking Bat Rider next.
Yeah, even if they take the Bad Rider, Bleak can just say, haha, Naga. You can't get to ban the Naga, and then Naga is great against those 2 heroes.
Yeah. That is a good option as well if you decide to go Bat Rider plus Nature's Prophet.
They go back to the Mirana instead.
I feel like if Bleed really wants to win, they should just take the Bad Rider here. Never mind.
I mean,
okay.
Naga's fine too.
Yeah.
Naga works against MP.
And now Bleed don't need to ban Naga, because theoretically Naga, they don't need to ban Bat, because Naga can deal with Bat. And they can just leave it in the pool.
They could still think about picking Bat later. Bat still works against MP very well throughout the game.
But that means that SMG now need to ban Bat.
Yes, correct. So they ban Pudge, which is one of the better calls against Illusion heroes.
SMG respect ban the Jakiro. They're like, okay.
That's still Disruptor. If you want the same kind of combo with the sleep.
Did they really just let the DK go though? Because I think even DK is quite annoying as a Furen to play against. But at least if you can pick against the DK, it's not so bad. Because previously it's just, I don't know, the Jug just threw me off.
Yeah, it's more about the lane, when you pick DK, I feel like if the pick comes out early and the DK somehow still gets a good lane, something horribly went wrong.
Yeah.
And DK is not a hero where you pick the hero early and consider him like a neutral hero and you don't really care about his lane. That hero is so dependent on his lane going well to be impactful in the game. So you can't pick the hero and throw him on an island and whatever, my draft is going to be my draft, you are going to play DK, I don't give a shit about you,
Well, what if you flex at mid though? Because it can deal with most mids.
even if you're trying to flex, what I'm trying to say is no matter what, you have to put his laning as a priority. You can't put him in a shit lane just because you want to flex and pick something else to win the game.
True.
That brings me bad memories. It's like when I thought, I picked this hero, I'll be fine, and then I suddenly the opponent just picks DK and I just feel like I can't kill him, my supports can't kill him, and he takes my tower. The
Yes.
Cap Fury.
But he won't kill you at least not in the laning phase.
Oh, that's even worse. He
Yeah.
doesn't even need to kill you to win the game.
He just stands there menacingly.
And it's so worse now because he has all the license to buy Meteor Hammer. He doesn't even need his ulti to do that right now.
I will say that, like, so I'm not a mid player. That's my least favorite role. And so if I'm ever forced to play it, I would always play DK because I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna lose the lane here.
At least you didn't say Viper.
No, I won't use Viper.
Oh, Reno. I hate Reno players actually. Like,
Veno requires some skill though. Like you can be a total dummy and get away with DK and Viper. I think Veno requires a semblance of skill, but they are very annoying players.
but like you have to have skills to be useful.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're just like walking 300 going.
Just a walking banana.
Okay, so they ban out the Lash as well. So they seem to be on agreement with us that SMG might pick the Lash without the IO. And Lash is also really good against the Naga, just in general. So Ember is gonna be open. I wonder if Blade is gonna just pick it early for Corden, because last game like they ban out SMG ban out all the remaining Corden heroes in the.
This time, no. Pango is still in also.
Yeah.
And SMG, are they gonna ban Batrider on this final ban or what?
I mean, they should.
Yeah.
I feel like they should.
Yeah, now thinking, what do we ban? Batrider, Storm, or Ember? They have too many to ban, I feel.
Yeah. I'm really surprised.
Objectively, you should ban the Batrider.
Yeah.
Very objective of you.
Because of the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I agree.
But if you're leaning towards banning out Corden's best hero, then you might consider banning out Ember Spirit more.
Yeah.
So it depends on how the captain is seeing the game, What is he feeling that would benefit the team more?
If they don't ban the Ember, we know that Moon likes playing his Slarks mid, the Monkey Kings.
Yeah.
So I think I'm with your objective analysis of the Batrider ban. Don't let emotions play a role. Don't see how Corden's stat line did.
You'll be surprised. That's what a lot of players do. I just feel like playing this hero. I just feel like today is my day,
Just sometimes a good thing, just not always.
Wow, they actually ban out Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and they pick up the Ember for themselves.
The Batrider is still out there though.
It is.
And Corden, I feel like Batrider is his kind of hero.
But
Space
has he
making.
been playing that hero?
In Tour 2, he has not.
I think he played it before, like once or twice. I definitely remember him playing the hero.
In Tour 1, no, he's...
Zero?
Zero Batrider games between Tour 1
Wow,
and Tour 2.
so that's some balls, SMG. They know that he just doesn't play the hero, and they're banning out the rest of the heroes, and they pick out the Ember. And now if you're going according to the stats, he's going to be either playing Pango or Storm this game, because he doesn't play anything else.
His Puck is banned out.
I mean,
Leshrac
what
banned.
if Ice plays it? He'd be like, hey, it's okay if I lose my lane.
Offlane Bat and then do a mid Tiny? Or you think they'll pick Corden's hero at the very end?
Yeah, they'll pick what she's saying is probably they'll pick his hero last. They'll wait to see him. But I don't feel like you should pick his hero last. You already see Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess sure SMG has done what off lane or what
Oh, yes. No, they did
what was it? Kotl Ember lane?
Yeah.
They did some okay, maybe not this game.
They were wild now.
Yeah, I feel like it's very likely that Ember's gonna be mid, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to just pick a hero right now. Well, okay, so I guess Tiny's mid.
I feel like the cooldowns are a bit too long on Bleed's lineup.
So Tiny mid and a position 5 silencer.
Dude, how is that better than a Disruptor?
I'm not gonna argue.
Maybe,
that's
maybe they just don't want to let the combo happen. I don't know.
Yeah, but they can make their own combo happen.
Yeah, but what is Silencer going to be good against this game? He's good against, the Ember, you can global and catch him. But in the lane, let's say you're laning against an Nature's Prophet off lane, I don't feel like Silencer does a lot against the Treants.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing about their plus 5 picks, it's always very greedy, okay, and then now you have a reason to be a Silencer. Thank you so much, Sir Phoenix. I'm here to cast my last word on you and my global silence.
I mean, there's still a possibility that Ice is playing this silencer.
You think?
Offlane Silencer.
Offlane Silencer.
I'm off to the Pro Tracker.
I mean, the only other person that did it was Toby, I think.
That's right.
I mean, I think it's just quite a lot of damage from Silencer and Tiny in the same lane if they are putting them in the same lane. But then I guess SMG still has like quite a lot of heroes.
But then the question is still the same for me. Does he do well against Nature's Prophet in the lane? I don't really feel like he does that well. And this hero, early game, you have to get a good start. You cannot afford to be dying or having a less semi-decent lane, you know. You have to snowball really hard as a core. So they ban out Monkey, they ban out, SMG bans out Tide. I guess it makes sense with the lineup because Bleed needs like some kind of body team fighting hero.
Maybe Bleed is gonna take the DK again.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Death Prophet is also still in the pool.
I think you can put DK mid this time against the Ember. But then the off lane would be kind of weird. Like you say, like Sansa would need a lead, but they can't see the hero, so maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't want a core silencer.
Yeah,
Me too.
I'm scared picking Silencer off lane into a blind matchup. You don't know your lane. I'm scared. Okay, they are banning Slug, so it means that they are going to... Damn it, I was thinking of a hero just now.
Abaddon.
I mean, the Bat Rider is still there.
Yeah, I think... was it the Bat Rider? Yeah, I was thinking the Bat Rider. Because Bat Rider is really good against all these 4 heroes, you know. And Bat Rider is still available. And you have Global Silence after Lasso.
Yeah.
I mean, if they pick a Bat, the worst kind of hero that will come out is either a Lifestealer or Jug. Those are the heroes that are remaining that can deal with the Bat Rider.
Yeah.
I think they learned their lesson to not pick the Jug, probably.
Even Lifestealer against Naga Siren, I feel like Naga handedly wins that matchup.
It's only good against Bat in the lane, but it's not good against Naga.
Right, and that was their issue last time, is that they were...
They need something, say the Bat comes out, they need something that can at least survive the Bat lane and be good, useful against the Naga.
I feel like a hero that needs to force this Naga to come and fight early and not just farm you. Because that's what happened in the last game, that the Naga just farmed and then just control them.
How about you just pick Terrorblade and farm? Or some anti-mage, you know? And just try to outlay game the Naga.
Might be a little bit too greedy, don't you think? Because the supports on SMG kind of can't, you know...
Heavy supports, right?
Yeah.
Phoenix and Mirana.
They don't wave clear
You kind of want to have like a Chaos Knight or Monkey King as your carry with this kind of lineup.
What about Sven? This hero, like...
Semi-decent. You have a
didn't
stun.
have attention. Yeah. I mean, like, it might be annoying against Rubik, but then you think about it, if you have Dagger, like, what is Rubik, right?
Clock's ticking for Bleed. I will say if they pick the Bat Rider, they don't really have an egg hitter.
Song and hit the... Everybody hits the egg.
Yeah, I guess. But
Everybody is one hit.
Okay.
So that's the
Ice hero?
off-lane hero.
Off-lane Abaddon?
Are they not scared of Ursa?
Yeah, Ursa is also decent against Naga. I mean, could it be also a flex? I mean, I'm not sure who's playing what. I can't tell.
NP.
Yeah, they want the NP to avoid the Naga this time.
So it's off-lane Abaddon.
Off-lane Abaddon.
Off-lane Abaddon plus Rubik. Rubik Abaddon against Nature's Prophet lane. Sounds reasonably okay for them.
Yep.
It's gonna be a I don't know if they're gonna swap the 2 supports around. Nature's Prophet, would you rather have the Phoenix or Mirana with you against the Abaddon Rubik?
Mirana, actually. Because you have the shield, right? Then this Phoenix doesn't really feel too good.
Yeah, you don't want the Phoenix in this lane, correct? So Phoenix will lane with the Primal Beast.
I think Phoenix is actually quite good against Naga in the lane, in the sense that she has to press her Elu to dodge your thing.
Yeah.
But then like you have Primal Beast, so like now you're stuck like.
And you
should I
have 4
press it?
charges, so you can always
Yeah.
use one and then wait for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That lane overall is much better for them.
What do you think Ice is going to build this game? Do you get the Radiance and go Hyper Greed? Or do you get like Greaves?
I mean, he has a Naga on his team, you know. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
I feel like you should be the team player, but maybe not.
Ice is my favorite team player, and the other 2 favorite members of my team are Avo and Seek.
Oh, no, that was a doubtful statement. I think that would have even made Atlas shrug. There you go. I got him back. I did it.
That was very on the nose.
Yeah, look, what can I say? I didn't know what objectivism was.
I thought you were going to go with something a little bit more subtle, like, I don't believe in the work of teams. It is an individual rise above. There is an I in team.
Also, I am dressing up in a suit today to go to work. Oh, businessmen really do it for me.
was that another thing?
That's what she does, yeah. You didn't read that book?
No.
Literally, there's a solid like 10-page ode to just how sexy.
Okay, we are so. I don't know how of all of the throws we've received, this one is by far the most distracted I think we've managed to get, which is really saying something for us. We've done it. We've done it.
You know who else distracts me?
What's that?
It's this Abaddon offlane. There's one team in the world who has decided that Abaddon is the best hero ever, and it's Bleed. They tried Abaddon versus this Ricky Morano strat, did not work for them. They tried Abaddon in the beginning of this season just as a 5, did not work for them. They're obsessed with this hero. They're trying him offlane. I think this hero, I thought with a BAT change, he'd become good, to be honest.
All right. 1.7 to 1.5, I believe.
Yes, it's pretty impressive because he's an attack speed hero. For those of you who don't know, BAT is the base attack time. It doesn't mean attack speed, but it does increase your attack speed. In fact, the lower your BAT, the faster you can potentially attack. So heroes that attack speed modifiers, like for example, Abaddon, Curse of Avernus, get really buffed by this.
You have a very fast word attack speed modifier.
That's yeah, it's the Hispanic word attack speed. It's a little bit lower than
you guys are like 1.2, maybe.
Yeah, 1.2. Yeah, anyway. But I thought Abaddon would be really good with this. I will say his laning right now is kind of insane. It's really hard to outlast a hero like this.
Yeah.
Because much like Jug or Anti-Mage, you always get the last hits because your attack animation is so good. And your base attack damage is really good. But you don't do anything afterwards. You kind of need your offlane, your supports or your mid laner to cover for your lack of team fight, which is why they drafted a Tiny, so it's good. And I don't really know what the purpose of this hero is or what the right build is. I've seen Radiances, I've seen Echo Sabers, I've seen just pure like pipe, auras, whatever.
Yes.
I don't know what they're going to do this game, but I am interested because this is the first time I actually see it offlane, which to me is actually the right position for this hero, or the best one.
I agree with that, actually, by the way. I think offlane is going to be the best position. I'm also a little bit dubitive of how well an ABBA is going to do, mostly because I'm not exactly sure what his role is. The last time I really saw an Abaddon that convinced me of what their role was, and this will make you happy, is when I saw a particular South American 5 play it.
Panda?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
With the save and just winning the lane, like just throwing yourselves and putting yourself in the way, like a super Ench, right? Yeah. You're like Ench earlier than Ench is even Ench,
Ench got shield.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I see.
And that's to me what always this hero does. But other than that, it does feel like a little bit of, I wouldn't use the word an identity crisis. It's just that like as an offlaner these days, why I'm dubious of this offlane ABBA is like you do need to force something. Right? Or you need to have a mid laner that's going to force something. Maybe with Corden on the Tiny, that can be something there, but you can't really expect a Jackie on the Naga Siren to do a lot of heavy lifting for you in that regard. Same thing with the Rubik. I think he's a little bit more reactive. In fact, that's why he's picked so frequently, because of his telekinesis shard,
Yeah.
Like I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's going to do, but if there's anyone who knows how to be annoying on a hero, it's Ice. So, and I do think you could be very annoying on this Abaddon hero.
I do like that he's the one playing it. I agree. I think he's the king of doing these things.
You've been seeing that he's been using Aphotic Shield on creeps, by the way, to try and mess up the last hits for Chidori.
That's why he went for Basilius, so he could actually get the nice mono region. So clever idea. I like this from my side. He might be going Armlet because I see a Helmet Iron Will, but we'll see what that is for. That's very interesting.
Do you think it'll be for what'd you say? You said Armlet, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll be for Helmet of the Dom?
I wouldn't imagine that being too good on that, though.
I mean, look, neither do I, but
be an odd build. Well, I'm open to whatever idea.
No, I mean, I agree. I think it's strong in lane versus Phoenix. If you get on top of this kind of a hero, as you can see, 0 armor. Well, 1 armor with the 3 sticks you start with. You might be able to tear through him. I don't know.
I'm with you in the Identity Crisis, though, by the way. I wanted to add that Abaddon reminds me a little bit, as an offlaner, mind you, of Bounty Hunter. Where for a while you're like, I'm not really sure what he's supposed to do. You clearly have good skills.
Yeah.
It's not like the hero's objectively bad, but you go, I'm not really sure what you do post XYZ. And the issue with these heroes has been really that offlaners have deviated into teamfight a lot more, right? And these lane-dominating offlaners don't feel good anymore because, well, why would you? Like, the only hero that feels good in that sense is like Brew, and he also brings some teamfight.
That's true, but I would say, curiously enough,
maybe.
in the I agree with your points on Bounty Hunter, but I believe that's because they removed his shard. Or
Yes. There was a while where the shard was incredible. For
the one that gave you like 30% damage resist, and you were just this annoying guy in these fights.
It became a stun as well.
Yeah, and like that was okay. I know what you do in these fights. I get vision, and then in the middle of the fights, I become this guy who you can't really ignore, but you can't really kill. You know?
Yeah.
Like you were like an immobile timber saw. Not really. That's but like Abba, like he hasn't really changed in forever. Like this attack speed change has been the biggest thing. His shard changed as well.
The cast range changes actually were very major. The cast range changes moved him from being an actual save to just kind of a wishy-washy save. And that's what moved him from 5, right? Because Miscoil used to have a much better range, so did a Photic Shield, and those things slowly whittled him down from that position of heal. That's at least that to me was the biggest.
I do wonder though if there's still some unexplored terrain or some explored path with this hero. A little bit like something with this shard, you know? Like I know we've seen the battle theory.
They're gonna kill mid 1. Nice job.
Yeah, they are.
I think it's carry. This shard works with a lot of spell interactions.
Yeah, it's an attack modifier. People don't always.
Watson did it with a Battle Fury build, and let me tell you, the thing is, you're not useful for like 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Because you need the level 25.
Yeah.
But once you get level 25, oh boy, you're a force to be reckoned with.
Just like I don't know.
A stupid build.
I just don't know.
I mean, he's going Helm. You were totally right.
I mean, look, I was just thinking of strong items, and Helm is a strong item as DJ gets a kill there onto Fu. Didn't even need to use telekinesis to cancel an Icarus dive because it wasn't ready.
I am fascinated by this. What is the point of that? Is he just gonna go for the full Overlord? Maybe.
Yeah,
he's a good Vlad's user.
It's not a very advisable item to pick up against a Mirana, is it?
Well, I mean, if you go Overlord, that's fine.
Well, sure, if you do go Overlord, but you're not like the craziest flash farmer on an ABBA, and I feel like if this Mirana really wants to ruin your day once you do pick up the Helm creep, you know, she can do that.
Yeah.
I've got some concerns with it, but I am excited to see this hero in any case. We'll come back to it once he does pick up this item. The last thing I'll say on this is there's a little bit of synergy, right? Curse of Avernus, your creep gets it as well, so you're going to beat the crap out of this tower, right? Especially if you can actually snag something like a Dark Troll Summoner. That's by far your best creep to grab, I would say, as ABBA.
And your push becomes really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you already had pretty decent push, but now you have a non-committal push, which is one of the issues that he has, right? But if you think of all the other pushers, they have some way of not committing. As top lane, by the way, mid 1 could be in trouble here. They just hit him with Arcane Curse and the last word now. He's going to lose a little bit more intelligence to Dubu. Actually, sorry, the first bout of intelligence to Dubu because he just leveled Glaives.
Mid lane, though, Icarus dive on in for Apu, secures the kill onto Corden. Power of Fire here, sees the Moon through that mid lane kill.
Yeah, the Power of Fire, that was it. That's what got him.
Yeah.
Stone's really bad against fire.
Once it gets hot enough, I assume, yeah.
You know the melting point of a stone?
No.
No, of course you don't, because it depends on its mineral composition.
So that's
a trick question.
And I guess this tiny, especially previous Grill level 1, even though the armor wouldn't make a difference, must be a weak stone. Very brittle to fire.
Yep. I wonder what Tiny's mineral composition is, actually. Any geologist in the chat that can tell us what Tiny is.
What's his number on that hardness scale?
Dubu is going to die in the top lane once again. And maybe they can turn this into a kill onto the Primal Beast? No? On the Impulse Stone? They haven't stayed in 13 seconds. It takes way too long. Impulse Stone has one more leap charge, uses it, because he's just dying to Jackie alone. And they're going to get away with that. Dubu is too easy a kill in this lane. There's not much you can do as Silencer to prevent this.
Okay. I know we've talked way too much about bottom, but it is, again, an unorthodox hero. This is where I'm really interested as to what Ice is going to do, because he has no mana now. Like, he does, I mean, he's going to get mana shortly, but he's got one Aphotic Shield, and that's it. It's his only skill he has, so he's kind of just walking around against a ranged hero that does a ton of damage. So I don't know. I feel like there could be problems here for Ice if he's not a little too careful.
Yeah, you do have the borrow time soon, which obviously doesn't.
Yeah, he's got the point as soon as he wants it, but like I think he's got no regen.
They caught up to the Ember Spirit. Last word has been triggered. Corden tried to deal as much damage as possible. Flame Guard prevented this. Now Dubu's the one in trouble, as he's getting burnt up by the Icarus Dive, the Spirits, and now the Sun ready to finish him off. In comes Chidori as well with a Sprout trying to body block Corden, but Corden is quick on his feet. Little 2 stone feet have enough durability to get him away.
There it is. TP out from Moon. I believe he has.
They got the Avalanche too. Toss on top of this Corden. Look at the counter kill on the Phoenix. Moon. He overestimated his support's health.
Tenacity.
Yeah, that's a good one. I didn't want to say durability again. That's a good one. Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, and just a little bit of an overextension there by Afu. Obviously, he doesn't have any spells. That's the thing. You play around your spells here when you're a Phoenix early on in the laning stage. And honestly, the chain stun was perfect from Bleed, such that even if he had an Icarus dive, he wouldn't have had the chance to cast it. Maybe he's happier that he died. Another refill here for Moon, who is going to get last warded again.
Yeah, but he's fine.
Heals, DJ.
The 2 points in Flame Guard apparently are enough.
Yeah. It's going to tick down a little bit for that Arcane Curse, but it'll be A-okay. All right, so down bottom, Helm, by the way, is about to get delivered for Ice. We'll check up on that tower here in a little bit. I suppose the build-up is really nice in this lane, right? You give yourself a little bit of mana. The Helm of the Iron Will is phenomenal versus Chidori.
Or
versus
General.
NP, right?
It's just a really good laning item. Remember the meta where people just used to build this for no reason? Like, not to build into anything?
The only... Oh, Dubu is done. The only other thing I would add is that Chidori, as you can see him now by teleporting near the Roche Pit from the bottom lane, on this kind of a hero is highly incentivized to leave the lane, right? You don't pick a Nature's Prophet to stay in the lane for like 15 minutes.
That's a good point, but right now, the way that, because of the triangle, and Jenkins says this all the time, so I'm going to steal this point from him, because the triangle got reduced to 2 camps, you'll see carries not wanting to go in triangle as early, and they want to stay in the bottom lane as much as possible to take advantage of that jungle. Yeah. And obviously, if Abaddon takes your tower and then runs at you, which is definitely what he's going to do, with some aggressive warding, you lose that space, which is a huge loss for SMG.
That's fair, but I would argue that in this particular case, while that still rings true, I don't think it does for NP, because he's global. Like, he can go anywhere, he can participate in your kills. He doesn't have to necessarily farm in the safest part of the triangle, because he can TP wherever he wants, wherever the convenient and the most valuable farm is for him.
So then the play is you swap jungles, right? And then it's all about when Corden can get his Blink Dagger, so he can actually gank you in his own jungle and punish that play. But you're right about that, actually. But it's very predictable though when you do that, right? And predictable is the biggest friend of Tiny, because then he can just blink, toss you and kill you.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? And by the way, Ice now just checking in down bottom because they're going to trade towers. That is, unless... Oh, DJ, okay. That was pretty fancy.
He got Dark Soul. He went for Dark Soul Summoner as well.
Yeah, he has it, but they're fighting mid lane.
Yeah, the last word plus the Fate Bolt will kill this poor Phoenix, as now they try to avenge him by killing off the Rubik. DJ, though, did have a magic stick. That's not going to save him. Neither will it save Dubu, who just got he got trampled over in the side blinds. As Corden decides to go for the mid carries. Chidori, the Naga illusions are helping him out, but no amount of minus armor will kill off the Nature's Prophet, who barely lives here.
Yeah, it was like 10 HP he survived on. That was a really close one.
Yeah, went invisible.
They're just barely going to get the worst out of that fight. That kill onto Chidori would have made a really big difference here in terms of how good or bad that fight feels. A little bit of unreliable gold loss there for Chidori. Delays his Maelstrom timings by a bit, not to mention the bounty you pick up instead.
Global? Okay, this is for the top lane, so the Corden can live, it seems like, as the TP comes from mid one and it'll be fine.
No mana, no cooldowns there for Corden to return a kill. Chidori immediately back into the mid lane. Snowball effect right here, butterfly effect, I guess I should call it, is going to be able to assist greatly in taking this tower by summoning Treants to tank for the first wagon. Bleed don't really clear waves very well. In fact, that's a huge weakness of theirs now that I look at it.
Yes.
That's really going to be a problem here if SMG cannot be stopped or kept away from the towers. I will say they do skirmish fairly well, especially once Corden does get this Blink Dagger online. So, you know, adding more pressure to getting this item, kind of.
That kill was also huge because they got him much closer to Blink Dagger with a killing spree.
It would have been better, though, again, if they actually killed Chidori, unfortunately, just barely late. Okay, so Vlad's is next. It does seem like Helm 2 for Ice, who is going to be able to evade mid one here, I believe.
Mid one realize how dangerous this is because you summon Dark Troll plus, of course, the Curse of Avernus, and all of a sudden you start dying to the Abaddon. He was saving 3 points, by the way.
Is he? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, the Curse of, the Borrowed Time point is very common to save because it's like Aeontis, so you save it forever. But not putting the other 2 points into neither Curse of Avernus nor Mistcoil is a little bit weird.
Yeah. Don't expect to see stats here, of course. Just mentioning it in case anyone's wondering that'd be extremely unorthodox.
Yes. Abaddon really wants to put points in all his skills.
Yeah. He's got really good skills. The issue is, of course, for him that Mistcoil, it's easy to spam and easy to run out of mana, especially if you're not going to be able to use it to just get that extra poke harass or let extra little bit of heal in. But for now, I think if Bleed can keep creeps away from towers and keep their lanes shoved, they're going to be able to farm up this tiny Blink Dagger. They do have Global Silence to back them up for a good amount of time. First BKB is not going to be up likely until, it'll probably be mid ones if I had to guess. He's already 1 component in, but Moon won't be too far behind on his. No Guardian Greaves here for the mid lane Ember. That'll be probably the next biggest points of action here from SMG. Outside of this, Smoke, I assume. I don't know if it'll be too successful as Bleed were mostly inside of their base regening up. And this move is predictable out from them. And instead, it's the smoke play from Bleed.
Ooh, Jackie
underneath their
avoided
Geek
the
tower.
fist.
They've got the tiny blink now ready.
Okay. Yeah, this is the real play. Corden, what is he gonna find? It's a Primal Beast. It's an okay kill. It's important because you're stopping the tempo from them if you kill the Primal Beast. That's why Slice is here as well. Avalanche actually catches 2. Big One tries to run away, but the last word, Arcane Curse will blow him up. As they even stole the Remnants here to scout out Afu's DP, but they're not fast enough. And he gets back home safe and sound.
Kill into mid one's the important one, but it would have been nice to get that extra little bit of gold.
That was a really good Avalanche to do so.
Oh yeah. A nice double stun there as well, and not a scenario where you want to be using your Supernova, of course, not only was there like 3 heroes there, but you're playing into an Abba who has a plethora of dispels at his disposal. Okay, so interestingly enough, Ice did put the 1 point in the Mistcoil, but now he's level 10, so he still has 1 more point at the ready.
Let me see, he has much more, 3. Corden's gonna die though here to the onslaught plus the pulverize, plus the trample, as they still hold on to the pulverize to potentially kill off DJ.
3 points.
Yeah, it's 3. It's like a whole amount. That's why I'm so surprised. Like a fair amount of it. I also can't imagine like quick 2 points in curse. Like it's yeah, the Mistcoil is not gonna heal. Plus, you know, it's not that big. Like his abilities don't scale incredibly well to the point that's a surprise.
No,
okay, now we'll see the point in borrowed time most likely. He's really holding off on it though. Oh, there we go. He's gonna go for that egg now. Dispels the attack speed debuff. That's why he activated the borrowed time. Very well played by Ice. The global is ignored by the illusion when immediately the spell, and Ice has to run away because his ultimate is no longer available. The Avalanche doesn't hit mid one, but it doesn't matter as mid one gets killed off by the damage here from Corden. And DJ's telekinesis, of course, which does stop that pulverize. Ice dies to the Wrath of Nature, which feels really bad. We did steal steering chains though on DJ. Avalanche, they need vision of this high ground. They can't get to it. Paulson for now is safe. There's the toss they were looking for, and DJ will finish him off with a searing chains and Fate Bolt.
Very nice. Moon nearly dies to Jackie in the mid lane, as we did catch on our camera. What we didn't see is Ice dying to Wrath of Nature. It doesn't feel good, as you say, but feels probably pretty good to have a Supernova right on top of you, and then for you to just literally not care at all. Was a little bit surprised Afu decided to try and make that play against Ice. You usually are assuming that he is saving skill points in a situation like this. Ice finally did commit his skill points. It was like the first fight, and he's like, oh my god, I have extra skill points.
Yeah, it was weird.
And now he did take that 8 strength at level 10 and max the Curse of Avernus. That's the thing I was thinking, like, none of your points feel that amazing to take, you know?
Or that situational.
Yeah.
In this situation, Curse would be really great.
No. I will dispel the shield.
Borrowed time, it's fine.
Yeah, they won't
he shouldn't die here.
They won't.
They just wanted to trigger the borrowed time. It's the best you can do. Sure, to dispel the spirits though, he would have healed faster.
That's okay. I think I was going to say the same and then went, it's fine. Even he's got Vlad's, right? So he'll heal up regardless over
might just die here.
What?
He might die.
Oh, yeah.
He needs this because he's so close to the helm, and he's not going to get it. He's going to die before he can get the helm of the Overlord. Delayed for another minute.
Yeah, that's a bit more painful. So yeah, I mean, he's just kind of being the target. He's, again, kind of an easy kill, especially if there's not any follow-up. Of course, there's no global, and it's not really worth global just to save your offlaner. So maybe if it's like the second time he's about to give up his item, maybe you can make a case there. But I will say what Ice has failed to do is really apply a lot of pressure on the enemy side of the map. This tier 2 down bottom is looking fairly good. It did take, it looks like probably 1 wave of harass. But SMG have rotated once over to him, which is, by the way, of course, a trivial task for Chidori, who is going to turn, actually. They want Corden.
Corden.
Good blocks.
Yeah, very good blocks from Moon, but he won't get stunned. However, Corden has been body blocked for so long, they got enough damage to bring him down.
You've gone green.
Very good kill. And that's what I mean, like, I don't know, like, Beastmaster, like, it just feels like he's basically trying to be a Beastmaster here.
He's the worst Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Because now you don't have Prowl Roar. Okay, you save DJ.
Save.
For a second, and he's dead anyway. Because you have to get so close to him to actually body shield him.
They get mid one. Okay, that's a kill there. Jackie's starting to do things. He's slowly coming online now with the Manta style immediately into the heart. He always likes to go for the Reaver first, and he nearly has that component. Just as a quick update for the Naga's Siren. Yeah, but for Ice's Abba, you know, it's He's basically trying to be a Beastmaster without having the vision that you bring, without having a BKB piercing stun and disable. You do have save, but again, how good is it in a game like this, especially when your follow-up and the mobility on your heroes is not really anything to write home about? You know, it's not like, okay, don't worry, I'm going to dispel my Puck, who then has a million, you know, spells to turn the fight as well as leave. Okay, I'm going to dispel my Tiny. Okay, well, does he have Blink and Avalanche? Is he going to pick up a tree and throw it at him? Like, it's not really like heroes that you dispel that change the course of a team fight here, with the exception of the Naga Siren and perhaps the Silencer, I would say. It's a problem here, you know?
Yeah, no, I see your point.
I mean, it's just, and that's less relevant later on in the game, where like just having a dispel is good. But in this early stage of the game, like dispelling a Phoenix is like a huge thing, right? I can Supernova, we turn the fight, right? Like you want these big team fight spells in the beginning that you're enabling, but right now it's like it's nothing huge.
Well, there's no big team fight spell at all.
Yeah, just global hit. That's it.
Right, but even then, this is what I mean. Oh, wait.
Oh, from behind?
Ice is just tanking this. That was great avalanche into toss. Global Silence as well, dispelled by the BK. Moon wants to fight back here. Ice is doing his best. In fact, with a creep, he's hurting Moon pretty badly. There's the Supernova finally committed by the Phoenix. And can they break the egg in time? Difficult when there's so many stuns around him. They forced to use the borrowed time. And the backline's Corden is suffering a lot from Chidori. But Chidori will finally go down as Bleed hold their position well in the side. Now they reset the team fight. Ice is still alive, and he's going to have another Alphonic Shield. They want to continue fighting this. DJ has Starstorm plus the Fate Bolt. So much damage from Paulson, who's almost bursted down. But their objective is to go for Moon, who's gotten silenced and killed. In comes mid-1 trying to disturb this, but he only gets DJ in the process. Ice has the next target, but Ice is tanky enough to survive this. And mid-1 gets brought down in the middle of his trample. Huge win there for Bleed.
That is a big one. I'm a little bit surprised SMG don't decide to wait for the second BKB. That would be from mid-1 in this case.
This whole team fight is surprising.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like an opportunistic kill. Perhaps they were caught off guard by the smoke. They maybe didn't expect the rest. Basically, SSS was playing bait, right? I mean, this is him at his best, I would say, when he's trying to bait you into these terrible fights. And SMG took the bait there, as they will also lose themselves. Oh, well, they'll pick up a Corden though. That's a very good trade then, at least for them. But after the last fight, you know, the one thing that Abba does do incredibly well, especially now with this Vlad's aura, he team fights well. I mean, he is one of the most annoying heroes to try and take down. I mean, let's not forget, we had already been fighting for 20 seconds before this point in the replay had even started, and he barely just uses borrowed time there.
I mean, yeah, there's that point that he made in that team fight, right? Which is, we were talking about, well, what does Abaddon do over any other core? Okay. He tanks, right? And that's exactly what you need to do for that play. Like, he is the best off-lane tank you possibly have.
Let me also, I'm maybe starting to see a thread of logic here as well for Bleed.
For Radiance now, okay.
It feels to me like they have a bunch of team fight resets.
Yeah.
Right, on their team, right? They have Global Silence, they have Naga Siren, and they've got the Abba, right? Like 3 ways of like, obviously 2 are a little bit more powerful and team-wide. Yeah. But the Abba as well, like we can see in these early fights, it's really awkward to kill, right? That does kind of feel like a big reset point, especially if he's being, I don't know, stunned by an arrow or something and you proc his borrowed time. Like, that is a reset. You're wasting resources here and then not getting anything out from it is maybe one way you can define that. So perhaps there's something to be said about that.
Chidori, they got the kill on Dubu, and now Ice has been left alone in this mid lane. He still has the borrowed time. However,
tanky though.
Yeah, the real question is not will they kill him, is will he turn this? Because that's what you always have to question when the man is close to his tower.
At least until they go for a Silver Edge. You need a Silver Edge and a Silence or to keep him stunned, and then you can kill him without proccing the borrowed time. Because you can break the automated... There's 2 ways you can kill Abba through quote-unquote borrowed time. I won't go into Axe or AAs. Let's not start down that rabbit hole because that gets a little complex. But basically, if you do more than 400 damage to him and kill him from above 400 HP to 0, he dies.
Like Finger of Death, for example.
Like Finger of Death, or just a big old crit.
Corden did not get the Arcane Rune there. Obviously, the other option is?
The other option is you break him, and then you keep him stunned or muted or otherwise...
You have to keep him silenced. Because if he's stunned, he can always activate it manually.
Yes, that's right. He has to be silenced. That's a good point. And if you're hexed, you're also silenced as well.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So there's
anything that silences.
Yeah.
It's the custom-made Doom. Silence and break. That's why people used to pick, back when the hero was actually popular as an offlaner, they used to pick Legion Commander and used to build Silver Edge on her.
Check out this
dual silences.
Attack speed does look far more convincing now that he's in the pit and has some levels and damage, I have to say.
I mean, he's going Radiance. He has this incredible talent, level 15, which I hope he goes, which is 65 damage. It's really good.
Yeah. I think he will, considering he's not going to go for the Battle Fury Shard build.
Yeah, mid one already initiated with a big AB, and they're going to kill a Silencer, so even if he had it, there would be no global silence for this fight. Silencer has been committed by Jackie, who can't really deal with Chidori. Finally, Chidori goes to sleep, wakes up to a bunch of pointy rocks, gets tossed in the air, still alive, finally falls, but Jackie got dealt so much damage, he's going to be next at this rate. He gets stunned by an arrow, actually, by Poloson, who hits him point blank, and now Jackie will be falling.
No.
With Ice Ice, the only remaining member of Bleed alive, also dying here, and the Roche now stolen by SMG.
Yeah, just right for the taking here as well at the end to boot. I mean, really challenging fight there. I think, and I think I have to give some credit here to mid one. Phenomenal pulverize right in the middle of that fight, under the cover of his own BKB, long duration, right, the first cast. You can see here, Jackie, they needed a team fight reset here. They needed it bad, tries to get off the song twice, 3 times, 4 times, and is just getting pulverized. The mini stuns there actually doing a lot of work and making sure that the song came out. It was more or less fruitless, honestly.
Playing without global sides is also a little bit dangerous for Bleed. Like, they had no way to counter initiate. Sure, Silencer wouldn't have been able to do it anyway, right? But his positioning was not good because he didn't care if he died.
Yep.
That shouldn't be the way you take a Roche fight, right? You should always be like, we have all our resources, we're ready to fight, we can take on anything. And that was more of, we can take on something.
Yeah, and these mini stuns are actually super annoying for a hero like Abba. Really, really long cast animations, especially on Aphotic Shield, you know. Would have struggled. Clockwork, for example, you know, another good example of these heroes that have these kind of mini stuns, like the avalanches, stuff like that, that prevent you from getting off your spells, but don't like completely 100% lock you down. I will say Corden's also having a little bit of an awkward period in transitioning. It doesn't really seem like he's got a good partner to play with. He's trying now with Dubu, good damage, and that'll do at least for the Phoenix, who had no opportunity there to get off the Yule Scepter that he's purchased.
Oh wow, even Yule's been pretty good at that. So he didn't do anything there. Like Dubu didn't, because Arcane Curse, ticked him down once, that was it.
Check the Death Summary. Yeah, you're right, he did 75 damage.
That was Arcane Curse, right? Ticked him down literally once.
Ah, look, he stole 2 inch from the bird, okay, not bad.
Actually, he didn't even take him down, it was just the initial damage. With a magic resistance. I mean, he has 18 damage. Dubu is smart.
He's a smart lad.
He's a smart lad.
I don't think he gets to be his Asian Dota and not be a smart lad.
Yeah, he's graduated from uni. He already did military service. Right? So
that is right. His national service. Very true. Very true.
National service, sorry. I don't follow enough K-pop to know.
Neither do I. I just know that's what they call it in Singapore, actually.
Oh, what is it in Korea?
I don't know. Probably something in Korean.
That would make sense. They do speak Korean in Korea. That's for sure I've heard. I can't speak it though, so I wouldn't be able to know.
I think Ice is going to have a lot better time in these fights though with Radiance. Not only is the damage pretty significant here, and by the way, he's waiting on that 15 talent. Hold that thought. They're chasing for Corden. Takes a death here. It would delay the BKB by about another minute or so. Has a TP out, so I'm not really sure what he's waiting for. Maybe he really wants to farm this last wave? That's a bit ambitious of him.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he wanted to cut it. You're right. He had to farm it for the BKB.
Yeah,
he heard an Orchid, by the way.
I also
it's
heard
Nagas. Yeah, it's for the Pearl Beast. Who roars. Stop roaring. Telekinesis him back. He's just silenced himself, which means, there's no Arcane Curse, actually, so he's going to live.
Yep. He is fine. I also wanted to point out...
right, the roar dispels, that's why.
Yep. Jackie also has the heart on top of that Orchid, and that's a good target. You'll set for sure. He's fighting this. BKB active.
So many dispels. Now the Global Silence, though. An immediate normal TB from this Nature's Prophet, because he knows he can't fight into the Global Silence. They don't have the availability of Supernova any longer.
Yeah, good fight. SMG take a fight there without Moon being immediately in the vicinity.
Rubik stole Onslaught. That's funny.
Actually, that's the second time he stole it. He actually stole it in the Roche fight, and then he started pulverizing mid one as well. Which is always so funny whenever you see Rubik pick someone up and just slam on the ground.
It's very cute.
I mean, it's a great thing. Oh, 2 Radiance.
One on Moon, and
Radiance
one
Eye?
could be on Ice. Ice. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah. No?
Radii.
2 Radiant.
Or Radiances, honestly.
2 Radiant.
Yeah. Do you say dances or die?
Die.
Yeah?
I would rather die than dance. So would you, apparently.
Yeah, with Clem, yeah. He's on my banned list.
Oh, jeez.
Blocked on my phone.
Blocked on the phone. So Radiance on Radiance action here. Of course, still advantage heavy in the favor for SMG, despite them being down 2K. I think Your Radiance here is going to be giving you... Well, it's got to give you something.
What a great point of analysis. I don't know what it does, but it's an item, so that's a good thing.
It's
progression.
It's an interesting one, right? Because are you buying this for the evasion? Are you buying it just because it got cheaper? Corden is going to BKB TP away.
The way you're speaking about this Radiance is like when you have a son that's changing careers.
Yes.
And he's changing into English lit, medieval English lit.
I thought you were going to say he's going to change careers into becoming like an esports cat.
No, he's like, no, careers like a university career. He's like, I'm studying medieval English lit now.
Yeah.
And your dad goes, I guess that's a degree?
Yeah.
It does. It's better than staying at home, I suppose.
Well, I'm just like, I'm curious what this item he feels like he does for him over like
for the Abaddon or for the Ember?
For the
Ember, I agree. I don't really...
Because it's 15 less damage.
For Abaddon, it makes perfect sense.
Yes, for Abaddon, it's a fairly standard item, right? Like when you play this hero as a core.
Yes. Especially with a 65 damage talent, all of a sudden you just get 110 damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's hitting like a friggin' truck, you know? Not to mention he's got this Vlad sword to buff him up. He lifesteals off of him. It helps us sustain. He's got an attack speed modifier. Like, it makes sense.
Evasion now, which is great against...
Well, which is great against as an ABBA. But as an Ember Spirit, like, you want to avoid being hit in the first place. It's
true. Phoenix almost died. Fate Bolt will guarantee it. Yeah, I'm curious to why this... I mean, look, it still does a lot of things that are great. Like, it deals damage inside of Fist, obviously. If you think you get some long Slide of Fist, both Flame Guard and Radiance will do a lot.
It does. Ice is running down his enemies.
I suppose the evasion or the mass evasion can be really good against illusions, right? Like, instead of going for the Maelstrom,
that
might be his way of dealing with nothing.
That's an interesting point.
Oh, but Moon just got caught, orchided, and killed. He did have BKB. They didn't need the global silence
By the way, Avo, I hate to be...
Oh, the global silence was for top, actually. They wanted to get Chidori.
Yes.
But Corden has a Blink Dagger, so that's probably not going to be useful, and Dubu's going to be TP in the face of danger.
I hate to be... what's the word for someone when they correct your small mistakes?
Pedantic.
A Redditor. But... that was not a Orchid. That was a full Bloodthorn, actually, that Jackie's got finished up.
And that was extremely pedantic.
Which, well, it's not pedantic because you were just making a point about evasion, which Bloodthorn gives you 100% accuracy on.
Middle tower is under attack.
Not pedantic. Makes quite a big difference when you're trying to play against illusions.
There's this show on the internet called Actually, where the whole point of the show is people correcting people and being technically right. And you are like...
actually, it's on YouTube, which isn't really a show.
that's not pedantic, that's just classist? I think it's...
I don't know, dude.
That's pompous? There's a lot of words.
I was making
gatekeeping?
I was making a joke about the...
Tower is under attack.
No, I saw your joke, but it was poor. Watch the show.
Fair enough. Good one.
Oh. He has BKB. Do they have Basher now? Oh, he's actually going to kill DJ. Oh, sorry, Dubu. Good. And maybe also Corden. He is apparently God with a BKB. And now he realizes Godhood is a fleeting kind of ability. He might just die to the Radiance here.
Full heals.
Yeah, the Radiance will eventually take him down, right? Right? Mid-1, surviving with 200 HP. Way too tanky. They have to run away from the Supernova. The Ember trying to catch up now to Ice Ice, who no longer has borrowed time, but the song allows everyone on bleed, but poor Dubu to escape. And I did kill mid-1 there, almost by chance.
So I guess...
What did he die to, actually? It was the Fate Bolt.
DJ?
Oh, DJ to stay there a little bit longer because of the Fate Bolt, and as a result of this, he was fine. He's fine. As a result of this, nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Nobody got punished.
Nope.
You know, he was an egoist. He believed in his own actions.
Right. But people got burned.
Yes.
And that's what's important here for this.
Some people would say, no, you can't do that, but not the case here for the...
Radiant's bottom tower
He was Emmanuel about it.
Right. He was going through meditations during the song duration.
Yes, exactly.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah. Someone walked into his house and said, would you lie to a murderer if he came to kill your mother? And he said, I would not.
You know, you're making me realize I don't know a lot of philosophers. Most of the philosophers I thought were philosophers are actually people who just experiment on dogs. That's not philosophy.
It's funny, you can say that's a Pavlovian reaction where you immediately see someone speaking at length and you think, must be a philosopher.
Pretty much. I mean, anyone who tries to generalize me and my actions to me is a philosopher. I have that response triggered because of Pavlov.
Okay, I think that's actually, you're confusing philosophy with TEDx. It's very similar, but not the same.
What do you mean? I don't get it. I mean, Okay. Oh, full pipe of insulate now for Ice.
Great segue, yes. I don't understand. This build is all over the place. Like,
it's much like my Castian.
Yeah, it's true. Good point. It's like auras, but also damage, but also like it's kind of core and scaling. And the only thing that surprises me the most is how much farm priority they've given him. They've just decided Corden is to support this game. Ice, you will be a core from the offlane.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, he's got BKB now.
Why did he take the Centaur course? Why?
For the damage resist. Duh.
15%?
Yeah, alongside pipe, it stacks.
Okay, yeah, it does stack. Corner initiates, global signs as well. Immediately a spell by the Yule Scepter at the best of timings, and now poor Tupu will just die. Immediate song by Jackie.
Are they
Is this a
really
reset
gonna try
song?
and fight this?
Apparently so.
I don't believe it. Get in
They
there,
set
Centaur
up
Courser.
Avalanche plus toss. It's for the Mirana perhaps. Mirana gets caught by the telekinesis, and they will kill support. But that's not what we reset the team fight for.
Ice got her with the Courser. Anger courses through his Courser.
Through his veins.
No, through the Courser, because he was upset.
Oh, the Courser's on course?
Yeah.
For the Roche?
That's right.
Is he going to be able to force this? The course is... Okay, he lost course completely.
Good.
And now Moon comes in, has to kill Corden. Corden might be a bit too tanky, not against the Sunray though. Corden is quite literally melting here. Ice. Preserves the borrowed time. He's not an easy kill. He'll stay in the sprout for a really long time. The leash, finally not that useful as he breaks through it with his Quelling Blade.
Yep.
Bleed will realize this is not the fight for them, and they have to let this Roche go.
They did take down that Courser, though. That's pretty big. And that leads SMG.
He veered off course right into this.
That's right.
That was like a NASCAR race for that board map.
There must be more things with course. Oh, he needed to take a course on how to not die to Sunray, because he flunked that one.
I mean, he was the first course for SMG, of course.
Jackie, okay, he's just trying to walk in.
I don't think that's going to work, and the Roche is already dead. They got the Aegis for Chidori.
Doesn't have BKB,
Jackie
though.
is going to kill the Ember at this rate of left. The Sunray healing is too high, and Moon will just live. He literally walks off, avoids the tree.
Oh, no.
The Arcane Curse, no, it's just the last word. He's actually perfectly fine. Mid one, though, is taking a beating right now, and so is Chidori, who has an Aegis.
Yes, no
Mid one
BKB.
has to re-engage. He has the BKB again. Pulverize in 5 seconds.
Chidori doesn't.
Chidori does not, but Mid one does. And he has Pulverize as well. He has to sacrifice himself for his carry. Go Mid one, turn golden. He does. Onslaught in. Chidori doesn't have the BKB though. Someone save him. It's way too late. Mid one did absolutely nothing but commit suicide there. Oh, what a good control by Bleed. Stunning Mid one so he couldn't go and help his carry instead of going all in for the poor carry.
Yeah, fortunately they had time to decide on a course of action there with how much of a cooldown song.
You're being way too coarse about it.
Sorry, oh, I see.
It's not subtle any longer.
Well, fair enough. It worked out well for them. And anyway, much like Sand being coarse and fine, I hate you too.
You are just losing the plot.
I really am. But Bleed, all right, straight from that up into the high ground here. Looking to try and finish this game off. They got Ice as well here for the good amount of sustain on that Helm of the Overlord as well as on that Mist Coil. Does need to watch his mana a little bit because he's going to eventually need to Aphotic Shield something, if not himself. But
yeah, who has Arcane Boots from? Nothing? Bottle on Tiny. There we go.
Nothing. Bottle on Tiny. Yeah, that's about it.
Bloodthorn to prevent the Ember from constantly Sleight of Fisting the creeps. But he's back. Okay, he wasted the first Sleight of Fist, so the creeps will live long enough for the backdoor protection to be broken and for them to take the melee racks. Here comes the initiation. A toss. Okay, someone on toss back. Toss sideways.
It's good enough sometimes, right?
Yes. Horizontal tosses are good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And SMG, I mean, they're in a little bit of a pickle after that last fight, but they can still preserve, they can still win this game and just start taking good team fights. The Naga is becoming a huge problem, however.
Yeah, Chidori pops BKB there, by the way, to secure Roche, because I think he was expecting enemies to be able to get inside of the pit, which did not end up happening. Means that he uses his BKB basically for nothing. Like, he walks outside of the Roche pit after he secures Aegis and Shard, and I mean, for all his enemies know, he doesn't even have, like, the item at all.
Yeah.
It's a fairly trivial fight, honestly, from there for Bleed. He thought he could try and fight into that, and was just simply not the case with Moon as well, not having BKB. He was not feeling confident to rejoin that fight for a very good reason, by the way. Very lucky to even make it out alive. And Chidori's not going to be able to say the same. So Satanic's not going to be enough for him to be able to team fight through that either. I do believe that at some stage, there's simply going to be a little bit too much damage. I'm not sure even who's going to be able to man fight for that long in order to sustain that amount of HP. As far as I recall, right, this lifesteal not only doing half damage on creeps means that, like, trying to lifesteal off of an Ancient, for example, isn't going to really do as much for you anymore. which is maybe like some point to counter the Helm 2, right? Carrying this big tanky creep around you. I don't know. Now it's got to be through the Naga Siren, but she's got 30 armor.
Yeah, mid one. Gonna try to TP. Telekinesis on point. DJ with the Aetherlint.
It's got BKB.
Reach anyone.
But no TP.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, he should have BKB first, actually.
I think it wouldn't have left him with enough mana, though.
Oh.
No, it would have.
No, it would, yeah. Because he already TP'd, right? So he just needed 50 mana.
Yep, you're right. I thought about that as well.
That does feel really bad, actually.
It's kind
because now you don't have mid one for this next defense. You can just push if you're bleed, right? Is something stopping you?
Yeah, I mean, the tier 2 top is, right? You'd like to try and have a little bit more of an organized push. You haven't been able to, well, actually, you have been able to get wards in the enemy triangle, but SMG Paulison has done a pretty good job at now dewarding there.
Yeah, I like that you used his full name.
Yeah, so you need to get on the other side of the map. Uh-oh.
Okay, they have Pulverize and the Abyssal, kind of stacking the stuns, but it's going to work for them. Moon's also dead. Okay, now you definitely push at least bottom.
Now you definitely want to go for a push. Moon bought out, by the way, for his Ag Scepter there.
I said they don't know that either of these heroes bought out because they both don't have buyback to 2 gold.
Yeah, I think that's a Lotus that mid one bought out on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. But they'll soon figure it out when Ice Ice realizes he's just free to hit these rounds.
Did you see Ice Ice saving his Ancient Chronicle? That's adorable.
That is, he has borrowed time.
So yeah, of course. No, but even like cut him out of the tree.
Oh, toss back. Ooh, the root saves him. Because there was a creep along the way, that's why Corden didn't even try to toss back. He ends up doing it just for, to still tell his teammates.
Pretty good though. I mean, they sustained easily through Sunray. That thing's no joke against a tanky lineup like this.
No, the onslaught. Okay, mid one didn't activate the BKB when he went in. Now he's pulverized. Can they kill him in time before he can activate the BKB?
No way.
Yes, mid one's down. The Sunray and the Supernova has been ignored because now you have a Song and a Siren, which catches the Phoenix as soon as he comes out, and then it just profit. Immediate global silence. No BKB on this MP. Chidori's going to die together with Poloson, and it's just a domination from Bleed. Yeah, there's going to be a chance.
This is it. No, this game's over.
No, there's going to be a chance for SMG to go to TI by 20 points. It's not going to be because of this.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see how Talon fares against Geek Slate. Perhaps we'll also have quite the upset there for our last series on Monday. But for now, Bleed, it's only a matter of dozens of seconds before this game is over in their favor.
Bleed with this, they'll preserve a chance to stay in Div 1 as they now kill Afu. They catch up to December Spirit, immediate buyback from SMG. They want to fight this to the end. They got a bash down. Do they have Abyssal? Yes, they do. And they lack the damage to kill the Ember. He gets away because of his evasion.
Focusing Throne.
The Radiant saves him, but Ice, he knows he wants out. He has to go eat. He already has the restaurant booked. And Bleed will win the series against SMG 2-0, putting themselves in a really good position because even if they lose against Talon, they could be still in contention stay in Div 1 as long as they can force tiebreakers.
That was kind of wild. I'm really surprised that Bleed were able to win.
Corden is happy.
Yeah, no, and they deserve to be happy. I think Corden as well, having to step into a much different role compared to what he was as the Storm Spirit in Game 1 is very telling of perhaps how much this guy has to grow as a player. But for me, I'm really surprised because if there's one thing Bleed did very well this game, it's team fight. How do you traditionally counter team fight? It's split push. You have an NP. Didn't really feel like SMG ever approached this game any differently other than just forcing fights. And to be fair, it worked out for them for the first 15 minutes or so. And then it even worked for them for that first Roche fight, right? Which went completely in their favor. But from there, they never seemed to, I hate to use this word again, they never really seemed to, well, alter their game plan. I'll use that word. And that's really surprising because very rarely have we seen SMG like fully outclassed like this, especially in a series, even in Tour 1. It's normally been like the team having their own internal problems and them not being on the same game plan here. They had an idea here. They were simply just outclassed, and that's rare for them.
Yeah, Bleed threw a wrench in the works a little bit with his pattern pick, which I think worked well. I think Game 1, you can't, I don't know, if they were trying new things out or whatever, but it wasn't the full seriousness that you would expect from SMG, honestly. I don't think that Juggernaut matters a lot, but in Game 2, you can't really say that, and Bleed played a fantastic Game 2. More importantly, you're actually seeing Bleed actually falling into their own as well. They seem to be finding strategies that work, that also are a little bit off meta, which is great because you need that defines a team much more so than just copying the meta. And like you said, Corden is coming to his own a little bit more into this series. So very exciting for Bleed, very exciting what awaits him in the last game of the season against Talon, and very exciting what awaits us as well, because we have a lovely panel that's going to soon interview one of the Bleed members yet again, and this lovely panel is led by the one and only Tsunami.
Very, very unexpected result here as we close out our Wednesday. Bleed to take a 2-0 over SMG. And yet again, I will not allow any sort of theorization that SMG are taking it easy. They need every single point desperately in this league if they want to directly qualify for TI, because that's still a very real possibility for them. And now, at this point, they can no longer get first place in this league. I mean, yeah, no, they can't, no matter what, because now they have 2 losses. At most, Talon can have 1 loss. And that's if Talon also lose against Bleed, which now is kind of a possibility looking at Bleed.
No, that will be the result of tomorrow, or the result of the end of the season, when if Bleed manages to beat the top dogs, you know, in their last 2 games.
Unfortunately, they're just doing it one step too late, because this was kind of what Talon were doing in Tour 1. They were not that great at the beginning, and then in the final week, they turned it around and managed to qualify for the major through tiebreakers. Unfortunately, no matter what, Bleed cannot make it to the major, but they can bring down the top teams with them.
I think that's like still important to know, because like you know you're not gonna qualify, but like you still try your best. You still do whatever you can, right, to stay like above where you are. Yeah. But then I feel these 2 games, the drafts, just a little bit sus to me from SMG side. A little bit.
Okay, how so? Because I feel like they're playing Comfort. They're playing Nature's Prophets. They're playing Coddles. The Jug was sus.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one. But this game seemed pretty normal.
I mean, the Phoenix.
Yes, that's true. Into Silencer.
Yes.
He played well, though. We questioned the
did.
picks, but he played a really, really good Phoenix this game. Like, he won his team multiple team fights because of his Sunray, his well-placed ultimate. I didn't even think that he would have this much impact in a game like this as a Phoenix.
I feel like because he can play well, what if he was given like a hero that works even better with the lineup, you know?
No, yeah, but I feel like that's not the reason why they actually lost this game. You know, Bleed actually just played better, and I feel like Nature's Prophet also he kind of got. I feel like he didn't expect the lane to be hard for him when he couldn't really play his lane against the Abaddon. I think that's probably the idea behind the Abaddon pick, because we weren't really sure about why did they actually pick Abaddon? Is it just for dispelling the arrows and the steering chains, and what is the Abaddon actually going to do in the game, you know? And he actually put a lot of pressure on the NP, so he couldn't really sit in the lane, and the NP was constantly TPing around just to help his team because he couldn't farm in his lane.
But they couldn't guarantee that it would be NP safe lane, because they picked Abaddon on 23, and then SMG picked Primal on 24. So it seems like both teams were like pretty confident in how that lane was going to go, but it's just that Bleed was actually correct that it was Abaddon favored.
Yeah, and also because they didn't really want to put MP in Jackie's lane, which is the Naga, because MP would struggle in that lane.
That's true.
I feel like the difference could have been like the support in the laning, though. I feel Mirana probably would have done better in the bottom lane, because like, yeah, you have the shield on Abaddon, but like you won't take arrow, right? So if you just constantly use your Staff Storm to harass the Abaddon, it might be actually better than the Phoenix.
Jackie earns our MVP for game number 2. Back-to-back Naga performances that were fantastic. I guess this is just Bleed's thing now.
Jackie's thing.
Jackie's thing, that's true.
It's a good thing against the MP pickers, you know? Like, I feel like the draft, if you want to improve on the draft, it's more about like, they have this Phoenix plus Mirana, and they didn't really have a lot of heroes that they can play around it. It's mainly just the Ember, so they are very soft, very lacking stuns, you know. And those supports are not supports that can just, we come to your lane and we can initiate something, you know. It's a Mirana and a Phoenix.
Yeah.
So you don't really get to do that. You have to rely on other people to get shit done for you, so you cast your spells and follow up.
I feel like that's why they took the Primal Beast, but then because it's already too difficult, there's Silencer, there's Abaddon.
They somehow managed to win both the side lanes, which you look at the hero matchup, you're like, well, probably wouldn't be that bad, you know, but it was that bad for them. You would expect the Primal to own the Naga's lane, but no, the Silencer was just such a huge factor in the lane.
Which we were skeptical about the Silencer pick initially, and we were like, well, it's going to be good in the lane, but then what? And then it turned out all you needed was to be good in the lane. Because even the globals weren't that impactful. It seemed like SMG was playing very well around the globals. The Phoenix had a Yules, BKBs came out very early for the Ember and the Primal, but Jackie was just too far ahead at that point.
But I feel like even though you try your best, right, as a Primal Beast, like when you see Silencer, it's just too difficult, you know, like the lane is already hard, and then like later on, what if the Silencer just save the global for you? You'll never be able to do anything, you know.
Yeah, so maybe it comes back to what you said, you know, they didn't really expect the lane to be that hard. They felt like the lane on top and on board would have been playable with the hero that they picked, and the result would have been totally different because they're picking heroes that are very, very snowball nature. So if you get slowed down in the lane, it has huge implications in the game for you.
Yeah. And we were, I know you told me that Ice likes Abaddon as a hero, but how did you, seeing this game, you think it's like a viable offlane hero? Because I'm seeing it carry. Obviously, we know it's support. This is my first time seeing it offlane this patch.
It's good for this team because Corden plays very selfless, you know. I feel like you don't want to use this guy in a way where he needs to be the win condition.
Yes.
He needs to be the person, oh, okay, I don't need to carry this game, but I can go around, you know, spread some cookies to Ice, spread some cookies to Jackie, and give DJ some farm, you know, then he'll be happy and everybody's playing well, you know. And they have to realize, the person drafting has to realize they need to adapt that system, like what they did in Tour 1, and try to make adjustments around the other parts, you know, put Ice on a greedier hero, because Abaddon is like an anchor on the map. He stays in one place on the map, he keeps farming, and he holds the tower. And that's perfect for Corden to do his thing, you know. If you have another offlaner that wants to run around and gank, and that doesn't work, you know.
Maybe Ice is just like, okay, I will be that greedy hero, but as long as I can micro. So that's why he bought the
That's true. I mean, he was basically playing it like a Broodmother. He was playing as Abaddon like Broodmother this game. Parked in one lane the entire time. Got his job creep.
More like Beastmaster though.
Beastmaster will initiate on occasion. You told me, what was the scoreline? He had 0 kills, but he had a few assists. You lied to me on the assists. Although those were probably just Radiance aura assists. They probably weren't real assists. He was just in the area doing some damage, and that was good enough. I can't believe that I'm looking at this Bleed versus Talon matchup for Friday and not knowing who the favorite is now.
I feel like Talon would just win Naga in second phase.
Okay, so did they save themselves with this win? Are they safe from relegation?
They are safe from relegation. So now Bleed has 2 wins and they're tied with Blacklist, and the 2 teams that have 1 win are Geek, Slate, and Polaris. And so things are much, much more safe for Bleed. And maybe we can get some more insight as we have Corden for an interview. Corden, can I see a smile? Because I've been seeing your webcams recently. It has been a rough few weeks for you. Where has this Bleed been, man? You guys did amazing this game.
Yeah, I guess just kind of tilted after some games, and I didn't really play my best. But my team told me to just chill, and now we're back.
I'm happy to hear that. I mean, the way that we look at your team is that they kind of sacrifice you, so it's hard for you to be playing your best, especially while you're adapting to this new roster, but this was a return to form for you, as we had seen in Tour number 1, so congratulations. I have one draft question for you. So in game number 1, Batrider was totally ignored. Broodmother was totally ignored. Did that surprise you guys?
I have no idea. That's all the drafting for us.
Fair enough. Winter, you got any questions for Corden?
Yeah, so hi, so congratulations on winning today. So just wanted to know, what are the hardest parts for the team to overcome, you know, after the first couple of weeks, which the team had a lot of issues with the game, and what do you feel is the hardest part for you guys to overcome and to win today?
I guess it's us sticking too much and making like too much team moves that didn't felt natural, not splitting the lanes well enough. Yeah.
Okay, hi Corden, I have a question for you. So obviously, like being the least experienced on the team, and then you have to be a mid player to connect with all your teammates, it's very pressuring, right? Like, can you tell us how are you dealing with that pressure? Like, what are you feeling like playing in a team with this kind of environment?
I don't really feel any pressure. I mean, like, players are just players. I don't really care if they're very experienced or whatever. Yeah, I just play and we just trust each other, and yeah.
Really? If someone tells you to do something, do you tell them to shut up?
No. They flame me for doing that. I always follow their calls. Yeah.
How about specifically with this roster? So how would you compare your play when you had Masaros as an offlaner versus your play when you have Ice as an offlaner? Have you had to change anything?
I think for the first few series, I had to change a lot of things. And yeah, that's why it kind of felt weird, and we played quite badly. But yeah, now I think I'm kind of playing a little more similar to what I'm used to.
Okay, so you
it's
think
good,
that he adapted to you more than you've adapted to him?
Sorry?
Do you think that he has adapted to you more or you've adapted to him more?
I think he has adapted to me more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our perspective too, because we see Ice as being a very greedy offlaner, and you like to move around a lot as a mid laner. You don't really like to farm that much, and so I know for your first few series, it was kind of hard to get that combination going, but this series it all crystallized. How about play hard versus DJ? Any changes there that you can feel? Did one rotate to your lane more than the other, or neither of them care about you?
I mean, PH definitely rotated to my lane more for sure. And now my offlane is actually winning, so I can't complain.
Fair enough. I like it. Well, Corton, this has been a fantastic performance for you. We're so happy that Bleed is getting their mojo going, and high expectations for your series versus Talon. Congratulations, and hope you guys can make that a competitive series.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Corton. We'll catch you later. None of those answers really surprised me, but I'm glad to have them confirmed.
You guys asked the serious questions, the hard to answer questions. He was like sweating. Oh, should I say this?
I
Oh
think the
no.
thing is you can only ask like inexperienced players like him. He would just, like be honest.
Exactly. Which, for one thing that did surprise me, though, is that I would have considered Ice to be very stubborn, and he's like, I'm coming into this team, this is the way I'm going to play. But I do think that he has adapted to Corden more than Corden has adapted to him.
He doesn't actually do that, but he'll be stubborn, but in a different way. It won't be so obvious that he's just telling you, I need this, I need that. No, he's not going to do that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but he's definitely, I feel like, more comfortable now playing a more greedy play style, so that Corden can actually do his thing in the game.
As long as he can micro.
Yeah, as long as he can micro. He needs one other unit to control, and then Ice is a happy camper. Let's take a look at our results for today. Two of them perhaps a little bit predictable and a little bit sad, because Blacklist Rivalry losing to Execration in our first series of today meant that Blacklist Rivalry can no longer make it to the major, which is a shame because on Monday they were able to beat Geek Slate and the dream was alive. Now not so much. As for our second series, Polaris versus Geek Slate also pick up another win their first win, actually. Yeah, I know, Aurora. We had Skem for the interview. Did you watch the interview?
I missed it out, so...
Stuck in a jam.
Stuck in a jam, that's okay.
Maybe that's why they won.
Maybe that's why they won. You couldn't watch the game at all. You've been cursing them. Unbelievable.
I'm not very proud of myself for that one.
Don't watch any more Geek Slate games, and then life's going to be great for them. But they do end up beating Polaris, which means that both Polaris and Geek Slate have one win apiece. And then our final series, I can't believe I'm looking at this scoreline. Bleed 2-0 SMG.
Remember what I said on Monday? They have nothing left to bleed anymore.
That's true. They have completely, they're lost. They've transplanted everything. And while moving under gunfire, that was all they needed. I can't believe it. 2-0 for them. Let's take a look at the standings now, as things are actually becoming a little bit clearer. Initially, if SMG had gotten the win, then it would have been a little bit higher probability of some interesting tiebreakers. Now, we will no longer have a possibility of a first place, second place tiebreaker, because Talon at worst will be... Wait. They have 2 series, sorry. Talon still have 2 series. So technically they could still lose their next 2 series. It's versus Bleed and Geek Slate. Geek Slate will be on Monday.
Yeah, losing 2 series, that's a lot of copium.
Listen, anything's possible. We just saw Bleed 2-0 SMG, man.
And Geek Slate too.
And Geek Slate too. Although, I mean, they beat Polaris, so I mean. But yeah, and then SMG, they lost versus Bleed, which means that they are 5-2. Which, yes, technically they can hope for a tiebreaker, but Talon have to really drop the ball for that tiebreaker to happen. And Execration needed to get that win, but they also need to get the next win, because they are tied with Army Geniuses, and that is their next opponent on Friday. right side of the screen, unfortunately, none of those teams have a chance to make it to Berlin anymore, but they do have a very, very important thing to play for, which is not getting relegated. So Geek Slate still have to play Talon. So if they theoretically win that, they could also end up with 2 wins. And Polaris still have to play Blacklist Rivalry. And so if Polaris win, then they have 2 wins. And if Blacklist win, then they are safe from the relegation thon. And so let's take a look at what happens on Friday, our second to last day of full league play. Execration versus Army Geniuses. Winter, what's the dinner plan for this? Execration Army Geniuses.
Of course, AG.
Still, of course.
Yeah.
You're still, of course. They got smashed by SMG on Monday. You watched that, right?
Yes, sir.
Just making sure. All right. How about you, Aurora?
I'm also leaning a bit towards Army Geniuses, but I feel Execration maybe, you know, like can bounce back.
Yeah. They had a solid showing. I mean, that Meepo game against Blacklist today was wild, and so if Palace can pull out some picks like that, might take AG by surprise. Second series of the day, it's going to be Polaris Esports versus Blacklist Rivalry. How about that, Winter? Which one?
Another Pinoy Royal Rumble.
That's right.
Today we've seen 2 pretty interesting Royal Rumbles. But I'm going to give I feel like Blacklist is just stronger still. Like Polaris, they have a dysfunctional team, you know, to a certain level.
Yes, that is very accurate. Well, if I'm looking at this, then if AG do beat Army Geniuses, there will be only so beyond that, there will be only 1 Filipino player from SEA in the Berlin Major, and that'll be Yoe. And then I guess Abed most likely will be making it. Which is crazy to think that only 2 Filipinos, like 4 Malaysians on SMG, 1 Singaporean, 3 Thai players, 1 Indonesian and 1 Malaysian on Talon, and 4 Indonesians, 1 Filipino on AG.
Yeah, maybe it just means that full Pinoy teams don't work.
There's still a 1 game to prove it, though. If Execration get the win, then there's still some hope.
Yeah.
But that's crazy to think. And yes, then our final series of the day is the one that you should be watching, not only online, but if you're in Malaysia, you should be watching it in person, because we will be having a watch party for the Talon versus Bleed series, which could end up being very, very interesting. You can tune in earlier in the VOD, and we have a QR code for you to scan, or you can show up on Friday. We'll present it to you then. But I hope you've been enjoying how exciting things have been here in Southeast Asia, and we'll catch you again on Friday.